Hwami looked at the old man in front of her, smiled, and moved aside, allowing the medical guard behind her to push out the cart filled with straw mats. Then, Hwami said to the medical garrison, "You guys go and do your work. I'll find someone else to help with the chores." There are less than 100 garrison personnel at the material depot in City B, including only 4 medical personnel. Yes, that's right. Gong Yi also appointed Hwami as the captain of the garrison medical team, leading a team of 4 people. But in fact, these 4 people not only have to take care of the wounded garrison soldiers from City A, but also have to take care of the garrison meals in the material warehouse of City B. And some other miscellaneous things. So they were simply too busy to handle it. When Hwami wanted to ask someone to help push the cart, she could only ask for medical help. Due to limited manpower, Tang Yu and the 90-odd garrisons had been eating oranges and instant noodles. These instant noodles were stockpiled by Hwami before. At that time, she only needed to meet the minimum survival needs. She felt that in the extreme survival situation, it was good to have something to eat. Most of the survivors can't even afford instant noodles. But later, as her golden fingers became thicker and thicker, she could produce more and more things. To be honest, instant noodles are a bit lackluster. So Hwami put all the instant noodles in her level 17 warehouse into the B City supply warehouse, preparing to have Chi Chuan take them out and sell them. As a result, in order to save time, Tang Yu and his friends have been eating instant noodles during this period. These garrisons are too cruel to my stomach. So, when the second old man came to Hwami with his child, Hwami didn't want the old man to weave straw mats anymore. She asked, "Can you cook?" This is actually nonsense. How can there be an elderly person who doesn't know how to cook? The old man seems to be able to do everything except having no strength. After seeing the old man nod, Hwami turned and walked towards the supply warehouse. After a while, she pushed out a cart of rice and side dishes. "I'll find a few more elderly people later, and you can help cook a meal for our garrison. Of course, you can eat with the garrison. You who help with the work will eat the same thing as the garrison eats. There is rice, side dishes, and orange juice. Now you only need to work hard to get these things for free. What more can you ask for?" More and more elderly people stood up in the 2,000 survivors on the other side. Some young people were whispering and relaxed their expressions. They winked at their elders, suggesting that they should take their children to Hwami to collect supplies. For them, contributing a little labor means receiving supplies for free. Because most of the cash they had was ruthlessly snatched away by the group of men who instigated them to come here. So they had no money. This was also a major reason why they came here obediently and forced the garrison to hand over the material depot in City B. All the cash on him was stolen. In fact, even if he walked to the Hunan-B Expressway, he couldn't buy supplies at the stalls. It would be better to take a risk. But now you don't need to pay cash, you just need to help cook and take care of the children, and you can have something to eat, so why do you still have to bleed and fight to the death with the garrison? More and more elderly people, holding their children in their hands, walked towards Hwami gradually. They formed a line in front of Hwami. And those instigators mixed in the crowd were impatient. They kept persuading people to leave. "She must be deceiving you. She is using some food to trick you over now. Once our team falls apart, she will starve you to death. Don't go over there. Let's rush down this B City supply warehouse. All the supplies inside will be ours. It's enough for us to eat for a long time. Don't be silly. Which one is more cost-effective, this bite of food now, or the endless food after rushing down to the supply warehouse? You've seen it too. The garrison killed people without blinking an eye. They were able to kill our people without blinking an eye. Sooner or later, they will be able to kill you too." That being said, these instigators only dared to mingle among the survivors and say such things in a low voice. Now no one dares to be the first to take action, for fear that if they do, they will be shot to death by the garrison. They adhered to the rules of the garrison strictly. As long as they did not stand out to harm the weak and mixed in the crowd to incite civilians to cause trouble, the garrison could do nothing to them. Hwami has recruited 10 old ladies to cook, 20 old men to pick up trash, and 30 children to help move supplies. The children who cannot carry the supplies have to help look after the younger ones, and there are even children who cannot walk. Anyway, everyone has to work, and children are no exception. In fact, the children can't carry much supplies at one time. But there were many children and they ran fast, so they carried the supplies from the warehouse to the outside, just like ants moving house, carrying a little bit at a time without much effort. Hwami picked out 2 of the next elderly people who came and began to register their names and distribute supplies. As long as the elderly people come to queue and don't cause trouble, Hwami will give them supplies and arrange work for them. The next person who came later, Hwami, sent those old men away and went into the mountain near the supply warehouse to look for things that could be used to set up a stall. Successfully separated a large number of elderly people and children from the group of survivors. Hwami walked to Tang Yu's side, frowned and asked, "Have you found all those who instigated this?" Tang Yu frowned as he stood at the door of the Beast City supply depot. In the dark sky, there was a large group of people blocking the way ahead. "We have checked them all out. If they dare to make a move, our snipers will open fire." It was indeed as the other party said. As long as they did not step out to harm the weak and mixed in with the crowd, the garrison would not take the initiative to shoot them. Hwami couldn't help but frown when she heard what Tang Yu said. The occupational restrictions of garrison were really troublesome at this time. They will not take the initiative. Even if they know that the other party is a bad guy, they will have to wait for the other party to make the first move before they can passively counterattack. Hwami's eyes turned, and she immediately thought of a good idea and said to Tang Yu, "I don't think they will do anything weird for a while. I'll go around the area." After saying that, Hwami turned around and left without waiting for Tang Yu to stop her. Wearing a raincoat and holding an umbrella, she walked outside the supply warehouse and greeted a group of elderly people who were cooking in the shed. Then a man walked out of the shed, intending to take a walk towards the national highway, following the group of survivors who were blocking the warehouse. From the very beginning, her whereabouts were watched by many people with ulterior motives. After all, when they came to the outside of the Beast City supply warehouse and tried to force the garrison to hand over the Beast City supply warehouse, Hwami stood on the side of the garrison. She must be a very important person in the garrison. The leader of the garrison seemed very respectful to Hwami. Tang Yu stood at the gate of the material warehouse in City B, his eyes moving back and forth between Hwami's back and the faces of several men in the crowd opposite. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and the men moved. Thanks to the goggles on his face, he could clearly see the micro-expressions on the faces of everyone on the opposite side in such a dim sky. Those men were really the instigators of the snipers' targeting. Now they were in the crowd, moving in the direction Hwami left. Tang Yu pressed the wireless intercom next to his ear. "Sniper, be careful. Don't lose sight of the target. Protect Sister Hua. The garrisons are not vegetarians. When the rules allow, they shoot faster than anyone else." At this time, Sister Hua had already walked to the side of the road, following a large group of survivors. As she walked, she observed the terrain in the dark. A narrow, bumpy dirt road connects the material warehouse in City B and the highway. The muddy road was full of survivors who had come to fight. In the rainy night, everyone looked very miserable. Previously, 2 mudslides buried the material warehouse in City B, and the mud has not been completely cleared until now. Therefore, the large trucks of the material transport team that Yang Honglin replaced Chi Chuan in can only go along the narrow mud road, 1 vehicle at a time, and arrive in front of the material warehouse in City B. There isn't even a convenient place to reverse. The current muddy road was dug out bit by Tang Yu and his team using engineering shovels during their free time. Hwami went all the way to the highway, and while on the way, she started producing engineer shovels. Engineer Shovel X-2000. Because of the production of engineer shovels, Hwami's level 15 factory energy bar began to be consumed and no longer accumulated energy light. Unlock the 10th level of the garbage recycling station and get the sweeping robot X9 when a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X6. Congratulations. You have reached the maximum level of the garbage recycling station. Please select Recycling Station Small Cancel. What does this mean? How come the garbage bin is maxed out one moment and a new option appears the next? Hwami was a little confused, but this thing wouldn't do her any harm anyway, so she bravely clicked on garbage bin small. There was a crazy burst of flower scattering, horn blowing, firecracker setting, and applause. Unlock the small garbage recycling station level 1, get a sweeping robot X1, a trash can X1 win a lucky draw, X1 remaining draws X7. Hwami is a little emo. She finally upgraded something to the maximum level, which gave her a sense of accomplishment, but now it has to be remade? This small garbage recycling station and garbage recycling station is that the word small is added in front. Didn't she get any rewards? As Hwami walked, she took out the sweeping robot that was upgraded to a small garbage recycling station from her raincoat. What's the difference between this and the previous robot vacuum cleaner? She looked at the trash can that was given to her as a reward in her level 17 storage. It is just a trash can, just like an ordinary household trash can. It's still that tacky color, with some golden patterns painted on the outside of the black plastic shell. It gives people a cheap and tycoon-like feeling. Hwami left the trash can in the level 17 warehouse and looked forward again. Now she had walked to the road. Going further, there were no more survivors. The more than 2,000 survivors were all stuck on the muddy road and at the entrance of the supply warehouse in City B. Of course, this place is also far away from the site of Tangyu and other garrisons.
Hey!
Beautiful. A man with a mouth full of yellow teeth suddenly appeared in front of Hwami in the dark, rainy day, blocking her way. She stood in front of the man. Her fair cheeks were rosy with a healthy complexion, and her pair of fox eyes were shining brightly under the goggles. Hwami also greeted the other party, "Hi, ugly ghost." Before she could finish her words, two men came up from behind her. The yellow-toothed man's face turned serious, and he said angrily, "Beauty, it's so late. What are you going to do? Do you want us to accompany you?" Hwami wanted to bypass the yellow-toothed man. She smiled. "No need. I'm going to go for a walk on the road and get some fresh air. Kill a few people by the way.
Breathe.
If you can breathe, we can accompany you." The man with yellow teeth spoke in a scoundrelly manner and stretched out his hand to get his hands on Hwami. She dodged the other person's hand and said, "Don't touch me, or you will suffer the consequences." "Hey, why are you still being so reserved?" The man standing behind Hwami couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh. "I'm not saying you look good. Are you a garrison bus?" How else to explain? Among so many garrisons, there is only one woman, Hwami. TSK. These garrisons really know how to have fun. I didn't expect them to do this kind of thing. These words made Hwami feel angry, real anger. She turned around suddenly and slapped the man behind her in the face. The man with a foul mouth was hit so hard that he staggered. People have dirty thoughts, so they think everyone in this world is dirty. So, with your kind of people, you dare to run in front of the garrison and have fun? Originally, Hwami didn't want to get angry. She just came to kill some trash. So she killed them. Not for a better world. However, she didn't expect that these garbage would insult her relationship with the garrison. The level of disgust made Hwami emotionally agitated. Seeing this, the yellow-toothed man cursed, "You which have a bad temper. We are not a garrison, and will not indulge you." As he said this, he was about to step forward and slap Hwami a few times. He wants to let the witch know what fear is. In this world, wherever they go, they are feared by others. She is just a woman. Who will care about them if she kills Jay? At this time, many men came out from the survivors. They only dared to follow after they saw Hwami alone and far away from the garrison team. Someone advised the yellow-toothed man, "Don't make too much noise. This witch is still useful. Maybe we can take Hwami a little further away so that we can have a taste of her first and then use her to negotiate terms with the garrisons in the supply warehouse in City B. I just don't know whether this witch is useful to the garrison and how much supplies the garrison can give to this witch. But even if the materials sold were not much, they should have made a profit. After all, Hwami looks good." Hwami turned around and smiled happily at the yellow-toothed man. "So, I urge you to be kind." The man with yellow teeth didn't understand what he said. He held Hwami's slender arm with one hand and had a lewd smile on his face. A man with yellow teeth fell to the ground and the instigators around him were all shocked. They didn't expect that there would be garrisons even though they were so far away from the Beast City Supply Depot. It seems that there are a lot of garrisons at this Beast City Supply Depot. Do you know why? Hami smiled and turned around, looking at the foul-mouthed man who stood up from the ground, because when you were instigating those ordinary survivors in the crowd, you were already targeted by the garrison. The reason why they didn't kill you is because the professional attributes of the garrison are too noble. He is so noble that he won't do anything like striking first. So in the previous life, the garrisons died very quickly, and within a few years, the garrison blood in all cities was replaced. In this world of apocalypse, noble people always die, especially quickly. Hami didn't have the ability to take care of these things in her previous life, but now that she has seen it in this life, and she has a particularly good relationship with the garrisons under Gong Yi, of course, she can't just stand by and watch those garrisons being bullied. Taking advantage of other people's professional attributes, he desperately jumped up and down. Hami would kill anyone who did this kind of thing if he saw one in his life. The foul-mouthed man stepped back, cursing unwillingly. "You stinky witch, it's all because of you. Do you know who we are?" Hami, who was walking forward, stopped and said, "Right. How can a small fry like you have the ability to stir up such a big storm? So who do you belong to?" She had a vague answer in her mind, but she still planned to listen to what the person on the other side had to say. "Our boss is Chun-Hu. Do you know Chun-Hu? He is a man who can cover the sky with one hand in City A. How dare you kill our people?" The foul-mouthed man thought Hami was scared, so he stood up straight and shouted at her fiercely, "You're dead. All of you are dead. Our boss will never tolerate any injustice." Hami nodded. "It's pretty much what I thought. Chun-Hu sent people to seize the material warehouse in City B by force but failed, and then he did this. It seemed that he had planned this plundering for a long time." She asked the foul-mouthed man again, "But there is one thing that I am very confused about. You have almost 2,000 old, weak women and children to deal with the garrison in the Beast City Supply Depot. After you take over the Beast City Supply Depot, what are you going to do with these 2,000 ordinary survivors? How can we solve this problem? Of course, we can kill him. If they didn't kill them, would they still distribute the supplies to the 2,000 survivors?" The foul-mouthed man didn't say this out loud. Of course, he wasn't that stupid. Wouldn't it be courting death if he said it out loud? But he didn't say it. Just by looking at the fierce look in his eyes, Hami had already guessed the fate of these 2,000 ordinary survivors. She sneered and took out a machete from her raincoat. "You're really looking for death." In order to prevent ordinary survivors from being instigated in the future, Hami decided to do some good deeds. However, before she moved, several men around her turned around and ran towards the highway. They saw that things were going badly, and there were no ordinary survivors around them to provide cover. If the hidden sniper wanted to kill them, it would be easy. There were also a few men who looked at each other and suddenly rushed towards Hami. It was obvious that they were now being targeted by the station snipers, and they couldn't escape at this time. It would be better to give it a try and kidnap that witch Hami. This way there is still a way out. Maybe they can use Hami as a bargaining chip to continue negotiating terms with the garrison and ask the garrison to give them supplies. Hwami's machete, which was originally aimed at the foul-mouthed man's head, was blocked by a man, and the other two men pounced on her from the left and right. These three people originally wanted to attack Hwami from both sides. The sniper fired 3 shots in succession, switching targets extremely quickly. They are professionally trained, and their one-shot killing skills are much more sophisticated than those of amateurs like that foul-mouthed guy. Hwami ignored the corpse on the ground and swung the second knife, directly chopping off the foul-mouthed man's head. She turned around and chased after Chun-Hu's men who were running onto the highway. "Now that you are here, don't leave." The sniper in the dark watched Sister Hua chop people, one by one, and a head rolled off with each cut. He didn't know whether he should stop Sister Hua. "Stop it. Those people killed by Sister Hua were not good people. They deserve to die. If we don't stop them..." Sister Hua is a pregnant woman, but she behaves even more bravely than the garrisons. It's quite magical. The sniper reported what happened here to Tang Yu and asked for his instructions. Tang Yu was shocked. He couldn't imagine how Sister Hua could slash people with a knife when she was pregnant. He immediately pressed the intercom and said angrily, "When did we let a pregnant woman stand up for us? Sister Hua is pregnant. If something goes wrong, will I be able to face Sister Hua? Will I be able to face the boss? Send more people. Hurry up and rescue Sister Hua. No matter whether the baby in Sister Hua's belly is the eldest or not, I just want to thank Sister Hua for being so kind to the garrison." No one should have just watched Sister Hua fighting desperately in the front, while the garrison officers lowered their heads and hid behind Sister Hua. Otherwise, how could they have the face to call a garrison? The sniper might feel that he didn't make his words clear enough. He felt that Sister Hua didn't need anyone to save her, because Sister Hua has already killed everyone. At the moment he reported to his superior Tang Yu, no one was left alive. But he still obediently put away his sniper rifle and hurriedly ran in the direction of Hami. However, before he could run to Sister Hua, all the bodies on the ground had disappeared. Sister Hua. The young sniper looked at Hami in astonishment. Hami looked like she had just finished cleaning. "Let's go back and see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net." She smiled, as if the air had become fresher, and led the young sniper, who was full of doubts, back to the supply warehouse in City B under Tang Yu's gaze. Tang Yu looked Hami up and down, fearing that Hami might be injured or have hurt her fetus or something. He wanted to ask but was too embarrassed to do so. Tang Yu is a straightforward and tough guy who has never even had a dream lover. He is even more ignorant than Gong Yi. Finally, regarding Sister Hua's hacking incident, Tang Yu could only casually say, "Sister Hua, don't go fishing next time." It was too dangerous for a pregnant woman to go fishing herself. Hami blinked her bright fox eyes and asked innocently, "What? There are no fish here. I just went out for a walk. I didn't expect to meet so many bad guys." Really, she was just out for a stroll. Look at her sincere big eyes. What fishing? Hami didn't understand. Looking at Hami, who had a pure and innocent face, Tang Yu opened his mouth. He actually began to doubt whether he really misunderstood Sister Hua. In fact, Sister Hua really just went out for a stroll. That's it. The matter was so confusing that Tang Yu let it go. Hami wandered around the supply warehouse in City B alone. After replenishing the supplies, she took out her cell phone and was about to call the contractor. Turn on security scan. Completion of Security and Defense Works Defense Project. Established Xiangqing. Watchtower Teleport Point Rating. Excellent Protection Project. 11 square meters of black land were obtained. Please select a site for the black land. When a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X8, the teleport point has been repaired. Hami nodded with satisfaction, turned around and called Tang Yu, and gave Tang Yu Xiangqing Watchtower Teleportation Ticket X 10,000. Tang Yu looked at the large stack of bills in his hand, not knowing what they were used for. He looked at Hami with doubtful eyes. "Sister Hua, this is for emergency use. You can divide it up. Each garrison will get about 100 of them. The instructions for use are on the back." Hami didn't explain much, and of course, Tang Yu didn't habitually ask too many questions. Since Sister Hua said that they were for use in emergencies, he would give 100 cards to each garrison. There is no need to have too many questions when garrisoning, just follow orders. Xiangqing, Watchtower to Tang Yu. Hami stood at the door of the B City Material Warehouse, looked around, took out the trash can from the level 17 warehouse, and placed it next to the door. What are trash cans used for? Of course, they're used to hold trash. What else? Hami didn't pay attention to the trash can. She just took out her phone and called the contractor as planned. "You don't have anything to do today. Come to the B City Material Depot. There are 2,000 laborers here. You can arrange for them to set up tents for themselves so they have a place to live first. Then you should plan carefully and build a factory outside the material warehouse in City B. I plan to build a weaving factory here." There was so much mat grass in her level 17 warehouse that as time went by, the harvest of these mat grasses was the same as that of oranges, but the mat grass matured in a shorter time than oranges. An orange tree that has lost its growth speed effect will take 2-3 days to mature a huge batch of oranges. But a huge amount of mat grass can mature within 24 hours. In comparison, within 2 days, Hwami's level 17 storage was filled with straw mats. Much more than oranges. Hwami was ignorant before. It was only from Yi Rong that she learned that straw mats had such important effects. The industrial chain in the apocalypse is completely destroyed, and many modern commodities can no longer be produced. It was like this in the previous life, and the survivors did not create any production chains. Those who survived, including the second generation of Xing, have been living off their savings. This will not last more than 3 generations, and the survivors will be starving and unable to get enough food. So from this perspective, if Hwami builds a factory and establishes some production lines for straw sandals, straw hats, and straw clothes, maybe they can sell for a lot of money in the future? Of course, the question of whether they can sell for a lot of money is not something we need to consider right now. What we need to consider now is how to resettle these 2,000 survivors. They wanted supplies, and Hwami didn't want to feed them for nothing, so she wanted them to create value for her. It's that simple. The contractor responded repeatedly and said to Hujing, who was urging the workers to expand the RV supermarket warehouse, "Miss Hua has found another job for us. This time we are going to the material warehouse in City B and organizing 2,000 people to build a factory." 2,000 people? Hua Jing turned back in surprise. Has our current infrastructure team expanded to this size? Relative of his was actually only leading a small engineering team of 200 or 300 people before the disaster struck. Usually they were fawning and taking jobs everywhere, and the scale was not as big as it is now. Of course, if we convert materials into money, we did not earn as much as we do now. Now, Miss Hua provides both money and supplies, and both the contractor and Hujing are making a fortune. The contractor said proudly, "So I asked you to flatter Miss Hua more and be sweet-mouthed. Was I right? Following Miss Hua is the best choice for us." Hujing nodded. How could he not know? Even if he didn't understand it before, 2 or 3 months had passed. How could he not know? The world can't possibly get better. The sky continued to get dark, heavy rain began to pour, and the water on the ground solidified. Looking at the temperature, cold air will be coming soon. I still don't know what the situation will be at that time. I don't know how many people will die. Therefore, Hujing and the others were already very satisfied as long as they had something to eat. Then go ahead. I'll monitor the progress of the project in Xiangqing. Hujing assured the contractor that according to Miss Hua's instructions, there were only 3 projects left in Xiangqing. The RV supermarket warehouse was expanded, the Xiangqing road was lit up, and the wall of the Lotus Xingxing supermarket was raised to 10 meters. These 3 projects are being carried out simultaneously. Hujing only needs to keep an eye on them every day and make sure every infrastructure step is solid. The contractor quickly packed up and went to the material warehouse in City B to reach another peak in his career. Only Hujing stayed in Xiangqing to continue completing their engineering projects. Not long after, Hujing received a call from the contractor. "This is incredible, Jinger, we really got a really big leg." On the phone, the contractor described to Hujing that they had actually been in Xiangqing all the time and had never been outside. "After I came out, I found that there were garrison checkpoints all the way from Xiangqing to Xiangbi Expressway. Even on Hunanbi Expressway, there are police patrolling back and forth. The police transport team led by Yang Honglin, the clearance team led by Wu Shigao, and the garrisons along the way connected perfectly to guard the Hunanbi Expressway tightly. The police transport team, clearance team, and garrison, each of them holds an AK-47 in their hands. To be honest, when the contractor saw these men armed with guns, he felt completely safe. At times like this, these people and these guns mean that one's life is protected. There are still many people setting up stalls along the Hunanbi Expressway. Although setting up stalls on the highway is absolutely not allowed before a disaster strikes. But there is nothing we can do now. The whole world is like this now, and we can't deal with current affairs in the same way as before. Those vendors are doing pretty good business. The contractor was sitting in the car, which was going against the crowd of survivors heading to Xiangqing and City B. He excitedly said to Hujing while driving, We must hold Miss Hua's big thick legs tightly. You must do a good job. These Party A tyrants are not short of money, and Miss Hua is not short of supplies. Miss Hua is looking at the quality of the project. Quality, you know. The contractor has already found his way of survival here with Hami. No matter how he commits suicide, as long as the quality of the project is good, Miss Hua will use him. Always use him. In the end, he was used more and more. By the time the contractor's car arrived at the material depot in City B, the 2,000 survivors there had been almost divided up. Without the instigator around them, everyone was easily persuaded by Hami. She said she could provide them with free supplies, but they had to provide their own labor to get the free supplies. In the future, Hami will also be able to provide continuous job opportunities for everyone, including 3 meals and 2 snacks, straw sandals, straw hats, clothes made of straw, etc. All we need is for everyone to provide the labor. More and more people accepted Hwami's suggestion, lined up to receive supplies, then registered their name, age, and gender, and took the supplies to the side to eat, waiting for the contractor to come and assign work to them. The contractor was holding a pack of cigarettes that he got from somewhere. When he saw the garrison, he handed them a pack and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Come on, brother, have a cigarette." The garrison stood motionless in the heavy rain, not speaking or taking a cigarette, silently refusing. The contractor did not feel that he was being insulted. He just showed his gold teeth and smiled as he passed cigarettes along the way. If one garrison officer did not take one, he would pass it to the next one. Hwami stood at the door of the material warehouse in City B, watching the contractor walking towards her with his head bowed and nodding all the way, and thought that he was also a talent. Isn't someone who can bend and stretch himself a talent? Miss Hua. The contractor came over and took out a 20-carat diamond ring from his shoulder bag. "Hey, Miss Hua, you see I came here in a hurry and didn't bring anything else. I bought this from a friend of mine. He was in a hurry to use the money to buy supplies, so he sold it to me for 200,000. Hwami lowered her eyes and looked speechlessly at the 20-carat diamond ring handed to her by the contractor. In my ear, the contractor was still saying, "From the first moment I saw this diamond ring, I knew that in this world, only someone as elegant as Miss Hua could be worthy of such a big diamond ring. Well, I bought it directly for you. Miss Hua, please don't despise it. This is my filial piety to you. It's only 200,000 yuan. The contractor is rich." Hwami's mouth twitched, and she forced a smile, looking at the contractor with a mouth full of gold teeth, with a sincere look of flattery on his face. She still reached out and took the 20-carat diamond ring. "Thank you very much." No thanks, no thanks. I'll give you a bigger one later. 30 carats, not 40 carats, so you can wear it on your whole hand. When it comes to currying favor with people, contractors are the most professional." Hwami waved her hand, not talking nonsense with the contractor, and just gave instructions. As she said that, she turned around and threw the ball of paper in her hand into the trash can next to her. Recycling, paper ball, conversion energy x 0.0000 tip. Energy has been charged into the level 15 factory. Energy overcharge plus 99.999% obtain. Energy light group X1. Hwami was about to leave when she saw this string of notifications pop up. Unexpectedly, the trash can that was awarded as an upgrade reward for this small garbage recycling station can actually recycle garbage. Hwami ran back to the trash can and looked inside. It was still an ordinary plastic trash can. It looked no different from any ordinary cheap trash can. But the ball of paper she had just thrown in had disappeared. Hwami thought about it for a moment and threw another orange into it. The orange fell into the trash can right under her nose. Then, at a slow speed, it gradually merged into a pitch-black hole and disappeared without a trace. Recycling. Orange X1, conversion energy x 0.000 tip. Energy has been charged into the 15th level factory. Energy overcharge plus 99.999% obtain. Energy light group X1. Of course, an orange cannot be converted into a ball of energy light, but Hwami has 46 sweeping robots in her hands at the same time, eating her garbage. Therefore, the energy light group is acquired very quickly. Now, with the addition of a trash can to help eat the trash, the speed of converting energy light should be faster. Now it's a good thing. The toe cleaning team she had originally under her command collected the garbage and threw it into the landfill, where Hami would deal with it. Hami has to go to the garbage dump every few days. Now that we have this trash can, we can just throw the trash into it and Hami doesn't even have to go to the garbage dump to collect the trash. This trash can is so convenient and saves Hami a lot of time. The only drawback of this trash can is that it is too small. It is only the size of an ordinary household trash can, and I can't hold much garbage at one time. It can only provide a convenient place for people to throw away small pieces of garbage. If they really want to throw a whole corpse in there at once, there won't even be enough space for the head. Thinking of this, Hami quietly pushed the trash can a little further out the door so that people coming and going could throw away their trash more conveniently. An old lady walked over with a few green onions in her hand. Hami raised her foot and moved the trash can closer to the old lady. The old lady threw the onion peel in her hand to the ground and ignored the trash can under Hwami's feet. She just walked over and Hwami's face darkened. She screamed in her heart, "You litter, old lady." She waved to the contractor beside her. The contractor immediately trotted over and said, "Miss Hwa, please give me your orders." Hwami pointed at the trash can and said to the contractor, "Make a sign that says, 'For the beauty of the material warehouse, please do not litter.' Violators will have their supplies withheld." This is a clear hint from her that people passing by should not litter on the ground, but should throw it into the trash can. The contractor was stunned for a moment, then immediately saluted Hwami with a serious face. "Yes, I promise to complete Miss Hwa's instructions. Miss Hwa, take care. If Miss Hwa needs you in the future, just let me know. Miss Hwa, be careful with your steps and don't fall, Miss Hwa." As the contractor continued to chatter away, Hwami turned and walked deeper into the warehouse. Seeing that there was still no news from Gong Yi, Hwami planned to return to Xiangqing first, waiting for news from Gong Yi while settling the newly acquired 11 square meters of black land. While teleporting, she opened the control panel. She originally wanted to produce some supplies, consume some energy bars, and upgrade the level of the small garbage station. As a result, on the level 15 factory page, I saw that it seemed to have gained a new function. Level 15 factory. Water bottle. Mineral water. Waterproof tarpaulin. Self-priming filter type anti-particulate respirator. Orange juice, ethanol. Painkillers, sterile gauze. Hemostatic gel. Goggles, condoms, resin gloves, protective clothing, sterile boots, rescue rope, engineer shovel synthetic production. Energy water droplet X1 requires energy light group consumption X 10,000. Agree, cancel. She got a new gadget. After reacting, Hwami discovered that on the panel of the level 15 factory, all limited production materials had been produced. But there is a new feature. What is energy drop? Is it related to the upgrade of Hwami's garbage recycling station to a small garbage recycling station? So one energy droplet requires 10,000 energy light groups to synthesize? Isn't this too much of a rip-off? Can it be cheaper? She works very hard picking up trash. Hwami complained and clicked agree, using energy light ball X 10,000 to synthesize energy water drop X1. The original garbage recycling station can convert garbage into energy to recharge the level 17 factory as long as it recycles the garbage. When the energy of the level 17 factory is fully charged, the excess energy will be converted into energy light and stored. This energy ball is light, which cannot be seen or touched, and does not take up the space of level 17 storage. And only a small amount of garbage can be converted into energy light ball X1. But as for this energy water drop, it is obvious that you need energy light group X 10,000 to synthesize energy water drop X1. Then there should be some difference between it and energy light ball. Hwami took out the so-called energy drop from the level 17 storage and took a look. It's only a little bit as big as a sesame seed. She spent 10,000 energy light and you only gave her one sesame-sized energy water drop? She stared with wide eyes at the tiny sesame seed drop in her white and tender palm. She wanted to see it as a flower. Although the energy droplets are very small, they emit a little bit of lustrous luster in the darkness, condensed but not dispersed, which is very similar to jelly water. Hwami suddenly had a very strange idea. The rain that fell on the ground and accumulated into jelly water, could it be the same as her energy water drops? Hwami already knew the function of energy light group, so energy water drops must have a similar function, just a concentrated energy light group. The effect is definitely better than energy light ball. She didn't dare to find someone to experiment with easily, so she threw more than a dozen energy light to the garrison in City A last time, which resulted in the dying garrison in City A becoming much stronger. If we give the energy drops to ordinary people easily, wouldn't they explode and die? Sister Hua put the energy drop into the level 17 storage, thought for a while, and called Chi Chuan. You haven't recovered from your injury yet? I need someone to work here. How many days has it been? Chi Chuan and Uncle 8 are still lying down? Why don't they get up and work? Doesn't Hwami's level 17 factory produce water bottles of all specifications? She wants to find a group of people to put the jelly water on the ground into small bottles for her. If the jelly water is really as she guessed, the energy in it is similar to the effects of energy light and energy water droplets. Then Hwami can bottle the jelly water and sell it to the psychics when they level up and fight monsters, and use it as blue medicine to replenish their psychic energy. In this way, Hwami would not have to store the giant jelly water collected using condoms into the level 17 storage. She needs to build a factory specifically for filling jelly water into bottles. All those condoms piled up in the landfill can be taken to the factory. On the phone, Chi Chuan immediately said, Okay, Sister Hua, I'm just about to call you. I'll get to work right away. So Hwami told Chi Chuan about her plan. Chi Chuan slapped his head and said, Let's ask the factory director about this. Doesn't he have a ready-made water plant? We just need to transport the jelly water from Xiangqing and B City to the factory director. Hwami had forgotten that there was a real water plant director in her RV supermarket. If it comes to producing blue medicine, isn't this a good skill? So, he immediately hung up the phone with Chi Chuan and called Yi Rong, but she didn't have the factory director's phone number. Yi Rong called the factory director over, and Hwami told him about reopening the water plant. For a moment, the factory director was extremely excited. Miss Hua, don't worry. I am a professional in producing mineral water. My factory management is top-notch in the whole Xiangqing. The factory director can guarantee this with confidence. Otherwise, how come all the water plants in and outside Xiangqing went bankrupt, but only the mineral water plant he managed survived to the end? When the disaster struck, the director's plant was still running for a long time. This has a lot to do with his high standards, strict requirements, and strict management. Hwami uttered a few sounds. Then I will arrange for Hujing to rebuild your factory for you. Tell me what equipment you need. On the phone, the factory manager replied eagerly. Last time, I went back to my factory to check. The original equipment is still there. If there are any minor problems, I can fix them myself. Then I can recruit workers and start working right away. He has worked in the mineral water factory for decades and started out as a skilled worker. The factory had been buried in ruins before. Some time ago, the city clearance team cleared out all the stone fragments and other garbage in Xiangqing. So the mineral water factory has been dug out from the ruins, and the ruins have been cleared. This city clearance team is really something. Such a powerful team has not yet been swallowed up by the contractor and Hujing. Hwami is so jealous that she is about to burst into tears. She asked the factory director to contact Hujing, and after repairing the water plant, she hung up the factory director's phone. As soon as the call was hung up, another call came in. It was from Chi Chuan again. I only heard Chi Chuan happily say on the phone, Sister Hua, I met a friend of a friend in the emergency department of City B. He specializes in wholesale of Chinese medicinal materials and has a large amount of Chinese medicinal materials in his hands. He probably has dozens of tons of Chinese medicinal herbs. If we want more, he can find his colleagues and get them for us. Sister Hua, are we interested? It's also because that little friend has had a very difficult life recently, with natural disasters and man-made tragedies that caught him off guard. After much inquiries and various connections, he finally found Iko as friends. Now, The only one who has the appetite and ability to swallow dozens of tons of medicinal materials and can give a good price is Hami behind Sichuan. As long as you are willing to look for it, you can always find Hami. The storage conditions for Chinese medicinal materials are quite troublesome, especially in this weather. Ikuo's friends have to find ways to preserve his dozens of tons of Chinese medicinal materials every day. These are all good medicinal herbs. It would be such a waste if they were soaked with water. In addition to a few medicinal herbs that are known to the public, what medicinal herbs can be combined with what other herbs, what effects can they produce, and what diseases can they be used to treat? Without a professional Chinese medicine pharmacist to prescribe, who would dare to randomly mix and boil the herbs? This is how Chinese medicine is. If you randomly mix the prescriptions, it is very likely that good medicine will turn into poison, and poison will turn into highly toxic. Even the medicinal properties of medicinal materials may change due to improper storage. The medicinal properties of different medicinal materials will be strengthened or weakened to varying degrees depending on what medicinal materials are boiled together. In the past, if people wanted to take Chinese medicine, they could go online and buy books with Chinese medicine prescriptions. But where can the survivors go to the internet now? Even if you can use the universal signal connector sold by Hami and buy books online, who will deliver the goods to you? And if you are not an expert, you probably won't know what Chinese medicinal herbs are. Many medicinal herbs actually look similar, at least in Hwami's eyes. They were all a bunch of plants that looked similar. In short, this batch of medicinal materials became useless to Ikuo's friends. If I really have to throw it away, I really can't bear to do that. If the conditions permit, I can continue to preserve it, and maybe it can save many lives in the future. The prerequisite is that someone has such huge engine energy that can take over these dozens of tons of Chinese medicinal materials. Hwami only took half a second to think. It's all in. Tell your friends' friends to buy all the Chinese medicinal herbs you have. Ikuo's friend specializes in Chinese medicinal materials business, so naturally he knows many people in the same industry. Hwami is now a rich man, an extremely rich man. But Ikegawa's friends only want money. Because here in Hwami, money is useful and can be used to buy supplies. If the other party wants to exchange supplies, he will have to carry so many supplies that they will go bad if he can't finish them, and they might even be robbed. So, I just exchanged it all into cash or stored it in electronic currency online. Anyway, he had already bought Hwami's universal signal connector. When the time comes, he will live in City B with his family, eat and buy little, and survive for a long time. Ikuo agreed. Then Sister Hua, I will come with him, and we will go move the herbs. Those Chinese medicinal materials are stored in the medical market in City B, not far from Hwami. Okay. Hwami asked Sichuan and the Chinese medicine merchant to drive to the supply warehouse in City B to pick her up. After hanging up the phone with Sichuan, Hwami carefully looked at the remaining space in her level 17 storage. There's not much left. Although she took out a lot of straw in the past 2 days, she also harvested a lot of straw at the same time. However, her level 17 storage should be able to be upgraded a few levels. At this time, outside the B City Supply Depot, among the group of people, there was a man who was looking down. He was shoveling mud with an engineer shovel not far from the supply depot, and whispered to the man next to him, "Brother, you are right. Something happened to our people." Zhu Xianjun, who was called Big Brother and was a big man under Chun, who frowned when he heard this. Fortunately, I didn't follow that witch when she went to the highway. At that time, they all saw Hwami walking towards the highway alone. Zhu Xianjun hadn't touched a woman for a long time, so he wanted to go. But he hid among the survivors and never came forward to demand or extort supplies from the survivors. On the contrary, he has a good relationship with several survivors. When his minions instigated the survivors to hit the garrison with stones, Zhu Xianjun didn't move a finger. He maintained such a good image, so Zhu Xianjun hesitated for a moment and asked his henchmen to go and play with the witch Hwami first. Who would have thought that the little thugs would follow her, and in the end Hwami was the only one who came back safe and sound. Zhu Xianjun remained calm. He continued to mingle with the survivors until the contractor came and divided them into groups. He was assigned to use an engineering shovel to shovel the mud and clear a wide area of land. While shoveling the mud, Zhu Xianjun ordered the remaining few men to pretend to be ordinary survivors and sneak out to the road to look for someone. Not a single one of their people was found. Therefore, most of his men met with accidents on the way to kidnap Hami. Zhu Xianjun gritted his teeth. Just like that, he lost more than half of his men, which made him angry to death. "Brother, we are just afraid that we have been lured by that witch," Xiao Mazai said. "Besides fishing, there is no other explanation. Otherwise, why would Hami go to the highway alone to wander around? It's obvious that she deliberately led them there. Brother, we can't just let this grudge go." The little pony boy continued, "I found out that this girl's name is Hami, and she is said to be the girlfriend of one of their garrisons. Because of the information blockage, a lot of information was not communicated in a timely manner. The only thing we could find out was which garrison officer Hwami's girlfriend was, and it was the contractor who let it slip, treating it as something to show off." Zhu Xianjun looked at the contractor, who was directing the survivors to set up tents on the spot in the distance. As expected, he is an engineer. No matter if he has gold teeth or silver teeth, he still needs some organizational and planning skills to be able to arrange more than 2,000 people. Zhu Xianjun didn't want to admit it, but the contractor boasted that if he did things according to his organization's arrangements, he could get these 2,000 people into tents within 24 hours. They moved into the prefabricated houses within 48 hours, and the water and electricity were connected to the houses within 36 hours. A factory building was built within 10 days. Zhu Xianjun sneered and said, "Go ahead and brag. This contractor, who exudes the air of a nouveau riche, go ahead and brag." Zhu Xianjun gritted his teeth and felt that the name Hwami sounded particularly familiar. "They are ready to leave." Zhu Xianjun spat on the ground. "Just right. I'm tired of shoveling this mud." In the distance, the contractor was still holding a loudspeaker and shouting to the survivors who were shoveling mud, "In 10 days, when the factory is built, you will have jobs, supplies, and a stable life. Your life will be the same as before. Come on, everyone. God, life will be the same as before." This kind of nonsense can only fool ordinary survivors, but it can't fool Zhu Xianjun. On the contrary, he felt that this kind of environment without rules and order, which could restrain him, was something he liked very much. Hwami was waiting for Chi Chuan in the supply warehouse in City B. During this time, she kept cleaning the straw in the level 17 warehouse. I checked the fruits in the level 17 storage again. In addition to oranges, grapefruits, and apples, the production of 4 other fruits, namely cherries, pomegranates, kiwis, and cantaloupes, has also increased. Hwami took out all the fruits mentioned above and put them into the material warehouse of City B to make room for her own level 17 storage. For the survivors who were working outside, it was time to take a break and eat, so they lined up to get their meals. Someone excitedly said to the person behind him, "I think I saw that in addition to the food, each person was given 2 pomegranates? Really? Didn't you say there were no 2 points? This is not just for snacks. This fruit is a standard item in every meal." Someone explained it to the survivors queuing up behind. At this time, the contractor was still cheering up the survivors, encouraging everyone to work hard. As long as they worked hard, they would have a stable life, bread, and milk. In the face of abundant food, this kind of chicken blood has some credibility. After all, the food was really good, and the survivors saw it. Zhu Xianjun became more and more disdainful of this. Now they were under the eyes of the garrison, and the few remaining henchmen under his command could no longer be exposed. Otherwise, he would have ordered his minions to collect all the fruits from the survivors. Then, Zhu Xianjun told his minions to quietly leave the group of survivors, follow Hwami, and be ready to ambush this witch at any time. When Chi Chuan and his car came over, Hwami said something to Tang Yu. Sister Hua wanted to buy medicinal herbs, and Tang Yu couldn't stop her. But considering Hwami's current physical condition, he found 2 garrisons to follow and protect Hwami. As long as Hwami doesn't go to City A, she can go anywhere. Hwami and his group took a car and went directly to the medical market in City B. The jelly water in City B is also under control. Fong Yuqi has done a good job. After raining for so long, there is only a thin layer of jelly water on the road. Knowing that Hami had entered City B, Fong Yuqi also brought 10 garrisons, each of whom carried an AK-47 on his back. Fong Yuqi listened to Tang Yu's words and temporarily found 10 garrisons to help transport the medicinal materials. I saw Qichuan's friend's friend, the herbal medicine merchant Zhong Changjin, with a smile on his face, pointing to a dark street ahead. This used to be a street for Chinese medicinal materials. The whole street was dedicated to selling Chinese medicinal materials. Cordyceps sinensis, saffron, ginseng, Gastrodia alata, donkey hide gelatin, seahorse, musk, Gastrodia alata, ambergris, and Ganoderma lucidum can all be found on this street. As Zhong Changjin spoke, his face, soaked with rain, was filled with nostalgia. The former B City Outer Medicinal Materials Wholesale Market was the largest pharmaceutical wholesale market in the entire southern region of the continent. Chinese herbal medicines only account for a small share of this large pharmaceutical wholesale market. Over the past few months, the Western medicine here has been gradually snatched up. They don't have the conditions to boil Chinese herbal medicine, so our Chinese herbal medicine has been preserved instead. Zhong Changjin continued to talk, leading Hami and his group, and it was unclear who was the first to start snatching the medicine. Anyway, at the beginning, the bosses of their medical market were able to organize themselves and unite to resist the survivors who came to loot the medical market. Later, there were fewer and fewer bosses in the pharmaceutical market. This large pharmaceutical market had gone through rounds of destructive looting, and almost all the Western medicine pills with more proven efficacy had been snatched away. The power of the masses is so terrifying that now in the huge medicinal materials market, it is almost impossible to find a packet of medicine pills. Zhong Changjin said this and led a group of people into the market. Everyone held the flashlights provided by Hami and walked inside until they arrived in front of the warehouse. Before getting close to the warehouse, you can smell a strong medicinal aroma. I heard Zhong Changjin babble. I rented a large warehouse here. The moisture-proof conditions are pretty good, and I don't know where the warehouse owner is now. He hasn't come out to collect rent for several months. Otherwise, the goods in my warehouse can't be preserved. In this world, it is too easy to give up because of various difficulties. Zhong Changjin couldn't make it through a period of time. If it weren't for the good moisture-proof conditions of this warehouse and the fact that the warehouse owner had disappeared and stopped collecting rent, he would have given up on this batch of medicinal materials long ago. He wouldn't have to wait for Hami to come and buy his medicinal herbs. Hami walked to a pile of Sichuan clams, took out a bag, and opened it. She couldn't understand the quality of the medicinal materials. She only knew that the Sichuan clams in her hand were full of grains, milky white, and had a smooth surface. Miss Hua, these are the best pineapples. Zhong Changjin came over with a bag of shells and showed Hami the difference between the two. This Sichuan clam is also divided into loose clam, green clam, and furnace clam. These are all good products for me. Otherwise, it would be such a pity for me to throw away these products. He explained the medicinal materials in his hand. His honest face seemed to be shining, and his eyes showed the same persistence as Kaminghong. Hami turned her head and didn't look at the Sichuan clam in her hand. Instead, she looked at Zhong Changjin. She knew this kind of person. For the same thing, they have almost paranoid persistence and love, and they continue to study and delve deeply into a certain field. Cutting off their hobbies is like killing them and makes them feel uncomfortable. Zhong Changjin likes traditional Chinese medicine and has deep knowledge in this field. Hami cleared her throat and listened to Zhong Changjin's introduction of the 3 types of Sichuan fritillaria, and then he started talking about Min fritillaria, Ping fritillaria, Sheng fritillaria, and Bei fritillaria. She interrupted Zhong Changjin and said, "I will buy these herbs at your previous selling price. I will buy them at the same price you sold them to others. You can also use this money to buy supplies in Xiangqing and City B in the future." When these words were spoken, not only Zhong Changjin was stunned, but even Qi Chuan was stunned. Buy it according to the previous shipping price. In this world, isn't it possible to lower the price a bit? You know, a contractor can use 200,000 yuan to buy a 20-carat diamond, not to mention these Chinese herbal medicines, which we don't know when we can sell them. Then I heard Hwami say, also, I have some Ganoderma lucidum in my hand. I originally wanted to fry it as a side dish for the garrison. Can you help me figure out how to eat it so that the Ganoderma lucidum can have the greatest effect? Fry the Ganoderma lucidum and eat it as a side dish? Zhong Changjin wondered if he had heard it wrong. Then, he saw Hwami take out a fresh, dark purple Ganoderma lucidum as big as her face from her raincoat. She said with a nonchalant look on her face, "This one is only this big. The garrisons all eat from a big pot. I think it takes about a dozen lingji to make a big pot." This Zhong Changjin leaned closer to look at the large purple Ganoderma in Hwami's hand. Hwami saw that Zhong Changjin was full of shame and felt ashamed for showing off in front of Master Shiwang just now. She waved her hands hastily. "Don't say that. I'm really asking for your advice." "Well, then, I'll give you this, Shiwang. Let's go and pay the bill. Then I hope Mr. Zhong can help me collect some more medicinal materials. If you know any reliable old Chinese medicine doctors, please recommend them to go to the emergency areas in Xiangqing and City B, where there is a shortage of medical care." Because of Zhong Changjin's attitude, Hwami suddenly felt ashamed of herself. She didn't even dare to say that she still had more than 100 jiwang in her level 17 warehouse. Because the Ganoderma lucidum on her black soil will keep growing if it is not picked. It can grow to the size of a face in one day, and Hwami can pick several such big Ganoderma lucidum every day. It turns out that such a big purple Ganoderma lucidum is called the King of Ganoderma. This is the first time Hwami has heard of it. The reason why Zhong Changjin recommended the old Chinese doctor to come out of retirement and work in the emergency areas of Xiangqing and City B was because Hwami still had 11 square meters of black land that had not been settled. She plans to use these 11 square meters of black soil to grow Chinese herbal medicine. She thought about it carefully. In the last life, during the apocalypse, many pharmaceutical factories closed down one after another and were never rebuilt. Coupled with the cultural gap, by the time of the second generation, there were few people who could read, let alone rebuild a pharmaceutical production factory. Living off old capital has many aspects to it. Western medicine, which requires multiple rigorous and complicated processes, will definitely run out one day. The Chinese herbal medicines that can be grown seem much more reliable. At this time, Hwami found all the old Chinese medicine practitioners, protected them, and let them play their value in curing diseases and saving lives. At the same time, he personally trained a group of apprentices. In this way, in the future, if Hwami's children have a fever or something, they don't have to worry about not having doctors and medicine. Zhong Changjin stared blankly at the jiwang stuffed into his hand. It was the first time he had seen such a fresh jiwang, as if it had just been picked. "It's a bit hot, but I can't bear to refuse." In the end, Zhong Changjin agreed to help Hwami find an old Chinese doctor. He took the money that Hwami transferred to his mobile phone in a daze and completed the transaction between him and Hwami. He held the jiwang in his hand and walked out of the warehouse where rain was pouring down. Jiwang, what he had always dreamed of, wanting to get a bottle of jiwang. Now he has it in his hands. Zhong Changjin couldn't figure out his own mood for a moment, as if he was dreaming. He walked 2 steps and came back and said to Hwami in a dull voice, "Miss Hua, next to this warehouse, there are 100 tons of Cordyceps sinensis. They belong to my friend. I have already informed him, and he said that if Miss Hua wants to buy them, can she buy these Cordyceps sinensis as well?" After a pause, Zhong Changjin said hesitantly, "Of course, if Miss Hua has any concerns, forget it." He doesn't have high expectations. In fact, even Zhong Changjin himself did not have high expectations and would not sell all the goods he had to Hwami at once at the pre-disaster price. After all, it would have taken a long time to sell so many Chinese herbal medicines even before the earthquake. Hwami is a woman. No matter how powerful her background is, she has to take it easy. But Hwami was very generous and very wealthy. "Okay. Let him come over to order the goods and collect the money. I'll take all of it." It was only 100 tons of Cordyceps sinensis. Although Hwami didn't know much about Chinese medicine, the name Cordyceps sinensis was very familiar to her. Received it all. "How many Chinese herbs are there in this warehouse?" "I want them all." Mr. Zhong, please contact the owner of these herbs for me. After saying that, Hwami turned around and looked at Chi Chuan. Chuanzi, please register and take everyone to the next door to move the Cordyceps sinensis. She found an excuse, sent everyone away, and stayed in Zhong Chongjin's warehouse, just to store all of Zhong Chongjin's goods into her level 17 warehouse in one go. A group of people walked out, one by one, without any objection. After leaving the door, Zhong Chongjin looked back with his jiwang in his hand, looking at the warehouse behind him, and asked Chi Chuan, Chuanzi, what is Miss Hua doing in there alone? Chi Chuan laughed meaningfully. We don't need to care what Sister Hua is doing in there, just contact your colleagues. Who knows what Sister Hua is tinkering with all by herself? Both Chi Chuan and Fong Yuqi knew that this kind of thing was not their business, so they should not pursue it. You pursue it too clearly, you'll appear to be overly ambitious. In fact, there are more and more unreasonable things. The biggest unreasonable thing is that the sky never gets brighter, the rain never stops, countless cities collapse, and order collapses. In the midst of so much despair, suddenly, there is such a Hwami. Even though there are too many unreasonable things, she doesn't say anything, and the people around her shouldn't ask. So, no one is a fool. Gong Yi is not the only one who can see her irrationality. In fact, many people can see it. It's just that everyone tacitly agreed not to say anything. Zhong Chongjin scratched his head and left. Chi Chuan and Fong Yuqi led the garrison and stood guard at the door of the Cordyceps warehouse, waiting for Zhong Chongjin to find the boss of Cordyceps. Hwami stayed in Zhong Chongjin's warehouse and collected 9/10 of the Chinese herbal medicines in the warehouse in one go. The remaining 1/10 was left for the garrison and Ikua's friends to carry. You have to pretend, right? Unlock storage level 18, space 18 by 1. Get lucky draw x1 remaining draws x9. Unlock storage level 19, space 19 by 1. Get lucky draw x1 remaining draws x10. Chinese herbal medicine is different from pills. A batch of Chinese herbal medicine boiled together can only be taken once, so the volume of this batch of Chinese herbal medicine is very large. It takes up a lot of Hwami's storage space. Hwami felt that if she could collect all 100 tons of Cordyceps sinensis, the warehouse could probably be upgraded to level 20. There is a whole street of Chinese herbal medicines on this street, and they are all well preserved. Hwami pondered for a moment and looked back at the empty medicinal material warehouse. She took out all the straw mats, oranges, grapefruits, apples, cherries, pomegranates, kiwis, and cantaloupes from the level 19 warehouse. All of them were put into this warehouse. Really? He threw them all into the warehouse, leaving no straw or fruits behind, freeing up a lot of space in the level 19 warehouse. The price is that Zhong Chongjin's warehouse is about to be crushed and exploded. How much was it squeezed? Hwami stood at the door of the warehouse and was squeezed out by the pile of supplies that suddenly appeared. Sister Hua. Fong Yuqi was quick-witted and rushed over, stretching out his hand to stop Hwami. Otherwise, Hwami would definitely be pushed into the mud by the straw that rushed out of the warehouse door. Chi Chuan hurried over and looked at the warehouse door, which couldn't even be closed. Sister Hua, don't panic, this is normal. There are just too many supplies in the warehouse, so Sister Hua was squeezed out. It's not a big deal. Fong Yuqi and the others were comforting themselves in the messy wind. They were still holding on. At this time, Chi Chuan turned around and called out to those who were trying to stabilize their garrison, "Brothers, I'm going to call our team's car over. What about you?" Ikegawa's main business now is speculation. We not only look for various large volume sources of goods for Hwami, but also wholesale supplies from Hwami. Then he and his friends set up a stall at the gate of City B and engaged in second-hand wholesale. The transportation matter was taken over by Yang Honglin and his veteran policeman. Fong Yuqi just came to help today because a Chinese medicinal material supply warehouse suddenly appeared, so Yang Honglin and others have not yet allocated any manpower. Fong Yuqi nodded. The garrison vehicles are coming. We will carry the straw mats, and you will carry the oranges and other fruits. Just turn a blind eye to this warehouse full of straw and fruits. It's about to burst. Where are the Chinese herbal medicines? Turn a blind eye. Ignorance is actually a kind of happiness. After everyone divided the work, Chichuan and his friends moved the fruits to the city gate of City B for wholesale. Fong Yuqi moved the straw mats to the entrance of the material warehouse in City B, where there was a makeshift, unqualified straw mat weaving workshop. It is Sister Hua's property. After a while, large trucks came one after another, some were tattered, and some were brand new. You can tell at first glance that it is a large truck that was gathered from various sources. There were about 20 people from Chichuan's friends and Fong Yuqi's garrison each. Everyone was busy, some were moving mats, some were moving fruits. Hami stood under the eaves of the warehouse and began to count the accounts. Even the cost of these supplies taken out of her level 19 warehouse, even a handful of straw, had to be calculated. The supplies used for the garrison were deducted from the city reserve funds of Xiangqing and City B. Ikegawa paid for the supplies that he took away, and the money was exchanged for the goods. So today is another day when Hami makes a fortune. When everyone was busy moving supplies, Zhu Xianjun and his team finally arrived at the outskirts of the medical market. Although they are working under the garrison's nose and are surrounded by garrisons watching them, if there are survivors who do not want to work here and want to leave, the garrison will not force the survivors. Therefore, Zhu Xianjun and others left smoothly, without raising the alarm of the garrison. However, for fear of being discovered by the garrisons around Hami, they did not dare to get too close to Hami along the way. When they arrived near City B, they lost Hami. They searched for a long time, and in the dark sky, they almost lost their way. Finally, in the dark, they saw one large truck after another heading towards the medical market, so they followed them with the mentality of giving it a try. Such a neat and orderly convoy of trucks driving on the road must be transporting some supplies. Even if I don't find that little witch Hami, it would be good to find a bunch of supplies. So Zhu Xianjun didn't even turn on the car lights along the way, for fear of being discovered. Outside the medical market, Zhu Xianjun's little pony ran out in a hurry. Brother, those trucks were really going there to pick up supplies. I couldn't see clearly because they were far away, but I saw a truck of fruit passing by me. A truckload of fruit? Zhu Xianjun was about to drool. There were more than 10 or 20 trucks entering the medical market just now. With so many trucks, you can see how much fruit is stored here. Then Zhu Xianjun cursed, these people are really cunning. They hid the fruit warehouse in the Chinese medicine warehouse. No wonder the boss didn't get any wind of it. Chun, who has countless men under his command. In the 3 months after the disaster, countless men have become Chun Hu's eyes, searching everywhere for supply warehouses for Chun Hu. In fact, Zhu Xianjun had visited this pharmaceutical market a long time ago. At that time, he took his men and tortured and killed several Western medicine bosses and stole a lot of Western medicine. Because he didn't know what Chinese herbal medicine was and how to take it, Chun Hu gave up on this herbal medicine market. If he had known that there were large quantities of fruits hidden in this Chinese herbal medicine market area, he would have moved out long ago. Missed a billion. Zhu Xianjuan's subordinates also looked regretful and sad. So what should we do now? Brother, we can't just watch them take away such a large batch of our fruits. In the minds of the little ponies, this large batch of fruits already belongs to them. Including the material warehouse in City B, it is actually theirs. They just didn't eat it. Zhu Xianjun had a fierce look in his eyes. He hid in the dark, watching the trucks loaded with fruits passing by him one after another. Every time a truck loaded with fruit passed by, Zhu Xianjun couldn't help but curse. He whispered to the pony boy beside him, "Let's pretend to be ordinary survivors looking for medicine. The garrisons won't be suspicious of us. Let's find that witch first. After you control that witch, leave quickly." You see, she followed the garrison out to move supplies. She might even know the location of many supply depots. In the past 2 days, Zhu Xianjun found a few more henchmen in City B, and the information he obtained was constantly updated. He already knew that the reason Gong Yi was able to support more than 5,000 garrisons was because Hami was helping him purchase supplies. That's why Hami, this woman, is so important to the garrison, and not just because Hami's boyfriend is someone in the garrison. So, Hami must know the locations of many supply warehouses. Zhu Xianjun asked a small henchman to report the information he had obtained to his boss. He took a dozen of his men with him and dispersed into the Chinese herbal medicine area of the pharmaceutical market. At this time, Zhong Chongjin also rushed over with a dozen Chinese herbal medicine owners. They all came to sell the Chinese herbal medicines they had. Everyone is a big boss in this Chinese herbal medicine market, and everyone is an expert when it comes to Chinese herbal medicine. Except for the fact that they are not very proficient in taking pulses and diagnosing illnesses, these people can easily prescribe ordinary medicine. Hami thinks they are all talented. In fact, if a person can become a superior, he must have the ability to bear the heavy responsibility. We should treat such people better so that they can survive, live into the future, and create their value. Hami bought all the Chinese medicinal herbs from these dozen bosses at the price before the disaster. Yes, one bite, swallow it all. Faced with Hwami's lavish spending, more than a dozen Chinese herbal medicine shop owners were silent for a moment. Finally, someone spoke up. Miss Hua, don't worry, our medicinal materials are all good, the most genuine and the best quality in this industry. Since Hwami is so honest and gave them a price that they can't even imagine now, they have to give Hwami some guarantees. Zhong Chongji nodded. I can guarantee this, Miss Hua. I have been operating in this market for more than 10 years. Those who come here today are not sneaky people. All the medicinal materials are good. We have found and discarded all the insect-eaten and damp-soaked medicinal materials. You can rest assured about this. More than a dozen big bosses wanted to raise their fingers and swear that their business is based on integrity. Otherwise, we wouldn't be as big as we are today.
Hwami smiled.
I'm not worried about that. I'm not just planning to do business with you this time. If you have other ways to find other medicinal materials, whether Chinese or Western, I'll buy them. As long as the medicine is good, I will buy it from you at the price before the end of the world. You can come to me to buy supplies after you get the money. I always accept money here. Because she has an apocalypse supermarket cashier system, which recognizes money. Zhong Chongjin, including a dozen or so Chinese medicinal material shop owners, happily left with their mobile phones. On the phone case is the universal signal connector bot from Hwami, which has a cartoon style and is full of childishness. In the phone is the payment that Hwami had just transferred to them, and they can use the money they received from the goods to allow him and his family to live a good life for several years. As long as Hwami doesn't fall and she recognizes money, the money in their mobile phones can be spent. Of course, if they could find more Chinese herbal medicines for Hwami, Hwami would accept them all. Everyone was ready to go, talking in low voices on the way out. I have another Chinese herbal medicine warehouse in City C, which is bigger than the one here. It has 200 tons of saffron stored in it. I will find a few fully enclosed trucks and try to haul it here. Then I also have 2 warehouses in City D, but the road is blocked. Otherwise, I can also transport them here. They all have warehouses everywhere, and no one knows what happened to the Chinese herbal medicine stored in warehouses in other cities. Have to go look for it. If you can find a good warehouse where the medicinal materials are not damaged, you can make a fortune again. Watching the figures of these Chinese herbal medicine bosses disappear into the night, Hwami turned and went to the warehouse next door to collect the 100 tons of Cordyceps sinensis. The warehouse next door with Gastrodia alata, the warehouse next door with donkey hide gelatin, and the warehouse next door with seahorse were all put into the 19th level warehouse in one go. Unlock storage level 20, space 20 by 2. When a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X11, Hwami suddenly stopped. This warehouse had reached level 20 and had undergone a qualitative change, just like a garbage recycling station. What does this space 20 by 2 mean? Hwami stood in an empty warehouse far away from the garrison, looking carefully at her level 20 storage panel. The small storage icon that originally had only 1 has now become 2. It's like a backpack in the game. Originally, there was only 1 slot in the backpack, but now there are 2 slots. In the first grid, there are many small icons that need to be clicked to enter the next page. This lower-level page contains all the supplies that Hwami currently has stored in the level 20 warehouse now. 1. Warehouse number 2 at level 20 was empty, with nothing in it. But the size of this space is the same as warehouse number 1. For a moment, Hwami felt overwhelmed with joy. If she had known that her storage space would double after upgrading the storage level, why would she still worry about not having enough storage space? After having fun, Hwami planned to clean up the materials in her level 20 storage and then return to Xiangqing to settle the 11 square meters of black land. At this moment, suddenly, there were several footsteps behind me. A male voice with malicious intent sounded. "Hey, you're the only one left here, which, we've been looking for you for a long time, but it's really hard for me to find you." The big henchman said this with gritted teeth and walked into the warehouse with his little henchman. He looked around the empty warehouse, a disgusting look on his face, and asked, "You ran really far away from the garrison. Are you worried that you'll yell too loudly and the garrison won't hear you?" After much difficulty, they finally found Hwami, but it turned out that Hwami was left alone. God is helping them. However, Demazai didn't know if he remembered it wrongly. He had been to this Chinese herbal medicine area with Zhu Xianjun last time. The warehouses in this area are all filled with Chinese herbal medicines. How come I've searched more than a dozen warehouses in a row, and all of them are empty? Demazai decided to vent his anger on Hwami first, and then go back and ask Zhu Xianjun, who was waiting outside. Thinking of this, the big ponies, with a grim smile on their faces, walked towards Hwami with a few of his little ponies. Hwami waited expressionlessly for the big man to walk to the middle of the warehouse. "Are you also Chenhu's men? Why did you follow me here?" "Yes, we are the boss's people. You killed so many of our brothers. Today you finally fell into our hands." The big man continued to move forward and generously admitted his identity. And he continued to say, "We've been keeping our eyes on you since the Beast City Supply Depot. If you hadn't been accompanied by a garrison, we would have killed you long ago." Since entering the disaster period, these people have not tasted the taste of frustration for a long time. The more chaotic the world is, the fewer constraints there are on them, and the more they can thrive. Therefore, the loss of so many brothers' lives in the material warehouse in City B was a great shame and humiliation for Zhu Xianjun and his gang. The pony raised his chin and signaled the pony boys behind him, "Play for a while and wait for the big brother to come." The little ponies made strange noises and pounced towards Hwami one by one like locusts released from a cage. Crash sound. Before these little thugs could get in front of Hwami, a pile of chestnuts fell from the sky, like a heavy rain outside the warehouse. If a chestnut falls on your head, it will at most cause a little pain in your skull. But what about thousands of chestnuts? It was an unimaginable pain, enough to kill a person. Sure enough, the little thugs led by the leader were smashed to death by chestnuts silently. Hwami walked over, stepping on the chestnuts, and cleaned up the bodies of the thugs whose heads were broken and bleeding. When she walked out of the warehouse, it was clean and only a warehouse full of chestnuts was left. Looking at Chichuan and Fong Yuchi's garrison who were busy moving supplies in the dark, Hwami turned around and returned to her Lotus Xingxing supermarket. The community where this supermarket is currently located owns all of her black soil. So Hwami thought about concentrating all the black soil together to grow crops. After all, in this world, if you put a piece of black soil in the east and a piece of black soil in the west, nothing will be planted on them unless they are teleportation points. Otherwise, it will be easy for others to discover and steal the fruits. At the current growth rate of crops on the black soil, it is very likely that a small sapling will grow into a towering tree within a few days right under people's noses. It was easy to be discovered. However, after returning to the Lotus Xingxing supermarket, Hwami discovered that simply preventing others from stealing her fruits was useless. She glanced at the surveillance cameras in the supermarket and saw a lot of furtive heads wandering outside the community wall. Because the largest orange tree has grown into a towering tree, occupying the entire yard. The other black soil was squeezed out of the backyard by this orange tree. Even the roots of this orange tree have burst out of the ground. In a short time, when this orange tree grows a little bigger, it may affect the foundation of Lotus Xingxing supermarket. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that if a survivor wears goggles and stands on a higher ground to look, the orange-yellow fruits on the branches will be clearly visible. This orange tree has grown into a giant. Hwami was very annoyed. She walked around the largest orange tree, but it seemed that she couldn't keep it. She placed her hands on the giant, sturdy orange tree, thinking that she would put the tree into the level 20 storage. I wonder if it will succeed? As a result, the next moment, the giant orange tree disappeared from its spot. Sure enough, Hwami put it into the level 20 warehouse number 2. After making this decision, Hwami felt that her heart was bleeding. Under no circumstances did she want to uproot the living orange tree with the soil and store it in the level 20 storage as firewood reserve. It was true that this orange tree grew too fast. Hwami didn't know what the consequences would be if it shook the foundation of the Lotus Xingxing supermarket. So she had no choice but to uproot the giant orange trees to save her Lotus Xingxing supermarket. Fortunately, there are still 11 square meters of black soil that have not been settled. At worst, I can plant another orange tree. A lot of citrus fruits planted before have been harvested. When the citrus fruits grow up, people will eat them in the future. This time, Hwami still placed the 11 square meters of black soil in the backyard of the supermarket. Without the giant orange tree, a large piece of land was left vacant in the supermarket's backyard. As if to make up for the loss of the giant orange tree, Hwami allocated a square meter of land and specially planted the original native orange. Then she planted the remaining 10 square meters of black soil with Chinese medicinal herbs, including scorpion grass, saffron, ginseng, Gastrodia alata, mistletoe, angelica dihurica, Solanum nigrum, pokeweed, and Fritillaria serosa. Hwami asked Zhong Chongjin for these Chinese herbal medicines. As a supplier of Chinese medicinal materials, Zhong Chongjin has a lot of Chinese herbal medicines. Hwami planted all 11 square meters of black soil in one go. She took an apple in her hand and ate it while sitting under the eaves in the backyard of the supermarket, watching the surveillance on the screen of her mobile phone. Her fence is already under construction. Huijing is now fully responsible for the infrastructure work in Xiangqing, and the wall has been raised by half. According to Huijing's construction progress, the entire wall can be repaired in a few days. As for those furtive heads outside the wall, no one knew which side they belonged to. After wandering for a while, they went to find the captain of the migrant workers who was in charge of repairing the wall. Hwami frowned and watched the surveillance camera for a while. It seemed that those sneaky people wanted to join the migrant workers team and help repair the community wall. She called Huijing and said, "Don't let the people we recruited today repair the wall of my community. Let them form a clearance team and go to the highway from Xiangqing to City A, regardless of whether Hwami knows these people or not, and whether these people have ulterior motives. Hwami does not want to take the risk. Who knows if they will take advantage of the opportunity to repair the wall and run into the community to steal fruits." Although Hwami's supermarket has cameras installed near it, she will receive security warnings if someone breaks into her supermarket. But there are too many of these little rascals, and she is also very annoyed. If she keeps killing people, she will become a very cold killer and eventually freeze herself to death. Huijing responded and agreed. Hwami had just hung up the phone with Huijing and was about to send a message to Qichuan, saying that she had returned directly to the supply warehouse in City B when she discovered that there were hundreds of thousands of oranges stockpiled in her level 20 warehouse number 2. Where did these oranges come from? Didn't Hwami's orange trees all die? She was a little surprised for a moment and took a closer look at the level 20 number 2 warehouse, then opened the black soil panel and found that her giant orange tree was still alive. Yes, she put the giant orange tree into the level 20 warehouse number 2. The giant orange tree is still growing, bearing fruit, and maturing. Perhaps because this giant orange tree exists in Hwami's level 20 warehouse number 2, Hwami does not need to get the oranges with one click after they are ripe. When there are ripe fruits, they will automatically fall off the giant orange tree and be neatly stacked in a corner of the number 2 storage warehouse on level 20. Hwami watched helplessly as her orange reserves continued to increase. Obtained oranges X3. Total orange reserves X237853 obtained. Oranges X9. Total oranges X237862. Although only a few oranges are added each time, the increase is very fast. With such a great function, why should Hwami worry about whether her fruits will be stolen? She quickly turned around and put the grapefruit tree and apple tree, which had the second highest yield, into the level 20 warehouse number 2. 3 large plots of land next to the Lotus Xingxing supermarket were vacated. Hwami felt that it would not be a good idea to harvest more. After all, these 3 types of fruits are currently the ones with the highest yield. If she is not careful, these 3 types of fruits will fill up her level 20 warehouse number 2. Until the supporting facilities catch up, there is no way to upgrade the level 20 warehouse. Then, when Hwami takes 2 steps, oranges, grapefruits, and apples will appear all over her body. The highest yielding oranges, grapefruits, and apples have been harvested. Hwami looked at her empty backyard and fantasized about the large field of Chinese herbs that would soon grow there. In fact, she didn't know how to use most of the Chinese herbal medicines she planted. But it doesn't matter. When the time comes, we can harvest the Chinese herbal medicines and sell them directly to Kuminghong and the Beast City Rescue Center. You can make a lot of money again. Hwami, who was taking a leisurely walk in the heavy rain, called Tang Yu and said that she needed a prenatal checkup, so she went back to Xiangqing alone. I would like to ask if there is any news from Gong Yi. Counting the days, her cubs have already passed the 3-month dangerous period. Because she is pregnant with twins, her lower abdomen is already hard as if she has eaten too much. It's time to go for a prenatal checkup. Because the last time Gong Yi said he wanted to talk to her, he showed a lot of concern for the child, so she wanted to see if Gong Yi could come back and accompany her to the prenatal checkup. Tang Yu answered honestly. The news from the front line said that the boss has entered City A. We don't know the details. It is impossible to explain in so much detail before, after all, it involves the confidentiality of the frontline operations. But in the end, no matter whether it was Chao Fong, Fong Yuqi, or Tang Yu, none of the 3 captains had received any news about supporting the operation in City A, which proved that everything went well. If the garrison is to be mobilized to support City A, it means that Gong Yi's garrison of about 100 people cannot deal with Chen Hu in City A. Hwami said and felt relieved. Tang Yu then heard on the phone, Sister Hua, don't worry. As long as we can stabilize the rear, the boss won't have to worry about anything. The rear area is also very important. Chen, who has always wanted the material depot in City B. Because Gong Yi killed Chen Lu, the 3rd son of the Chen family, Chen Hu is filled with hatred towards Gong Yi. He will keep sending people to harass City B or Xiangqing. Sniping these harassers also helped Gong Yi gain some firepower. Hwami thought of Gong Yi's spiritual power and then said, I'm just worried that he won't be able to accompany me to the prenatal checkup in time. She said this casually and hung up the phone. Originally, Hwami didn't have much hope that Gong Yi could come back. If it weren't for Gong Yi's attitude, Hwami would not have planned to tell Gong Yi that he had 2 children. Unexpectedly, Tang Yu turned around and called Chao Fong to tell Hua Mi's not so worrying worries. Chao Fong said on the phone, prenatal checkups are a big deal for a woman. I've heard that many women have suffered from postpartum depression and committed suicide by jumping off a building because of prenatal checkups alone. He has been maintaining public security in the emergency area. Ever since he knew that Sister Hua was pregnant, Chao Fong had been observing pregnant women in the emergency area intentionally or unintentionally. There are really many men who force their women to have abortions. So Chao Fong knows a little more than Tang Yu. Tang Yu was shocked by Chao Feng's words. Is it that serious? Will Sister Hua jump off the building due to postpartum depression? What will happen to the child without a mother? What should we do now? He sketched out a picture in his mind. On a tall building, Sister Hua jumped off a building with a sad look on her face, just because the eldest brother did not accompany her for the prenatal checkup. So this postpartum depression is really troublesome. Chao Feng was also worried. How about we accompany Sister Hua to the prenatal checkup? Tang Yu was also worried. Can we do it? When the father of the child is not present, the loss in a woman's heart cannot be replaced by others, right? Then let's call a few more people, including Fong Yuqi. The upright Chao Feng gave advice. Look, this principle of quantity over quality is actually universal in any field. Although we have never been in a relationship and don't have a girlfriend, with 5,000 of us, can't we raise 2 children? This world is really not suitable for raising children. But doesn't Sister Hua have the help of these garrisons? Sister Hua was born under certain conditions. In the emergency area, Fong absorbed a lot of knowledge about maternal and infant care. He has recently been compiling his own booklet, intending to popularize the knowledge he has absorbed about pregnancy and childbirth to the boss and all the garrisons under his command. This way, everyone works together, and there is no need to worry about not being able to take good care of the two little ones. Their 5,000 plus garrisons are the confidence that these two children can be born safely. Tang Yu thought about it seriously for a long time and felt that it was feasible. He called Fong Yuqi again and told her that the eldest brother might not be able to come back in time to accompany Sister Hua for the prenatal checkup. If no one accompanies Sister Hua to the checkup, she will jump off the building due to postpartum depression, and the two children will be without a father to take care of them and a mother to love them. Otherwise, the 3 garrison captains will accompany Sister Hua to the prenatal checkup. Fong Yuqi was surprised that the problem was so serious. He agreed immediately and asked, "What should I prepare? I have a new garrison uniform that I usually don't wear. How about I wear this one?" Once they were worn out and torn, no new garrison uniforms were issued, because the current garrison factories are all buried in ruins. Therefore, Fong Yuqi usually cherishes this new garrison uniform very much. "Then I'll put on my new uniform too." Tang Yu also decided to wear new ones. The 3 garrison captains under Gong Yi discussed the matter and immediately drove to Xiangqing. It was when Hami had a good sleep, got herself ready, and stood at the door of the emergency area. She saw 3 garrison captains in brand new clothes, standing in a row, wearing goggles with the lights off on their faces, with their hands pressed against their trouser seams, standing straight like flagpoles. Hami was a little surprised and asked Tang Yu and Fong Yuqi, "Why are you two here? Shouldn't one of them be guarding the supply warehouse in City B, while the other should be transporting supplies in City B? What are you doing at the entrance of the emergency department?" Tang Yu looked solemn and a little nervous, and immediately answered in a sonorous voice, "Report. I came here specially to get the bag for Sister Hua and serve her tea and water." Fong Yuqi was also accompanying a woman for a prenatal checkup for the first time. She was even more nervous than Tang Yu and shouted loudly, "Report. I came here specifically to see the B ultrasound results and technically analyze the doctor's recommendations." Hami was confused and looked at Fong with doubt. She didn't know what Tang Yu and Fong Yuqi were up to. Fong also said loudly, "Report. I am responsible for keeping watch. Don't let others bump into Sister Hua. Look, the division of labor is clear and meticulous. Just to be honest, how could 5,000 plus garrisons fail to take good care of 2 children and a pregnant woman? This matter should be broken down into individual tasks, and if everyone does a little, there will be no need for the eldest brother to show up in person when Sister Hua is in confinement after childbirth. What's worse, with more than 5,000 people stationed there, everyone takes shifts and each person takes care of a child for a day. The children grow up to be teenagers, and Sister Hua and the eldest brother don't have to take care of the children themselves." Hami was overwhelmed and carefully observed the 3 garrison captains in front of him who were fully armed and dressed in brand new uniforms. No, do they have any special mission? If they have a special mission that requires her cooperation, just tell them directly. She can swing a machine gun with a big belly. So the 3 garrison captains gathered together. It must be a very difficult task. The 3 men were acting as if they were facing a great enemy. They surrounded Hami and entered the emergency area together. This group of people actually went straight to Xian Chiru's office in the emergency area. Along the way, the guards along the way were also nervous. One of the guards saw Hami coming from a distance and immediately pressed the wireless intercom on his shoulder. "Attention! Sister Hua is here. Clear all dangers on the road that could cause people to fall or panic. Road Section A is barrier-free. Section B is barrier-free. There's a cockroach on the corner. Eliminate immediately. Cockroaches may cause Sister Hua to be nervous, and nervousness will be bad for the fetus." Fong said that since the boss is not around, the baby in Sister Hua's belly will be the responsibility of the 5,000 plus garrison troops. Hami was frightened by these garrisons. She felt that the garrison must have encountered a huge trouble, but the garrison didn't say anything. "If you don't tell her, She won't know when to take out the machine gun and fight with others. Hwami came to Xian Chiru's office nervously and measured her blood pressure first.
심급라wen.
Fong Yuqi, who was in charge of technical analysis of the prenatal examination results, immediately took a step forward, took out a small notebook and a pen, and began to take notes. Dr. Xian, please ask if you have any questions. It's okay. It's just that my blood pressure is a little low. Xian Chiru felt that Hwami was in an extremely calm and dormant state, and the blood pressure measurement might be a little deviant, but it was not a big problem. Fong Yuqi started to record in a small notebook. After Xian Chiru finished writing the maternal and infant file book, she drove out the 3 garrison captains and did other examinations on Hwami. 3 garrison captains, who looked like door gods, were standing outside Xian Chiru's office. Someone stationed on the intercom couldn't wait to ask, "Captain, what are the results of Sister Hwa's prenatal examination?" Fong Yuqi looked at the words on the notebook, low blood pressure. This was like a pot of boiling water. The garrison asked in a flurry over the intercom, "Why is your blood pressure so low? Did you eat something you shouldn't have? Has the water Sister Hwa drank today been checked? Is it a problem with the water? That's not right. The cockroaches have been killed. How can the blood pressure still be low? I just checked online. Low blood pressure is caused by syringomyelia or mitral valve or aortic stenosis." I don't know which garrison it was, but when they heard this, everyone suddenly felt like the world was collapsing. Is there any hope for Sister Hwa? Chao Feng, Tang Yu, and Fong Yuqi all looked solemn. They had just made a plan to raise 5,000 plus garrisons, and they were faced with the first difficulty. Yes, that's right. It's so easy to take care of a pregnant woman and raise a baby together with 5,000 plus people. But at the same time, the anxiety of pregnancy and raising a baby has been multiplied by more than 5,000 times. After Hwami came out of Xian Chiru's office, Tang Yu hurried over to take Hwami's bag. Chao Feng circled around Hwami, fearing that she would be bumped into by someone. Fong Yuqi immediately went into Xian Chiru's office and had a long talk with Xian Chiru about Hwami's examination results. He asked very detailed questions, covering all the issues that the 5,000 plus garrisons were concerned about. Why is my blood pressure so low? Is it hopeless? Is there anything wrong with Sister Hwa's heart? What about the child's heart? Is low blood pressure hereditary? What can they do? Xian Chiru kicked Fong Yuqi out of the office. She explained repeatedly that the child was fine and very healthy, and that the error in low blood pressure was not significant and might be related to Hwami's mood. Then, it was related to depression. Isn't mood related to depression? The more Xian Chiru explained, the more confused she became. Although Fong Yuqi was the only person sitting in her office, Fong Yuqi had more than 5,000 questions. She didn't have time to answer them one by one, so she couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Fong Yuqi out of the office. Next, Xian Chiru was angry and asked the next pregnant woman to come in. Fong Yuqi didn't want to delay the prenatal checkups of other pregnant women, so he could only inform all the garrisons through the intercom and mobile phone. You should study on your own online. Because of Gong Yi's generosity, he wholesaled 5,000 plus universal signal connectors from Hwami and equipped each garrison with one. The magical universal signal connector can ignore all obstacles and allow everyone to surf the internet freely. If you have any questions, just check it online. Because they were worried that Hwami might be at risk of depression, everyone kept the matter a secret and no one told Sister Hwa a single word. Hwami was so nervous that she was escorted back to the Lotus Xingxing supermarket by the 3 garrison captains. Until she entered the supermarket alone, she still didn't understand what the special mission of these garrisons was today. At this time, Gong Yi, who was far away in Xiangqing, had led the 100 garrisons he brought to City A and raided Chun, whose villa complex. Don't mention that Chun, who has a lot of people. There are really a lot of them, but it is not difficult for Gong Yi to rush into the villa complex. After determining the range and basic firepower deployment, there is nothing Gong Yi can't handle. Just charge in, and it's done. In the dark night, in the heavy rain, gunshots came one after another, and someone stationed on the wireless intercom reported, Boss, Chun who is not found. Boss, Chun who is not in the villa complex. Boss, Chun who doesn't live in this villa complex. Lu Xingyuan has fallen into a trap. Boss, we found Lu Xingyuan, his leg. As the leading traitor, Lu Xingyuan's legs had been sawed off by Chen Hu, and Chen Hu did not give Lu Xingyuan any measures to stop the bleeding. He threw Lu Xingyuan into an iron cage, and no one cared about his life or death anymore. If Lu Xingyuan hadn't been lucky, he would have held on for a few days until Gong Yi's men found him. Maybe he's already dead. When Gong Yi heard the news, he just rushed past a villa. His brows furrowed as a bullet headed for his shoulder blade and stopped at the outermost layer of his bulletproof vest. A transparent cover suddenly appeared at the tip of the bullet, using a mysterious power to prevent the bullet from approaching Gong Yi's body. A surge of anger rose up in Gong Yi's heart. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Shooting Lu Xingyuan is better than humiliating and torturing him like this. When Hami received Gong Yi's message, she was in the Lotus Xingxing supermarket, giving herself a pedicure. She must trim her toenails before her belly gets too big. Otherwise, when her belly gets too big, her waist and legs won't be able to bend. I heard Gong Yi ask her on the phone if there was any way to get them back to Xiangqing quickly, because Lu Xingyuan can't hold on for long. Hami threw down the nail clippers in her hand, jumped up and put on her clothes. Didn't I give you a stack of teleportation tickets last time? Use them to teleport all the injured back. There are no survivors. Gong Yi's voice was heavy. There was no one left alive. A team of City A garrison led by Lu Xingyuan suddenly broke into Chen Hu's villa complex, trying to rescue the commander of the City A garrison. Except Lu Xingyuan, no one was left alive. Hami, who ran down from the second floor of the supermarket, stopped. She stood in the middle of her own Lotus Xingxing supermarket, feeling inexplicably tragic and majestic. So, even the garrison commander of City A is dead? This Chun, who is really doing evil. Come back first. Hami cleared her throat to clear the blockage. No matter what, get Lu Xingyuan back first. I'll call Kuming Hong and ask him to find a way to save him. Distribute the teleportation tickets I gave you last time to all the garrisons, and then return instantly with Lu Xingyuan in your arms. The medicine in her level 15 factory cannot revive a lifeless person. So after Hami finished calling Kuming Hong, she teleported to Xiangqing Watchtower. Energy light ball may be able to save Lu Xingyuan. Not long after she hung up the phone with Gong Yi, she bumped into Gong Yi in a burst of brilliant laser beams. Gong Yi hugged Hami tightly. It was his first time teleporting, and his head was a mess. If Hami hadn't pulled him aside, Gong Yi would have stepped on Lu Xingyuan on the ground. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hami hurriedly commanded Gong Yi to Lu Xingyuan out of the one-square teleportation point. In just a moment, the laser beam became as bright as day, and one after another, the garrisons appeared in the beam of light like stacked arhats. Fortunately, Lu Xingyuan was rescued early. Otherwise, if this continued, the last bit of energy he had left would have been crushed. Hami didn't have time to think about more issues. She was busy trying to give the energy light ball to Lu Xingyuan. But by accident, he took out the energy drop. It was thrown directly onto Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan suddenly opened his eyes, sat up and roared, "Chen Hu, kill me if you have the guts, kill me." Gong Yi was startled by Lu Xingyuan. He looked at Hami, who had an innocent look on her face, and spread her hands. I took the wrong one. At this time, Kuming Hong and others drove an ambulance over with the sound of beeps. From afar they saw a brilliant, magical, and magnificent laser beam at the city gate, rising into the sky, so dazzling that everyone could not see what was happening under the watchtower. Lu Xingyuan was still roaring, and he fell into a state of rage. Seeing that something was wrong with him, several garrisons climbed out from the pile of armor and tried to control Lu Xingyuan. But he was knocked away by a punch from Lu Xingyuan, who had both legs broken. He was very strong, like Popeye, with his muscles bulging out. His tattered garrison uniform could no longer hold up and was about to burst into pieces. Gong Yi looked at Hami again. Hami still looked innocent. She knew that energy drops were more effective than energy light. Look, Lu Xingyuan's strength is almost as great as that of a person with special powers. Beat whoever you see. Compared with those who used Energy Light Ball, they also have an indiscriminate attack. Gong Yi pulled Hami behind him and said, "Stand back, so I don't hit you." Then he looked at Lu Xingyuan smashing his fist to the ground in the open space. The gorgeous light show suddenly went dark for some reason. Oh my land! Hwami's little heart trembled. She had repaired the teleportation point with great difficulty. Everyone, stay away. Gong Yi pressed the wireless intercom, gave orders to all the garrisons, and pulled Hwami back a few steps. Before being teleported back, Gong Yi had already used hemostatic gel and painkillers on Lu Xingyuan. The incision on the broken leg was also wrapped with a sterile bandage. No matter how Lu Xingyuan struggled, the hemostatic gel on the wound would not break. In this situation, Lu Xingyuan's life should not be in much danger. Ku Minghong and others led the medical staff, enduring the colorful lights, and hurried over, but were also stopped by the garrison. He looked at Lu Xingyuan, who was screaming in pain under the bright lights, and said to the medical staff around him, "This is classic PTSD. The teleportation point is outside the city, but this area has been planned and tents are not allowed, so there are no ordinary survivors around. Fortunately, there are no ordinary survivors otherwise who can stop Lu Xingyuan here." Gong Yi looked at Ku Minghong, frowned, and asked, "What should we do now?" He had heard of post-traumatic stress disorder and had suffered from it himself for a period of time. For people like them, this obstacle is not unfamiliar. However, this was the first time Gong Yi had seen a patient with such great strength. Ku Minghong was also having a headache. There is no other way to deal with it. Now we can only let Lu Xingyuan continue to vent his emotions. Then wait until he can calm down on his own and regain his sanity. Regardless of how much strength you have or whether the strength is reasonable or not, the current psychological problem still has the same solution. Mainly focus on guidance.
Gong Yi understood.
He protected Hwami and continued to retreat. Only after they exited the teleportation point did he take a good look at Hwami. The man stared at Hwami's face with a sharp gaze, and the sharpness in his eyes gradually softened. Looking at Gong Yi's gaze, Hwami suddenly felt a little embarrassed. God knows. Why should she feel embarrassed? Gong Yi's eyes fell on Hwami's belly and asked, "You're not scared, are you?" I don't know whether he was asking Hwami or his two daughters. Hwami rubbed her belly randomly. Without, hey, rub it gently. Gong Yi was a little afraid of the two little girls in the belly who were being twisted by Hwami. He gestured to the garrison nearby. "You go with them and find a place to sit. I'll go see Lu Xingyuan." In the time it took to say just a few words, Lu Xingyuan broke several of Hwami's lights. The lights are buried in cement grooves and sealed with tempered glass. Gong Yi settled Hwami down and hurried to Lu Xingyuan's side. He looked at all the garrisons that had teleported back and were still in a state of confusion, and shouted, "Line up." The garrisons, who had just crawled out of the pile of tents, immediately became energetic and lined up. Strangely, Lu Xingyuan, who had both legs broken and was smashing things on the ground, suddenly became quiet. He turned his head left and right, his mind confused, still searching for his formation. In a moment, he crawled to the first row and the first column of the garrison formation not far away. Gong Yi's protruding Adam's apple rolled. He didn't say anything and clenched his cheeks tightly. Seeing this scene, Hwami suddenly felt a little sad. This is the garrison, and those commands are almost engraved in their souls. Even if they're still in an unconscious state, they will still act on instinct. She turned away, unable to bear to look any further. In order to divert her attention, Hwami took out her cell phone and called Chi-Chuan first. "Do you have any way to find a pair of prosthetic limbs?" Ikuwa was silent for a moment. He keenly realized that Hwami's question represented a serious matter. So Ikegawa didn't act as playful and nonchalant as before, and just said, "Let me ask around." Although this is not mass-produced, it was sold before the disaster. As long as it's for sale, Ikegawa will find a way to find it. Hwami said very seriously, "I'm counting on you." "I should do it," Chi-Chuan replied solemnly. After hanging up the call with Chi-Chuan, Hami called Huijing again. She asked Huijing to send someone out as soon as possible to repair the light tube at the Xiangqing Watchtower transmission point. The teleportation point came in handy and will definitely be used a lot in future garrisons. The gorgeous light show makes it impossible to see the people who are moving back and forth in an instant. This is not scientific. Superpower became a household name. Hami had to try to conceal her abilities as much as possible. At this time, outside the inner wall of Xiangqing, several men who had been peeping for many days finally succeeded in entering the engineering team. But they were arranged by Huijing to clear the Hunan A expressway. Several men asked Huijing with some dissatisfaction, "Why do you want us to go to Tonglu? This is already far away from Xiangqing, and we don't want to leave the city." In fact, they just wanted to build a wall around the Lotus Xingxing supermarket. The purpose is to enter the Lotus Xingxing supermarket. It is said that there are many fruit trees planted there. Many people say so. So if they can participate in building the wall, they can enter the wall, establish a long-term theft chain, and transport the fruits inside. Huijing frowned and looked at these people and said directly, "The wall repair project no longer needs people." Because Hami was very fond of the Lotus Xingxing supermarket's material warehouse, the people hired to raise the wall were all the first batch of migrant workers brought here by the contractor. Most of this first batch of migrant workers were relatives of Huijing or the contractor. There are relatives both near and far. There are also some relatives of relatives. There are also some people who are not their relatives, but have worked for the contractor for many years and know him well. No irrelevant outsiders are allowed here. Weren't you just recruiting people to repair the vacant land at the city gate? Why did you assign us to dredge the Xiang A expressway? It's so far, we don't want to go. Standing opposite Huijing was a man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks, full of dissatisfaction. What good can be gained by unblocking the Xiang A expressway? Apart from selling hard labor, there is no other way to earn more than doing it secretly. Even if we cannot enter Xiangqing to build the wall, we can do it at the city gate. Because Xiangqing cannot accommodate so many survivors, the threshold for letting people into the city has been gradually raised. A large number of survivors gathered outside the gate of Xiangqing. There are also groups of tents and small vendors here, but the key is that there are not many garrisons. What does less garrison mean? It means more fun. You are walking in a crowd. If you see a pretty girl, go up to her and touch her a few times. As long as the guards can't see her, it's okay. Moreover, if the environment is large and chaotic enough, they can be lazy and just take supplies without doing any work. There are garrisons everywhere in Xiangqing, making it inconvenient to slack off or have fun. You can do it if you want to. I won't force you if you don't want to. We don't need anyone to raise the wall anymore. Huijing could see that these men came looking for work, but had no sincerity at all. Look at them, not only are they listless, but they are also skinny. He stood there, as if he had no bones, his body leaning to the side. Where does this kind of person get the strength? Miss Hua is not doing charity, and infrastructure projects are not charity projects. Can we build high-quality infrastructure projects by just muddling through? Huijing has been honest and upright all his life, and he hates people who are sneaky and not down to earth. The man with the pointed face and monkey cheeks couldn't help but spit and called out to the men behind him, "If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Let's go." There is no benefit at all. It's just pure hard labor. Only a fool would do it. The man with the pointed chin and monkey cheeks resolutely rejected Huijing and led his men out of Xiangqing. I happened to meet Fong standing outside the city. Below the watchtower, the light show was spectacular. Fong and the others who were watching stretched their necks, their eyes filled with the dazzling lights. So, the man with the pointed chin and monkey cheeks yelled, "Okay, Fong I just had bad luck today, and ran into you. When will you return my money and supplies to me?" Then his eyes turned and he said to Fong "Isn't your daughter pretty? If that doesn't work, you can add your niece that you always brag about, and sell them together. I'm telling you, if you don't pay us back the money and supplies you owe us, you'll lose these two hands." They all knew that Fong was Huami's uncle, because whenever Fong lost a bet, he would emphasize that he was Huami's uncle. If they want money or supplies, just go to Hami and ask. But Hami is like an elusive dragon, So even if they want to find her, they may not be able to find her. And Hami is the boss behind the RV supermarket. According to unreliable information, the orchard they're going to sneak into today is actually somewhat related to Hami. Since Fong Hui has a niece with such a prominent background, wouldn't it be better to just force Hami out instead of trying to find ways to sneak into the wall construction project? Fong Hui has had bad luck ever since he was driven out of Xiangqing. 9 times out of 10 you lose when you gamble. He was threatened by the man with a pointed chin and monkey face, and was secretly hating his bad luck. How can I just watch the fun and be seen by the debt collectors? Fong Hui is a person who has experienced the hardships of finding a flower. He pointed at Hami, who was walking towards them from a distance, and said to the man with the pointed chin and monkey cheeks, "You can ask her for all the debts I owe you. She is my niece. I raised her. She hasn't repaid me for her life yet. It's easy for her to help me pay off some of the debt." After saying that, Fong Hui's thin body, like a bamboo pole, disappeared into the crowd. The man with the pointed chin and monkey cheeks didn't notice and let Fong Hui slip away. He cursed softly. Then he looked at Hami and stood directly in front of her. Hami was stunned. She stood at the back of the crowd and looked up at the audacious scoundrel opposite her. At this time, Lu Xingyuan had regained some consciousness. Seeing that he was able to cooperate with the medical staff and get on the stretcher, Hami prepared to go shopping at the street stalls outside the city. Because Xiangqing's carrying capacity is limited, the threshold for entering Xiangqing has been raised. Ordinary people and those with criminal records are not allowed to live in the city. The only people who can live in the city are talented people in various fields, pregnant women, children whose parents have both died and have no one to take care of them, and the elderly who are unable to move. There are also vendors who can enter the city to wholesale supplies but cannot live in the city, as well as migrant workers who join the infrastructure teams. Of course, ordinary people who had entered the city earlier would not be driven out of the city and could still live in the city. As a result, a large number of survivors gathered outside Xiangqing. Wherever there are survivors, there will be small stalls, and you can find a lot of good things at these stalls. Hami rarely went out of town and was planning to do some shopping but was stopped by someone. She looked at the man in front of her with a pointed chin and monkey face and thought he looked very familiar. After thinking for a while, she remembered that these men were the ones who had been hanging around outside her Lotus Xingxing supermarket in the surveillance video. This was aimed at her. "Are you Fong Hui's niece?" The man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks took out an IOU from his pocket and showed it to Hami. "This is the money your uncle borrowed from us. You have to pay it back." Hami didn't even look at the densely written note. "Don't you understand the principle that a son should pay for his father's debt? Go find his daughter. Why are you looking for me? I don't know this person well." "Of course not, but it's been a lifetime since we met." If Fong Hui had not died in this life and appeared in front of her again, Hami would not remember what Fong Hui looked like. So if you are not familiar with someone, don't try to contact them. After saying that, she was about to leave. The man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks stretched out his hand to block her way. He looked at Hami in a frivolous manner. "This matter is not so easy to get over. I have seen many people who owe debts and don't pay them back. They all pretend to be strangers to us. I advise you to be honest. Either pay back the money and supplies for your uncle, or I will find you a job. You are pretty and you can pay back the money and supplies your uncle owes you in just a few years." The premise is that Fong Hui will not gamble again and will not continue to borrow. The possibility of this happening is really too small. They have been in the underworld for so long, but they have never seen a gambler who truly quits gambling. Most of them swear and say they will never gamble again, but at the same time they cannot resist the temptation of gambling and try every possible means to gamble. Every gamble is the last time for gamblers, and every last time, they dream of making a comeback in the next one. Therefore, it is highly likely that Hami will have to pay off Fong Hui's debt for the rest of his life. Hami raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of cold sarcasm. Just as she was about to speak, the man's thick and broad chest pressed against her from behind. A big hand firmly grasped Hwami's shoulder, and Gong Yi's voice rang out, "Go behind me." As he spoke, Gong Yi protected Hwami's body behind him. He looked at the pointed-faced man opposite him. Before he opened his mouth, the sharpness in his eyes was like a blade, cutting the street urchins opposite him and making them tremble all over. The city garrison commander's epaulets on the man's shoulders shone brightly, as bright as the light show in the distance. The legs of the man with the pointed chin and monkey cheeks began to tremble. I didn't say anything, but I can't just not pay back my debts. He hadn't done anything to Hami yet, so why did the commander run out? In fact, as long as Hami helped Fong return the money and supplies, there would be no need to sell them. Their main purpose in stopping Hami was to force her to take responsibility for Fong Huai's gambling debt. So, what is the relationship between Hami and Gong Yi? Why would Gong Yi come out to defend Hami at this time? Say what you just said again. Gong Yi took 2 steps forward and asked coldly and angrily, "What do you want my wife to do? What kind of job do you want to introduce to my wife?" My wife? Not only the men with pointed chins and monkey cheeks were dumbfounded, even Hami was dumbfounded. She stood behind Gong Yi, raised her fingertips and poked Gong Yi's back. When did she become his wife? Wasn't it just a one-night stand? Gong Yi ignored the tingling sensation on his spine. He only looked at the street urchins across from him. In my jurisdiction, gambling and prostitution are strictly prohibited. Don't you know that? As he spoke, Gong Yi snatched the IOU from the sharp-nosed and monkey-faced man and glanced at it casually. The handwriting is really ugly. Then he gave it back to the man with pointed cheeks and said coldly, "Who should you ask for this?" The sharp-nosed and monkey-faced men immediately reacted and nodded. "Look for Fong Huai. We only want Fong Huai. It has nothing to do with Madame Ling Roll." Gong Yi scolded, his eyes full of ruthlessness. A few people ran into the crowd in a panic and disappeared in a moment. Hami stood behind Gong Yi and said in a muffled voice, "Just let them go like that? They don't have any missing limbs." Didn't Gong Yi come to help her? How could he help her without even seeing blood? Gong Yi summoned 2 garrisons without saying a word and whispered to them, "Change into plain clothes and follow them to see how many people they have. Investigate secretly and solve the problem if necessary. There is no need to notify me. Killing a few street thugs here would make too much noise, and there are more and more of these street thugs, which has seriously affected the public security management of Xiangqing and City B. Their hidden dangers are no less serious than earthquakes and jelly water. Some street urchins do more than just petty thefts. The crimes they commit are enough to get them shot 100 times. The problems that Hami may encounter are also encountered by many women in and outside Xiangqing and City B. But due to various external pressures, they couldn't say it out loud. Killing a few street thugs is useless. It will only allow the truly heinous criminals to hide their crimes even more deeply. It is better to explore in secret, solve them one by one, and eradicate the cancer." Hami smiled for a moment and continued to poke Gong Yi's back spine. "Boss, I want to kill too. Please assign me a position. I am the sharpest knife in your hand. I am the most powerful assassin in human history. You are my ancestor." Gong Yi couldn't bear it anymore and turned sideways, grabbing Hwami's hand. The warm and dry big hand held Hwami's hand with a reassuring power. She struggled, but couldn't get free. Then he looked up at Gong Yi and said, "Let go, don't touch me. It's inconvenient. She's pregnant. What can she do?" "Disgusting." Gong Yi stared at Hwami. She looked at him with such a clear and sharp look of disdain that Gong Yi couldn't help but hold her hand tighter. "We still have some things to discuss. Don't move." After saying that, he took her hand and walked along the outskirts of the crowd towards the Xiangqing city gate. Before going to rescue Liu Xingyuan, Gong Yi and Hwami decided to talk about the issue of the child. Now that Gong Yi is back and Hwami happens to be in Xiangqing, it's a perfect opportunity. Hwami thought the same, so she let Gong Yi hold her hand and walk with her to the city gate. The rain was drizzling but not as heavy as in the past few days, but the weather was getting colder. Hwami was thinking in a mess. 2 months ago, there was news that a cold front was moving southward. It should be here soon. In fact, in her previous life, the first natural disaster Hwami encountered was a cold wave. So at the beginning of her life, She didn't intend to do something so big and ordered 1,000 winter clothes. Now, considering Gong Yi's garrison, Yang Honglin's police, the factory director's water plant workers, Yi Rong and Yu Mengmeng from the RV supermarket, the contractor, and Hu Jing's infrastructure team, 1,000 winter clothes are not enough for Chi Chuan's friends. On Gong Yi's side alone, there are more than 5,000 garrisons. A gust of cold rain was blown over by the cold wind. Gong Yi turned around and stuffed Hami into the watchtower at the city gate. The first floor of the tower was piled with supplies needed for guard duty. Gong Yi took a look inside and frowned tightly. He hadn't taken care of it for a few days, and they couldn't even handle the garrison's internal affairs. These rascals are trying to rebel. Gong Yi cursed and pointed to a small stool for Hami to sit on. Wait a minute, I'll go and give you a lecture. After saying that, Gong Yi buttoned up the top button of his garrison uniform, walked out of the watchtower, and went to give a lecture to the garrison on duty. Hami saw Gong Yi busying around every day, taking care of such trivial household affairs. He was simply a worry-inducing person. She shook her head, tightened her clothes, took out her cell phone, and called Chi Chuan. Now she not only wants Chi Chuan to find a prosthetic limb, but also wants Chi Chuan to find winter clothes. If things continue like this, there's no telling how much her population will expand, so she'll have to take as many winter clothes as she has. Didn't you come to one of my friends last time and order 1 million men's sweaters of various sizes? Chi Chuan replied, feeling a little strange. This batch of sweaters hasn't been fully delivered yet, Sister Hua. Have you forgotten? Because Hami Lion opened its mouth so wide. The mouth was so wide that Chi Chuan's friend's factory worked frantically by candlelight during that period. Finally, we lived up to everyone's expectations and knitted out 1,000 men's size S sweaters. Before they could continue knitting, Ikegawa's friend's sweater factory closed down due to a shortage of supplies. These 1,000 sweaters are now lying in the corner of Hwami's level 20 warehouse number 1. Very inconspicuous. Hwami opened the control panel of the End Times supermarket and looked at it, then said to Chi Chuan, "It's still not enough, and the size is too small. The S size is only suitable for thin men. According to the garrison's physique, it is definitely not suitable. You have to wear a larger size when you are on garrison. Chuanzi, look at the weather. It's getting colder and colder. The rain has turned into sleet. Think about it. We can't look at the weather now with the same eyes as before. Sweaters are no longer suitable." Hwami tried her best to make Chi Chuan understand the seriousness of the problem. Because the cold wave in the previous life was really cold, many people were frozen to death in southern cities like Xiangqing. Moreover, the rainwater will turn into jelly after falling on the ground and accumulating for a while. If this jelly water solidifies when it gets cold, all places will be frozen. Therefore, it may not be enough to have only cold-proof clothing. You also need to prepare a complete set of cold-proof and frost-proof equipment. Chi Chuan agreed that in the case of frequent natural disasters, they could only search as much as possible. Just as Hwami and Chi Chuan were talking on the phone, Gong Yi's powerful roar was faintly heard from outside the tower. He was scolding the garrisons for not keeping their houses in order and making a mess of the tower. Hwami listened, and after hanging up the call with Chi Chuan, she silently tidied her clothes, making sure they were neat. Before Gong Yi entered the tower, she smoothed out the wrinkles on her clothes. When Gong Yi smiled and moved a stool to sit opposite her, Hwami immediately sat up straight, like a primary school student listening to the teacher's lecture. Gong Yi was stunned for a moment. "Don't be nervous. Just talk about the daughter's problems." Hwami nodded, protecting her lower abdomen with both hands, and emphasized seriously, "I want to give birth to the child." Although Hwami understood Gong Yi's attitude all along, he also wanted to give birth to the child. But she still wants to emphasize it. "Neither of us has any objection to this," Gong Yi explained. He looked at Hwami. "I suggest we get married and make it official." Upon hearing this, Hwami was stunned for a moment, then started coughing desperately, and she was choked by her own saliva. She didn't expect Gong Yi to be so fierce. The man opposite her quickly stood up, poured her a glass of water, sat beside her, and patted her back. "Why are you so careless? You choked even without eating?" You are so careless. His tone was slightly reprimanding, but the concern in his words was obvious. Hwami finally calmed down her cough. Perhaps because of the cough, her cheeks were red. Is it that troublesome? In fact, all we need is for the child to be born and have a father, right? As soon as these words came out, Gong Yi, who was sitting on the bench next to him, turned pale. He said very seriously, "My children cannot live in a broken family, especially my daughters, as it will have an impact on their mental health and growth." In this kind of environment, people are still considering whether their mental health is healthy or not. It's good enough if they can survive. Hwami thought about it and turned her head to look at Gong Yi. You insist that there is only this one solution? It's not impossible for her to marry Gong Yi. Anyway, she is not prepared to take care of 2 children and find a man to fall in love with in such a difficult environment. It's not that I don't believe in love, it's just that it's too troublesome. And the chance of finding someone who would love her child as if it were his own is very small. Instead of spending her time thinking about how to please a man, she might as well stock up on supplies and upgrade her apocalypse supermarket. It's so simple now. The child has her father to protect her, and she has a big thigh to hold her. The key is that Gong Yi's thigh is quite strong. And it seems that he is looking forward to having his own child. On the same day, I received 2 reviews. In the morning, a reader relegated the book to the dust, and the other reader said that the book was a treasure and that he liked it very much. Both are long comments, one scolding, the other praising. So you see, the texts I wrote are not completely useless. There are people who have read the latest chapters and left comments saying they like them very much. We cannot be perfect and loved by everyone, but we can make a little progress every day. He didn't think about Plan B. Since the day Hwami was just a paper man to him, this had been his only choice. Hwami responded blankly and finally said slowly, "We can't get married now. No one will register. Let the administrators at the management level do something. They have been idle for a long time." Gong Yi felt that it was not a big problem. It was not a problem at all. Hwami thought for a while and said slowly, "Your job is too dangerous. What if an enemy finds me? For example, Chun-Hu." Although Hwami also wanted to kill Chun-Hu, for a man like Gong Yi, Chun-Hu would definitely not be the only enemy in his life. This is a big shot. He will definitely have many enemies in the future. Those enemies have various means of revenge. If they cannot kill Gong Yi, they will target Gong Yi's wife and children. Thinking about it in this regard, Hwami found it very complicated. Gong Yi glanced at her sideways. "You're worried that I'll get you into trouble? Then why aren't you worried that you'll get me into trouble? He has been the one who has been taking the blame for her all along. He is the one who causes trouble everywhere and cleans up her mess." As soon as these words came out, Hwami smiled awkwardly. "Hey, it's all in the past. Why are you still talking about it?" She waved her hand, writing off everything that had happened not long ago, and then added, "Then you will definitely attract many women in the future. At that time, your various rumored girlfriends will come to me and use endless conspiracies and tricks to get rid of me and the children so that they can get promoted." Gong Yi lowered his head and rubbed his brows in pain. "What I'm saying is, can you read less romantic novels and watch fewer TV dramas? It's not good for prenatal education. If he had a physique for scandals, why would he still use a paper man as a symbol of his emotions at such an old age? He didn't even have a first love. Now he wants to find a wife, but no one is willing to marry him. With his physique that is insulated from the opposite adult love, how many vicious female characters can he create to harm Hwami and his 2 daughters?" Hwami was at a loss for words for a moment, as if there was really no reason to refuse. "Then I'll have to think about it. After all, an official announcement is a big deal. She needs to think carefully about her interests and consider the issue more comprehensively. You have to think about it for at least a few years, until the children grow up. Think about it now. I'll go out and make a phone call and have the management come to work immediately. I'll give you 10 minutes to think it over." Gong Yi stood up and walked out of the tower. Rather than giving Hwami time to consider whether to marry him, it would be better to say that it gives Hwami time to adjust her mood and prepare to go to the management building to register for marriage. Hwami said, "Huh?" and was about to speak. Gong Yi took 2 steps towards the door on the first floor of the watchtower. He turned around and took out a box from his pocket. Hwami took it with a puzzled look, opened it, and saw a ring inside, a very simple style made of platinum. This ring cannot be compared with the 20-carat diamond ring given by the contractor. But if you look closely, you can see a circle of words engraved on it. Gong Yi and Hwami. The ring was made by Gong Yi himself. I did it in the dark before ambush on Chun Hu's villa complex. Gong Yi explained seriously, his dark eyes fixed on the subtle expressions on Hwami's face. He was like a precise sniper, stubbornly refusing to let Hwami go. If you don't like it, tell me what you want, and I'll change it for you later. For some reason, Hwami felt a tight grip on her heart. She lowered her eyes slightly, took out the ring from the small box, and slowly put it on her finger. She thought of the terms siege, trap, and shackles in her mind. The ring is true to size, though. And this. Gong Yi breathed a sigh of relief, took out 2 larger boxes, and handed them to Hwami. For my 2 daughters. Hwami raised her eyes slightly, took the box, and opened it. Inside were 2 pairs of silver baby safety bracelets. In Xiongqing, there is a custom of giving a peace bracelet to a newborn baby. Hwami didn't think about it that way at all. But Gong Yi thought of it. When she raised her head and looked at Gong Yi turned around and walked out, saying, "Please keep it for the girls." "Oh, no," I said, "it doesn't necessarily mean 2 daughters." Hwami's voice was automatically blocked by Gong Yi, and he had already walked out of the tower. "Okay," I said, 2 sons. She angrily put the 2 pairs of peace bracelets into the level 20 number 1 storage. Anyway, this man would not listen to her. He was so stubborn about wanting 2 daughters. Don't cry when 2 sons are born. Then everything went unusually smoothly. Gong Yi returned to the tower in less than 10 minutes, with a smile on his handsome face, and drove to the management building with Hwami. The whole building is as dilapidated as before, but the marriage registration office is already in operation. Finally, everything is done in one go, taking photos, stamping, and issuing the marriage certificate. Looking at the bright red marriage certificate, Hwami could feel the heat from the certificate-making machine. He looked at Gong Yi in confusion again, and Gong Yi had already put his marriage certificate neatly in his inner pocket. "Give me your marriage certificate, too. You're too emotionally unstable. You might come back and ask me for a divorce someday." Gong Yi reached out and asked Hwami for her marriage certificate. Hwami was confused. He could safely give her the child's safety bracelet for safekeeping, but he was not confident in giving her their marriage certificate for safekeeping. Whose emotions are more unstable? Hwami doesn't understand either. But it's just a marriage certificate. It's already this time. If she really wants to get a divorce, she can just walk away. It doesn't matter whether the marriage certificate is given to Gong Yi for safekeeping or not. Getting married is pretty unnecessary. She generously handed over her marriage certificate. It was not until Gong Yi kept Hwami's marriage certificate in his own hands that he started to laugh again. "This is my bank card and the property certificate of my house in Xiongqing. There is money in the bank card, but the house has collapsed." Gong Yi gave Hwami a brown paper bag and added, "Whether the house collapses or not, this is all my belongings. You keep them." He only kept the marriage certificate and gave the rest to Hwami. Hwami took the brown paper bag hesitantly, not knowing what to say. Then I heard Gong Yi say, "I have to go find Chunhu now. Please go see Lu Xinyuan for me when you are free. If Chunhu doesn't die, no one knows how many Lu Shenjiwans will be harmed next." Originally, Gong Yi wanted to take time out from ambushing Chunhu to send Lu Xingyuan back and get married. Things were bunched up at once, and he was in a hurry, so he looked very apologetic. Only then did Hwami come back to her senses from the series of mishaps. She finally regained some of her thoughts and said, "Okay, boss, you go ahead. I'll take care of Captain Lu." When facing Hwami, he kept saying "Big Boss" on the left and "Gong Yi" on the right. Gong Yi's soared like brows furrowed. Then he looked at Hwami, who had no sense of being someone else's wife, and turned away gracefully. He pursed his lips. After a while, when Gong Yi reached the city gate, Fong followed him. "Boss, take me out with you this time." He didn't want to hide in Xiongqing anymore. It was more dangerous outside than inside the city, and he was needed more. "What are you doing?" Gong Yi glared at Fong and said, "Go back quickly." Xiangqing is in such a mess. Who can I rely on if you leave? Because of Chao Feng, Tang Yu, and Fong Yuqi, Gong Yi could go out of the city to find Shun Hu without any worries. Otherwise, with so many survivors, the little things that happen every day could wear him down to death in the city. Chao Feng's eyes were red.
But
Lu Xingyuan's story told all the garrisons that the world outside the city was cruel, not a fairy tale or a novel. It's a cruel reality. As a garrison, one should not seek enjoyment, but face danger. Gong Yi kicked Chao Feng and took out 2 red books. Your sister-in-law and your 2 nieces are all in Xiangqing. People like them are also in Xiangqing. Can you say that what you are doing now is meaningless? Fonger, anything related to guarding is of great significance to us. If you don't guard this city, other garrisons will have to do it. All the garrisons are just like you, just picking the most difficult and dangerous tasks. Then who will protect the pregnant women and children in this city? What's more, Gong Yi really didn't think that the danger level in Xiangqing was much lower than that outside. He spoke earnestly, shaking the 2 marriage certificates in his hand vigorously. It was as if he was trying to show off secretly and was afraid that Chao Feng wouldn't see it. Chao Feng lowered his eyes, seeming a little discouraged. After a while, he suddenly perked up and looked at the marriage certificate in Gong Yi's hand. Boss, are you really married? The marriage registration center of the management level was put into emergency operation, and Chao Feng knew about this. They also vaguely guessed that the boss was going to get a marriage certificate with Sister Hua. But I didn't expect that the boss could really tear this certificate down. Sister Hua clearly looks like she is difficult to deal with. Gong Yi originally wanted to show off secretly while preaching that he was already a married man. But he received a questioning look from Chao Feng. He immediately put away the 2 red books in his hand and said angrily, "If it's not true, is it cooked? From now on, your boss is also a married man, so hurry back to work. You are so long-winded." Having said that, gonged at married people, he strode away. He was still busy selecting his men to search for Chern Hu and had no time to chat with Chao, single people Fong. At this time, outside the city, the man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks brought his men and found Fong Huai angrily. He took the IOU written by Fong Huai and slapped Fong Huai in the face, causing him to fall directly into the rain on the ground. Fong Huai, you almost killed me, you know that? Your niece is already the commander's wife, and you asked me to go and collect the debt from her. Fong Huai covered his swollen face, coughed up blood, and his eyes sparkled. Really? Hami hooked the commander? Isn't that a good thing? He actually had a relationship with the commander-in-chief. Haha, this was something Fong Huai didn't expect. Although I used to feel that there was an indescribable ambiguity in the relationship between Gong Yi and Hami. But Fong Huai thought that Hami could only be Gong Yi's underground lover at most. After all, how could those big men, who were surrounded by women on both sides, have only one woman? Fong Huai seemed to see the extravagant upper class waving at him. He had endless supplies and money for gambling, and Gong Yi's garrison could be used at his command. The man with a pointed chin and monkey face in front of him had to nod and bow when he saw him. That depends on whether others care about you or not. That's a good thing. The man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks kicked Fong Huai in the stomach. He was furious. Although he also wanted to get back the gambling debt owed by Fong Huai from Hami, Hwami's status was too high now. She is the wife of the garrison commander. Even if these gangsters want to blackmail someone, they can never find the garrison commander. Isn't that just walking into the muzzle of a gun? Thinking of how he had almost escaped death from Gong Yi's hands, the sharp-nosed and monkey-faced man kicked Fong Huai in anger. A group of people beat Fong Huai until he was almost dead. Seeing that the garrison patrol team was about to arrive, the man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks chose the right time and squatted in front of Fong Huai. Looking at Fong Huai's face that had been beaten into a pig's head, he said, "I'll help you contact Brother Fan. Go back now and ask your daughter to pack her clothes and go to work with Brother Fan tomorrow. You must obey me, or I'll chop off both of your hands and see what you can bet with." After saying that, a group of people walked away. Fong Huai stumbled to his feet from the cold rain and walked back. Seeing Fong Xian folding clothes in the tent, he said weakly, irritably, and disgustedly, "Why are you still packing clothes?" Brother Monkey said that from now on, you should follow Brother Fan to make money, otherwise he will chop off both of my hands. The meaning of following Brother Fan to make money is to go out and sell. So Fong Xian finally waited for this day, right? She didn't have any special abilities. When she was in school, she didn't study hard and didn't become a talented person who could get the attention and protection of the garrisons. After Xiangqing and City B simultaneously canceled their 3 free meals and 2 snacks for the survivors, the lives of Fong Xian and Fong Hui became visibly difficult. Now, the father and daughter were even more barred from entering the city by the garrison, and both of their faces were blacklisted in the city's security system. Without access to the city, there are very few job opportunities available. They cannot participate in jobs in the city, such as pumping jelly water, cleaning up garbage, lighting roads, and expanding and repairing RV warehouses. The tow clearing team that was clearing the Hunan A expressway outside the city was still short of people, but Fong Hui only wanted to get some capital and win back all the money he had lost. So, he didn't want to make a living by labor. Unfortunately, Fong Xian didn't want to either. She actually rejected her father's suggestion because it was too cheap. She put a high price on herself. Unless he is a high-quality man like Qin Ziren, whom she can accompany in the name of love and in exchange for a high amount of money. Otherwise, the kind that costs dozens of dollars per time and is used many times a day is too cheap. Fong Xian felt that given her circumstances, it wouldn't have come to this. Fong Xian, who was poor but ambitious, thought that if she waited a little longer, she might meet another man like Qin Ziren. Speaking of which, where did Brother Ziren go? Why haven't I seen him for a long time? Fong Xian shook her head and resigned herself to helping Fong Hui up. Only then was he thrown out of Xiangqing and could never enter again. Of course, Fong Xian couldn't say this to others. She was too embarrassed to admit that she had hit a wall in front of Gong Yi. He just said that he was implicated by Fong Hui. Fong Hui was extremely weak. As a gambler, he often hangs out in dark, crowded, air-stainless environments filled with smoke, and often eat 3 meals at irregular times. His body had long been broken down. After entering the disaster period, he experienced earthquakes, long-distance hiking, etc. After arriving in Xiangqing, he continued his previous dark gambling days. Every day he ate the previous meal and didn't eat the next, or sometimes didn't eat at all. It wasn't because he had no food, but because he wanted to save the food for gambling. Fong Hui had already become as thin as a bamboo pole. Now he was surrounded and beaten by Monkey Brother and others, which took away the last bit of his energy. Now he couldn't even walk a few steps, so Fong Xian could only help him lie down in the tent. But Fong Hui was still cursing. "You are useless. I have told you long ago that you should cry and beg your sister. She is very successful now and will have a good life in the future. How can she let you down?" Fong Xian felt extremely aggrieved and said nothing. Finally, Fong Hui made the final decision. "Forget it, that's all you can do. Let's just do it. Go to Brother Fan's place and clean yourself up. He will come to pick you up tomorrow. Don't look sad along the way, or you'll be noticed by the garrison." Although this is outside the city, and the garrisons outside the city are not as numerous as those inside the city, the garrisons near Xiangqing are still very disciplined. The issue of street prostitution is not allowed in or outside Xiangqing. Brother Fan placed all those women in a small unfinished villa complex between Xiangqing and City A. He set up a red light district there, and Gong Yi's garrison could not control it for the time being. In the unfinished villa complex, most of the women who were hired to do business did so voluntarily. Because the women who volunteer are tight-lipped and won't run away. Unless there is a woman who is particularly good-looking and has a prominent background, it is not worth it for Brother Fan to use force. Most of the men who patronize the business have heard about it through word of mouth, and only go there with money and supplies if they have related needs. Although this is a world of chaos where human life is cheaper than grass, but things are still okay here with Brother Fan. I haven't heard of any tragic incidents. Therefore, it had not yet reached the garrison. Fong Xian was a little unwilling and couldn't help asking, Dad, do you think so lowly of me? Can I find a better one? Can't we wait a little longer? Fong Hui was exhausted, and he gathered up his strength and slapped him. Why don't you find a man who can let me gamble away all my money in one go? You wouldn't be here. It's really heartbreaking. After Fong Hui said this, he gasped for breath and looked like he was about to die. Then he said to Fong Xian, who was crying with her hands covering her face, this is your fate. If you don't accept it, find a way to get your sister, who is now the commander's wife, to work with you. If you can really get her to work with you, you will have a promising future. Given Hami's beauty, Fong Hui had actually considered selling her to the red light district a long time ago. Yes, he had thought about it before the world became like this. It would be great to go to the red light district. Hami will definitely be able to become the top star there. In this way, the Fong family can rely on Hami for their livelihood for decades. But before Fong Hui could form this idea, Hami relied on her own abilities to get admitted to Xiangqing from their small place, and went to university in Xiangqing. I have been studying until now, and during this period I have never returned to the Fong family except to give money. Fong Hui didn't want to bring up this matter.
Now,
Hami has become the commander's wife, which is even more impossible. Fong Xian felt that her father was only good at talking but never thought of any solutions. Just like before, Fong Hui wanted to introduce Hami to work in the red light district, but Fong Hui always just thought about it but never had the ability to do anything. Fong Xian secretly hated Fong Hui and said, she's doing so well now. How could she go with me to Brother Fan to make a living?
how can I do that?
Otherwise, Dad, you can go find some gamblers and we can work it out? Before she could finish her words, her father, who was only thinking about making a comeback, rolled his eyes and fainted. Judging from the situation, he is probably not far from death.
So why?
What Fong Xian has to endure, Hami will have to endure even more. On the contrary, half of what Hami got belonged to Fong Xian. So it was so natural for Fong Xian to chain Xiren away. At this time, Fong Xian was about to have nowhere else to go, and she had no choice but to go to Brother Fan to sell herself cheaply.
Why?
Fong Xian's eyes revealed a twisted hatred. In this world, even green tea and white flowers can become poisonous. She stood up, not caring whether Fong Hui was still struggling in the tent. She wandered around the cluster of tents outside the city, wandering aimlessly, with a heart full of injustice. Suddenly, she stopped, stood still, and saw an acquaintance. Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan is Qin Xiren's sister. At this time, Qin Xiaolan, with a ponytail and wearing a raincoat, was holding the hand of a clean-looking and gentle man who seemed to come from a good family. The two were strolling around the stalls at the city gate, and it could be seen from the corners of their eyes and eyebrows. There is love between the two of them. What a beautiful girl. Even though her brother is missing, she still has a beautiful and pure love. The key point is that Fong Xian instinctively feels that this man is a high-quality man who is no less than Qin Xiren. Fong Xian hurried over, smiled at Qin Xiaolan, and glanced at the man next to Qin Xiaolan with lustful eyes. Then he looked at Qin Xiaolan, the beautiful young female college student. Xiaolan, what a coincidence, is your brother back? Qin Xiaolan was stunned for a moment before she recognized who was in front of her. She did not answer but asked, Sister Fong Xian, do you have any news about my brother? It seems that Qin Xiren did not return to the Qin family. Fong Xian shook her head. I don't know. I only know that your brother was madly trying to win back my sister Hami during that time. If you want to find your brother, why not ask my sister? Then she fixed her eyes on the face of Qin Xiaolan's boyfriend and asked, Xiaolan, when did you get a boyfriend? Why don't you introduce one to me? Soon as these words fell, Qin Xiaolan suddenly felt alert. In fact, Qin Xiaolan knew that her brother had a girlfriend named Hami, and she also knew the relationship between her brother and Fong Xian, because that's what her mother said. When talking about this matter at that time, Qin Xiaolan clearly remembered that her mother looked very proud and sighed, Your brother has been outstanding since he was young, and many girls are willing to pay him homage. Look at the two sisters Hua Mi and Fong Xian. One is capable of making money, and the other knows how to coax men. If these two sisters combine their strengths, your brother wouldn't have to date two girls at the same time. So Qin Xiaolan knew that Fong Xian had stolen someone else's boyfriend, and she was a repeat offender. She protected Ma Jixuan behind her, looked at Fong Xian with a little contempt, and asked again without answering, "You mean, my brother's two-timing affair has finally been exposed?" "So, sister, Hami broke up with my brother? But Hami can make money, and has the ability. This is enough to eat for a lifetime." Therefore, Qin Xiaolan's attitude was the same as her mother's, and she hid her contempt for Fong Xian deep in her heart. Fong Xian, who was standing in front of Qin Xiaolan, glanced at Ma Jixuan and nodded. "My sister has met many men recently, and Brother Xiren has been trying to win back my sister, so maybe Brother Xiren has encountered something unexpected." Alas, I don't mean to curse Brother Xiren. The implicit meaning of this statement is that Hami is fickle and has affairs with many men. Qin Xiren has already suffered revenge from the men of Hami. In fact, Fong Xian doesn't know the real situation. She is just implying it. She wanted Qin Xiren to be alive more than anyone else. Because only Qin Xiren is alive, she has someone to rely on in this difficult world. You won't have to sell yourself out just to make a living. But now it is obvious that Fong Xian has a new goal. She looked at Ma Jixuan with a charming smile on her face. Qin Xiaolan ignored Fong Xian's words. She nodded to Fong Xian thoughtfully and said politely, "Sister Fong Xian, I'll go ask Hami first. Can you give me your contact information? If there are any problems, we can keep in touch." After hearing Fong Xian's words, Qin Xiaolan's way of addressing Hami also changed, from Sister Hami to just calling her Hami. Their lives now are like entering primitive society, inconvenient in every way. Even communication has become a big problem. There is an RV supermarket in the city where they sell universal signal connectors, which are said to be a black technology. At times like this, with this universal signal connector, you can contact anyone you want. But the Qin family didn't have that much money to buy it. A few days ago, a universal signal connector was sold for 100,000 yuan, but Qin's mother dragged her feet and didn't buy it. In the past few days, the price of a universal signal connector has risen to 150,000. Ever since Qin Xiren disappeared, the Qin family has been struggling financially. They have to save the few 100,000 yuan they have left to buy 3 meals a day. Otherwise, the Qin family would be out of food. So Qin's mother was extremely anxious and urged Qin Xiaolan to get married to Ma Jixuan all day long. Only in this way can life have support. However, Qin Xiaolan and Ma Jixuan also met in Xiangqing, and they did not date for long. Ma Jixuan didn't mention marriage, so Qin Xiaolan didn't feel comfortable bringing it up actively. Fortunately, Ma Jixuan is the younger brother of Sea City Administrator Ma Yongchun, and Qin Jun is Ma Jixuan's sister-in-law. Ma Jixuan was not short of money and was generous to Qin Xiaolan. He would give Qin Xiaolan and her mother some supplies from time to time. Except for not buying the universal signal connector for Qin Xiaolan and Qin's mother, Ma Jixuan delivered all the supplies bought in the RV supermarket to Qin Xiaolan. The two of them continued to date, and Qin Xiaolan didn't lose anything. What's more, love cannot be measured by material things, and she also wanted to test Ma Jixuan more. Fong Xian originally wanted to tell Qin Xiaolan the location of the tent where she was currently living. But she rolled her eyes and said to Qin Xiaolan, "I live between City A and Xiangqing Road, in that unfinished villa area. It's very famous. After you find my sister, you can come to find me there. If you can't find my sister, you can come to me, and I can find you a job and a way out." The unfinished villa area is famous because of its reputation. As long as you ask around, people who know about it will know what the place is for. But everyone looked very secretive and would not say it clearly. Sure enough, neither Ma Jixuan nor Qin Xiaolan understood. Fong Xian smiled when she looked at Ma Jixuan, a man with simple emotional experience. Easy to hook. Qin Xiaolan looked affectionate and leaned towards the man beside her. Fong Xian's eyes made Qin Xiaolan feel very uncomfortable. As if to reassure Qin Xiaolan, Ma Jishuan's face was full of doting, and he put his arm around Qin Xiaolan's shoulders. Fong Xian's eyes turned red as she watched, and something called jealousy spread in her chest. This feeling is too familiar. Fong Xian had the same feeling when she saw Hami and Qin Xiren standing together. So, facing Ma Jishuan, she wanted to him more and more. Contestant Ma Ji was seen holding a mobile phone with a universal signal connector attached to it. A universal signal connector costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is a symbol of wealth. Having money equals having supplies. Fong Xian's heart became even more twisted. In this world, all women have good men and a long-term meal ticket. Only she didn't. Why doesn't she have it? After saying goodbye to Qin Xiaolan, Fong Xian found those hooligans who often wandered outside the city. That was the monkey brother who threatened Fong Huai and asked him to chop off his hands. She doesn't want to sell herself too cheaply. She is young and beautiful, and she still has a chance to make a comeback. Monkey brother and his gang of hooligans, who looked like scoundrels, brought Fong Xian to a tent. The leader pointed at the tent and said to Fong Xian, "Tell me, what do you want us to do? Do you have a way to get your beautiful sister out of Xiangqing? Tell me quickly, or we brothers will kill you today." Fong Xian mustered up her courage, looked at Brother Monkey, and smiled charmingly. "Brother Monkey, I'm here to discuss a business deal with you. I want to introduce a sister to work for Brother Fan. She's not my sister, but she's not bad-looking either. Don't worry, I promise their families won't cause trouble." A huge plan took shape in Fong Xian's mind. "You also know my sister's current status. It's unrealistic for her to go to Brother Fan, but we can also use my sister's status as our support, right? Brother Fan is still too cautious in doing things. The red light district only recruits women who are willing to work. You won't find good quality then. Brother Monkey and Brother Pink are birds of a feather. Because of the collapse of order, they have become more and more unscrupulous in doing things." After hearing Fong Xian say this, Monkey Brother also thought this was a good suggestion. There are too few people gambling and too few men patronizing businesses in the red light district. In other words, it's not chaotic enough, and the lives of the survivors are not miserable enough. If all those beautiful women were desperate, and there were many beautiful women in the red light district, would men flock to the red light district? I still earn too little now, and it will always be too little. Monkey Brother looked Fong Xian up and down, reached out, and held Fong Xian's shoulder, squeezing it meaningfully. "If your sister had taken care of you and your father, you too wouldn't have fallen to this point. However, your suggestion is still a good one. They were just lacking someone who could lure the beautiful women who were guarding under the garrison's noses to the red light district. It is unrealistic to let them grab women on their own. Because the order inside and outside Xiangqing is well organized, if there is a big commotion, the garrison will shoot at these street urchins." So Fong Xian's appearance and proposal were just right. Fong Xian lowered her head and glanced at the dirty hand of Monkey Brother lingering on her shoulder. She knew that if she couldn't give Monkey Brother a little sweet treat, the deal would not be done. So Fong Xian concealed the disgust in her eyes, curled her lips, took 2 steps forward, and gently hugged Monkey Brother's waist. Monkey Brother became proud and winked at his minions. He carried Fong Xian into the tent. Hami, who had no sense of being married at all, carried 2 large bags of fruit and went to the convalescent car behind the RV supermarket to see Lu Xingyuan. As soon as she walked to the RV supermarket, she received a series of prompts. Start security scan. Completion of Security and Defense Works Defense Project. Upgrading and expanding the walls of the RV supermarket warehouse rating. Intermediate Protection Project. 12 square meters of black land are obtained. Please select a site for the black land. When a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X12 during this period, not to mention that the entire Xiangqing has not developed at all. In fact, it has developed relatively quickly. The entire RV supermarket has expanded several times compared to its original size, and the customer flow has increased dozens of times. The RV walled warehouse, which was originally only the size of a palm, is now as big as an entire square. Hami held an umbrella in her left hand and some fruits in her right hand. She looked up at the dark and rainy day. The bus that was supposed to be parked behind the RV was now replaced by 10 luxury pop-top off-road RVs. Before disasters happened frequently, you could only drive a super large RV with an A license. I don't know where you roam, and the others got all this. These luxurious pop-top off-road RVs were turned into hospitals for garrisons and police, as well as residences for Yi Rong, Yu Mengmeng, and others. Hami found the RV where Lu Xingyuan lived. Just as she was about to go up, she saw Lu Xingyuan sitting on the small attic on the second floor with an expression that looked as if he would rather die than live. Oh no, is he going to commit suicide? If Lu Xingyuan really jumped down from such a high off-road RV, given his current physical condition, he might actually die. Hami quickly ran up to the RV and climbed up to the small attic. Lu Xingyuan, things may not be as bad as you think. Although you lost both legs, you are now very strong, which is a good thing. Lu Xingyuan was sitting in a wheelchair, with his trouser legs empty. Ordinary people suffered the same experience as him, having their legs sawed off and being beaten half to death. He should still be lying in the ICU now. Whether he can survive or not is another matter. But Lu Xingyuan can already sit in a wheelchair and move freely by holding the wheels with his bandaged hands. A large part of the reason was that he took painkillers and applied a layer of hemostatic gel to the wound. Another small part of the reason is that he has an extremely strong will. In the small attic of the luxury off-road RV, Lu Xingyuan came back to his senses and stopped looking into the distance. He turned his wheelchair and looked at Hwami's sister-in-law. I don't want to die. There are still many things to be done. Lu Xingyuan will not die. He pondered for a while and then asked sister-in-law, do you know why I am so strong? This is a question he can't figure out. What happened recently has completely overturned his understanding. Each one of them gave him indigestion. He couldn't find anyone to ask, so since his sister-in-law brought up the question, he decided to ask. Hwami pondered and put down the 2 large bags of fruit in her hands. I don't know about that either. Maybe you were the chosen one who punished evil and promoted good, so God gave you great strength as a reward. Observing the expression on Lu Xingyuan's face, Hwami asked carefully, how do you feel now? Is your strength getting stronger or weaker? Or is there no change in your strength? She had asked the garrisons in City A, at the material depot in City B. They were initially stuffed with too many energy, so their strength would grow stronger and stronger. But as time goes by, their bodies will gradually consume the energy ball, and the sudden increase in strength will become smaller and smaller. Finally return to the status of ordinary people. It only took a few days. Lu Xingyuan frowned slightly, clenched his fists, and felt the changes in his body. It's no different from yesterday. I still feel the same strength. Therefore, the effect of this energy water drop lasts much longer than that of the energy light ball. It also makes an ordinary person much stronger. Hwami took out a brand new notebook and a pen and handed them to Lu Xingyuan. Then write down your daily strength changes. If your strength decreases, we can think of other ways. Lu Xingyuan obediently took the notebook and pen. He lowered his head and said to Hwami, sister-in-law, you are right. If I am the chosen one, then God has given me so much strength. Before this strength disappears, I want to make use of it a little bit. Even his sister-in-law said that God gave him so much strength because of his past efforts to punish evil and promote good. This coincides with his idea. He didn't know how long this divine power would last. Maybe tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, he would become an ordinary person again. So some things become urgent. Some evils must be eradicated completely. Hwami tilted her head and looked at Lu Xingyuan, feeling an indelible sense of sadness in her heart. Until now, this feeling of bitterness has become more intense. She pursed her lips slightly, looked at Lu Xingyuan's empty trouser legs, and advised, it's already like this. Just take a good rest in the future. Look at my RV supermarket. Although the living conditions are not very good, but here, everyone lives happily. Worried that Lu Xingyuan might feel inferior, Hwami continued, you can help me with some things here, like moving some goods or something. You are indispensable. Let's not go out and fight. From now on, it's fine to be an ordinary person. In her previous life, Hwami had never been so close to the garrison. She knew that the garrison at the beginning of the end of the world were all the best people. But that was after all looking at these garrisons from a very distant perspective. She felt that they were all good people, different from the countless other people in this world, and their ideological awareness had reached a utopian realm. But that's all. Only after being so close to the garrisons in her life did Hwami realize that she had actually witnessed these garrisons fighting one after another, trying to stop a chariot in the face of natural disasters and man-made calamities. The only feeling in her heart was that she couldn't bear it. Especially when I saw Lu Xingyuan, his legs could no longer grow. But Lu Xingyuan still shook his head. He didn't want to listen to Hwami's advice, nor did he want to sit idle. Sister-in-law, I want to do something. If I do more, my garrison brothers will have to do less. Someone has to do these things. It was as if he was going to rescue the garrison commander of City A. In fact, anyone could guess that perhaps the garrison commander of City A had met with an accident. After all, Chun, who is so cruel. Chun, whose evil has never been concealed. But someone has to make sure of this. It's like when an earthquake strikes and the house collapses. Someone has to find the commander in the ruins to make sure they have lost command. In the pouring rain, someone has to travel thousands of miles to see if there is still a way forward. In such a huge Xiangqing, there must be a garrison captain to guard the city. Someone has to find an answer to whether the A city garrison commander, who fell into Chun whose hands, is alive or dead. If Lu Xingyuan doesn't go, he will go to another garrison. Hwami's fox eyes were a little warm. She stood beside Lu Xingyuan and asked, "So, what do you want to do?" He pointed to the gate of Xiangqing City. I heard from the brothers that they were lurking outside the city, and following the clues, they discovered a huge red light district. Lu Xingyuan wants to join the operation to shut down the red light district. Hwami thought for a while, then took out a pair of prosthetic limbs from behind. This was sent to Xiangqing by Chuanzi's convoy. I don't know how many people he had to go through to get this. I have no objection if you want to go outside the city. Just install this first. It is unstoppable. These garrisons are born like the source of light, and no one can stop them from shining brightly. In this case, it would be better to give them more, so that it would be more convenient for them to do things. Lu Xingyuan took the prosthetic limb from Hwami's hand and looked at her with gratitude. Thank you, sister-in-law. Hwami handed over a 220 milliliters mineral water bottle filled with sparkling liquid. Facing Lu Xingyuan's doubts, Hwami explained, "This is a new energy drink developed by my factory. I named it Energy Drops. It's similar to the Black Bowl before the disaster. If you feel tired, take a sip." The director of the water plant has been busy renovating the factory recently. Most of the preparations have been completed, and they can officially start work after Huijing repairs the roof of the factory. So everyone knows that Hwami has a water plant, but no one knows what it does specifically, whether it produces mineral water or beverages. Anyway, this factory is not for sale to the outside world. Seeing Lu Xingyuan thanking her and taking the bottle of energy drops, Hwami paused and told Lu Xingyuan again, "Really, when you feel tired, just take a sip. This drink is quite strong. X10,000 energy light to synthesize an energy water drop the size of a sesame seed." To synthesize 220 milliliters, Hwami consumed countless energy light, so Lu Xingyuan just took a sip, just enough to wet his lips. Seeing that Lu Xingyuan agreed obediently, Hwami left with peace of mind. She had to hurry back to the Lotus Xingxing supermarket to settle the 12 square meters of black land she had just acquired. As a result, when she was looking for seeds in the level 20 number 2 warehouse, she found that all the seeds in her warehouse had been planted. Except for ugly orange, sugar orange, rock sugar orange, baba orange, mandarin orange, emperor orange, honey sweet orange, navel orange, kumquat, sweetheart pomelo, rock sugar pomelo, and pomelo. Because there were too many local tangerines before, Hwami deliberately did not plant tangerines, grapefruits, and oranges for storage. So today, apart from these, there are no other seeds to plant. She was very helpless, so she called Chichuan again and asked him to find seeds for her. Ikuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Sister Hua, this is something you can only hope for. You know it's raining everywhere right now. It's impossible to preserve seeds in such humid weather. The conditions do not allow it, Sister Hua. The storage conditions for seeds are limited. In this humid weather where it is difficult to breathe without a respirator and they are out of sight all day long, even seeds with the best storage conditions will have few that can germinate. Hwami thought it made sense, but she was not the kind of person who would give up easily. Then you can hang a sign for me at the material wholesale point at the gate of City B and buy seedlings at a high price. I want all kinds of seedlings. She doesn't care whether they are fruit seeds or Chinese medicinal herb seeds. As long as they can be planted, it's fine. After hanging up the phone with Chi-Chuan, Hwami planted the last few tangerine, grapefruit, and orange seedlings in her 12 square meters of black soil. Just right, all 12 square meters of black soil are full. Immediately afterwards, Hwami called Yu Mengmeng again and asked her to help her put up an advertisement in the RV supermarket and buy unlimited seedlings at a high price. You can also exchange seedlings for supplies. Then Hwami decided to draw a lottery. She now had 12 chances to draw a lottery, but that was not enough. She decided to upgrade everything that needed to be upgraded so that she could have more chances to draw a good thing in one go. Level 16 Factory. Life-saving hammer, multifunction whistle limited production, semi-finished sauerkraut fish X70, 000, chocolate cake X60, 000, semi-finished braised lion's head X50, 000, semi-finished braised sparrows X40, 000, semi-finished pizza X30, 000, semi-finished crispy pork X20, 000, semi-finished Orleans roast chicken X10, 000, semi-finished preserved vegetable braised pork X5, 000, semi-finished ginseng black chicken soup X2, 500, semi-finished pepper pork belly chicken X1000, ham. Sausage X500, rice X250 synthetic production, energy water droplet X1, requires, energy light group consumption X10,000, agree cancel when a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X13. This level 16 factory can produce so many things that many of the fixed production materials have been squeezed out of sight. What appeared in front of Hwami were only 6 dots left in the fixed production category, except for the 2 new fixed production materials.
Click
to enter the next level page, where the previous fixed production materials will appear. In order to consume the energy bar of the level 16 factory, it is easier to level up the recycling bin. Hwami worked as fiercely as a tiger and produced all the limited production materials in one go. Unlock the small garbage recycling station level 2, get 2 sweeping robots and 2 trash cans when a lucky draw X1 remaining lucky draws X15. Hwami divided the 2 sweeping robots and placed one on the ground to clean the inside and outside of the Lotus Xingxing supermarket. One was placed in the underground garage under the Lotus Xingxing supermarket, and it was allowed to eat the small garbage in the basement. They are very smart and can automatically distinguish between garbage and supplies and will not eat supplies indiscriminately. During this period of time, Hwami's 3-story underground garage has been bustling with cars and people hauling supplies every day, and it is inevitable that a lot of mud, stagnant water, and various small garbage have been brought in. Hwami doesn't have a cleaning staff to clean for her. Over time, even with the tarpaulin absorbing moisture from the air, the water accumulated into puddles. Especially the entrance of the underground garage is dirty, messy, and wet. If you don't clean it, it will become dirtier and slippery and sticky. If you walk on it carelessly, you will fall. After releasing the robot, Hwami walked to the edge of the wall and gave 2 trash cans to the migrant workers who were building a higher wall. She didn't say anything else, just asked the workers to pay attention to hygiene and put garbage in the trash can and not throw it around randomly. The migrant workers were also given a pile of local grapefruits, which was 2 meters high. Amid the workers' thanks, Hwami returned to the Lotus Xingxing supermarket, washed her hands, rubbed them, and put her hands together in a superstitious gesture. Bless me, I want seeds and weapons. Bless me, bless me. Here we go. Get milk lollipop x10000000. Get hand torn bread x10000000. Get wang xiaoji x10000000. Get beer x10000000. Get solid alcohol x10000000. Get storage box x10000000. Obtain silver charcoal unit. Jean. X1 million. Get coral fleece 4-piece set x10000000. Get cashmere thermal underwear 1 size x10000000. Get toothpaste gum swelling reduction x10000000. Get Gang Gang Little Champion synchronized calligraphy copybook x10000000. Get badminton rackets. 1 pair gives 3 badminton. X1 million. Get eucalyptus tree. X10000000. Get horticultural organic fertilizer 20g/bag x10000000. Get Gatling x10000000. Unlock storage level 22 space 22 by 2. Win a lucky draw x1 remaining lucky draw x1. Unlock storage level 23 space 23 by 2. When a lucky draw x1 remaining lucky draws x2, a long list of supplies was displayed. Because too many supplies were drawn out this time, Hwami's storage was expanded by 2 levels. She opened the level 23 number 1 warehouse and looked at everything one by one. She immediately became happy. Although she didn't get the seed this time, she drew Gatlin.
Ha ha ha.
Hwami couldn't help but laugh 3 times towards the sky, then took out a cashmere thermal underwear, 1 size fits all, and took a look. This thermal underwear is elastic, and the elasticity is very good. It can be worn by petite people as well as fat people. She immediately informed Chao Fong, Tang Yu, Fong Yuqi, Chi Chuan, Yi Rong, Yang Honglin, and the factory director in her small group, and asked them to send someone to Xiangqing's underground garage to get cashmere thermal underwear. Yi Rong, I also want to say that the weather is getting colder and colder. A drop of rain falling into your neck can keep you cold for 24 hours. Ikegawa, it's quite cold, and it's raining. The coldness in this weather penetrates directly into one's bones. The words were not exaggerated at all. To Hwami, Yi Rong and Chi Chuan's feelings were not exaggerated enough. When the cold wave comes, the whole world will be filled with ice sculptures. That would be truly exaggerated. Hwami, we will first consume the thermal underwear internally to satisfy our own needs, and then sell it to the outside world. There are not many sets in total. Hwami, when the weather gets cold, I think 1 piece of thermal underwear won't be enough for each person. We'll give out 5 pieces to each person, and they can wear more thermal underwear when it gets cold. The quality of my underwear is pretty good, and it's also pretty elastic. Therefore, it shouldn't be a big problem to put them on one by one. The point is that the weather is getting colder and colder, and ordinary warm clothes in the south really can't hold up. Hwami, I also got some silver charcoal and solid alcohol. The garrison will be standing guard outside, so you can bring some charcoal over and make a fire outside. Several garrisons in the small group responded, and Chao Fong suddenly asked, Chao Fong, Sister Hua, should we invite the boss to join our group? Hwami, why are you pulling him? Are you going to listen to his lecture?
No.
Chao Fong. The several garrisons in the small group didn't know what to say. It was right that Sister Hua had married their boss, right? Why didn't they bring their boss along to play? Yi Rong was holding a cell phone, laughing on the other end of the line. Then she looked up and saw Lu Xingyuan standing up and walking out. She was stunned and quickly sent a message to Hwami, Yi Rong. Captain Lu stood up and went outside Xiangqing. Hwami, it's okay. I'll go with you secretly. During this time, ask Dafu and Xiaofu to collect more cold weather equipment. Hwami, oh right, I have some Gang Gang Xiao Zhuangyuan synchronous calligraphy copybooks here. Give Dafu and Xiaofu 100 copies each, so that they can practice calligraphy when they have nothing to do. Although there is no school now, they can't fall behind in their studies. So, is it true that one person has 100 copies of calligraphy? Yi Rong was stunned when she saw Hua Mi's last text message. Hua Mi, on the other hand, simply dressed herself up, changed into cashmere thermal underwear, and put on a black coral fleece maternity suit on the outside, and arrived at the gate of Xiangqing. She had promised Gong Yi that she would help take care of Lu Xingyuan, and this was something she could not disobey. At the gate of Xiangqing, the garrison in charge of logistics had already pulled silver charcoal from Hami's underground garage and started burning a charcoal basin in the watchtower for the garrison on duty. This basin of charcoal arrived at a very timely moment. In the cold and damp weather, the garrison's changing shifts could take off their wet clothes and dry them over the large charcoal basin. Outside the watchtower, a small garrison was gathering, preparing to attack a small colored den. Fong is considering who to let lead the team. Lu Xingyuan trotted over, stood up straight, and saluted. Captain Lu Xingyuan, the captain of the 1st Garrison Team in City A, requests to go into battle. Everyone was stunned and turned to look over. Chao Feng's eyes fell on Lu Xingyuan's knees. He pursed his lips and said nothing. Lu Xingyuan came over and said generously, "The prosthetic limbs Sister Hua gave me are pretty good. They're made of steel, and it hurts when I kick people with them." This made Chao Feng laugh. He raised his hand and patted Lu Xingyuan on the shoulder. "It's good that you can stand up. Then you lead the team. I can't leave Xiangqing either. Both are garrison captains. In terms of rank, Chao Feng and Lu Xingyuan are the same. There is no question of who arranges whom. If Lu Xingyuan wants to go, he just needs to tell Chao Feng. There is no doubt about the captain's ability. Anyone who can become a captain must at least be good at fighting." Chao Feng let him do it. He knew that Lu Xingyuan needed to do something to prove the value of his existence. Hami was wearing a low-key large raincoat made of waterproof oilcloth and standing far away from Lu Xingyuan and Chao Feng, standing with a group of survivors. In the pouring rain, a handsome and gentle man stopped Qin Xiaolan and talked to her. They looked together at the survivors who were coming and going at the gate of Xiangqing. Ma Ziyuan said, "Xiaolan, ask them, who among them hasn't lost a loved one? This is how the world is, with separation and death happening every day. Don't dwell on this all the time. Everyone has to work hard to survive. Let's not waste our time on this." Hami, who happened to be standing not far from the two men, nodded, thinking that this made sense. "Handsome guy is on the right track." Qin Xiaolan said, "But that's because I didn't have any news about my brother before. Now Fong Xian said she has some clues, so I'm going to find her." Hami, who was not far from Fong Xian, was stunned. Why was it Fong Xian again? How could Fong Xian know that she killed Qin Xian? So Hami pricked up her ears and listened carefully, but the two men had already walked far away, and it seemed that they were running out of the city. Because she had to look after Lu Xingyuan, Hami couldn't chase after them and could only watch their backs as they left. Why does she feel that anyone who has anything to do with Fong Xian will have a bad ending? Hami didn't have time to think too much at this moment, because Lu Xingyuan, along with 4 garrisons, had already left the watchtower in plain clothes. Hami followed from a distance, and she had no intention of interfering with Lu Xingyuan's mission. It's because the energy drop is in Lu Xingyuan's body, and she doesn't know when it will lose its effect. No one knew what that 220 milliliters bottle of energy water drops would bring to Lu Xingyuan, so Hami followed Lu Xingyuan and others, so that she can help in time. It is said that they investigated for a long time this time and found a small adult love den right at the gate of Xiangqing City. That was the result of the 2 garrisons that Gong Yi had sent last time to follow Monkey Brother. They spent a long time squatting at the spot and finally figured it out. In fact, small color dens like this were not uncommon in the end of the world in the previous life. At first, everyone thought it was shameful and immoral. But as time goes by, as long as women can survive, using themselves as capital can be considered a way to make a living. No one will think that this is a dirty business anymore. As long as it allows you to survive and the children around you to have something to eat, this business is not dirty. Of course, that only applies to the survivors, who really have no way to make a living. The disaster has only been going on for more than 3 months now. People still have savings, and survivors can still find hard labor jobs in Xiangqing. Those who don't do hard labor can go wholesale supplies, or search for supplies in the ruins and set up a stall. If you really don't want to do either of them, you can also help Hwami search for seedlings and make money. Hwami said that as long as they were seedlings, she would buy them at a high price. Why can't I think of a way to survive? Why do I have to do this to live well? No woman likes to be treated like this by a man, especially women of the first generation, who still have a sense of propriety and honor in their hearts. If they appear in an adult love den, it is mostly because they are forced. Hwami followed Lu Xingyuan and other garrisons from a distance and came to the outside of a semi-abandoned self-built villa. She leaned leisurely on a dry spot, curled up in her coral fleece maternity dress, waiting for movement inside. Don't make too much noise. Less than a minute after Lu Xingyuan led his men in, several street thugs flew out from various angles of the small building. Some flew out of the window, some flew out of the front door, and some flew from the second floor over the balcony and then fell down. What horrible thing happened in there? Hwami was curious for a moment and waited until all the scoundrels in the building had left before she stepped into the building. Lu Xingyuan was grabbing the chains on the women's hands and breaking them with his bare hands. He paused what he was doing, and together with the other 4 guards who were looking for the key to unlock the door, they turned their heads and looked at Hwami outside the door in surprise. "Sister-in-law, why are you here? Please stop looking." Lu Xingyuan stood up straight and stood in front of Hwami. "The situation here is too tragic. Sister Hua is a pregnant woman, and she really shouldn't watch these dark things." Hwami, however, had a familiar expression on her face and glanced around the building. These street thugs are so bold that they set up such a hideout right under the noses of the garrison. At first she thought it was a small, colorful tent. It's like the men at home, such as father, brother, and husband, forcing their own women into prostitution. After all, there is still order in Xiangqing. It has been less than 4 months since the earthquake. But looking at the situation here now, it should have developed to a certain scale. There are more than a dozen women here, and quite a few street urchins have flown away. If this is a color den, it would be better to say that it is more like a transit station. Gather the women and prepare to transport them to a transit point somewhere. Hwami frowned slightly. Things were worse than she had imagined. At this moment, a woman suddenly jumped out from among the women, shouting loudly, "Hwami, you beast! You have no heart. You are just a beast. We all believed in you. You said you would introduce us to good jobs, but you tricked us into doing this. You are a beast." The first woman who rushed over was blocked by Lu Xingyuan's quick eyes and hands. Behind him, the expression on Hwami's face became more and more stern. Her fox eyes were as cold as a knife as she looked at the women in the room who were cursing and crying. "If you don't explain yourself clearly today, I'll kill you." I got angry. When did she say she would introduce jobs to these women? Is she just bored? She has so many things to do. Why would she do this? The garrison on the side also felt that the situation was strange. Lu Xingyuan winked at the garrison, and they sent 2 garrisons out to persuade Hwami to the side. Lu Xingyuan, along with 2 other garrisons, questioned the dozen or so women one by one. In less than half an hour, everything was clear. In fact, Hwami knew all these women. No, it should be said that they all knew Hwami. Some of them were her high school or junior high school classmates from her hometown, and some were her college classmates, but Hwami just didn't remember them. And they were all deceived here by Fong Exine using the name of Hwami. Not every woman is single and lives in this precarious world. At least these women who were deceived by Fong Exine all have families. But Fong Exine is Hwami's cousin, and everyone knows how good Hwami was to Fong Exine back then. It's no secret that Hwami has a good relationship with the garrison. So Fong Exine came forward and said that Hwami could find jobs for them that would make their work easy and earn them a lot of money, without having to set up stalls or do hard labor like clearing highways and moving bricks. The working environment is also comfortable, decent, safe, and stable. In such a rotten world, who wouldn't be tempted? These women were moved, and their families were also moved. Word spread quickly, and almost everyone who knew Fong Exine came to ask Fong Exine to find them jobs. This is also the reason why Fong Exine was able to find so many good-looking women in a very short period of time, and why he was willing and his family was willing not to cause trouble. Don't you have brains? Hwami was blocked by 2 guards and was so angry that she yelled at those women. The work is easy, the environment is good, the income is high, and it is stable, safe, and respectable. I want this job too.
Please try to find me such a job.
Even she is now an unemployed vagrant, tossing around in the wind and rain every day. She earns a lot, but is it safe? You have earned your own life. When something good happens, you should first think about why this pie has fallen on your head. The women in the room cried for a while, and then started arguing. Fong Xin is your cousin. You said she lied to us, and we said you lied to us. Who knows what's going on between you and your cousin? That's right. Your cousin is using your name to recruit people everywhere. Do you dare to say that you have no responsibility? If we weren't concerned about your status and your relationship with the garrison, we wouldn't be so easily deceived. Do you think we are the only ones who have been deceived? Who doesn't want a stable and good job now? There are countless beautiful women who rush to Fong Xin because of your name. They talked at once, full of dissatisfaction and self-pity for what had happened to them after being cheated. Hwami sneered when she heard this. You guys are greedy for rewards you didn't put in and you want to blame it on me?
Dream on.
She didn't care. It was already great enough that she could rescue these women from the tiger's mouth. Believe it or not, in other cities, once a woman falls into prostitution, the possibility of finding her back is slim. However, this witch Fong Xin really made Hwami look at her in a new light. After not seeing her for many days, Fong Xin has evolved from a white lotus into a black-hearted, rotten, poisonous lotus. Her behavior had seriously disgusted Hwami. Hwami turned around and said to Lu Xingyuan, "Did your boss Gong tell you what you were going to do with those street urchins after you caught them?" Lu Xingyuan looked serious. Commander Gong said that they should be detained together and executed publicly. Okay then, you keep busy here. I'll go and kill those 2 people. As she spoke, Hwami picked up a conscious kid on the ground and asked him to take her to find Fong Xin and her daughter. I'm just a little pony, I don't know anything, Sister Hua. The skinny street urchin, wearing only a pair of shorts, was kicked on the back by Hwami. He was kicked to the ground, but he didn't dare stop. Once he stopped, the woman behind him would be like a devil, punching and kicking him. The street slicker got up and staggered forward, shivering from the cold. The cold rain hit him, and he burst into tears. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I didn't mean to do it. I won't dare to do it again next time. Please let me go, Sister Hua. He had never thought that this business would be so risky. In fact, he just wanted to make a little more money. The streets are full of people, and the people around him are all street urchins. He is just influenced by the people around him. Others pull him to do it, and he just makes some money. Hwami drove the street urchins forward expressionlessly. What did you mean by not doing it on purpose? What did you mean by letting you go? You've made the wrong decision in life. Do you think you'll have a chance to start over again? She believes that many people choose to be lazy and take shortcuts because of ignorance and not knowing the seriousness of the problem. But so what? If you do something that hurts others, can you just admit your mistakes and apologize? Some mistakes are acceptable, but with some, committing them will result in death. The skinny street kid brought Hwami to the front of Fong Hui and Fong Xin's tent. He was frozen in the cold rain, his whole body was pale, and he was shivering. Here, this is Fong Hui's tent. He, his daughter, might have followed Brother Monkey to Brother Fan's place. Brother Fan? Hwami glanced at the skinny guy and heard a familiar name, Brother Fan. The boss behind Brother Fan is Chun Hu. So in this life, the big chicken head brother is actually in Xiangcheng? Hwami clenched the kitchen knife in her hand and pointed it at the skinny street kid. Wait here for me. If you dare to run, I will chop you to death. Fong Hui's tent was among a group of tents some distance away from the city gate. The ground was muddy and the rain fell, slowly sliding into the ditch on the side. Because the weather was cold, there were no idle people strolling around in the open space. Some people in several large tents nearby heard a slight noise, but no one came out to see. Hwami ignored the guy who was almost freezing to death. She used a kitchen knife to pry open the curtain of Fong Hui's tent, and a foul smell filled the air. Hwami can't smell. She's wearing a respirator. She saw that the light in the tent was dark and Fong Huai was lying on the wet bed, incontinent, with his skinny chest rising and falling slightly. His body was covered with wounds from the beating caused by Monkey Brother last time, and they have not healed yet, because he had no money to buy medicine or food. I don't even have the energy to go out and look for help.
Fang Xin.
Fong Huai lay on the bed, the cold air penetrating into his bones. With his cloudy eyes, he only saw a figure coming in, and he thought it was his daughter who came back.
Give me something to eat. Fang Xin.
I'm so cold in such cold weather. Fong Huai was still wearing a thin sweater. How could he not be cold? It seemed that Fong Xian had not taken care of her father for a long time. Hami stood in the wet tent with indifference, looking down at Fong Huai, who was lying on the bedsheet and had entered the countdown of his death. The living conditions here are terrible. It's Hami. Fong Huai finally saw something clearly. He raised his dry hand and wanted to pull Hwami's hand, but he couldn't reach it. He took a few quick breaths and said with a smile, "Hami, uncle." Before he finished speaking, Fong Huai slowly closed his eyes and his dry hands dropped heavily.
He is dead.
No one knows what Fong Huai wanted to say in the end. Hwami didn't care either. She stood beside Fong Huai's body for a while and said with some disgust, "What on earth have you done in your life?" In Hwami's memory, Fong Huai had always lived in a daze when he was young. Every day he is either in the casino or on his way to the casino. When Fong's mother had to go to work, Fong Xian pushed the responsibility to Hwami, and Fong Huai just stood aside. In Hwami's distant memories, Fong Huai and his mother were always quarreling. For money, for life, for any trivial matter, the Fong family would quarrel to great lengths. So, what have you done in your life that benefited others and yourself? Hwami asked the corpse on the ground again. She bent down slightly and looked at Fong Huai's open eyes. It's better to make use of your remaining energy after death. She put Fong Huai's body into the recycling bin and converted it into an energy light ball. When I walked out of the tent, the guy outside had already fallen to the ground, his body was pale, and he had frozen to death outside the tent. Hwami also put the body of the street urchin into the recycling bin. This is actually quite good. If the bodies are left where they are, no one will come to collect them for a long time. Because the crematorium in Xiangqing would not take the initiative to collect corpses, the garrison would send the bodies of those in disasters to the crematorium in the past. But now that the earthquakes have stopped, the garrison is busier than before, and the survivors can only rely on themselves to send their dead relatives to the crematorium. People like Fong Huai and Jieliozi had no one to care about their life or death when they were alive. Will there be anyone to send them off after they die? The most we can do is to throw their bodies to a farther place so as not to interfere with the group life of the survivors. In such cold weather, the body will have to wait until the ice melts before it can rot. During this period, they might even mutate and become walking corpses, which are commonly known as zombies. Hwami's move also relieved some of the pressure on the crematorium. She walked for a while in the icy rain and called Lu Xingyuan. Fong Huai is dead. It seems Fong Xian hasn't returned to her tent for many days. Ask those street urchins where they plan to send those women. Lu Xingyuan agreed immediately, then said hesitantly, "Sister Hua, why don't you go back to Xiangqing? It's too chaotic outside." The garrison in City A has been incorporated into Gong Yi's command. Lu Xingyuan heard the garrisons around him call Hwami Sister Hua, so he followed the local customs and called her that. Considering that Sister Hua is pregnant, it is really inconvenient for her to run around outside in such a cold weather. If anything happens to the children or adults, Lu Xingyuan's life will not be enough to compensate Boss Gong. Hwami smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm not fighting. I'm just following you. Captain Lu, you see, I didn't do anything, but my reputation has been ruined by Fong Xian. I will settle the score with her no matter what. If you don't let me follow you, I'll go looking for it secretly by myself, which will be even more dangerous." On the other end of the phone, Lu Xingyuan scratched his short hair and said helplessly, "I have to ask Commander Gong about this matter." Gong Yi would definitely not agree. Not only did he not agree, but as expected, he also called Hwami. He asked angrily on the other end of the phone, Don't you know what your situation is? Why are you wandering around outside? Lu Xingyuan is going to fight to the death. Why are you joining in the fun? Hami responded very obediently, okay, I'll go back. I'll go back right away. Aren't you busy? Have you found Xinhu? Without. Gong Yi stood in the industrial park outside of City A and said to Hami, but I found enough supplies for an entire industrial park. As Chen, who left City A, all the survivors in the industrial park left. Tens of thousands of survivors took away all the food and daily necessities in the industrial park. According to their walking routes, most of them went towards City B, and some went towards Xiangqing. So Chen, who should be in City B or Xiangqing. Gong Yi also said, although the survivors of the industrial park took away the living supplies of the industrial park, there are still a lot of industrial supplies left here. For example, a large amount of wool, rags, cement, adhesives, steel, and parts of prefabricated houses. When Hami heard this, her eyes lit up. Prefabricated houses? Sure. Drag them to Xiangqing, find a piece of land to build them, and then rent them out. Isn't this better than those survivors living in tents? She said to Gong Yi, if you don't let me go out and have fun, you could just transport the supplies here manually and use the teleportation ticket. Xiangqing, watchtower teleportation tickets that she gave to Gong Yi last time should not have been used up yet. It doesn't matter if they are used up. Tang Yi's position is close to Gong Yi, and the garrison guarding the material warehouse in City B also has teleportation tickets. The teleportation ticket can be used to teleport people and supplies, but I don't know how much supplies it can carry. Anyway, Gong Yi can't find Xinhu now, so he might as well send it back first. Gong Yi agreed to transport the supplies back, but he did not agree to teleport back to Xiangqing himself. Instead, he asked Tang Yu to send someone to bring the supplies back to Xiangqing. Hami called Hu Jing and asked him to go to the Xiangqing watchtower teleportation point, receive all the supplies, and pile them up in the underground garage of Lianhua Xingxing. Miss Hua, where are you going? Hu Jing asked on the phone. On the other end, Hami chuckled. I'm just relaxing outside. The weather is just right. Just as she finished her words, a thunder passed over her head, tearing apart the thick black clouds, and the rain fell even more heavily. People were trembling all around. It's snowing particles. Hami looked up and saw tiny snow particles hitting the tip of her nose. It was like thunder and snow. What is God planning to do? She sighed and continued to look for Lu Xingyuan. As for what she promised Gong Yi, she didn't remember what she promised. The garrison in Xiangqing has already locked on to several similar color transfer stations. In each transfer station, there are more than a dozen beautiful young women locked up and guarded by a few street urchins. This kind of organization with clear division of labor can be considered strict. These women will not pick up customers on the outskirts of Xiangqing. They will definitely be transported to a unified place. At this time, facing the tiny snow particles, Hami received a call from the contractor. Miss Hua, we found a woman soliciting business on the dredging section of the Xiang A Expressway. They came to the construction site in 2s and 3s and flirted with the workers who were clearing the highway. They are all full of vigor and vitality, and those who work under Hami have a lot of supplies. Just a few dozen dollars and 2 or 3 fruits can make the place look more colorful, and many people are eager to try it. It seriously affected the progress of the project. The contractor asked Hami what to do next. Hami thought without hesitation. Okay, I'll go take a look. Now a batch of wool, rags, and mobile cabins have arrived at the foot of the watchtower. Please arrange for everyone to be transported to the toll station on the Hunan A Expressway. The prefabricated house must be erected as soon as possible. It must be erected as quickly as possible. The contractor agreed immediately, dropped all the work in his hands, called Qi Chuan and Hu Jing, and asked them to dispatch people to receive the supplies from Xiangqing Watchtower. Don't ask why so many supplies suddenly appeared under the watchtower. The problem is that the light show is too bright, and I can't see it clearly. While talking to the contractor, Hwami's body was like a bird flying over the overturned mountains and rivers. Although she had a slightly protruding belly, her speed was not at all clumsy compared to when she was only 1 or 2 months pregnant. She was getting faster and lighter. In less than an hour, Hwami arrived at the Hunan A Expressway. At this time, Lu Xingyuan, still leading the 4 garrisons, was picking off the small dens of colors at the gate of Xiangqing one by one. He and Gong Yi both thought that they had persuaded Sister Hua to stop the dredging work on the Xiang A Expressway. Without dredging the road, cars could not pass through, and the materials in the industrial park could only be brought back by the garrison with teleportation tickets. In fact, one person can't carry much supplies with him when teleporting. So, after returning to Xiangqing, the garrison had to walk to the industrial park again, continue to tear up the teleportation tickets, and manually bring the goods back to Xiangqing. Compared to driving there, the round-trip time is not much saved. Because the garrison was teleported to Xiangqing, they had to walk back again, repeating the cycle over and over again. Similarly, the survivors who took this road had no way of having a smoother road to walk on, and could only cross mountains and ridges and take small roads with their families. By the time Hwami arrived at Hunan A Expressway, her workers had already stopped working for several hours. A large group of men were surrounding the 7 or 8 women in the snow, pointing, talking, and flirting with them. The 7 or 8 women, all wearing short skirts or long skirts, exposing their arms, thighs, and deep verses, were flirting with the men. Several workers had already negotiated the price with the women and were walking towards the bus nearby. The conditions for firing are quite poor. Because it was raining and there were mud, rocks, and trees on the road, they had other work to do after clearing the highway, so they didn't build a place for themselves to rest. Only a few buses drove over and all the seats in the buses were removed, using them as a place for them to rest. Hwami flew up and landed on the roof of the bus with a thump.
Just like a bird.
The worker, who was rubbing the shivering woman and was about to get on the bus to do his work, looked up and saw a woman in a raincoat standing upright on the roof of the bus. The headlights erected in the distance fell on the woman, whose raincoat was already covered with a thin layer of snow particles. As she moved, snow particles fell down. Who is this? Not everyone is lucky enough to see Hwami. Most people here were recruited by the contractor and Hu Jing. They had heard of Hwami's name, but had never seen what Hwami looked like in person. Someone looked up and shouted to Hwami, "Hey, are you here to sell too? Sell your mother." Hwami lowered her eyes and glanced at the dredging project that had been suspended. Looking at the worker who was asking the question, Hwami said angrily, "You took my money and supplies, but instead of working properly, you just made these things for me. If you dare to touch these women today, you can quit your job." The workers were quiet for a moment, and several of them silently withdrew their hands from touching the witch. But there are also a few who are so bold that they are almost flying in the face of danger.
Who are you?
If you want to sell, name a price. If not, get out. You want to fire us? Ha, do you have the guts to do that? We didn't steal or rob. We both agreed to this. What's it to you? There are always people who like to be brainless idiots. Hwami looked coldly at the disobedient workers. My name is Hwami. When you, the contractor, and Hu Jing see me, you have to call me Andy. The wages you receive every day, as well as the food and drinks you eat, are all provided by me. When her name was called out, the scene was dead silent, with only the sound of snowflakes hitting the ground. Most of the workers took a few steps back quietly, moving away from the witches around them. Clearly distinguished. They don't want to lose their current job. But there are still some who don't believe in it. You told us to get out? You said you are Hwami, so you are Hwami? We use our hard-earned money and supplies for entertainment. It's none of your business, right? Even if you are Hwami, you can't control us. You are not our wife. Why do you care about how many witches we have? Now Hwami is the only one here, and she has no evidence to prove that she is really Hwami. Moreover, the wages and supplies that Hwami had given them before were enough for them to live a comfortable life with their families in this world.
It's impossible to ask them to spit it out now.
Why should we ask them not to have contact with witches? They worked for Hwami, but they were not her long-term employees, nor did they sell their bodies to Hwami. She gave them money and supplies, and they just had to get the job done. As for the rest, does Hwami have any right to care? This is not a question of whether one has brains or not. This is their human rights and their freedom. Hwami uttered a ha, and her eyes fell on the open space, where there were a few witches who were thinly dressed and shivering with cold. There were traces of cheap makeup on their faces. No matter how beautifully they dressed up, they would still huddle up in such cold weather when doing the adult love trade. Hwami jumped off the roof of the bus and looked at the man in front of her who was hugging the witch and refused to let go. The man was very brave. He reached out to touch Hwami's face with an indecent smile on his face. "You just jumped down like that.
Let me see what our Miss Hua looks like."
You're just a woman. What are you afraid of?" Hwami pulled out a steel bar from the back of her raincoat and hit the man's hand with it. "I don't like to preach. If you insist on your freedom, then don't work under me. I like to keep my word and don't like others taking my money and supplies and asking me for more. You should understand that in this world, it's not that I have to beg you to work for me, but you beg me to give you a way out. Then, everything must be done according to my rules and preferences. You are not allowed to do anything I forbid you to do. Don't like it? If you don't like it, just go away." Every time she said something, she would hit the man with a steel bar. "Where can you find workers? If you go out and call now, there will be a lot of people who want to join the infrastructure construction team." On a snowy night, the man who wanted to touch Hwami was knocked to the ground by Hwami. No worker around dared to say a word. Now they believe it. There is no other woman as fierce as Sister Hua. Hwami put away the steel bars, pointed at the man she had knocked to the ground, and told the other workers, "Find 2 people and throw him away." He pointed at the 7 or 8 thinly dressed women in the open space and said, "Catch them all, lock them up and educate them, and make them recite the 8 honors and 8 shames." A group of men rushed up again and grabbed all the women in the open space. This time they did not dare to touch them randomly. They just grabbed one arm each to avoid suspicion. I could only hear those women, shivering and twisting their bodies in the snow, shouting, "Let us go. We didn't do anything. Why are you locking us up? You have interrupted the progress of my project." Hwami waved her hand and told the workers, "Send them to the toll booth, and the rest of you can continue working. If you stop working, your wages and supplies will be deducted." It just so happened that Gong Yi found a large amount of wool, scraps of cloth, and mobile houses in the industrial park left by Chun-Hu. The contractor did a good job. Although he didn't go to the scene, he had someone bring the supplies over. It is very easy to put up a prefabricated house. If there are enough people, it can be put up in a short time. Look, there is also a place for witches here. After reciting the 8 honors and 8 shames, they can sew the scraps of cloth together and stuff wool inside. Isn't a woolen coat complete? If the women of the courtesans make a few more woolen coats, Hwami won't have to distribute thermal underwear to the infrastructure team. Thinking of this, Hwami suddenly became very motivated and told the workers, "My people must follow the garrison in everything. It is strictly forbidden to have affairs. If you want women, you must have a serious relationship with them. If you have adult love with these women, aren't you afraid that you'll be looked down upon by the garrison? There is no way around it. The moral standards of the garrison are too high. Prostitution is strictly prohibited, and it has been written into the garrison rules. If the people who work for Hwami have low moral standards and go to brothels as soon as they get off work, they will give the garrison a bad impression and will be despised by them. The key is that it also affects the progress of the project." The workers responded. Most of them were very obedient, and those who were not convinced did not dare to show it in person. "If you really go against this woman, not only will you lose your job, but you will also be beaten by her." Hwami heard them say behind their backs, "If there are any more women standing on the street, seize them all and send them to the toll booth. For every woman you send, I'll give you 2,000 yuan." Thinking about the thick coat, Hwami felt that it would be a good idea to capture a few more witches to recite the 8 honors and 8 shames. After giving instructions to the workers, she turned around and walked towards the toll booth. The supplies here have been brought here by the contractor, and the mobile houses have been almost built on an open space with a lot of traffic. From inside came the voices of witches reciting the 8 honors and 8 shames. Also standing outside was Yang Honglin, who was wearing a police uniform. Hwami was surprised when she saw Yang Honglin. "Why are you here?" "Chuanzi said that there are people here who need to be educated, so he dragged me over to see." Yang Honglin was carrying an AK-47 on his back. He didn't bring many policemen with him this time, but those who came were all veteran police officers. As he was talking, an old policeman came with a stack of white paper and a pen. The paper and pen are ready. Let them finish writing their self-reviews, and then we can assign them tasks. If you are caught standing on the street, and it is against public morals, you will have to write a letter of apology. Hwami stood at the window and took a look. The women inside were all frozen purple. She said to Yang Honglin, "Let them sew some thick woolen coats for themselves first." As they were talking, the workers who were working on the dredging project ahead came over and captured a few witches who were selling themselves and brought them over. As soon as they saw Hwami, they all looked flattering. "Miss Hua, look, we caught a few more." "Okay, I'll give you money, 2,000 per woman." Hwami was not vague either. She withdrew a stack of brand new cash from the Apocalypse supermarket cashier system and counted the money for the workers on the spot. They would give 2,000 yuan to each woman they caught, and the workers who came to give the women away could divide the money among themselves. The workers were very happy, holding the cash in their hands, saying, "There seem to be more women ahead. We'll catch a few more and send them to you later." Hwami nodded and reminded, "Just don't delay the progress of the project." After handing out the money, Hwami frowned slightly and said to Yang Honglin, "Why are there so many witches on the street? It means there is a huge hideout here." Yang Honglin is an old policeman and is more sensitive to this kind of thing than anyone else. He whispered to the policemen around him to record their statements, one by one. He turned his head and looked at the women in the room who were writing self-criticisms and said to Hwami, "In fact, they are just pitiful people. If they are not locked up, they will still go down this path after they are released. Since there is a way to survive in reality, who would be willing to do this? Once they walk out of here, believe it or not only will the jackets they sew themselves be stripped off, but they will also be sent to be witches. Only this time, they will be sent to a more secluded place, making it more difficult for the garrison, the police, and Hwami to find them, and they will live a more miserable life." Hwami sighed and did not refute Yang Honglin's words. Of course she understood. She had been watching it all her life. How could she not understand? Hwami sighed and turned to an empty board house that had just been built. Avoiding the gazes of the three policemen, she put a room full of cherries, pomegranates, kiwis, cantaloupes, mineral water, semi-finished pickled fish, and chocolate cakes. After thinking for a while, she turned to the next room and placed several storage boxes there. The storage boxes were filled with toilet paper, sanitary napkins, toothpaste, towels, buckets, wash basins, coral fleece sets, and disposable underwear. He went to the next door and put a dozen alcohol stoves there. The box next to it was filled with solid alcohol and badminton rackets. Oh, yes, there are also 10,000 copies of Gangang Zai's Wangjiwen, synchronized copybook, which is indispensable. Since these women cannot be released until the matter is clarified, they can only be allowed to continue making jackets. Of course, they have to be provided with food and drink during this period. Considering that after the women finish making jackets, have a full stomach and play badminton, they can also practice calligraphy and cultivate their character. This is called combining work and rest, and balancing movement and stillness.
Hwami was really thoughtful about them.
Just as these supplies were being placed there, 4 or 5 more witches were sent in from the construction site in front.
Yang Honglines Froen Depenet.
The problem was more serious than he had imagined. By the time the first batch of women had finished reciting the 8 honors and 8 shames, writing their self-criticisms, and were shivering as they sewed thick woolen jackets for themselves, Yang Honglin came over with a stack of confessions in his hand and showed them to Hwami. "These women said they were deceived by you." Hwami raised her eyes to look at Yang Honglin. "Do you believe it?" "Believe her. She is just bored and deceives women into looking for jobs, but in fact she is witches on the street." Yang Honglin shook his head and tapped his forehead. "I have brains." Using professional interrogation techniques, veteran police officers like Yang Honglin got to know the details of these witches in just a few words. On the edge of Xiang'e Expressway, between Xiangqing and a city, there is a large unfinished villa complex. Rather than saying that they were deceived by Hwami, It would be more accurate to say that they were recruited by the name of Hami. Some of the women here have never been to Xiangqing. They were deceived by a woman named Fong Xian on their way to Xiangqing. This world is too chaotic. It's too hard for people to live well. Fong Xian almost always succeeds in her deceptions.
Yang Honglin explained solemnly.
In fact, some women don't care whether they are being cheated or not. When they are cold and hungry, their lives are threatened and they have no guarantee of survival. Give those who stutter and let them do anything. Therefore, at this point, it doesn't matter whether it was Fong Xian who deceived them, or Hami who deceived them, or whether they took the bait voluntarily. What matters is staying alive. But it's still disgusting to be messed around with by someone using a name. Hami took the confession with an expressionless face, read it one by one, pointed at the fingo on it, and said, "This den is not easy to defend. The three of you are definitely not enough. We have to notify the garrison. Brother Fan and Chun who have a close relationship. If Chun who is going to Xiangqing or City B, then it is very likely that he is in this huge red light district. Chun who has already seized the arsenal of City A. He is a man with heavy firepower. If Yang Honglin and other 3 policemen rashly go to his house, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg." After listening to Hwami's explanation, Yang Honglin immediately turned around and informed Gong Yi of what happened here. Gong Yi asked a few questions about the situation and notified Chao Fong to send garrison troops over for support. He hung up the phone with Yang Honglin, and then Hwami's phone rang. Hwami looked down and saw that it was Gong Yi calling, but she didn't answer. Even if you use your toes to think, you can know what Gong Yi wants to say, which is simply to ask her to go back to Xiangqing as soon as possible. Why is she answering the phone? At this time, there were successive cases of witches going missing on the Hunan A Expressway, which finally aroused the vigilance of the red light district ahead. A group of men contacted several workers at the dredging site. Those workers were very upset because they were using their hard-earned money to have fun but were strictly forbidden by Hwami. They just couldn't stand Hwami's domineering behavior. So Brother Fan's people came to inquire about the situation, and they told Brother Fan's henchmen what Hwami had done. In the red light district, Brother Fan, wearing a well-fitting suit, stood in the dark room with gorgeous light, with his hands down, and said, "Boss, what do you think?" Chun Hu, who was sitting in the dark, hadn't spoken yet, but Zhu Xianjun, who was sitting on the sofa, spoke up. "It's this woman named Hwami again. Why is she everywhere?" Not long ago, he took his last remaining pony to the medical and medicinal materials market in City B, intending to capture Hwami, have some fun with her, and then send her to Brother Fan. As a result, Zhu Xianjun waited outside the medicinal materials market for a whole day, but none of the thugs who had gone in came out. No one knows what happened. Zhu Xianjun also waited until the garrisons who were transporting the goods and Chichuan's people had all left before he went into the medicinal materials market alone to take a look. There was no trace of any of the lackeys, not even a single clue left. It was as if his little minions suddenly disappeared from this world, leaving no trace at all. Therefore, Zhu Xianjun no longer dared to provoke Zhu Fong and Hwami alone, so he came to Brother Fan. As a result, before I had spent 2 days in peace in Brother Fan's red light district, this Hwami showed up again. In the gorgeous light, Chun Hu lit a cigar. Some people just like to pretend to be noble. It's time to ruin their lives. In the quiet room, Chun Hu laughed. Gong Yi is not easy to deal with, but he can't deal with a little woman? Juan, I'll give you a team of people to get your place back. As Chun Hu finished speaking, someone came into the office carrying several large boxes of weapons and placed them heavily in front of Zhu Xianjun. Chun Hu said, "The engineering team that cleared the Xiang A Expressway doesn't need anyone alive anymore."
"Yes."
Zhu Xianjun stood up excitedly and walked out of Chun Hu's office with his weapon. As soon as he left, Chun Hu said to Brother Fan, "Your place is pretty good, big and spacious, but Gong Yi is not someone who can be bribed, so move out as soon as possible." The red light district was originally placed in this location because of the popularity of Xiangqing and B City. Indeed, in the past few months, the red light district has grown larger, and more men have come to patronize it. Business is getting better and better. But the garrison commanders of Xiangqing and City B could not be dealt with, and Gong Yi was a stubborn person. The scale of the red light district has grown to this point, and if it weren't for the protection of the people above, it would be quite troublesome. Brother Fan's current development has reached its limit. Brother Fan, who is standing in front of Chen Hu, asked in a low voice, "Is there a suitable place, boss?" Chen Hu didn't say anything. The sparks from the cigar in his hand flickered, and finally, he looked at City C on the map. Hami and Yang Honglin were heading up to the construction site, and the garrison support from Xiangqing had not arrived yet, so the two of them had to withdraw the workers from the construction site as soon as possible. As soon as they entered the construction site, Hami asked all the workers to stop working and go to the toll station immediately. One of the workers seemed to finally be unable to bear it anymore and threw the shovel in his hand to the ground, pointing at Hami and angrily said, "One moment you make us work, the next moment you don't let us work. You stinky woman, you give us a few dollars and you treat us like beasts of burden." Hami slapped the man and knocked him to the ground. "What are you fussing about? You didn't realize the problem was so serious. The further you clear the way, the closer you get to Brother Fan's territory. Get out of here now." Most of the workers were obedient. They quickly packed up their tools and lined up to retreat to the toll station. After all, they took Hwami's money and supplies, and they just wanted to live and work well. Although they didn't know what happened, they just listened to Party A. But a few workers took advantage of the chaos to exchange glances and rushed towards Hwami. It was rumored that Hwami was a pregnant woman, just a pregnant woman. Several grown men came together and beat Hwami up to vent their anger. When Brother Fan sends someone over, they will hand Hwami over to Brother Fan's people. When Yang Honglin saw that the men looked at him strangely, he immediately stood in front of Hwami and shouted, "What are you going to do?" Hwami slapped Yang Honglin aside, took out a Gatling gun, and rushed towards the men, shouting angrily, "Come on, let's hurt each other." Before she fired, she saw a bloody worker rushing toward her. As soon as the worker saw Hwami, he shouted loudly, "Miss Hua, we were attacked, Miss Hua. Don't be afraid.
Kill them."
Hwami fired her gun, and the bullets whizzed everywhere. Before the dissatisfied workers could rush to her, they were shot into sieves by Hwami's Gatling gun.
Really? Civ.
It was useless. She had overestimated Chen Hu's fighting ability. What was he afraid of? Hwami was aroused. She rushed forward with a hint of excitement, rushing towards Zhu Xianjun against the flow of people. Yang Honglin realized something was wrong because that was a pregnant woman, but Hwami was too aggressive. She was like a madman, sweeping the Gatling gun in her hand all the way, attacking indiscriminately. Apart from helping to evacuate the panicked workers, Yang Honglin had no way to protect Hwami at all. Fortunately, he is experienced in his business. After all, he was on duty outside during the May Day and National Day Golden Weeks, helping to evacuate the crowds. So, he has experience in evacuating people. The workers retreated in an orderly manner. Zhu Xianjun rushed forward with several large boxes of weapons and the team given to him by Chen Hu, but he had not killed anyone yet. He was indiscriminately shot to the ground by Hwami's Gatling gun.
Which?
Zhu Xianjun lay on the ground with his face up in disbelief, his body riddled with bullet holes. A foot stepped on his chest, causing him to choke and spit out blood. "Is there anyone else?" Hwami stepped on Zhu Xianjun's chest, shouted loudly at the dark mass in front of him, and fired another round of attacks with the Gatling gun. The bullets fired into the empty night, but no sound of them hitting flesh was heard. On the highway covered with snow, the ground was littered with thugs who had been shot to pieces, and there were also several boxes of second-hand weapons on the ground with their lids opened, but which had not been distributed in time.
Yang Honglin.
Hwami turned around, holding the Gatling gun and calling for help. Why was she the only one rushing forward? Didn't Yang Honglin come with her? Why didn't he rush forward? "Soldier, let a pregnant woman rush to the front of the battlefield. Yang Honglin is also embarrassed?" Yang Honglin ran up with sweat on his forehead and looked at Hwami. "Flower. Miss Flower," Hwami asked fiercely, "how many of us died?" The evacuation was timely, and only 2 workers were injured. One of them was hit by Hwami's stray bullet. He evacuated the area promptly this time. Although this greatly tested his professional ability, he did a great job in answering the question. Hwami nodded and clenched her fists. Brother Fan is really going too far. He actually dared to hurt my people. Let's go and kill them. Yang Honglin was stunned and asked Sister Hu, no, Sister Hua, carefully, aren't we waiting for the garrison to come to support us? Before he finished speaking, Hwami dug through the boxes of weapons and pulled out a brand new Gatling gun, which she stuffed into Yang Honglin's arms. We are lying in ambush outside the red light district. If their evil plan didn't succeed this time, they will definitely send someone out again. Then we will shoot them from the left and right, without alerting them or going too deep into the enemy's lair. Hwami made a detailed plan, which was basically that she and Yang Honglin would guard the section from the red light district to Hunan A Expressway. Someone comes out, bang bang bang, done. Yang Honglin felt that he didn't have time to think because Hwami was already there. Holding a heavy Gatling gun, Yang Honglin had to follow Hwami and obey her arrangements. They ambushed outside the red light district on the left and right. He secretly lit a candle in his heart, not because he was worried that he would be killed by Brother Fan's men, but because he was worried that Hwami would get too excited about killing and attack him indiscriminately. Snow particles continued to fall. In the quiet snowy night, the searchlights were still hanging high, illuminating a large area of corpses on the ground. The opened weapons box was empty. Not even a bullet was found. These weapons had been stored in the level 23 No. 1 storage by Hwami when she took out the Gatling gun for Yang Honglin. She was embarrassed to collect the body for fear of scaring Yang Honglin. While waiting for Lu Xingyuan and his men to arrive, they were shocked by the tragic situation at the scene. He held a police officer's collar, looking anxious. Where's Sister Hua? How is Sister Hua? How can I explain this to Commander Gong? Each of the people who died at the scene had dozens of bullets in their bodies. Lu Xingyuan had never seen such a crazy shooting in his long time as a garrison officer. This is not treating bullets as bullets at all. The policeman who followed was pulled over by Yang Honglin to help control and educate the witches on the street. He had never seen such a brutal gunfight. However, the severity of the earthquake had tempered his character, so he just looked around slowly, but did not find Hwami's body. It must be fine. Maybe he was captured by the pink guy in the red light district. For them, the fact that the adulterers in the red light district have grown to such a large scale in this world is already a giant cancer. What's more, according to Hwami, the relationship between Brother Fan and Chun, who is that of superiors and subordinates, and Chun, who has weapons in his hands. The harmfulness increases sharply. So it was only natural that Hwami was abducted by Fan Ji's men. Lu Xingyuan was very angry. He loosened the collar of the old policeman in front of him and asked, "Why did you let a pregnant woman face danger? You are all experienced veterans. Why did you let her notify the workers to evacuate?" The policeman who was questioned lowered his head. He and another policeman were educating and controlling those witches. When they finished, Hwami and Yang Honglin had been gone for a long time. He felt very guilty and opened his mouth to apologize, but Lu Xingyuan had already informed Gong Yi. Gong Yi was rushing to the targeted location. When he heard Lu Xingyuan's report, he immediately called Hwami. The call was not connected. Hwami was in a dormant state, waiting to ambush the street urchins coming out of the red light district, and had set the caller ID to silent. Gong Yi was so anxious that he was about to explode. He forced himself to calm down, and with trembling hands and red eyes, he issued an order to Lu Xingyuan to clear out the gang. No matter who gets there first, let's just rush in and save her.
There's no need to waste time talking to them.
People like them have tortured my wife to death. If you want to break into a villa complex with armed forces, it would be a stupid move to take the main road. Who launched a surprise attack and entered through the main gate. Lu Xingyuan and Chao Fong of course avoided the Hunan A Expressway and went around the overturned mountains and rivers nearby. They and Gong Yi's troops split into two groups, one on the left and the other on the right, like two sharp knives, and penetrated into the villa complex. When they saw street urchins or men holding weapons, they would shoot them to death directly. Da-da-da, da-da-da, the sound of AK-47 echoed in the night sky. On the Hunan A highway outside the main entrance of the red light district, Hami and Yang Honglin were as lonely as the snow. Each of them was holding a Gatling gun, with a highway between them, and their bodies were covered with white snow particles. Hearing the gunshot, Hami sighed. What's going on in this red light district? It's so lively. Yang Honglin on the opposite side moved. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Hami. Yang Honglin, Miss Hua, how long do we have to ambush? Hami saw Yang Honglin sending a message. She took out her cell phone and was about to reply to Yang Honglin when she saw a lot of missed calls on her phone. They were all calls from Gong Yi. Hami called Gong Yi back. It seemed like a long time had passed before Gong Yi picked up the phone. The voice on the other end was very noisy, with gunshots coming one after another, like firecrackers. Hello? Gong Yi's voice trembled a little. Hami raised her head, looked towards the red light district, and asked, It's like New Year's Eve in the red light district. Are you in there? The man's voice was a little muffled. He asked, Where are you? I'm an ice sculpture at the gate. What's wrong? Hami looked at the bustling red light district dejectedly. She had been standing here, waiting for the garrison to appear so that they could take action together. How come the garrison rushed in without calling her? On the other end of the phone, Gong Yi's shaking hands finally calmed down. His heart was shaking all the way forward. In the surrounding villas, women were screaming in fear, but Gong Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said to Hami on the phone with a smile, It's okay. It's a bit messy here. Find a place to wait for me in the wind and snow. We'll go back to Xiangqing together. I'll accompany you to the prenatal checkup. He hid all the thrills and earth-shattering events in just a few words. As a grown man, he didn't need to rush to tell her all his worries and fears along the way. Everything has become a thing of the past now that we know Hami is safe. Hami responded and asked Gong Yi, Did you see Fong Xian in there? Too many people have died, and we haven't counted them yet. Gong Yi replied to Hami, stood up straight, and continued to rush forward. They will not kill women or men without weapons. But a lot of people still died here. It was too dark, and there were too many people. People on the roadside were squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands, or raising their hands in surrender. There were garrisons constantly running in front and behind Gong Yi, with sophisticated AK-47s in their hands. A large red light district was suddenly flooded with more than 200 garrisons. It was easy to destroy the power of this place. In a villa, Fong Xian hurried upstairs and grabbed Qin Xiaolan, who was locked in the room. Come with me quickly. I will take you to a safe place. There are bandits here. They are all murderers who will not blink an eye. Qin Xiaolan had just arrived in this red light district and had just been settled down by Fong Xian when she encountered a sudden attack. She had no idea what was going on. With heavy firepower coming at them, Fong Xian was actually confused, but the message passed down from above was that those who were willing to follow Brother Fan to make money should find a way to escape from the red light district on their own. If there is a small chicken head that can hold the chicken in your hand, try to take it. After all, when Brother Fan moves to another place, he still has to make money by selling chickens. Fong Xian thought about it and realized that if he took others away, they would probably struggle a few times and attract the attention of the garrison, which would be terrible. Qin Xiaolan was easy to deceive, and she had just arrived and had no idea of the situation. As expected, Qin Xiaolan hurriedly followed Fong Xian out of the villa. Seeing the armed guards running past, Qin Xiaolan asked in surprise, Fong Xian, where on earth is this place? Why are there guards killing people? Shoo, don't talk, or I'll be killed too. Fong Xian pulled Qin Xiaolan and squatted down. She waited until the garrison in front ran far away before she pulled Qin Xiaolan and continued to run outside the villa complex. After running for a while, Qin Xiaolan gave up. Where's my boyfriend? Is he okay? She came with Ma Jixuan to find her brother. It's so chaotic outside now. Where is her boyfriend? Fong Xian thought about it and realized that when Qin Xiaolan and Ma Jixuan entered the red light district, they were taken away separately by the people there. After Ma Jixuan was forced to leave, he was either in some woman's bed or being dragged away to gamble. And now, Fong Xian didn't know where to find Ma Jixuan. So she said to Qin Xiaolan anxiously, "It's too chaotic here. Let's go find your brother first and then contact your boyfriend. Don't worry, your boyfriend is a grown-up. He knows how to protect himself. He'll be fine." Qin Xiaolan hesitated, but her brother had been missing for a long time, and Qin Xiaolan and her mother looked for him everywhere at first. However, there are too many missing people in this world. While they are mother and daughter looking for someone, there are also many people who have lost their loved ones while fleeing to Xiangqing. They're also looking for someone who would notice a Qin Xiren who disappeared without a trace and had no importance. Therefore, Qin's mother and Qin Xiaolan gained nothing during that time. Qin Xiaolan and her mother were very sad. Later, it was Qin Xiaolan's boyfriend Ma Jixuan who comforted her. It was only after listening to her boyfriend that Qin Xiaolan gave up looking for Qin Xiren. If Fong Xian hadn't brought up this matter, saying that Hami knew the whereabouts of her brother and wanted to discuss with her how to find Hami, Qin Xiaolan and Ma Jixuan will not come here. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaolan decisively shook off Fong Xian's hand. "No, I won't go with you. I want to go find my boyfriend." Before she could finish her words, a wooden stick hit Qin Xiaolan on the back of the head. Her eyes went dark and her body went limp, revealing Monkey Bro behind her. When Fong Xian saw it, she said angrily, "Be gentle. She's so pretty. Don't beat her to death." Unkillable. Monkey Brother smiled at Fong Xian, picked up Qin Xiaolan, and said to Fong Xian, "You go ahead. I'll cover the rear, and we'll go find Brother Fan." Fong Xian nodded, and took Monkey Brother and Qin Xiaolan and ran all the way to the main entrance of the red light district. There were other witches and male customers along the way, trying to escape from the red light district. No one knows what Chun Hu looks like, not even Hami. I don't even know what Brother Fan looks like. But Hami knew what Fong Xian looked like. Standing on the roadside waiting for Gong Yi, I saw a group of women and disheveled male customers running out of the red light district. When they encountered the garrison, they would squat down with their heads in their hands and wait for the garrison to leave with guns. Then the clients and the witches would run towards the highway like crazy. There were too many people, and it was too chaotic, but Hwami still raised her gun and aimed at Fong Xian. After thinking about it, she switched to an AK-47 and fired a bullet, hitting Fong Xian's leg. The people on the road were even more terrified, and everyone ran around like a mess. Fong Xian fell to the ground and watched Monkey Brother pretending to protect the unconscious Qin Xiaolan and running away from her sight. Even Monkey didn't turn around to look at her. There was no one around to help her. Fong Xian wanted to move, but her leg was hit by a bullet and she couldn't move at all. A thin layer of snow particles had accumulated on the ground. Bright red blood fell on the white snow particles. Fong Xian panicked and cried loudly and weakly, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was also deceived. Don't." The men and women were running around in a hurry and had no time to pay attention to her. Hwami put away her gun and walked forward from the side of the road. People were running and screaming all around her. She stood in the panicked crowd and looked at Fong Xian lying on the ground. Elder sister. Fong Xian also saw Hwami in her raincoat. She seemed to have found a savior. She endured the pain and dragged her bullet-hit leg towards Hwami's sister. "You protected me. The garrison shot at me. You explained to them that I was also tricked into coming here." Until now, she still thought that the person who shot her was a garrison and Hwami would not kill her. No matter how hard she thought, she would never imagine that the bullet in her leg was shot by Hwami. No matter how many people ran out of the red light district, there would always be a moment when they would all run away. By the time most of the survivors on this road had run away, Hwami had already walked in front of Fong Xian. The murderous intent in her eyes was obvious. He took out a machete in his hand. It's not worth wasting another bullet on someone like Fong Xian. Fong Xian on the ground seemed to have finally noticed the murderous intent in Hwami. She dragged her injured leg back in disbelief. Sister, please don't be like this."
"I'm Fong Xian."
"Are you crazy?" Hwami held a knife and followed her forward. Fong Xian shook her head, leaving a long trail of blood in the snow. She cried loudly, Why? Why didn't you protect me? The garrison shot me. Why did you scare me too? I'm not trying to scare you. I really want you to die today. Hwami stepped forward with a cold look on her face. Fong Xian was crying on the ground with tears and snot all over her face.
Why?
Who will take care of my dad if I die? Even if our Fong family didn't raise you with luxury, you would have died somewhere if our Fong family hadn't given you a place to live. Fong Xian almost roared as he spoke these words. Hwami looked down at her and smiled. Your father starved to death in the tent. Have you never gone back to see him? Then how can you support your father? These words made Fong Xian stunned. Fong Hui was dead? People like that are like weeds. People who can survive in any harsh environment are dead? At this moment, Fong Xian didn't know what to say. She clearly didn't believe it, but everything told her that there was a trace to it. When leaving the tent, Fong Hui had been beaten so badly by Monkey Brother that he had difficulty even moving. Fong Xian didn't care. After all, as a father like him, he had never protected her from the wind and rain. How could she possibly think about him? Under the extreme living conditions, it was already good enough for Fong Xian to take care of herself. Fong Xian reacted immediately and looked up at Hwami fiercely. What do you mean by telling me this? I don't feel guilty at all. If you hadn't ignored us, how could my father have died? How did I end up like this?
Hwami.
You are outstanding in every way. You are a rascal who has no parents. Why should you live a happier life than me?
Why?
I wonder when a person's earliest memory can be traced back. In Fong Xian's earliest memory, Hwami's parents were still alive, and her and Hwami's childhood life were simply the two most extreme control groups. In the Fong family, Fong Xian's parents were always arguing, constantly arguing about money, about work, about the big and small things in life, about all kinds of things. Most of the time, the parents end up fighting each other. In the Hua family, Hwami lives like a little princess. She has many beautiful new dresses, a piggy bank full of change, a brand new study desk, and a pair of humble, gentle, and loving parents. She also has a large, clean bedroom.
Why?
Why didn't Fong Xian have the same life as Hwami? Fong Xian didn't understand why since she was a child. Why did she have to have such a bad pair of parents? Why did Hwami live better than her, even though they were sisters? Fortunately, Hwami's parents died, and Hwami became a poor creature even more pitiful than her. She moved from that beautiful and spacious house to the cramped, dark, and tense Fong family. Fong Xian's parents took pity on Hwami and gave her a place to live. Fong Xian was so happy at that time. Hwami, whom she had always envied and was jealous of, was living an even more miserable life than her. How could Fong Xian not be happy? But this happiness did not last long. During the years of the Fong family, Hwami did not turn out as Fong Xian had imagined. Amid the trivialities of the Fong family, her personality became increasingly distorted, and her life became increasingly bleak and decadent. On the contrary, everything about the Fong family made Hwami more resilient. She was admitted to a good university and finally had the life that Fong Xian longed for. Why is this happening? Can't that poor guy without parents just stay poor forever? If Hwami's life wasn't so good, perhaps Fong Xian would feel better and she wouldn't be so envious, jealous, and hateful of Hwami. You're done? Hwami had already walked in front of Fong Xian. She pointed a machete at Fong Xian. No one can choose the cards in their hand. It is God who deals the cards. If you have a bad attitude, no matter how good the cards in your hand are, you will lose everything. You have played all your cards. I just didn't want to bother with you. I killed you today only because you used my name to mess around everywhere, which made it impossible for me to keep you. The lights of the red light district were flickering in the distance. Survivors ran out one after another. When they saw Fong Xian lying in the snow, they dared not move forward. They could only take a detour. The snow from the sky fell and swam onto Fong Xian's cut neck. The bright red and hot blood soaked the thin snow beneath her. Her eyes were wide open, watching the snowflakes falling from the sky. As if extremely unwilling, It was filled with beautiful despair. This was the scene Ma Jixuan saw when he stumbled out of the red light district. He rushed over in surprise and knelt beside Fong Xian. He looked up at Hami, who was putting away her knife.
You.
Why did you want to kill her? Where is my girlfriend? Where is Xiaolan? Ma Jixuan's head was still dizzy. He had drunk too much alcohol last night, and he couldn't remember many things. The only familiar face he remembered was Fong Xian smiling at him. The garrison has entered the red light district, and Brother Fan asked everyone to leave quickly. He and the woman hurriedly put on their clothes and separated as soon as they ran out the door. It was a one-night stand, and he didn't understand what was going on. After searching for Fong Xian and Qin Xiaolan in the red light district where gunshots were heard constantly, he discovered Fong Xian had been killed as soon as he walked out of the red light district. What kind of deep hatred could have led to such cruel killing of a weak woman here? For a moment, Ma Jixuan looked at Hami with anger in his eyes. Hami looked down at Ma Jixuan expressionlessly. Your girlfriend? She must have been tricked by Fong Xian into becoming a witch. Go look for her. They all ran over there, over there, over there. She kindly pointed out several directions to Ma Jixuan. A lot of people, both men and women, had rushed out just now, and they were roughly going to these places. There are no cameras here, so who knows? Ma Jixuan stood up angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? How could my girlfriend do such a thing? He had a very good impression of Fong Xian. After all, Fong Xian always showed her good side in front of him. So no matter what, Ma Jixuan didn't believe that Fong Xian would trick his girlfriend into becoming a witch. But now Fong Xian has been killed, and there is no evidence to prove anything. The key question is, where did Qin Xiaolan go? Hami shrugged and stopped talking. Ma Jixuan thought that Qin Xiaolan would not be deceived into becoming a witch, so why would she argue with Ma Jixuan? However, I still have to remind you that if someone is missing at this time, you have to find them as soon as possible. If you miss the golden time, you may never find them again. Hami was kind-hearted. So many people had just run out, just like a train station during the Spring Festival travel rush. There were no surveillance cameras here, so who knew if Qin Xiaolan had taken advantage of the chaos and was here? Anyway, Hami didn't notice. If you want to find it, do it as soon as possible. Mobilize all the forces around you to block all possible ways for the population to spread, including the main roads or the small paths that the survivors often take. Every house on the roadside or every place where people gather must be searched inch by inch. Don't waste the golden time now. Because every minute you delay, your girlfriend may receive one more client. Hami said expressionlessly. Ma Jixuan was furious when he heard this. Are you a devil in disguise?
How can you say such a thing?
After arriving in Xiangqing, Ma Jixuan realized that what his brother and sister-in-law said was indeed true. Xiangqing and City B are much safer than City C. Although Xiangqing and City B have been smoothly transferred to garrison management, it is undeniable that, because of this, Xiangqing is clean and not a single dirty thing happens. More and more survivors will choose to come to Xiangqing. We are all unfortunate people. These are just some minor disputes. As long as Xiangqing and City B develop better and better, rules and order will be reestablished. Those disputes will completely disappear. Finally return to normal social state. Yes, don't imagine people to be too good, but there is no need to imagine people to be too bad. This cruel method of killing people over a disagreement and slaughtering people in the red light district really damages the image of Gong Yi as the garrison commander. Hami looked down at the time on her phone. Well, if Ma Jixuan didn't take action, Qin Xiaolan might never be found again. She shook her head. What's her business? Hami turned around and ignored Ma Jixuan. She looked at Yang Honglin, who was running over with an AK-47 and a Gatling gun, and said to him, Gather the bodies here and pile them together. I will come back to clean them up. There are too many eyes watching here, and Hami cannot retrieve the body in public, so this basic cover-up is still necessary. Okay, Miss Hua. Yang Honglin agreed and dragged Fong Xian's body to the side of the road. Hami turned around and was about to leave, but Ma Jixuan followed her and asked loudly, Is your name Hami? The woman with the surname Hua could order the police around, so Ma Jixuan quickly determined that the woman who killed Fong Xian was Hami. He looked at the figure in front of him and continued, Xiao Lan and I came out to look for Fong Xian, and then we planned to find you together. I heard that you knew where Xiao Lan's brother was. Hami couldn't help but stop. She looked at the time again, turned back to look at Ma Jixuan, and moved her lips. To be honest, she shouldn't worry so much, but Ma Jixuan made it clear that he wanted to have a long talk. After this long talk, there would be no chance that Qin Xiaolan could be found. I don't know. Why are you looking for me? Qin Xiren and I broke up before the earthquake. Hami said it nonchalantly and continued walking forward. Even if she was beaten to death, she would never say that she killed Qin Xiren. Why bother yourself with trouble for no reason? Ma Jixuan continued to follow Hami, as if he was determined to help his girlfriend find out Qin Xiren's whereabouts. But before Ma Jixuan could continue asking, Hwami's cell phone rang. It was Gong Yi. He found a large amount of supplies in the red light district, which Brother Fan did not have time to take away when he escaped. Since Hwami is here, he will let Hwami receive the supplies. After hearing this, Hwami started walking towards the red light district. Ma Jixuan wanted to follow her, but was stopped by the guards inside the red light district.
I am Hwami.
Ma Jixuan pointed at Hwami's back, trying to prove that they knew each other. However, Hwami ignored his call and walked forward without even looking back. The garrison didn't know Ma Jixuan, so Chao Feng said seriously, this place has been taken over by the garrison. You can't go in now. The people inside wanted to run out, and the garrison did not stop them. Faced with the threat of powerful firepower, it is human nature for a living person to run away. Ma Jixuan wanted to explain when he saw Gong Yi walking out from the depths of the red light district, stepping on a sea of colorful sign lights. Ma Jixuan didn't know Gong Yi, but he recognized the shoulder straps of the garrison commander. Gong Yi was seen standing in front of Hwami. His figure was tall and strong. While he lowered his head to talk to Hwami, he reached out and held Hwami's wrist.
Who is that?
Gong Yi raised his eyes and glanced at Ma Jixuan, who was stopped. Hwami raised the corner of her lip meaninglessly. Qin Xiren's sister's boyfriend was tricked by Fong Xian to come here, but instead of looking for his girlfriend, he kept asking me about Qin Xiren's whereabouts. There was nothing much to talk about with this person, so Gong Yi nodded slightly, then took Hwami's hand and walked towards the place where the supply point was found. Then Hwami asked, You raided this red light district this time. Among those who escaped, there must be many people from Chern Hu and Brother Fan. Gong Yi in front said They all knew that there was no way to deal with this situation. They are garrisoning, not a terrorist armed organization. If the other party does not try to fight back with weapons, they cannot kill them directly. What's more, among those men who ran away, there were indeed many real clients of witches and gamblers. If they want to do business, there must be a market. Otherwise, they can't do business in a place where there are no people. Gong Yi said as he led Hwami to a large row of townhouses. Now, besides Xiangqing and B City, the only city that still has some popularity is C City. I will contact Zhou Cheng, the garrison commander of C City, and ask him to rescue witches standing on the street along the way. Ma Yongchun, as the management commander of City C, has a very good understanding with Zhou Cheng, and he will also help. The popularity of City C is closely related to the tacit cooperation between Ma Yongchun and Zhou Cheng, and they kept Qinzhen in Xiangqing. Every day, almost every day, Qinzhen would wholesale a large amount of supplies from the RV supermarket and send them to City C. Their City C is also very powerful. All the roads on the ground are damaged, so they use passenger planes, fighter planes, and transport planes to transport supplies several times a day. All the planes that could be found were requisitioned by City C. With supplies being transported like ants moving house, it is inevitable that City C is popular. Gong Yi in front of him finished talking about City C and pointed to the large area of townhouses in front of him. Every villa here is filled with supplies. Take a look. I'll go count the casualties first. He let go of Hwami's wrist, and just as he was about to leave, he stopped and put one hand on Hwami's belly. Through the raincoat and coral fleece maternity clothes, he frowned and asked, How are my girls? She was so active, totally different from ordinary pregnant women, jumping around and doing things everywhere. Gong Yi was really worried. He was worried about his 2 daughters, and Hami reflexively took 2 steps back because of Gong Yi's sudden intimate action. Just really a muscle reflex. Gong Yi raised his eyes and looked at Hami. His eyes were deep. "What are you hiding from?" Hami lowered her raised knee and gave Gong Yi an awkward smile. "I thought you were going to beat me up." This made Gong Yi glare at Hami. Hami didn't even need to reply. His girls were staying in Hwami's belly and seemed to be doing well. She's pregnant, yet she dares to engage in physical combat. From now on, if you can control this conditioned reflex a little, no matter who I hit, I won't be able to hit you. Okay, keep busy. Don't get too tired. Gong Yi raised his hand and rubbed Hwami's head, then turned around to clean up the casualties. Hwami was left alone in front of the townhouse stockpiled with supplies. Hwami looked back at Gong Yi's back. Taking into account some unreasonable things, Gong Yi asked the garrison to clean up all the townhouses.
There is no one in the area now.
There was not a single one, whether garrison or dead. It greatly facilitates Hwami's collection of supplies. She walked into the first villa, and just as Gong Yi said, the villa was filled with supplies. This should be the warehouse that Brother Fan uses to stockpile goods. Hwami casually opened a cardboard box, and inside were brand new rolls of unopened toilet paper. Toilet paper for the entire villa. Hwami put the toilet paper from this villa into the number 1 storage at level 23, and then went to the second villa. The whole villa is filled with both long-acting and short-acting contraceptives. It seems that Brother Fan has studied this area in depth and even keeps this kind of thing on hand. After all, if the witches he is get pregnant, they will have no time to make money. But some clients just don't like to wear condoms. Hwami also collected all the contraceptive pills in the villa, and she planned to sell them to Xi and Chiru. Let Xi and Chiru arrange it. There are also condoms in the remaining villas, the ordinary kind, which cannot be compared with the condoms produced in Hwami's level 16 factory. There are also some gynecological medicines that can reduce inflammation and relieve itching, both for internal and external use. For example, potassium permanganate solution, sulforaflavescens wash solution, metronidazole chlorhexidine wash solution. Hwami collected them all, keeping a few thousand bottles for herself, and prepared to sell the rest to Xi and Chiru for money. Other than that, there is food, all kinds of food. The basement of each villa is filled with freezers, and each freezer is full of food, including steaks, pizza, pork, chicken legs, etc. Hwami collects them all together with the freezers. Finally, she found a large amount of diesel and several large generators next to the townhouses. The red light district created by Brother Fan not only collects money from clients, but also their supplies. As long as you have food, daily necessities, and drinks, you can sleep with a woman here. Of course, there are also casinos here, which mostly attract old gamblers like Fong. There are also pigs of various sizes. The so-called pig refers to Qin Xiaolan's boyfriend, Ma Jishuan. These young men had money and supplies, but for various reasons, they were deceived into going to the red light district for entertainment. In the end, they were cheated out of all their money, just like slaughtering pigs. These witches, old gamblers, and pigs are a huge and inexhaustible group that will continuously supply Brother Fan with large amounts of money and supplies. Now, all the money has been taken away, and Hwami believes that the supplies that cannot be taken away are just a drop in the bucket in Brother Fan's hands. She collected all the supplies in the red light district, including several large generators and a large amount of diesel. She still had a use for the generator set. Now that the straw weaving factory had been built, Hwami planned to install a generator set in the factory. The workers in the straw weaving factory work in 3 shifts, 24 hours a day. After Hwami collected all the supplies, the level 23 warehouse was expanded to level 24, and she got another chance to draw a lottery. Now it is remaining draws X3 when Hwami found Gong Yi. The corpses in the entire red light district had been neatly arranged by the garrison and placed in an open space. The weapons in the corpses' hands were put into storage boxes. Hwami stretched her neck and looked into the box. Most of these weapons were pistols, neither old nor new. It seemed that many of them were already 10 to 20 years old. Weapons are different from other supplies.
They will all be recycled by Gong Yi.
There will be special people in the garrison to check the firearms. Those that can be used will be stockpiled in the armory for emergency use. Those that cannot be used will be destroyed on the spot. Gong Yi will not let these weapons fall into the hands of the survivors. Seeing that Hami had been staring at the weapons in the box, Gong Yi came over, pinched the back of her neck, and lifted Hami back. These guns are prone to accidental discharge, so don't play with them. He knew that she had better weapons than these, so if she wanted to play, she should play with her own weapons instead of these inferior ones. Hami uttered an ayah and was lifted aside by Gong Yi. He then looked at the bodies on the ground and asked, "What should we do with these bodies?" Gong Yi glanced at Hami and said, "Crematorium. Then I can help drive and take these bodies to the crematorium." Hami looked at Gong Yi with a pair of fox eyes and smiled. From her appearance, she didn't seem like a peaceful person. Gong Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Then after you deliver the body, wait for me in your RV supermarket, and we will go to see Dr. Xian." He was worried about Hami, afraid that she would cause trouble again, so he gave her a few more nagging instructions. Hami ignored it and nodded while watching all the bodies being loaded into the truck. Finally, she couldn't wait to run to the large truck in front of her which had already loaded the bodies, and drove away. Gong Yi sighed when he saw this. Just scold her like that. She is his wife, not his garrison. I gave him some gentle advice, but he didn't seem to be listening at all. Asked, "What can Gong Yi do?" Ma Jixuan, who was outside the red light district, watched Hami drive a large truck onto the Xiang'e highway and rush towards Xiangqing. Looking at Chao Feng's vigilant and sarcastic gaze, he suddenly felt a little frustrated. There was no way out. The red light district did not allow anyone to enter. No matter how long Ma Jixuan waited outside the red light district, he could only return to Xiangqing dejectedly in the end. When they came, Ma Jixuan walked with Qin Xiaolan. On his way back, Ma Jixuan called his sister-in-law and asked her to send a car to pick him up. The Hunan-A expressway has been completely shut down after dredging to the red light district. There were many survivors on the road, and they walked onto the Hunan-A expressway. The flying snow particles hit people, and some people who were wearing thin clothes had already turned purple from the cold. Fortunately, the ubiquitous small vendors have set up their stalls outside the red light district. Some stalls have already started selling coral fleece 4-piece sets. They bought the goods in bulk from RV Supermarket and then took them to Xiang'e and Xiangbi expressways to sell them. Although they were 4-piece coral fleece sets, they were very popular in this kind of weather. After the survivors bought 4-piece coral fleece suits, they wrapped the warm fabric around themselves and put on raincoats on the outside. Although it doesn't look good, it is very warm. And among these shivering survivors, a car stopped on the side of the road. Ma Jixuan walked over tremblingly and opened the car door. Inside was the wife of the Sea City Management Commander, Qin Zhen. Seeing Ma Jixuan sitting in, Qin Zhen held her bulging belly and frowned. How did it become like this? Where's Xiaolan? Qin Xiaolan is a distant relative of Qin Zhen's family. They met in Xiangqing. Knowing that Qin Xiaolan didn't have a boyfriend and Ma Jixuan didn't have a girlfriend, Qin Zhen introduced them to each other. Ma Jixuan pinched his brows. It's too chaotic here. They may have already followed the survivors back to Xiangqing. He thought Qin Xiaolan was not stupid. She had legs and would not run around everywhere. With the firepower of the garrison coming, where else could she go if not returning to Xiangqing? That's why Ma Jixuan didn't listen to Hami and mobilized all his forces to look for her. The people and power his brother left in Xiangqing were to be used for serious work and would not be used by him to find someone who would return to Xiangqing on his own. Qin Zhen responded and asked the driver to drive. On the way, he said to Ma Jixuan, if she is really worried about her brother and wants to find Qin Ziren, then she should go to the Missing Persons Registration Forum online or post a missing person notice on the missing person wall. Why do I drag you around all day? This time, you almost ran into the muzzle of the garrison. If anything happens to you, how can I explain to your brother? As there were more and more survivors in Xiangqing and City B, over time, an online missing person forum began to appear in the orderly Xiangqing and City B. The networks of the two cities are connected. Xiangqing and City B also have a real missing person wall. This does not require anyone to organize and lead it. It is the product of the natural development of Xiangqing and City B. I also heard that this missing person forum and missing person wall have helped many people find their loved ones. Although Qin Zhen and Qin Xiaolan and her daughter are relatives, they have not been in contact or visited for a long time. She now even regretted introducing Qin Xiaolan to Ma Zhishuan. There was nothing else to say. Qin Zhen just felt that Qin Xiaolan was too petty. The ancients paid attention to the matching of family backgrounds, which makes sense. Now that the world has become like this, the entire world order is being reorganized. Ma Yongchun and Zhou Cheng in City C are trying hard to adapt to this reorganized rules and order. Although Qin Zhen lived in Xiangqing to take care of her pregnancy, she was not idle every day. With her big belly, she was engaged in lady diplomacy with the wealthy ladies from City C. The purpose is to get some money from these rich people to buy supplies for City C. They are all working in their respective positions, trying to give the people of City C a greater chance of survival. Everyone is struggling to survive. But looking at Qin Xiaolan again, every time she went out with Ma Zhishuan, she would carry gifts of all sizes bought from the stalls and return to Xiangqing. Shopping and letting Ma Zhishuan pay the bill has become a daily routine for Qin Xiaolan and Ma Zhishuan in their relationship. Apart from these, Qin Xiaolan was looking for her brother. Now he even brought Ma Zhishuan to the red light district to find his brother. In such a world as this, is it possible that Qin Xiaolan has never thought of anything else? In fact, this girl Qin Xiaolan has seriously lowered Ma Zhishuan's vision. Qin Zhen became increasingly dissatisfied with this. Her tone was a little harsh. Since you are not married now, then break up with Xiaolan.
Zhishuan, please think about it.
Ma Zhishuan did not respond. He turned his head to the car window and looked at the survivors wrapped in coral fleece four-piece suits, trudging along the Hunan A expressway in the gray sky. He suddenly asked sister-in-law, "Do you know Hami? What is her specific relationship with those garrisons?" Qin Zhen was stunned. Of course she knew Hami. The supplies that her husband and Zhou Cheng transported to City C were approved by this woman, Hami. Not someone you can easily offend. Even the people in City C have to curry favor with Hami. After all, Hami has a large amount of supplies in her hands. Qin Zhen frowned, thinking of the rumors about Hami and Qin Ziren, and said to Ma Zhishuan, "Don't get involved here. Your girlfriend is not one to worry about. Look, you've only been dating her for a few months, and she's already causing trouble for us." Qin Zhen explained to Ma Zhishuan the relationship between Hami and Gong Yi, as well as the relationship between Hami and Qin Ziren, and the relationship between Hami and Fong Xian. During the time she stayed in Xiangqing, she did not just play mahjong with rich ladies in Sea City, but also deliberately collected a lot of information about Hami and Gong Yi, as well as everyone around the couple. There's no way around it. This is just how their class is. They act much more cautiously than anyone else. He was afraid that he might accidentally offend someone on someone else's territory, which would not only harm himself, but also cause the entire City C to lose its source of supplies. That would be a loss. So Qin Zhen hopes that Ma Zhishuan will not listen to Qin Xiaolan and provoke Hami. But Ma Zhishuan responded perfunctorily. "It's just Hami. What's there to not offend? It's just 2 hands and 2 legs. I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms." However, this woman was not like what Fong Xian said. She had dated many garrison boyfriends, which was why she was so popular among the garrisons. But it's because she and Gong Yi are a couple. Ma Zhishuan sneered, "I'm just asking, Hami is pregnant, and she dares to kill people with a knife. She's even more cruel than you, sister-in-law." Qin Zhen glanced at Ma Zhishuan and said nothing. In this world, who can live a simple life? After entering Xiangqing, Qin Zhen asked Ma Zhishuan, "Are you going to look for your girlfriend? I mean, your sister-in-law has seen clearly during this period of time that she is not suitable for you." Hearing the encouragement to break up in Qin Zhen's tone, Ma Zhishuan seemed a little bored. "No. Wait for her to come find me. I want to go back and rest first. After working on this for so long, Ma Jixuan was very tired. There was a look of satisfaction in Qin Zhen's eyes. He asked the driver to drive straight to their residence. At this time, Hami had already collected a whole truckload of corpses and put them into her garbage station. She parked the truck outside the empty crematorium, teleported back to the Lotus Xingxing supermarket, and filled the underground garage with the supplies in her level 24 No.1 warehouse. After filling up the entire 3-story underground garage, Hami instantly arrived at the RV supermarket. The large warehouse behind the RV supermarket was covered with waterproof tarpaulin by Huijing. When Hami was piling supplies inside, she perfectly avoided everyone's sight. Just in time, when she finished her work, Gong Yi also returned to Xiangqing from the red light district. He and all the garrisons tore up the teleportation tickets and returned to Xiangqing. If you drive, it will waste too much gasoline and diesel. Using teleportation tickets will be more environmentally friendly and save a lot. Although Hami sold him a teleportation ticket for 10,000 yuan, but Gong Yi discovered something. If the garrisons huddled together, they could teleport multiple people by themselves by simply tearing off a teleportation ticket. It's just like a person teleporting with goods. A person can teleport as many people as he can teleport with goods. This saves a lot of teleportation tickets. When Gong Yi arrived outside the RV supermarket, he happened to meet Yu Mengmeng, who was stacking goods on the shelves outside with a big belly. Seeing Gong Yi coming, Yu Mengmeng shouted loudly, "Ami, your husband is here." A smile suddenly appeared on Gong Yi's handsome face, which was always serious. He nodded towards Yu Mengmeng and found this person very pleasing to the eye. "Hello. Hello, Commander." Yu Mengmeng suddenly felt flattered and pointed to the warehouse behind the supermarket. "Your wife is clearing out the goods in the back." As soon as he finished speaking, Hami came over wearing a coral fleece maternity dress. She strode forward and nudged Gong Yi's waist with her elbow. "Let's go for the prenatal checkup." Very straightforward. In fact, she had just had a prenatal checkup not long ago, but because her blood pressure was a little low, Xi and Chiru asked her to go for another checkup in a few days. It just so happened that Gong Yi was going to accompany her on a trip. Seeing Hami walking forward with big steps without caring about her relatives, Gong Yi hurriedly took the raincoat, chased after her, and threw the raincoat on Hami. "Walk slower. Don't you see the stones under your feet?" Being muttered like this all the way, Hami brought Gong Yi to Xi and Chiru's office. Behind the sky-blue curtain, Gong Yi rubbed his hands and sat nervously beside Hami. For the first time, he saw Hami roll up her clothes, revealing her pregnant belly. He was shocked. "Your belly is this big?" Because the weather is too cold now, Hami is wearing many clothes. Over her thermal underwear, she is wearing a loose coral fleece maternity dress, and over the maternity dress, she is also wearing a large raincoat, so that her belly is not noticeable. Gong Yi's impression of Hwami's belly is still the flatness it had under his lips that night. So after Hwami rolled up her clothes, the belly that was exposed was bigger than when Gong Yi touched it for the first time. Xi and Chiru, who was watching the ultrasound at the side, glanced at Gong Yi and explained, "After all, there are 2 babies, so the belly will be a little bigger than the normal 3-month pregnancy. It's okay, as long as you don't eat too much and let the baby grow too big. It's still within the normal range. You can't eat too much, right?" Before Hwami even opened her mouth to ask, Gong Yi asked nervously, "What about the 2 girls? If they don't eat so much, will they be malnourished?" In the early stage, nutrition must be the main focus, and in the later stage, diet should be controlled. Otherwise, it is still very risky to perform a cesarean section in this environment. Xi and Chiru is a believer in natural childbirth, although natural births of twins are rare in this day and age. But if possible, Xi and Chiru still supports natural childbirth. Hwami is not an ordinary person who can go with the flow. Then, Xi and Chiru's face turned serious and she began to teach Gong Yi, "You have to treat sons and daughters equally. Commander Gong, you really need to change your mindset of favoring girls over boys." Gong Yi nodded and responded, holding Hwami's raincoat in his arms, as obediently as a student listening to his teacher's lecture. Hwami, who was lying on the bed, couldn't help but burst out laughing. She winked at Chiru. Let him listen to the baby's heartbeat. Gong Yi was still shocked by Hwami's belly, the little bulge. It's not like he hadn't seen pregnant women with big bellies before, but when it happened to him and he got into the details, Gong Yi felt an indescribable sense of wonder in his heart. The two daughters grew up little by little in Hwami's delicate and soft body and were finally born. This process is so touching. The wonders of living things are truly marvelous. Suddenly, he heard a sound like dense drum beats coming from the ultrasound machine. Gong Yi was so scared that he hugged his raincoat tightly and stood up. The chair behind him fell to the ground with a clang because of his movement. He hesitated, staring exaggeratedly at the two black and gray masses on the ultrasound machine. What is this? Fetal heartbeat. Chiru couldn't help laughing. She had seen many parents' reactions to the fetal heartbeat, but few had such a big reaction like Gong Yi's.
Oh.
Gong Yi reluctantly adjusted the chair and sat back down with all his strength. He asked, do they still have a heartbeat? Hwami, who was lying on the bed, rolled her eyes at Gong Yi after hearing this. Why can't there be a heartbeat? Boss, have you read the book? Seeing it is one thing, but hearing it with your own ears is another feeling altogether. Suddenly, Gong Yi's eyes became hot, and he smiled with red eyes. Seeing his reaction, Hwami, who originally wanted to laugh at him, felt soft in her heart. Gong Yi, what's wrong with you?
Fine.
Gong Yi reached out and held Hwami's hand that was on the bedside. He leaned forward, looked at Hwami with red eyes, and said sincerely, you've worked hard.
Thank you.
He knew that life in this world was not easy. Just look at how many pregnant women were waiting outside. Most of them were there for abortions. Some of them have very big bellies. Hwami became pregnant with these two daughters after the earthquake, but she actually didn't have to have them. She could have chosen not to have it when the child was young. But Hwami chose to give birth to these two daughters, and Gong Yi was filled with gratitude at this time. Although he also knew that Hwami wanted to give birth to daughters not for him, he was still grateful to her. Because of Hwami's choice, Gong Yi now has two blood-related relatives in this world. He also has a wife and a family. This is not something Hwami has to do, but it is something that Gong Yi needs to be sincerely grateful for. The heartbeats of his daughters sounded like the beats of drums in his ears, beating Gong Yi's diamond heart like a pool of spring water, making his intestines knotted. Hwami held Gong Yi's hand with her backhand, and there was a rare softness in her eyes. You're welcome. You're welcome. When the two walked out of Chiru's office, Gong Yi was protecting Hwami while holding the black and white B ultrasound report in his hand like a treasure, with a silly smile of anticipation on his face. His joyful reaction was in stark contrast to the atmosphere outside, where people were waiting in line for abortions. Hwami tugged at Gong Yi's sleeve, and he looked over hurriedly. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?
Can you walk?
Let me carry you back. The belly is so big, just like it has eaten too much, and there are two babies inside. It's normal that Hwami can't walk. She shook her head and whispered to Gong Yi, don't laugh out loud. Be serious. In the atmosphere of despair, Hwami pulled Gong Yi's sleeve and walked outside. There were many pregnant women along the way, with sad looks on their faces. Even if they are reluctant to give up the babies in their bellies, the reality is pressing on them. You will be arrested and forced to move bricks. Although Hwami also understands that such things between men and women are sometimes mutual. Afterwards, she completely forgot to take the birth control pill. You can't just blame men for things like this in bed. But the child is conceived by the woman, and the older the child is, the greater the harm to the woman's body will be if she has an abortion. In addition, the current medical conditions are so poor that the risk of a woman losing her life during an abortion increases sharply. Therefore, either men should consciously insist on wearing condoms when doing that, or they should control their lower bodies and not sleep with women. If the baby is really conceived, the man can't just pat the woman's back, push her to the emergency center, put her on the abortion table, and then leave her alone. Gong Yi felt that what Hwami said made sense. Not all men were as self-aware as he was and could handle any consequences. Most men, after seeking temporary pleasure, Do not think carefully about taking responsibility for the consequences that are about to come. Just like Yu Mingming's man, since Yu Mengmeng insisted on giving birth to the baby in her belly because of her panda blood, Yu Mingming's husband has never visited Yu Mengmeng once. Yu Mingming's husband will not take care of the child she gave birth to. If Yu Mengmeng did not give birth to the child and listen to her husband and had an abortion, she would be taking a huge risk. Her husband's body and wallet were not harmed at all. Obviously, it was a man who sowed the seeds, and men have also had pleasure. Before the disaster, this was just a moral issue, and at most people would just call him a scumbag, which didn't hurt at all. But in today's world where medical conditions are so poor, it concerns human life. This is life-threatening. Shouldn't men pay for such life risks? Gong immediately called Ko Minghong and asked him to come to the RV supermarket to discuss the issue of fertility management in Xiangqing and City B. There has to be a rule for this matter, otherwise pregnant women will form a long queue outside Xian Chiru's office. Her days are now filled with abortion surgeries. I took the time to do a pregnancy checkup for Hami today. While Gong Yi was on the phone, Hami was waiting beside him, and the two of them stood at the door of the emergency area. Miss Flower, a voice sounded, and Hami turned to look. Seeing Qin Jun walking over with a big belly accompanied by Ma Jixuan. Qin Jun was dressed very appropriately. Although her belly was a little bigger than Hami's, her clothes were clean and yet exuded a sense of elegance. Compared with Hami, she wears a warm and simple maternity outfit and looks no different from pregnant women from ordinary families. Ma Jixuan's eyes fell on Hami. He frowned slightly and said nothing. Ko Minghong arrived very quickly. Before Hami and Qinzhen could finish their greetings, he rushed over sweating profusely. Standing at the entrance of the emergency room, Ko Minghong said, I heard from Dr. Xian that I am very grateful to Miss Hua for providing these contraceptive pills and condoms. We are also looking for a printer recently to print some leaflets to promote the importance of condoms. As for condoms, Hami has no shortage of them. If the condoms she got from Brother Fan are not enough, she can use the level 16 factory to produce condoms. The key is that when it comes to things in bed, most of the time you still have to rely on your own consciousness. Gong Yi told Ko Minghong to find a few reliable lawyers to stay at the rescue center and deal with conflicts between men and women regarding abortion. Once the conflict is confirmed to be the man's responsibility, it cannot be let go. Qinzhen and Ma Jixuan listened for a while. Qinzhen smiled and asked Hami, Are you guys planning to do something big? Miss Hua, please bring us from City Silong. The problems that occurred in Xiangqing and B actually also exist in City C. It's just that the management is so busy dealing with supplies that they can't take care of such details. The order in Xiangqing is very well controlled, and there are conditions to pay attention to details. In that case, Qinzhen followed suit and planned to wholesale a large number of condoms from Hami. If there are irresponsible scumbags in City C, they can be arrested and forced to move bricks. Qinzhen even thought that he could ask those scumbag men to clear the way for the Hunan Sea Expressway. After all, every time City C uses airplanes to transport supplies, it consumes a lot of energy. Hami looked at Qinzhen, not knowing if it was a coincidence today. Qinzhen also came for a pregnancy checkup. But before Hami could answer, Ma Jixuan, who was standing next to Qinzhen, frowned even deeper. Isn't this too much? How can you say that it's just a matter between two people? If you're so cruel when it comes to moral issues, will there be any hope for the survivors? He still remembered that Hami killed his cousin, a pregnant woman, with a knife. So Ma Jixuan felt from the bottom of his heart that Hami was too cruel and ruthless. He felt that Hami did everything without leaving any room for others, which made people feel suffocated. Qinzhen turned his head and looked at Ma Jixuan with cold eyes. When turning to face Hami, Qinzhen smiled sweetly and amiably. Ignore him. He has the temper of a spoiled young master because of my husband. Ami, can I call you that? She was trying to get close to Hami, and her attempt to please her was very obvious. Her attitude made Ma Jixuan very uncomfortable. Hami also glanced at Ma Jixuan and said indifferently, So he is Commander Ma's younger brother, no wonder. No wonder they are so idealistic. It is obvious that such people have not been through the torture of extreme environments, and their ideological awareness has not been raised. Compared to Ma Jixuan, the woman Qin Zhen was a real surprise to Hami. She looked straight at Qin Zhen, and Qin Zhen smiled at her appropriately and generously. So Hami also smiled. There's money to be made. No matter what you want to buy in City C, I welcome it. A hiss sound was clearly heard coming from Ma Jixuan's nose. It is obvious that Ma Jixuan is very dissatisfied with Hami. Qin Zhen's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Hami looked at Ma Jixuan and asked with a smile, "Have you found a girlfriend? If you find it, kids, hurry up and fall in love. Don't come here and cause trouble for a woman like Qin Zhen, who appears to be a little woman on the outside, but is actually an extremely strong woman at heart." Ma Jixuan was stunned for a moment. He had just returned to Xiangqing and had not slept for a few hours when he accompanied his sister-in-law for a prenatal checkup. There is no time to find Qin Xiaolan yet. According to common sense, Qin Xiaolan should have come to him and cried and told him about her grievances after being so frightened. Ma Jixuan had to buy a lot of supplies for Qin Xiaolan, otherwise she would be hard to coax. Qin Zhen also looked at Ma Jixuan with a slightly cold look in his eyes and said with a smile, "Since you're already at the rescue center, why don't you go find your girlfriend?" Then Qin Zhen smiled and said, "You know what sister-in-law means. It's up to you what you think. Sister-in-law respects you. Talk to the girl properly." Qin Zhen meant that Ma Jixuan and Qin Xiaolan should break up. Ma Jixuan responded and turned to find Qin Xiaolan. After sending him away, Qin Zhen looked at Hami with an embarrassed look on his face. "Little friend, don't mind, Hami, let's talk about wholesale condoms?" Hami turned her head and saw Ko Minghong chattering in front of Gong Yi as if he was reporting on his work. It seemed that Gong Yi couldn't leave for the time being, so she stood aside with Qin Zhen and talked about wholesale supplies. Qin Zhen is now in charge of the wholesale of materials in City C. Through her maternal diplomacy, she has contacted many wealthy businessmen in City C and asked them to donate money to support City C. Qin Zhen also said, "Those wealthy businessmen always say that they hope to settle down in Xiangqing, but in their hearts they also hope that C City will be better. I told them that I could use Madame Gong's connections to build a villa area in Xiangqing and sell the houses to them." "Ami, what do you think? They pay for the repairs, and then they buy the new one. You just collect the money. Xiangqing is in a good condition now, but except for an administrative building that is on the verge of collapse, all the buildings were destroyed in the earthquake. Later, the construction waste was transported out of the city by the clearance team and collected by Hami in the Level 2 garbage recycling station. So now Xiangqing is flat, with only the management building standing out from the crowd. All the survivors who entered Xiangqing set up their own tents. For people who were more particular, such living conditions were too harsh. Qin Zhen took the lead in this matter. She didn't want profit, but fame. What she wants is to tell all the wealthy people from City C that she has dignity in front of Gong Yi and Hami. What she said can be fulfilled. This will help her make more money for City C. This is the meaning of her existence in Xiangqing.
Hami nodded.
I still say that. If there's money to be made, why shouldn't I make it? It's just building a villa complex. I have a group of unfinished villas. The water and electricity are already connected. We can move in after a little renovation. Thanks to Brother Fan, he completed the initial water and electricity work, as well as the basic decoration. Seeing Qin Zhen was about to speak, Hami raised her hand to stop him and continued, "I know that many rich people want to live in Xiangqing because it is safe. But this villa complex is next to the Xiang-A Expressway. I have a cotton-padded jacket factory there. It just so happens that I plan to set up a security team to protect all my assets, and the cotton-padded jacket factory on the Hunan-A Expressway will definitely be among them. If those rich people are willing to spend money to support a security team for me, I will expand the security team to cover the entire villa complex." Before he finished speaking, Ma Jixuan hurried back, looking serious and solemn. "Xiaolon hasn't come back yet. What should I do?"
"This."
Hami looked at Qin Zhen, and Qin Zhen looked at Ma Jixuan. Ma Jixuan glanced at Hami, then looked at Gong Yi. Hwami couldn't help but ask Ma Jixuan, "You haven't sent anyone to look for Qin Xiaolan?" Ma Jixuan was anxious and glared at Hwami, but ignored her. She is just a pregnant woman and can't help at all. He doesn't want to respond to Hwami at all. The smile on Qin Jin's face faded a little. It just so happened that Gong Yi had already finished chatting with Ku Minghong. Ku Minghong recommended several lawyers to Gong Yi, all of whom were very skilled in the divorce field before the disaster. These talents may not be very strong in combat. In today's world, combat talents are becoming popular, and nerds have become a vulnerable group. Therefore, their living conditions are not very good. In this era, many people even begin to doubt what use it is that they have read books for so many decades. Many people who are smart but lazy have begun to doubt the value of their own lives. Many have become depressed and have committed suicide. So Ku Minghong took advantage of the situation and recommended a large number of psychological experts to Gong Yi. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to save a group of talents as much as possible. Gong Yi had no objection because he had obtained a large amount of supplies from Brother Fan and Chunhu this time. These supplies should be enough to feed these lawyers and psychologists. Noticing Ma Jixuan's gaze, Gong Yi turned around and glanced at Ma Jixuan with sharp eyes. Ma Jixuan immediately took 2 steps forward and said to Gong Yi, "Commander Gong, my girlfriend is missing. Can you send someone to help me find her immediately?" After hearing this, everyone around was stunned for a moment. Even Gong Yi was stunned. He suspected that the man opposite, Ma Jixuan, might not be clear about his identity. He is the garrison commander, not a private bodyguard hired by the Ma family. If anyone can ask the garrison commanders of the 2 cities to help find someone, so there are so many missing people in the world, is it worth Gong Yi to send people to find each one of them? Who is Qin Xiaolan? Without her, the planet will stop turning? Seeing Gong Yi's cold expression, Ma Jixuan hurriedly said, "We in City C purchase a large amount of supplies from Xiangqing every day. We are, after all, a major customer of Xiangqing. Commander Gong should be able to help with this." Hwami looked at Qin Jun with a smile in her eyes, with a teasing look. "I can't believe that City C is so arrogant and is doing business with Xiangqing. Is this the Ma family giving face to Gong Yi and Hwami?" Qin Jun's face, which always had a decent smile, finally cracked. She reached out and grabbed Ma Jixuan's arm. "Let's talk about this when we get back. Go back and ask your eldest brother to figure out a solution." Ma Jixuan was very anxious and said loudly to Gong Yi, "We can't afford to delay. We are small and powerless in Xiangqing. Now my girlfriend has disappeared in the red light district. She must have encountered something. If we go to find her now, we can suffer less." The nature of Qin Xiaolan's disappearance is different from that of Qin Xiren's disappearance. No one knows the ins and outs of Qin Xiren's disappearance, and he has been missing for a long time, so the hope of being found alive is very slim. But Qin Xiaolan disappeared after going to the red light district. Could she be near the red light district, or was she taken to another place with the flow of people? Ma Jixuan felt that if he went to look for her now, there was a great chance that he could find her. Gong Yi was right in front of him. As long as Gong Yi was willing to mobilize all his garrisons, he would definitely be able to find Qin Xiaolan. Without waiting for Gong Yi to speak, Hwami looked at Ma Jixuan and said lightly, "I advised you outside the red light district to mobilize your forces to find him. Now you are anxious. It is already very difficult to find him. Of course, if you want to look for it now, there is still a chance to get it back. However, compared to when Qin Xiaolan was just taken away from the red light district, the amount of manpower and material resources invested may be much greater. Indeed, now only Gong Yi has such great power. But all the garrisons went out to look for Qin Xiaolan. Will the order in Xiangqing and City be maintained? Will the supplies be transported? Will the supply warehouses no longer need to be guarded? Will the order on the highway no longer need to be taken care of? Will Gong Yi no longer need to look for Chunhu and Brother Fan? All the garrisons should go to look for Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan's importance has reached the point where, without her, humanity will be destroyed." Ma Jixuan glared at Hwami angrily. "Will you shut up?" If the incident had not happened to Hwami, this cruel and ruthless woman would not feel pain. After all, it was an innocent life. Why could Hwami act as if it had nothing to do with her? Ma Jishuan looked angry again and said to Hwami, "You are always fussy. You are the one who talks the most and cares the most." His attitude made Qin Jun's face even uglier. Qin Jun tightly grasped the handbag in her hand. Gong Yi's handsome face turned completely pale. He reached out, grasped Hwami's wrist, and protected her behind him. He said to Ma Jishuan, "I don't have the manpower and time right now. If you need to find someone, go to the wall or the online search bar. Also, please be polite to my wife. This is not your sea city. It is not a place where young masters can do whatever they want. My wife and I have no obligation to spoil you. If you are worried, why didn't you look for it yourself when you came out of the red light district?" As the younger brother of the garrison commander in City C, Ma Jishuan should have a lot of money and supplies in his arsenal, and he is fully capable of finding the person within the controllable range of the situation. Things are getting so complicated now. To be honest, there are so many people here, and Qin Xiaolan doesn't have a universal signal linker on her, so even Gong Yi can't handle it. Qin Jun's face became more and more tense. Gong Yi lowered his head, glanced at the multifunction watch on his wrist, and said to Hwami, "Let's go. I'll take you back first." Gong Yi squeezed out time to accompany Hwami for her prenatal checkup. After coming out of the red light district, his men went out to track down Brother Fan. In fact, Gong Yi still has a lot of things to do, and he may have to go to City C in person next. Gong Yi is trying very hard to strike a balance between career and family. However, Ma Jishuan seemed to have found a target and opened fire with full force. He turned to Gong Yi and said, "As the commander of Xiangqing and City B, this is the responsibility that Commander Gong should bear. For Commander Gong, this is just a small matter of a missing person, but for Qin Xiaolan, she is a living person." Pa, a slap was heard. It was Qin Jun who couldn't stand it anymore and slapped Ma Jishuan on the face. "Can you please shut up? Your brother and I have worked so hard to keep the supplies for the people in the city. Do you want to kill everyone in our city?" This was probably the first time that Qin Jun got so angry at his brother-in-law. Ma Jishuan was completely confused. He looked at Qin Jun in disbelief, not understanding what he had done wrong. Gong Yi, who was standing by, pulled Hwami a little further away and said, "Come on, I'll take you back first." After walking a little further, Gong Yi reminded Hwami again, "This Mr. Ma from City C doesn't seem to have a clean mind. You should have less contact with him in the future." Hwami rolled her eyes at Gong Yi, feeling that Gong Yi was more like her father than her husband. "Do I look like such an idiot? I've seen that this person is not in a good mind." After coming out of the red light district, Hwami saw that Ma Jishuan didn't seem that worried about Qin Xiaolan. But now, for Qin Xiaolan, he can openly order Gong Yi around, and even give the commander's wife a hard look. Although Hwami didn't like the diplomacy of the ladies, she could imagine Qin Jun's inner anger. At the entrance of the emergency area, Qin Jun was so angry that she didn't even go for the prenatal checkup. She turned around and walked towards her car with her bulging belly. Ma Jishuan hurriedly caught up with Qin Jun and asked loudly and aggrievedly, "Sister-in-law, why did you hit me? What did I say wrong today?" Qin Xiaolan was indeed missing. As the commander of the garrison, shouldn't he be in charge? In the midst of the falling snow, Qin Jun stopped, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. She turned around and looked at Ma Jishuan. "You are wrong because you take yourself too seriously, and you take a trivial life too seriously. Jishuan, your brother sent you to Xiangqing not because Xiangqing is the safest city among all the cities currently, but so that you can use your power in Xiangqing to connect Xiangqing and City C more deeply. None of us knows what will happen in the future. The only thing we know is that in such a magical world, the death rate is rising sharply. Maybe one day, among those corpses, there will be you and me, or even your brother." This was a bit harsh. Ma Jishuan frowned and looked at Qin Jun with disapproval. "Sister-in-law, why did you curse my brother?" Qin Jun laughed, and in a short while, a layer of white snow fell on her exquisitely styled curly hair. "Ma Yongchun has been smart all his life, but he is a brother like you, who has a muddled mind. I don't know what your brother would think if he knew what you did today. There are some problems that you cannot just cover your ears and eyes and pretend not to know. How long has it been since the sun came out? Even when the sun is at its brightest, the streetlights in Xiangqing are still on. At this time, Ma Jixuan told Qinzhen to be careful about what he ate and not to curse people when speaking. Qinzhen was almost laughing at Ma Jixuan's anger. She said to Ma Jixuan with disappointment in her eyes, "From today on, I don't want to care about you anymore. You can do whatever you want except leaving Xiangqing." She had already seen clearly that Ma Jixuan had never suffered any hardship since he was a child. Even when disaster struck, he was well protected by Ma Yongchen and Qinzhen. A child who has not been weaned has not grown up at all. Psychologically, Ma Jixuan is still terribly naive. In the past, Qinzhen thought that it was okay for boys to be simple-minded, but today's incident gave her a wake-up call. City C now completely relies on Xiang City for its survival. No matter what kind of person Hami is, she is someone City C cannot afford to offend. A child whose emotions are expressed on his face and who has not been weaned psychologically is not suitable for appearing in diplomatic occasions where every step is cautious. Qinzhen had heard about Huami's cruelty. Huami was in a good mood today, and faced with Ma Jixuan's repeated provocations, she did not lose her temper. If they went to a deserted place and Huami killed Ma Jixuan without anyone noticing, Qinzhen wouldn't know either. Even if he knew, what could Qinzhen do? He still had to greet Huami with a smile. In the adult world, there are not so many right and wrong, black and white. Most of it is gray. Qinzhen walked away in the increasingly heavy snow, leaving Ma Jixuan standing alone. After a while, Ma Jixuan received a transfer on his mobile phone. Qinzhen no longer cared about Ma Jixuan and just kept him in Xiangqing. As long as Ma Jixuan could not get out of Xiangqing, he could do whatever he wanted. As soon as she reached her car, she told the driver, "Prepare some gifts for the newborn baby and go find Mrs. Gong." Huami had just been sent to the RV supermarket by Gong Yi, and Fong immediately came over and asked Gong Yi for the prenatal examination report. Gong Yi squinted at Feng's matter-of-fact look and asked, "Why should I give you my wife's prenatal examination report?" Fong stood at attention and said seriously, "Commander, everyone wants to know Sister Hua's prenatal examination report as soon as possible. Since you are the father of the child, we are all reluctant to be patient and did not ask you for the report as soon as possible. Please cooperate."
What? Gong Yi Returns.
Tell me carefully, what do you want to do? Looking at Feng's attitude, it seems that he wants to the children away. Is there anything wrong with his status? Gong Yi is the father of the two girls, right? Feng sighed, as if facing an outsider, and explained patiently. This is a massive baby-raising plan involving more than 5,000 garrisons. Because their commander is extremely busy and rarely accompanies Sister Hua for prenatal checkups, everyone shows the greatest understanding to the commander. But in fact, it has been scheduled for today. 3 other team leaders will accompany Sister Hua for the prenatal checkup. This has already been arranged in the schedule. The 3 garrison team leaders were assigned to their respective posts. Everyone works very hard. The garrison in charge of telling jokes now has to memorize 10 jokes every day and make sure they know them by heart. The person in charge of taking care of the mother during the confinement period reads the maternity care manual every day. The garrison in charge of childcare is learning about early childhood education, preschool education, elementary school learning, middle school adolescence, etc. However, the appearance of the commander-in-chief has disrupted the plans of the 5,000 plus garrisons, and everyone has some opinions on this. No one said anything. After hearing this, Gong Yi pointed a finger at Fong. His finger was shaking with anger. What kind of plan is this? Why didn't you submit a report to me for approval? You are acting on your own. Does this also need approval? Fong looked at Gong Yi with some hesitation. They all felt that this was a private matter and had nothing to do with protecting the city and the survivors. It is their personal matter outside of their duties. Why do we have to report to our superiors? Gong Yi was seen holding Huami's prenatal examination report and yelling at him, "My sons, what do you want to do? Go to your business instead of making trouble for me all day long." They still want him to cooperate? If he cooperates with these idiots, what is he, a father supposed to do? Fong was kicked away by Gong Yi, who chased him and beat him for a long distance. Hami was watching from the side, laughing so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. Only then did she realize that the 3 garrison captains who gathered in Xiangqing were not there to carry out a special mission as she had thought before. Instead, I came to accompany her for the prenatal checkup according to the baby-raising plan. Yu Mengmeng just walked onto the RV and saw Hami sitting inside the RV laughing so hard that she also asked with a smile, "What's up? Why are you laughing so happily?" Hami shook her head and told Yu Mengmeng about Fong and their plan to raise a child. Seeing the equally unbearable smile on Yu Mengmeng's face, Hwami's gaze fell on Yu Mengmeng's belly again and asked, "When are you due?" "It's almost there. It won't be long."
Yu Mengmeng sa tapazit Hami.
This RV was recently found by Afu. Afu has been very keen on hoarding cars recently. Cars that used to cost hundreds of thousands of yuan can now be bought for only 10 or 20,000 yuan. Because people have cars but have no use for them, ordinary people rarely have access to energy sources such as gasoline and diesel. Even if we can get the oil, we will probably sell it directly to Sichuan and Yirong. Now the car can only run on Xiangqing, Cheng, Xiang-A, and Xiangbi expressways. Apart from these places, it can't go anywhere else. So after some people knew that Afu had collected all the cars, they often took the initiative to go to the outside of the RV supermarket to look for Afu. Like this brand new luxury top-of-the-line double extension RV with pop-up roof, there are already more than 50 of them in stock. Not to mention other nanny cars, which were transported one by one into the warehouse behind the RV supermarket, if Hwami hadn't come back to clean them up every once in a while. I guess the warehouse behind can't even accommodate all these nanny cars. Hwami had no objection to buying the cars, and even felt that this business was feasible. So instead of stopping Afu, he gave Afu 50 million yuan and asked Afu to use it to collect cars. A luxury top-of-the-line nanny car that costs 10,000 yuan. Let's not think about what you can do with it in the future. Just take it first. The RV that Hwami is currently staying in is parked outside the RV supermarket for Hwami to stay and rest. She looked at Yu Mengmeng's belly and asked, "What are your plans after the baby is born?" A hint of sadness appeared on Yu Mengmeng's face. She shook her head and was about to speak when she suddenly heard a noisy voice outside the RV supermarket. A sturdy male voice called out, "Yu Mengmeng, Yu Mengmeng, come out for a moment, Yu Mengmeng." In the supermarket, Yu Mengmeng and Hwami looked at each other, and Yu Mengmeng's face suddenly became ugly. It was my husband's voice. This was quite surprising. The two of them had just started talking about Yu Mengmeng's child, and then Yu Mengmeng's husband came. Hwami tilted her head, looked at Yu Mengmeng seriously, and asked, "During your pregnancy, didn't your husband never come to see you once? Why did he come now? Is it because you are about to give birth that your husband finally has a change of heart?" Yu Mengmeng didn't say anything. It's true. During this period, her husband never came to see her once to talk about their child. Is it a bit unrealistic to say that her husband has a change of heart now? Anyway, Yu Mengmeng still walked out of the RV. Hwami sat down by the window of the RV, opened it and looked out. Dafu and Xiaofu were seen stopping a man and rushing to the back of the supermarket. It was Yu Mengmeng's husband whom she hadn't seen for several months. It was such a cold day, and her husband was shivering all over. His temper was not good, and he kept scolding the two children, Dafu and Xiaofu. Yu Mengmeng walked over with her big belly, pulled her husband aside, and talked. Just at that moment, Yu Mengmeng's husband raised his head and looked at Hwami, who was sitting in the window of the RV. Lu Shubua's eyeballs rolled around in his eye sockets, full of brilliance. Hwami lowered the window silently. She was very familiar with Lu Shubua's eyes. In the apocalypse, many calculating people looked at her in this way. At this time, Yirong got in the car and complained to Hwami in a low voice that Lu Shubua, Yu Mengmeng's husband, hadn't come to see her for months. As soon as he came, he kept talking about Yu Mengmeng and didn't even ask about the child. Lu Shubua's movement just now was so loud that it not only alarmed the garrison, but even the busy Yirong and Afu knew that Yu Mengmeng's husband had appeared. Hwami nodded slightly, leaned back in her chair, and said, "Just ask her about the specific situation later." The weather here is getting colder and colder. I have arranged a batch of hand-sewn cotton padded jackets. The first batch of goods should be shipped out. We will arrange it here in the next 2 days. A cotton padded jacket is sold for 1888, so the business should be good. Although the cloth was made of scraps of cloth, and the wool was picked up from Chunhu's industrial park, Hwami spent all the supplies to support those witches. A cotton padded jacket at 1888 is really not expensive in this weather. Yi Rong responded and complained a few words about Lu Shubua's ill intentions. She sat for a while, and when she saw Gong Yi coming back, she got up and left. Gong Yi also saw Lu Shubua, but he didn't take it seriously. He just chased Chao Fong away with a pile of things in his hands. He placed these things in front of Hwami one by one. This is a rattle toy. Boil it in boiling water, and then put it away. Give it to your daughters when they are born. This is a thermometer. The weather is getting colder now. Don't catch a cold. Always pay attention to changes in your body temperature. This is a pair of warm shoes. This is a pair of fleece-lined maternity pants, and this is... He explained everything one by one, but looked at Hwami's face, which seemed to be wandering in the void, with some concern. Did you hear what I said? Did you take it to heart? Hwami came back to her senses and responded to him very perfunctorily. Gong Yi took a deep breath, stood in front of Hwami, and chattered on and on for a long time. Hwami rubbed her face, feeling very sleepy. Gong Yi, you said I was pregnant, but you didn't come to see me for several months and ignored me. Suddenly one day, when I was about to give birth, you showed up.
Why?
Gong Yi was stunned for a moment, with a hint of sarcasm on his handsome face. Then, I'm afraid I'm sick. If I really did such a thing, you would arrest me and make me move bricks. This kind of behavior is undoubtedly a scumbag. He is not a scumbag. From the beginning to the end, he wanted to be responsible to Hwami. Even if there is no child, he will be responsible for her. Hwami, as long as I'm not dead, I will crawl to your side even if I have to. You're pregnant, don't think too much. What are you thinking about all the time? Hwami blinked, and a rare strange feeling rose in her heart. However, seeing Gong Yi starting to give her many instructions again, Hwami decisively ignored the tenderness in her heart and hurriedly urged him, I get it. Okay, you are responsible. You are not a scumbag.
Boss, go and maintain world peace.
I am sleepy and need to sleep. Finally, this father left. Hwami's eyelids had just drooped when Yu Mingming's screams suddenly came from outside the window. Everyone inside and outside the RV supermarket was alarmed. Hwami suddenly opened her drooping eyelids and quickly ran out of the RV. Snowflakes were flying, and a thin layer of snow had accumulated on the ground. In an open space not far away, Lu Shubua was holding Yu Mingming's hand and saying something excitedly. Yu Mingming couldn't struggle free. The two children, Dafu and Xiaofu, were protecting her, preventing Lu Shubua from hitting her stomach with his rough hands and feet. Yi Rong winked at Afu, and Afu picked up the broom not far away. The garrisons around were also secretly observing Lu Shubua. Lu Shubua had no idea that he had become the focus of everyone's attention. He just grabbed Yu Mingming's hand and forced her to explain something. Hwami walked over and said coldly, "Let go." When Lu Shubua saw that it was Hwami, he loosened his grip, but his expression was clearly unconvinced. I'm talking to my wife. That's not against the law, right? In the snow, Hwami looked at Yu Mingming. Yu Mingming was wearing a loose down jacket, but even so, it couldn't hide her huge belly. At this time, Yu Mingming's eyes were red with tears. She broke free from Lu Shubua's hand, stepped back quickly, and said to Lu Shubua, I can't make the decision on this matter, and I can't promise you anything. Her husband came to see her for the first time in several months and just said a lot to her. He said that his life is very difficult now because he has a lot of strength and he spends every day in wind and rain to install light bulbs in the streets and alleys of Xiangqing. It's snowing now, the weather is very cold, and winter equipment is very expensive, so life is becoming increasingly difficult. Just look at the thin clothes he is wearing now. He said that he didn't want the child before because he thought he couldn't raise the child. Now that Yu Mingming is working with Hwami, Yu Mengmeng has a lot of money and a good environment, so he also wanted to work at the RV supermarket. By then, the couple will live a good life, just like Ah Fu's family. Yu Mengmeng was actually very moved when she heard these words from Lu Shubua. It was really enviable to see Ah Fu's family reunited. But Yu Mengmeng also had a hunch that if she really helped her husband with work matters, she might even lose her current job. Although Hami is generous, she is not stupid. Hami doesn't want everyone, especially someone like Lu Shubua, who has obviously been labeled a scumbag. In Hwami's circle, no one will like it. Lu Shubua took a step forward, clenched his fists, and his face was full of sarcasm. Yu Mengmeng, you are rich now. Doesn't this prove the saying that husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but they fly away separately when disaster strikes? As he spoke, he looked at Hwami, who was standing beside him. Yu Mengmeng, you weren't like this before. This is an allusion to the fact that Hwami led his wife astray. Hwami stood in front of Yu Mengmeng and pointed in the direction of leaving. If you have any questions, go to the emergency department to find a lawyer, or we can find a lawyer to talk to you. Don't argue here now. She still has to do business here. Lu Shubua started quarreling with Yu Mengmeng as soon as he arrived. This is not his home. In the snow, Lu Shubua stared at Hwami and moved his lips. He remembered that he still had to ask Hwami to give him a job, so he stopped pestering her. I just turned around and left unwillingly. Yu Mengmeng, I will continue to look for you.
We two can have a good talk then.
As soon as he left, Yu Mengmeng's tears began to fall. Yi Rong trotted over and, together with Hwami, took her to the RV. My husband came to me and hoped to work in the RV supermarket. It's not like I can't live without a man. He ignored the fact that I have panda blood and forced me to have an abortion. He ignored me for several months. What else can I expect? Although his perfect family is enviable, he is too selfish. I can't guarantee what he will accomplish if he comes to work here. Yu Mengmeng cried so sadly, there was no way she could not be sad. During this period, he never asked about the child, nor did he ask about my health. Hwami glanced at Yi Rong, who felt the same way, and pulled a tissue for Yu Mengmeng. Ever since Yu Mengmeng and her husband had a falling out at the door of Xian Chiru's office, Yu Mengmeng's husband has not appeared again. When she met Yu Mengmeng's husband again, he actually wanted to use Yu Mengmeng's relationship to work in Hwami's supermarket. Everyone knows that Hwami's supermarket is a popular place. Every day there is a lot of traffic in front of this RV supermarket, with a large amount of supplies coming in and out. Ko Minghong had to specially plan out an area to separate the passage to the RV supermarket and the passage to the rescue center. Otherwise, if the road is blocked, the rescue work will be greatly delayed. So currently this large area is half of the rescue center and the other half is the storage area for RV supermarket supplies. To say that the RV supermarket has no shortage of people, but Hwami waited for Yu Mengmeng to calm down after crying. She laughed and said, "You are quite self-aware. Keep it up. In fact, if necessary, you can also go to the rescue center to find a lawyer and ask your husband to compensate you with a large sum of money." This matter is now a new rule in Xiangqing. Although Yu Mengmeng is living a decent life now, her husband is already considered a scumbag. Just now, Qin Jin sent a message to Hwami, expressing his serious desire to cooperate with Hwami to find some scumbag men and clear the Hunan Sea Expressway. To this end, Qin Jin was very sincere. They could find a group of powerful lawyers and judges in City C to work together with the lawyers in Xiangqing who were in charge of this matter to discuss and formulate relevant and complete laws and regulations. Hwami could see that Qin Jin was very eager to repair the relationship between Xiangqing and Sea City, and he also took the relationship between Hwami and her very seriously. So Qin Jin took this matter as a big deal. It would not be a bad idea to use Yu Mengmeng's current experience as a training ground for these lawyers. Yu Mengmeng paused and asked, "Can he really get the money? But he can't even afford a thick piece of clothing now. Where will he get the money to compensate me?" Hwami smiled and said, "Then let him go to dredge the Hunan Sea Expressway. He is looking for a job right now. If he works on the Hunan Sea Expressway, he can even get a thick coat. The thick jackets made of scraps of cloth by witches who have turned over a new leaf are actually also distributed to the workers who are installing light bulbs in Xiangqing. However, this jacket factory had just been established, and Kang Liangnu had to sew the first batch of jackets for herself before she could supply them to the outside. Therefore, the jackets have not been distributed to various units of Hami for a while. But Lu Shubua is not satisfied with his current job, so why not change jobs? The job of installing lights in the streets and alleys of Xiangqing is too comfortable. It is better to clear the road sections and exercise Lu Shubua's physique. Hwami cares a lot about Lu Shubua. Qin Jun came very quickly. Although she was pregnant, she was very efficient and decisive in doing things. When she arrived at the RV supermarket, she was accompanied by a team of lawyers. Yes, a whole team of lawyers, about 10 people in total. The friends from Hwami and RV supermarket were all stunned by what they saw. After hearing about Mingming's incident, I was also quite angry. Qin Jun said as he sat over with several bags of baby clothes in his hands. He stuffed a bunch of clothes for Yu Mengmeng and another bunch for Hwami. I immediately contacted our hometown association in City C. They were very enthusiastic and helped us find these lawyers. Before Hwami could say anything, Qin Jun reached out and held Yu Mingming's hand. We are all women, and we are all pregnant at this critical moment. Don't be afraid. We will definitely win this lawsuit, and everyone will help you. The lawyers were ready to go. They were wearing the thick clothes that Qin Jun had found for them, and their cheeks were red from the cold. Some lawyers' fingers were red and swollen, which were caused by frostbite from the cold in the past few days. The cities in the south have never been this cold, and many people don't even have thick clothes. In the south, when the winter is the coldest, all you need to do is put on an extra sweater or a coat. So you can see how many people can be frozen to death in this snowy weather. Fortunately, because Xiangqing and City B have sufficient supplies, many survivors will sell their excess and second-hand supplies in exchange for food. Many survivors from northern cities brought a lot of thick clothes with them when they came to Xiangqing and City B. So in Xiangqing and City B, as long as you have money, you can still buy a thick coat. Yu Mengmeng felt relieved and grateful, and told the lawyers her demands. In fact, Yu Mengmeng's request was very simple. She hoped to get a sum of money, once and for all, and never have to have any contact with her husband again. The child was conceived before the disaster. It was Lu Shubua's idea to have a child because he wanted one. Yu Mengmeng was very hesitant at the time because she had panda blood, and there were risks in getting pregnant and having a child. And if she gave birth to another child with panda blood, that child would have to suffer the same blood panic as her. As a result, when the child was only a few months old, the world became what it is today, and the whole world collapsed. Lu Shubua doesn't want a child anymore, which is understandable. He sees a child as a pencil mark. He writes on it when he wants one, and erases it when he doesn't want one. To him, it was just a thought. A woman is just pregnant. No matter the size of the baby in her belly, or whether the woman's body is suitable for it, she can just have it removed. No pain or itching. But who says that Yu Mengmeng must bear all the bitter fruits alone? If this has been the truth since ancient times, then it will no longer be the case from now on. The lawyers were full of vigor and enthusiasm and engaged in a professional discussion. After a while, the Xiangqing lawyers and judges that Kuminghong had found also arrived. Hwami specifically pointed out 20 RVs to these people and asked these judges and lawyers to live in these RVs from then on. If they have immediate family members, they can also bring them to live with them. Before the disaster, Lu Shubua was pinned down from all sides by these top legal talents. He had no room to resist at all. The definition of a scumbag was quickly formulated by the talents, and an arrest warrant was approved for Lu Shubua. Either compensate Yu Mengmeng for the pregnancy expenses, delivery expenses, confinement expenses, childcare expenses, tuition fees, and living expenses totaling 3 million yuan, or dredge the Hunan Sea Expressway. Watching the arrest warrant being taken away by Chao Fong, Hwami and Qin Jun, who were sitting in another RV, smiled at each other. Hwami stretched lazily, finally solved a big problem. Qin Jun, who was sitting opposite him, responded with a smile. Yeah, I've been fed up with those scumbags for a long time. Now I can deal with them openly. It's great. After a pause, she looked at Hami with an apologetic look on her face. Hami, about Ma Jishuan's matter, Hami raised her hand and interrupted what Qingjun was about to say. I said, I just want to make money. Ma Ji's selection of this person will not affect my ability to make money. In other words, as long as Qingjun asked her to buy supplies, she would sell them. Qingjun smiled happily and immediately gave Hami another large stack of supply lists. Hami took it and looked at it. Mineral water, tarpaulin, respirator, various medical supplies, various rescue equipment, various fruits. You also need to customize 100,000 meters of straw ropes woven from straw and 100,000 cotton jackets. After reading to the end, Hami looked up and said to Qingjun, I can provide you with 100,000 meters of straw rope, but as you know, I am also short of cotton padded jackets, so I don't think it will be possible. Hami didn't need to remind him. Many people have realized that no one knows what this extreme weather will eventually become. The South has never seen such cold weather. Who knows whether it will get colder or hotter in the future? In this case, a qualified management must plan ahead and prepare more winter coats to ensure the survival of the survivors to the greatest extent possible. Hami only has a cotton padded jacket manufacturing factory for witches, but it has not yet been built. While building the factory, they started sewing cotton jackets. At present, every time a cotton padded jacket is sewn in this factory, the stock will be consumed internally. Judging from this situation, even Hwami's own people have not yet achieved the goal of having a cotton padded jacket each. She had previously distributed 5 sets of cashmere thermal underwear to each of her people and the garrison. She kept 1,000 sets of the remaining thermal underwear for herself and sold the rest. As a result, it was all cleared out in one morning. Also cleared out was the coral fleece 4-piece set. It can be seen how hungry the market demand for thermal insulation equipment is now. Qingjun frowned his eyebrows, which were very fine and delicate. What should we do? Is there any warm substitute that you can sell to us in City C? Hwami thought about it and suddenly received 2 prompts. Start security scan. Completion of Security and Defense Works Defense Project. Lianhua Xingxing Supermarkets wall heightened by 10 meters rating. Advanced Protection Engineering 13 square meters of black land were obtained.
Please select a site for the black land.
When a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X4 turn on security scan. Completion of Security and Defense Works Defense Project. Light tubes have been laid on the entire section of Xiangqing Road rating. Department-level protection project 14 square meters of black land were obtained.
Please select a site for the black land.
When a lucky draw X1 remaining lucky draws X5 want some wood? Hwami suddenly asked Qingjun. Seeing Qingjun in a daze, Hwami took out 10 stacks of Xiangqing Watchtower teleportation tickets, 10,000 tickets per stack, 10,000 yuan each. If you people from City C really can't stand the cold, you can go to the stalls in Xiangqing to shop and see if you can buy some second-hand thick clothes from private vendors. Or, come buy some wood. She now has 27 square meters of idle black land. If the people in City C want to warm themselves by the fire, Hwami can plant trees on it all. Cut down trees that can be used for firewood. This Qingjun looked at the teleportation ticket in Hwami's hand hesitantly. If you really don't have any other warm-keeping equipment to sell us, then wood is not out of the question. If there is enough wood, they can build several large stoves in City C and use them to provide collective heating for the survivors. But does Xiangqing have so much wood? There is another question. Qingjun lowered his head and looked at Hwami's neatly stacked tickets. This ticket is so expensive? She suspected that Hwami was trying to make money, just like it had been issuing bonds crazily before the economic collapse. Hwami stacked up 10 stacks of teleportation tickets and pushed them towards Qingjun. Believe me, this money is well spent by you in City C. If an emergency really comes, even if the Xiangxi Road is cleared, people from City C will not have enough time to get to Xiangqing. By then, Qingjun will not think that Hwami's teleportation tickets are too expensive. She will regret that she bought too few. Qingjun accepted the 10 stacks of Xiangqing Watchtower teleportation tickets with doubt. She looked at the instructions on the back of the teleportation ticket and felt that it was a child's trick. Tearing the ticket could teleport? But she was smart and didn't ask any more questions. She just thought that Hwami was trying to make money. At this time, Qin was willing to give money to Hwami, who was able to sell such a large amount of supplies to City C. The two began to discuss the quantity of wood to be purchased. Hwami only sells wood by pound and ensures that the wood is dry. She couldn't provide 100,000 cotton padded jackets, but she could give City C 100,000 kilograms of wood in batches. A pound of wood costs 5 yuan. This price is not expensive. After all, a few pieces of firewood can burn for a long time. Qin had no objection to the price. Although the mountains and rivers are now overturned, if we mobilize a large number of survivors, endure the cold and snow to go outside the city to search, we can also pull back many uprooted trees. However, no matter how many trees there are outside City C, when all the survivors in the city start to burn firewood in large quantities, and no one knows when the snowy season will end. It is particularly important to bring in trees from outside to use as firewood. I want unlimited. Qin opened her mouth loudly. She looked at Hwami seriously. We in City C have no objection to the price, but you can't set a fixed number for us. After all, no one can predict when winter will end. What if all 100,000 kilograms of wood are burned up? Hwami, you and I both know that no one can guarantee what will happen next. She didn't know where Hwami's supplies came from, but since Hwami offered to provide 100,000 kilograms of wood to City C, it proved that Hwami could actually provide more wood. Otherwise, how could she ensure that Xiangqing and City B could survive this long winter? People have to take care of themselves first before they have enough energy to warm others. Isn't it? Hwami smiled and said, "Happy cooperation." At this time, in Xiangqing, Ma Zhishuan was walking aimlessly in the cold weather. He still couldn't understand why his sister-in-law was so angry and left him alone in such a cold weather. So Ma Zhishuan took a gamble and was unwilling to go back to the group of tents where his sister-in-law was. But where can he go now? There is a man running in the snow in front of him, and 2 garrisons behind him chase him and throw him to the ground. Lu Shubor, you have violated the new regulations. We will arrest you according to the law. Be honest. Lu Shubor on the ground was obviously furious and laughed loudly. What new rules did I break? I asked my legal wife to have an abortion, and that also broke the new rules? You're just looking for an excuse to arrest me. Yu Mengmeng, tell Yu Mengmeng, don't think that she can do whatever she wants just because she is with that witch Hwami. I am right. In this world, it is a big mistake for a woman to raise a child. He cursed, but was still forced away by 2 garrisons wearing 5 sets of cashmere thermal underwear. When Ma Zhishuan saw this scene, he found it extremely terrifying. The moral issue has indeed evolved into torture. Ma Zhishuan feels that it is not just God who is cruel. And there are these demons who want to disrupt the entire world order. Among these demons are Hwami, as well as his brother and sister-in-law. He was in a daze, and before he knew it, Ma Zhishuan walked to the front of Qin Xiaolan's tent in Xiangqing. After meeting Qin's mother, Ma Zhishuan felt uncomfortable facing her eager and expectant gaze. He said that he had not found Qin Xiaolan. As if he was afraid that Qin's mother would blame him for not taking good care of Qin Xiaolan, Ma Zhishuan told her the whole story again. In order to prove that it was Qin Xiaolan who went to the red light district on her own, he even repeated what Fong Xian said to Qin's mother. Mother Qin frowned when she heard this. Mother Qin sat at the door of the tent with a look of disdain on her face, nodding in the direction of the RV. I went out for a walk and ran into a few acquaintances. Then I found out that the boss behind the city-famous RV supermarket was actually Hwami. So Fong Xian's words can be trusted to a large extent. No matter how capable Hwami is, if she hadn't met a lot of men, would she have been able to start this RV supermarket? In such a rotten world, if there weren't so many people helping her, Hwami would have been robbed to the point of having nothing left. Believe it or not. They also said that Hwami's official partner is Gong Yi.
This kind of talk is just to fool children.
Anyway, Qin's mother doesn't believe it. Even Hwami's cousin said that Hwami dumped my son because she met many men. As Hwami's sister, how could Fong Xian say such nonsense? As Qin's mother spoke, She angrily said to Ma Jishuan, "Think about it. Gong Yi was just a garrison captain in Xiangqing before. No matter how capable he is, he can't find so many supplies. There must be people behind Hami, many people, providing supplies to Hami. Perhaps my son also contributed to the source of these supplies." Before the earthquake, Qin Ziren worked in a company that did purchasing for management. Hami is also in this company. Both of them have good jobs and the pay is very good, which is like having a half-iron rice bowl. So if Hami wants to purchase a large amount of supplies, she has the resources. The operation of these resources is actually inseparable from the efforts of the employees of the entire purchasing company. To round it off, it is inseparable from Qin Ziren's efforts. Of course, Ma Jishuan believed what Qin's mother said. He didn't have a very good impression of Hami to begin with. Now the impression is even worse. But I can't do anything. My sister-in-law doesn't know right from wrong. In such cold weather, she tries to curry favor with Hami like she's trying to curry favor with someone else. Ma Jishuan felt very uncomfortable. He had always lived a proud life and had rarely suffered any setbacks in his life. Qin Zhen's slap hurt him. Mother Qin also looked at Ma Jishuan with some sadness. She said gently, "Jishuan, you are a child that Auntie is very satisfied with. Now, apart from you, no one can help Xiaolan and her brother. Her daughter disappeared because she went to see Fong Xian. Hami killed Fong Xian. Qin Ziren disappeared. Hami had a lot of supplies. Is there no connection between them?" Qin's mother didn't believe it. If she wants to find her son and daughter, she can only rely on Ma Jishuan. Otherwise, Qin's mother would have little influence and wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Mother Qin looked at Ma Jishuan's hesitant expression. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Jishuan, you also know the injustice that our Qin family has suffered. You can't stand the fact that Xiangqing is now dominated by Gong Yi and Hami, right? People have to do something while they are alive." Seeing the pitiful look on Qin's mother's face, Ma Jishuan finally nodded. He discussed it with Qin's mother and rushed to the RV supermarket early the next morning, saying directly that he wanted to look for Hami. They thought that, relying on the relationship between Ma Jishuan and Ma Yongchun, even if Hami didn't consider Qin's mother's face, she would still have to consider the face of City C. The three of them talked frankly about Qin Ziren's whereabouts and whether Qin Xiaolan would send garrison troops to rescue him. Xiangqing always had to take its relationship with City C into consideration. As a result, the RV supermarket's business is so good that people who queue here all night are here for wholesale. Yi Rong had no time to receive Qin's mother and Ma Jishuan. There are so many people who ask for Hami every day. If they are really at the same level as Hami, they will call Hami directly. How could they come to look for him in person? In other words, those who don't even have money to buy a universal signal communicator are all poor. Not worthy of personally connecting with Hami. Ma Jishuan did have a universal signal communicator, but he did not have Hami's phone number. Qin's mother is a poor woman. So Yi Rong had neither the time nor the care. She just casually dealt with Qin's mother and Ma Jishuan and told them to wait somewhere far away and not to stand in the RV supermarket and block the way. Ever since the factory director left to rebuild the water plant, there has been a shortage of staff here. Yu Meng went to court again. Now even Yi Rong's children, Dafu and Xiaofu, were temporarily asked to help manage the wholesale business of the RV supermarket. When the RV supermarket opens, a busy day begins. Often, the garrison would just pull the supplies from the Lianhua Xingxing underground garage, and before they could be unloaded, they would be ordered by someone else. Dafu and Xiaofu just need to jump into the truck bed and report what supplies are inside. Wholesalers raised their hands, and those who wanted to buy how much they wanted got on the truck and unloaded the goods themselves. Qin's mother pulled Ma Jishuan aside to watch for a while and whispered to Ma Jishuan, "In just these few minutes, there are tens of millions of transactions. I don't know where Hami got so many goods. Look, the people who helped her transport the goods are all garrison soldiers." From this we can see that, as Fong Xian said, Hami has many financial backers. Mother Qin thought to herself that her son also contributed to this. This was also the first time that Ma Jishuan had seen such a situation. Standing in this busy scene, he felt much smaller at that moment. The weather was getting colder and colder, the snowflakes were falling like goose feathers, and the visibility was very low. According to normal time, it should be noon at this time. But it looked like evening, an evening with heavy snow. Ma Jixuan and Qin's mother stood there for a while and were frozen like dogs. There were also small vendors waiting nearby. These small vendors don't have much capital, and they have to wait until the big vendors have finished wholesale before they can go up and pick up some of the remaining supplies, and then they can do some work while wholesale. They glanced at Qin's mother and Ma Jixuan, and someone kindly said to Qin's mother, "You guys are also selling supplies wholesale outside the city, right? Would you like to take a load of goods with us?" This is a group purchase recently organized by the vendor circle. Because supplies are in short supply, especially food and warm equipment. However, as truckloads of supplies were delivered, they were quickly sold out by big vendors. Often in the end, the supplies that small vendors can wholesale are very few. In addition, Qinjun has now squeezed in and Qinjun buys supplies by tons. Life is even more difficult for small vendors. So they came up with an idea. All the small vendors united and bought a whole truckload of supplies at one time. Then everyone can divide it privately. Yi Rong was happy with this because she was too busy to handle the sales of truckloads of supplies, and Dafu and Xiaofu didn't have to climb onto the truck and shout. Many diligent people are doing this now. Since there are no free food supplies in Xiangqing and City B, people who don't have much money will of course find ways to increase their income. Upon hearing this, Mother Qin glared at the kind-hearted vendor and said, "Do you think I look like someone who would do this? I'm here to look for my son and daughter. I've never set up a stall in my life. Isn't it shameful? If our relatives saw this, wouldn't they laugh at me to death?" The kind vendor. He thought it was okay. Why was it embarrassing to set up a stall? There were no more job opportunities in Xiangqing now, and they were not doctors, police, garrisons, lawyers, or judges. They did not have the ability to go up mountains and down seas to find supplies in a world where disasters were frequent. Then they can only do some reselling business, which can not only support themselves, but also infiltrate supplies to other cities. How is this embarrassing? But Qin's mother didn't think so. In their small place, Qin's mother used to work in a respectable job. He had a stable job, a stable income, an excellent son, and a daughter admitted to a prestigious university. He was once the envy of many relatives and friends. Qin's mother couldn't bring herself to let such a respectable person like her set up a stall on the street and sell things. The kind-hearted vendor just mentioned it, but when he saw Qin's mother's disdainful opposition, he curled his lips and took the initiative to move away from Qin's mother. No more persuading Qin's mother. In fact, Ma Jixuan couldn't bring himself to do that. He looked around and whispered to Qin's mother, "It's too cold here, and I don't know what kind of monsters are around. Aunt, let's go back. I'll go and beg my brother to find a solution later." The weather was too cold, and Qin's mother and Ma Jixuan could not bear it at all. They did not wait for long, and quickly left the RV supermarket. At this time, Hami was planting trees at the Lotus Xingxing supermarket. Hami would do what she promised Qinjun. Last time, she planted rubber trees, camphor trees, and broadleaf basswood, and these 3 types of trees have never been cut down. As a result, they have now grown into 3 giant trees. Hami walked around the 3 giant trees and estimated that this tree weighed tens of thousands of pounds. The 3 trees together produced more than 30,000 kilograms of material, so Hami cut down the 3 trees. If these 3 trees continue to grow like this, there is no telling how big they will be. Hami planned to send the 3 trees to the RV supermarket and asked Afu to get some wood chippers. Yi Rong then asked some laborers to cut the 3 trees into pieces of firewood of uniform specifications. First, get some firewood and make a firewood heater that can exhaust smoke in a closed room to keep Yi Rong and the others warm. The remaining 10,000 kilograms were allowed to be taken away by Qinjun. Hami plans to supply the rest to the garrison and police first. Then she placed the newly acquired 27 square meters of black land near the Lotus Xingxing supermarket. Hami then started planting trees. She had asked Qichuan to buy seeds for her before, and Hami wanted them no matter what kind of seeds they were. As a result, Chichuan found a lot of saplings and flower seeds for Hami bougainvillea, goldenrod, melon, osmanthus, ivy, hydrangea, hibiscus, cypress, locust, beech, castanopsis, oak, and ginkgo. Cotton, Skyma superba, holly, sycamore, privet, broadleaf poplar, larch, black wattle, masan pine, Semiao pine, Yunnan pine, South Asian pine, chandelier flower, coffee. Hwami planted all 27 types of saplings and flower seeds without even looking at them. After a while, she came to her senses and looked carefully at the coffee tree in front of her. It seemed that this tree could not be cut down. She could collect coffee beans and make coffee from it in the future. As for those flowers, Hwami also felt a little melancholy. Those flowers could not be cut down and used as firewood. But now that the seeds have been planted, can we still pull them out? Looking at them one by one, Hwami found a piece of black soil, with snow-white cotton blooming in the heavy snow. In just a short while, the snow-white cotton flowers bloomed one by one in the white snow. What a nice view! Also blooming with them are the bougainvillea, marigolds, and hydrangea trees that only grow in different seasons, growing taller and thicker little by little. But the beautiful flowers are already blooming vigorously. Hwami immediately called the factory manager to ask what she could do with the large number of flowers she had. The factory manager was doing the final finishing work of the water plant and was very busy on the other end of the phone. He casually replied, "Build an essential oil factory and make essential oil from those flowers. Essential oil is very useful and has various effects. You girls also like it. It smells delicious." The factory director is a knowledgeable man. Hwami immediately called the busy contractor. She wanted to build an essential oil factory, the kind that extracts essential oils from flowers. The contractor cried out ouch, and looked at the densely packed crowd of witches in front of him. Some of these witches were caught by police officers such as Yang Honglin, and some were caught by workers who were dredging the Hunan A expressway. Some also come on their own. "Miss Hua, there are too many women in the cotton padded jacket factory. We have to start the essential oil factory immediately. I have a headache every day now. It's a real headache. The weather is cold, and the contractor is busy. My head hurts a lot, and I desperately need some essential oil to relax my nerves. The opening of the essential oil factory is imminent, otherwise all the women will be crowded into the cotton padded jacket factory. There are too many people here, and scraps of cloth and wool are almost running out." Hwami asked nonchalantly, "Where do all these women come from?" The contractor replied in distress, "I don't know where they got the news from. Although our cotton padded jacket factory doesn't provide wages, it does provide cotton padded jackets and food and drink supplies, so they all have to come to our cotton padded jacket factory to surrender themselves." Logically speaking, the nature of this cotton padded jacket factory is actually similar to a correctional facility, where witches are captured and receive ideological education while making cotton padded jackets. They had to keep making coats until they were let out. Gradually, this factory became popular in Xiangqing, City A and City B before it was even built. Everyone knows that if you send a witch there, you can get a bonus of 2,000 yuan. As a result, Xiangqing, City A and City B quietly launched a trend of arresting witches. Some families, just for the sake of 2,000 yuan, sent their innocent daughters to work, labeling them as witches.
Why not?
After entering, we had food to eat and thick cotton padded jackets to wear, and the cotton padded jacket factory was repairing a smokeless wood stove. Isn't this better than starving and freezing at home? So, during these few days, Yang Honglin was very busy. He has been working as a police officer for so long, but he has never encountered such a large number of witches turning themselves in. The family awareness of the survivors has increased dramatically, and it is often the family members themselves who take the initiative to send their 80-year-old mothers to their several-year-old girls to the cotton padded jacket factory. The consequence of this mess is that the scraps of cloth and wool are all gone. The contractor felt very aggrieved. "I have expanded the prefabricated houses needed by the factory. Because of these, the cotton padded jacket factory has not been completed yet. If this continues, our factory will collapse." "It won't collapse." Hwami laughed. I just happen to have a batch of cotton here, and I'll send someone to deliver it to the cotton padded jacket factory tomorrow. Tell those women to take off the clothes they brought with them and stuff cotton into their single clothes. They can come, but everyone has to have a task. No matter how old they are, everyone has to make 5 cotton padded jackets every day. If they can't make them, they will be thrown out to starve and freeze. Forget about the little girls who are only a few years old. Find a place for them to practice martial arts. Divide the female workers into groups, assign 1 little girl to each group, and ask each group to make 5 more cotton padded jackets every day as the cost of taking care of the little girls. It is actually not difficult to make 5 cotton padded jackets a day. The boards are ready-made, and you can just cut them according to the pattern. The contractor brought in a number of professional sewing machines to the factory. By using the sewing machines to sew, a cotton padded jacket could be made very quickly. Since these survivors wanted to send the women and their families to the cotton padded jacket factory, Hwami accepted them all without hesitation. As for the fabric, you can actually ask Chichuan to buy some on the market. He can buy as much as he wants. Hwami is not afraid of not having money to buy fabric, but she is afraid of not having fabric for her to buy. Just after I hung up the phone with the contractor, Yi-rong called me. Ami, City C refuses to accept our wood, and they want you to come and negotiate in person. Hwami held the phone in her hand and said to Yi-rong, "Let me take a look. What's going on?" I just reached an agreement with Qingjin a few days ago to sell an unlimited amount of wood to City C for heating. As a result, Yi-rong told Hwami today that City C refused to accept the wood. City C really doesn't want those tens of thousands of pounds of wood? Hwami quickly teleported to the RV supermarket. As soon as she walked out of the warehouse, she met Ah Fu, who was walking hurriedly toward her. As soon as Ah Fu saw Hwami, he hurriedly said, "Hurry, there's a quarrel over there." Hwami frowned and followed Ah Fu to the right side of the RV supermarket. The 3 trees had just been thrown into the warehouse of the RV supermarket by Hwami, and the wood cutting had not yet started. But the transport plane from City C has already stopped on the open space. Yi-rong had already cleared a piece of land next to the helipad and quickly set up the waterproof tarpaulin and heater to create a simple wood chipping mill. The strong workers are already in place. As soon as the wood is cut, it is immediately loaded onto a transport plane and shipped to City C. When Hwami was led there by Ah Fu, Ma Jishuan was arguing with Yi-rong. To say they were quarreling, in fact Yi-rong was blushing and arguing about something with Ma Jishuan. "What's wrong?" Hwami walked over and stood beside Yi-rong. Seeing Hwami coming, Yi-rong angrily held a document in her hand and said, "This Mr. Ma said that our wood is too expensive, saying that it is a resource that everyone has worked hard to obtain. If we don't lower the price, he won't buy it. When I talked to Qingjin, we agreed that the wood would be weighed on the spot, then loaded onto the transport plane, and City C would pay for it. It can be said that one hand pays, the other hand receives the goods." Qingjin made this decision at that time in order to prevent Hwami from being limited in quantity. There is no limit on the quantity. As long as Hwami's woodcutting factory has wood, she can keep buying it. As a result, Ma Jishuan jumped out and said that the wood was sold at a high price. "Don't buy." Hwami smiled and nodded. "Okay, if you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. Yi-rong, start working as usual. Sell all the wood you cut to Commander Gong and Kuming Hong, along with the smokeless stove."
She was too lazy to talk to Ma Jishuan.
What was there to argue about? She only had Sankeishu at the moment, and the heating supply in Xiangqing and City B was already tight. If it weren't for the fact that Qingjin was a person worth associating with, Hwami would not have agreed to Qingjin's request for unlimited supply of wood. Isn't it just the right time now? It's not that Hwami doesn't want to sell wood to City C, it's that Ma Yongchuan's younger brother Ma Jishuan doesn't want to buy it. Hwami took Yi-rong back. On the way, Hwami was very satisfied with the current situation. She looked at the coldest weather in her life and thought the current level was still quite good, far from being cold enough to kill people. But if it gets colder, it's hard to say. In my previous life, the weather suddenly became extremely cold overnight in the summer. Many people were wearing short sleeves and short skirts and had no time to react, so they froze to death in the snow. From wearing only a single layer of clothing to heavy snow, there were still a few days left for the survivors. So, Hwami didn't hear anyone saying who was frozen to death. Now there is enough cotton and wood. It would be perfect if Xiangqing and City B could achieve 0 deaths from freezing. Moreover, when the wood was sold to Gong Yi would not bargain with Hwami. He would pay whatever price Hwami said. Let Hwami settle the bill herself. In front of the transport plane, Li Wangsheng, the captain of the Sea City garrison, looked at Ma Zhishuan with angry eyes. He walked to Ma Zhishuan's side and whispered, "Second Master Ma, you should discuss this matter with Mrs. Ma." Today, just as he parked the transport plane, he received a message from Ma Yongchun saying that Ma Zhishuan wanted to train himself and recommended himself to work in the material transport team. To be honest, Ma Yongchun was very obedient to his younger brother. They were the only 2 brothers left in their family, and Ma Yongchun was older than Ma Zhishuan. Although they are brothers in name only, in fact Ma Yongchun is like a father to Ma Zhishuan and raised him. Since the disaster, Ma Zhishuan, who is still in college, has had nothing to do. In today's environment, if you want to study, there is nowhere to study, and after you finish studying, you don't know what to do. So Ma Zhishuan has been idle. Just as Qingjin said, Ma Yongchun sent his younger brother to Xiangqing because he wanted Ma Zhishuan to get to know a group of people in Xiangqing and use his own methods and connections to connect Xiangqing and City C more deeply. Ma Zhishuan said he wanted to do something, and Ma Yongchun was very happy. I feel the joy of having a younger brother growing up in my family. But unexpectedly, on the first day Ma Zhishuan took office, he began to have problems with the wholesale price of wood. Ma Zhishuan thought that wood was 5 yuan per pound, which was too expensive in this weather, so he wanted to lower the price to 1 yuan per pound. They say that Hwami supplies are the result of everyone's hard work, which means that Hwami supplies are not obtained in a legitimate way and they make too much money, so they have to pass on the profits to everyone. Li Wangsheng had no idea what was going on in the brain of this second-generation rich man. He negotiated a contract and then lowered the price without hesitation. The wood hasn't even been loaded onto the transport plane yet, and Li Wangsheng is really annoyed as he is about to fail with this deal. Ma Zhishuan squinted at Li Wangsheng, who is in charge here, me or my sister-in-law. She is a pregnant woman and doesn't understand the commodity market at all. A pound of wood is selling for 5 yuan. Why doesn't Hwami go and grab it? There are trees everywhere outside the city. The earthquake crushed the entire ground. As long as the management is willing to mobilize the survivors to look for them, the trees outside the city will be free. Ma Zhishuan couldn't understand it. He stubbornly believed that his sister-in-law was trying to please Hwami, so she bought the wood from Hwami at a high price. Li Wangsheng looked at Ma Zhishuan coldly. "Second Master Ma, you may not know that our garrison camp is as cold as an ice cellar. Because we are busy with rescue operations, we probably don't have time to go out and search for trees in large numbers. What's more, the trees have to be cut down after being transported back. It rained every day some time ago, and it has been snowing these few days. Many trees are soaked in jelly, like water. The wood was wet. The wood provided by Hwami was dry, and her trees were not soaked in such bad weather." Ma Zhishuan put his hands in his trouser pockets, frowned, and said to Li Wangsheng as a matter of course, "You are garrisons, and you are more hard-working than ordinary survivors. Can't you squeeze out some time to do more? Don't learn from Gong Yi's garrisons. I don't know what they're busy with every day. They don't even have the time or kindness to save an innocent girl. You should collect trees to meet the heating needs of the survivors while rescuing them." The more he talked, the more outrageous it became. Li Wangsheng had a square face, and Ma Zhishuan was furious. He looked at Ma Zhishuan in shock and anger. Does Second Master Ma treat us as slaves? Or does he think that our rescue mission is like a picnic, where we can carry the injured with one hand and bring back a piece of wood with the other? The carpenters hired by the wood-cutting factory looked at Li Wangsheng with sympathy. The kind that's really sympathetic. Compared with the garrison in Xiangqing, the garrison in City C had to deal with Ma Zhishuan's management, which could only be described as miserable. But they're just workers, and they have no way of crossing the city to provide any help to the garrison in City C. Ma Zhishuan insisted on his own way and waved his hand. In short, if Hwami doesn't lower the price, We in City C will not buy her firewood. Li Wang's face twisted into a ball of anger. Okay, if you don't want to buy it, you wait. He turned around and contacted Zhou Cheng, the garrison commander of City C, and told him everything about Ma Jishuan's unauthorized behavior. Zhou Cheng was accompanying Gong Yi in searching for survivors in the suburbs of City C. Hearing this, he cursed, hung up the phone, and complained to Ma Yongchun, "Your second son is a real talent. You asked him to go to Xiangqing to receive supplies, but it's a waste of his talent. How about this, Ma Yongchun? You let him be the garrison commander, and I'll give up my position. I'll give way to others, okay?" Zhou Cheng had so many things to do all day long. Gong Yi came to him and said that Chun Hu and Brother Fan might come to City C. It was freezing cold, and he was still leading his garrison to search for survivors all over the mountains. As a result, the second son of the Ma family gave him such a trick. Zhou Cheng scolded Ma Yongchun and threatened, "If I had known earlier that you, Ma, were so unreliable, why would I have joined you? Look at Gong Yi. He doesn't need to be a manager. I want to try that too." From today on, the firewood for heating in City C will no longer be purchased by you, the management. We brothers should be clear about the accounts. The purchase of any materials will be divided up like this. Zhou Cheng cursed a few more times and hung up the phone on Ma Yongchun. Gong Yi, who was leading a few garrisons and walking in the snow, looked at Zhou Cheng with a squint. "I think Ma Yongchun is good in every way, except for his younger brother, who is a big drag on him." It was quiet in the snow. When Li Wangxing called Zhou Cheng, although the speaker was not turned on, Gong Yi could hear it clearly. Gong Yi knew how naive Ma Jishuan was, so he didn't even need to ask. He could roughly imagine how many people would be angered to death by what Ma Jishuan did. Is his wife having a miscarriage? Gong Yi was a little worried, and then he became even more angry with Ma Jishuan. If this second-generation rich guy didn't have a brother like Ma Yongchun to protect him, he would have died somewhere long ago. Zhou Cheng was still angry and kicked a snowball in front of him, sending snowballs flying in all directions. He ignored Gong Yi, and Li Wangxing called again. On the other end of the phone, Li Wangxing said with a bitter face, "The wood chipping mill is already in operation. Truckloads of firewood have been piled up and hauled away. They said the wood chipping mill only reached 3 trees this time, and they will not reopen until the next time, but we don't know when that will be." The carpenters worked quickly, with the wood chippers running at full speed. In a short while, 1/3 of a tree was cut down. Li Wangxing asked and learned that the firewood loaded on the trucks would be transported to the garrison posts in Xiangqing and City B. Each of the garrisons under Gong Yi was equipped with hundreds of kilograms of silver charcoal, and now each of the garrisons was also equipped with hundreds of kilograms of wood. When the carpenters were talking about these things, Li Wangxing was extremely envious. He told these words to Zhou Cheng, who felt angry and sad. Looking at Gong Yi, then looking at him, Zhou Cheng hung up the phone with Li Wangxing. He asked Gong Yi, who had stopped by the side, "What do you say we should do now?" Gong Yi looked at him coldly. "Why are you asking me? I'm only here to arrest people in your sea city, not to do business." "No," Brother Zhou Cheng came over, looking annoyed. "Can you talk to our sister Hua and leave some firewood for me? I really don't have time to be self-sufficient here. Just treat it as a way to get rid of me. It's so cold, and those of us without wives feel cold in bed. If we don't have central heating, we won't be able to sleep well at night. Just think of this as feeling sorry for the single guys and give me some advice." Gong Yi straightened his back and looked at the single guy Zhou Cheng with sympathy. Since Zhou Cheng is single, Gong Yi provides a clear way out for the single garrisons. He cleared his throat and said in a controlled tone, "You know my wife, she values money more than anything else. I'm honest with her, and we're honest with each other, and she takes advantage of me without mercy. As long as you have something to exchange with her and let her make some money, she won't care about Ma Jishuan or Wang Jishuan." Gong Yi's words opened the eyes of Zhou Cheng, who had never dealt with women before. It turns out that the secret to pursuing a woman is to throw money at her. Zhou Cheng understood. He immediately called Li Wangxing and asked Li Wangxing to continue purchasing firewood according to the contract price. Li Wangxing hesitated a little, looked back at the stubborn Ma Jishuan, and asked, But where do we get the money? Our money is all allocated by the management. Zhou Cheng gritted his teeth. If there is a person like Ma Zhishuan in the management, you and I will never have a good life. If you don't have money, just give the batch of fabrics you found last time to Sister Hua. Give it to Sister Hua, and use the money from this batch of cloth to buy firewood. Anyway, these hundreds of thousands of tons of cloth were found by the garrison in City C. Now that Ma Zhishuan refuses to buy firewood, the garrison in City C will of course have to find a way to keep themselves warm. Is it really possible that he has to rescue people, fight against criminals, protect the city and survivors, and go out to collect firewood for heating? To put it bluntly, if the garrison has picked up all the firewood near City C, what should the survivors do? Do the survivors have to run to a farther place to collect firewood? After receiving Zhou Cheng's instructions, Li Wangsheng hurriedly said to Ah Fu, "Our garrison commander Zhou said he has hundreds of thousands of tons of cloth and wants to trade it with Sister Hua for firewood." Ma Zhishuan, who was standing behind Li Wangsheng, had a stern look on his face. He shouted angrily, "Li Wangsheng." Li Wangsheng ignored him and continued to say to Ah Fu, "I heard that Sister Hua is collecting fabrics. This business can be done directly with our garrison." Ah Fu nodded, turned around and called Hami for instructions. Ma Zhishuan was furious. He rushed forward and said to Li Wangsheng, "You are just a captain. Who told you to act on your own? Don't you know that this will cause a mess? Others will think that the garrison and management levels of our City C have been separated." Qinzhen hasn't received any news from Ma Yongchun yet. The lawyer she left at the RV supermarket told her that there was a problem with the receipt of the wood. Ma Zhishuan told the C City lawyers in a strong manner and asked them to modify the contract and unilaterally change the price of wood to 1 yuan per catty. Qinzhen rushed to Ma Zhishuan with a big belly and angrily said to him, "Who allowed you to make your own decisions? Do you know that I begged and pleaded with everyone to get this deal? You just lower the price when I say so? You haven't grown up yet." At the beginning, Hami was planning to sell 100,000 kilograms of wood to City C. It was Qinzhen who made a lot of efforts and tried his best to gain favor with Hami that negotiated the quantity to be unlimited. As a result, it was ruined by just one sentence from Ma Zhishuan. How could Qinzhen not be angry? Ma Zhishuan didn't care at all. He frowned and said, "Sister-in-law, you should be tougher. This is not how you negotiate business. We pay, and City C is not short of money. Why must Hami say the price? City C is a very wealthy city. Before the sudden change in the world order, City C's annual GDP ranked first among all cities. According to statistics, City C has the most wealthy people among all cities. So, why did City C have to be so servile? They have money, so why can't they be more pretentious?" Looking at Li Wangsheng again, Ma Zhishuan said angrily, "There are always some people who jump out to stir up trouble at this time. Hami can be so arrogant because these people keep feeding her resources." From his point of view, it seems that the relationship between Hami, Zhou Cheng, and Li Wangsheng is no longer clear. Qinzhen was so angry that her stomach was cramping. She pointed at Ma Zhishuan and said, "Go away. Go back to City C as soon as possible. No, people like you will harm your brother even if you go to City C. Get out of here." At this time, Ah Fu turned around and walked back to Li Wangsheng. "Miss Hua said that she agrees to your exchange terms, but she currently has no more wood, so she can only wholesale 10,000 catties to your C City garrison, and the price remains unchanged at 5 yuan per catty. Let's see how the situation develops in a couple of days. We must first focus on the garrisons in Xiangqing, B City, and A City. Gong Yi has garrisons in 3 cities, totaling more than 5,000 people and about 1,000 outposts that need heating. In addition, she has to retail to the survivors. Only the remaining wood can be sold to the garrison in City C. So the garrison in City C had to wait, even if they had hundreds of thousands of tons of cloth. Ma Zhishuan angrily said, "This is robbing money. I don't agree with it." Li Wangsheng glanced at Ma Zhishuan and sneered. The C City garrison was looking for cloth. "We were afraid of freezing to death, so Commander Zhou agreed." Then, Li Wangsheng handed Ah Fu another cigarette and said to him in a low voice, "Commander Zhou said that all our cloth should be brought to Xiangqing and stored here with Sister Hua. When Sister Hua has enough wood, she can call us to pick it up. Tell Sister Hua to give Commander Gong some face and not let our garrison in City C freeze to death. At this time, whoever has supplies will rule the world. Hwami has the final say on how much goods there are and how much can be shipped. No one can interfere with the shipping volume. If she can give a little, just a little. Sister Hua is getting anxious. If she doesn't give any, who can do anything to her? Qin Zhen, on the side, was anxious. She walked to Li Wangsheng and said, "Can we talk about this batch of fabrics? I mean, we can also exchange some cotton with me." She has some cotton in her hands recently. This is the latest news Qin Zhen has obtained. If City C has cloth and cotton, the problem of winter clothes can be solved. By then, the problem of wood for heating can be solved and the cold winter in City C can be warmer. But she heard from Li Wangsheng that he wanted to use all the cloth to exchange firewood for the garrison. This completely disrupted her and Ma Yongchuan's plans. Hundreds of thousands of tons of cloth were replaced with firewood. It was somewhat miscalculated. Li Wangsheng's tone was very firm. "Mrs. Ma, tell me, I am also following orders. I am stationed there, not an administrator in your management level. I will do whatever Commander Zhou tells me to do." Qin Zhen became more and more anxious, and at this moment, her stomach started to hurt badly. Ma Zhishuan yelled at Li Wangsheng and Qin Zhen again, "Your ugly faces trying to curry favor with Hwami are so ugly, so ugly. Why can't you just refuse? If you don't want to sell it, then we won't sell it. We in City C have money." Snatched a stack of documents from the lawyer next to him, and without even looking at them, threw them at Ma Zhishuan. Ma Zhishuan instinctively turned his hand and pushed Qin Zhen's stomach hard, pushing Qin Zhen to the ground. She felt a warm sensation beneath her body and screamed towards Ma Zhishuan's collapse. "I told you to get out of here. Didn't you hear me? You are a burden that can only cause trouble instead of help. Phone. Give me the phone. I want to call Ma Yongchun. If he doesn't take this thing away from me, I will divorce him." She couldn't bear the pain. She covered her big belly. Her face was pale. She pointed at Ma Zhishuan angrily and continued to scold him. Fu and Li Wangsheng, who were standing by, looked down at her and were immediately shocked. Mrs. Ma, there is so much blood, Ma, under you." Ma Zhishuan also gasped, Sister-in-law, I didn't mean it." Sister-in-law Qin Zhen was angry and anxious. On the way here, her stomach felt uncomfortable. At this moment, Ma Zhi pushed her, and she fell to the ground, and her amniotic fluid broke. There was chaos in front of the wood-chipping mill and the transport plane. Yi Rong rushed over and was shocked. She beat Fu hastily. "Hurry up and send him to the emergency room. Why are you still standing there?" Although Xiangqing now has enough capital to stand out from the crowd, Qin Zhen is at least the wife of the Sea City Management Commander. Moreover, Qin Zhen is a very good person. He pays great attention to maintaining interpersonal relationships. He has given Dafu and Xiaofu several small gifts that are not expensive, but very thoughtful. Fu's family had a good impression of Qin Zhen. A group of people hurriedly picked up Qin Zhen and rushed him to the emergency area. The news soon reached Hwami. She was peeling an apple in her luxurious double-extension pop-top RV. When she heard the news from Xiaofu, she was stunned. Qin Zhen gave birth prematurely? How old is her baby? As she spoke, she turned her head to look out the window. Heavy snow was falling from the sky. The snow on the ground is getting deeper and deeper. Soon, the city clearance team will be busy shoveling snow again. By the time Hwami arrived at the emergency area, Xian Chiru had already moved very quickly and cut the baby out of Qin Zhen's belly. "I used the painkillers provided by Hwami." When she saw Hwami, she said nothing else but took off her surgical gown. "Where did you get these painkillers? They work really well." In such an environment with scarce supplies, Hwami's painkillers can completely replace anesthetics. Although people who take painkillers will not fall asleep, they will also not feel any pain. Xian Chiru thinks that Hwami's painkillers can be promoted and used instead of anesthetics. "If you want it, just come to me and get it." Hwami took 2 steps forward, looked at the blood on Xian Chiru's sterile gloves, and asked, How is Qingjin's child? Xian Qiru was stunned for a moment, as if thinking about how to answer Hami. She sighed, the month is too young, only 6 months. Everyone knows how difficult it is for a 6-month-old premature baby to survive in such an environment. When Xian Qiru performed a cesarean section on Qingjin, she knew that the child had no chance of survival. But Qingjin didn't believe it. When she was lying on the operating table, she was still begging Xian Qiru to do her best to save her child. Although Xian Qiru had explained to Qingjin that under normal circumstances, only 7-month-old premature babies had a greater chance of survival. 6 months, it's really too dangerous. But Qingjin couldn't accept it. She had never held her own child, nor had she ever heard her child call her mom. How could it be lost like this? Well, Xian Qiru sighed again and said to Hami, we have already sent this child to the incubator. This child is the only one in the entire emergency department who needs an incubator. Because other parents, as soon as their children have the slightest problem, when the doctor tells them that it is best to put them in an incubator, those parents simply give up treatment. Of course, the only one left was Qingjin, who insisted on keeping the child and had to put her child in the incubator. Hami frowned slightly and said to Xian Qiru, I want to go see that kid. Seeing Xian Qiru looking at him with doubtful eyes, Hami explained, take some photos of the child for Qingjin. If it's true, give Qingjin a thought. Although Xian Qiru did not agree with this, the child was too young and had to stay in a sterile environment. But now Hami is the big boss of the emergency department. All medical drugs in Xiangqing and B City rescue centers are provided by Hami. Hami asked to see Qingjin's child, so the emergency department naturally had to provide her with a channel. Soon, Hami, who was wearing protective clothing, saw the small, red child, who was as big as a little rabbit. It's a boy. The tiny child, with the NB-sized diaper wrapped around his belly, looked much bigger. He had a respirator on his face, and his heart was rising and falling faintly. Looks so pitiful. Hwami's heart inexplicably softened. She stretched out her finger and threw an energy ball at the child. Watching the golden light gradually sinking into the child's thin heart, she whispered to Xian Qiru beside her. In this world, too many children are abandoned by their parents before they are even born. If there are children who are loved and expected by their parents, we should try our best to save them. Xian Qiru was also wearing protective clothing. She couldn't see the energy ball that Hwami threw out. She only heard what Hwami said and thought it was Hwami's encouragement to her. She smiled slightly. We will certainly try our best. After a pause, Xian Qiru added, try your best. Hwami, accompanied by Xian Qiru, looked after the child for a while. She couldn't stay by the incubator for too long and soon followed Xian Qiru out. Hwami thought that if an energy ball could sustain the life of an adult for several days, then for such a young child, it should not be a problem to sustain it for a full month. In another month, the child's heart and lung functions will be fully developed and the chance of survival will be greater. By then, Hwami will find a way to meet Qingjin's child and give the child an energy light ball. After leaving the incubator, Hwami went to see Qingjin again. Needless to say, the conditions in the emergency area are very poor.
Single rooms are impossible to find.
The best wards only have 7 or 8 people per room, with one partition. There were no beds because there were not enough beds, so they used thick mats woven by Hwami's straw weaving factory. There was a thick mattress about 10 centimeters thick, covered with a coral fleece sheet bought from Hwami, and with the central heating smokeless wood stove, the emergency area was quite warm. By the time Hwami found Qingjin, Ma Yongchun also hurried to Xiangqing's ward. He heard the news and followed the nearest supply transport plane. As soon as he got off the transport plane, he ran to the emergency area in Xiangqing. When he arrived, he was sweating and covered in snow.
As in,
Ma Yongchun sat on the edge of Qingjin's thick mattress, his eyes red with discomfort. I've heard that Jishuan is a real rascal. Don't worry, I will definitely scold him. Qingjin, lying on the mattress, turned his head away, not wanting to say a word to Ma Yongchun. She lost her child, but Ma Jishuan was scolded. What a heavy punishment. It was so heavy that even Qingjin found it ridiculous. She didn't want to look at Ma Yongchun, and her feelings towards this man couldn't help but grow colder after this incident. Then, Qingjin saw Hami walking over. Suddenly, big tears flowed from Qingjin's dry eyes. Hami. In this Xiangqing city where he had no relatives, at this moment, when Qingjin saw Hami, he could no longer maintain his usual decency and solemnity. Her emotions had somewhat collapsed. Hami came over and said to Qingjin, "You've been here for 2 days. Come to my place to recuperate. The environment here is not very good." Originally, those RVs were collected to take on the responsibility of receiving garrison patients for recuperation. Qingjin went there to take care of them alone, which was not a burden for Hami. Qingjin shed tears and held Hwami's hand. "How are my children?" She probably knew that the situation was very serious, but she didn't dare ask the nurse because the nurses here were also very busy. There was simply no time to take the initiative to talk to her. Hwami's lips moved, and she glanced at Ma Yongchun. "He has been sent to an incubator." Fortunately, no children are competing for the incubators, so the medical resources there are sufficient. Seeing that Ma Yongchun wanted to talk to her, Hwami turned around and said to Qingjin, "First take care of your health. Your health is the foundation of everything. Leave the child's affairs to God's will." Qingjin moved quickly, and with the help of the hemostatic gel, her body was able to move. In fact, Qingjin is a very capable person. Before she married Ma Yongchun, she was also a decisive person in the management level. Now she was holding her anger in her heart and didn't care what Ma Yongchun said at all. She just ordered people to pack up her things as soon as possible, complete the formalities, and move to Hwami's RV supermarket to recuperate. Hwami poached the young nurse who stood guard outside the emergency area every day. The young nurse's name is Tu Lijia. She has known Hwami for a long time. Every time Hwami passes by the door of the emergency area, she will say hello to the shy young nurse. She poached Tu Lijia with a high salary because Qingjin needed someone to take care of her, and Yu Mengmeng was going to give birth soon. 6 months later, Hwami was about to give birth again. "I really need someone to help me during the confinement period." Outside the RV, Qingjin's people were busying around. Hwami was explaining things to Tu Lijia when Ma Yongchun came over with a distressed look on his face. "Mrs. Gong, can we talk?" Hwami asked Tu Lijia to get in the car first to take care of Qingjin, and looked at Ma Yongchun.
What are you talking about?
Ma Yongchun said, "Regarding Zhishuan's matter, he is ignorant. I hope Madame Gong will be magnanimous." However, before Ma Yongchun could finish his words, Hwami raised her hand to stop him. "It's no use telling me about this, Commander Ma. You are also a worldly wise man. I am a businessman, and I will not pass on money to be made. The price is too low, and there is no reason for me to sell wood at a loss, right? It's very simple. If the price you give me is right, I will sell the goods. If it's not right, I won't sell them. We have settled the payment and goods. It's a mutual agreement. There is no reason for anyone to force anyone to do business." So she had no objection to Ma Zhishuan. Hwami didn't care at all about what kind of people C City wanted to hire. She sells her wood in an RV supermarket, and she sells out as many kilograms as she puts on the shelves. If City C doesn't want to buy it, then don't buy it. Hwami won't force it at all. Ma Yongchun felt even more uncomfortable after hearing what Hwami said. "I understand. Zhishuan, I will definitely teach him a good lesson." Before he could finish his words, Hwami turned around and got into Qingjin's RV, not wanting to listen to him. Over and over again, he was telling Ma Zhishuan that he would definitely teach him a lesson. It seemed that after saying this, everyone would forgive Ma Zhishuan for what he had done. There is no such thing as forgiveness or not. Ma Zhishuan was not promoting Hwami. He ruined the businesses in Xiangqing and C City. Hwami has no feelings towards Ma Zhishuan at all, because it's not Hwami who is anxious. When I entered the RV, Qingjin was lying on the bed and talking on the phone. Seeing Hwami coming in to see her, she put down her phone and smiled weakly at Hwami. "You're more comfortable here. The conditions in the emergency area are really too bad. These luxury RVs have been modified and each one has a small smokeless wood stove. After various processing, 2 or 3 pieces of firewood can keep the stove hot for several hours. You can also keep some food warm on the stove. Of course, if you have a baby, you can also put the baby's clothes on the stove to dry. Hami has always wanted to know who invented this stove. He is simply a rare talent. The snow outside has already reached the ankles, and people don't like to walk outside because the weather is cold. Hami sat down beside Qingjin's bed and said, "I'm charging you for this. It's a special level of care. 1,888 yuan a day. This price is very cheap." She provided Qingjin with a RV, firewood, and a special nurse to take care of him. 1,888 is just a friendly price. You know, when Gong Yi came here to recuperate, there was no nurse to take care of him, and she offered Gong Yi 2,888 a day. Qingjin looked at Hami with a mixture of laughter and tears. After a moment, she lay on the bed and said, "Hami, I still want to talk to you about that batch of fabrics. Public matters are public, private matters are private." Although Qingjin is angry with Ma Zhishuan and disappointed with Ma Yongchun, there are still hundreds of thousands of survivors in City C. These survivors still have things to do. The management of City C cannot support the survivors for the rest of their lives. They have to create some value, so I wholesale cotton from Hami and make thick jackets for myself. This is a livelihood. Hami looked at Qingjin seriously. She sat beside Qingjin's bed and said, "Qingjin, I say this because I treat you as a friend. Do you think the management and garrison of City C can allow you to buy the cotton back smoothly?" That's right. When the disaster struck, the management and garrison of City C cooperated better than any other city. So far, Ma Yongchun and Zhou Qing have not had a real falling out. But the road ahead is still very long, and now Ma Zhishuan's incident has exposed the shortcomings of the C City Management Commander. Ma Zhishuan's opinion of Hami was irreconcilable. Qingjin tried desperately to find a way to make amends, but Ma Zhishuan's casual words could turn a good thing into a bad thing. The garrison were all straightforward people. This batch of cloth was found by Zhou Cheng and the garrison. Hundreds of thousands of tons of cloth were all in Zhou Cheng's hands. Now Zhou Cheng is very angry with Ma Zhishuan, and this contradiction is irreconcilable. Hami is not responsible and has no obligation to help reconcile. Zhou Cheng wants to sell hundreds of thousands of tons of cloth to Hami at one time. This is a big business. From a business perspective, shouldn't Hami accept this batch of cloth? Originally, Hami had been arranging for Qichuan to purchase the cloth from the survivors. Hami really wants this batch of fabrics. Hundreds of thousands of tons of cloth can make countless thick coats for the survivors in Xiangqing, City B, and City A. Why should she give it to City C? Although you just gave birth prematurely and your baby is still in the incubator, your situation is indeed pitiful. But Qingjin, you are also a woman of insight. If it were you, do you think you would let go of such a good opportunity? Hami tucked the corner of Qingjin's quilt and said sincerely, "What kind of living environment is this? In fact, you and I both understand that it is very cruel. Brothers turn against each other, starving people are everywhere, and the corpses are piled higher than people. If you can survive yourself, why should you give up the chance to survive to others? Qingjin, be realistic. Otherwise, there is no difference between you and people like Ma Zhishuan." The words were a bit harsh. Considering the relationship between Hami and Qingjin, it shouldn't have come to this. But Hami is someone who has experienced the end of the world, and she knows clearly that every step now is crucial to future development. The current cities develop into future bases, and there are various frictions and disputes between bases. Because there are so few survival supplies, if you don't grab them, others will. A piece of meat will be stared at by countless eyes. If the city does not develop well at this time, it will be vulnerable in the future. Qingjin, lying on the bed, looked at Hami in astonishment. When Hami stood up to leave, she suddenly said, "Hami, you are much more mature than I thought. Much more." In the past, Qingjin only thought that Hami was impetuous and was always making trouble. Many people thought so too, and felt that Hami was gifted, so they thought her character was not mature. But she was not like that. In fact, She entered a combat readiness mindset faster than anyone else. Even Qin hadn't thought about what would happen a few years later. She was lucky enough to be able to survive now. Who would have thought about whether she would be beaten for being backward in the future? Hami said, if you fall behind, you will be beaten. In fact, Hwami's words were very harsh, and she didn't show any mercy to Qin. But Qin didn't mind at all. On the contrary, Qin was very grateful to Hwami for telling her this. This made Qin feel that she must become stronger as soon as possible, both physically and mentally. Because no one would pity her just because she was born prematurely, neither Hwami nor this extremely cruel world. Looking at Hwami's leaving back, Qin closed his eyes, and the expression on his face became more and more determined. When Hwami walked out of Qin's RV, Ma Yongchun was still wandering outside the RV. He wandered around while talking on the phone and yelling at the person on the other end of the line. Because his voice was so loud, Hwami was forced to overhear it. It should be that Ma Zhishuan knew that he had done something wrong, and now he was hiding somewhere. Ma Yongchun asked Ma Zhishuan to come and apologize to Qin, but Ma Zhishuan did not dare to come. Tut, coward. Hwami looked down on people like Ma Zhishuan more and more. This person didn't even have the most basic sense of responsibility. If he really apologized to Qin, I'm afraid Qin would be angry again. Hwami quietly passed by Ma Yongchun and suddenly heard Ma Yongchun holding his phone and yelling Ma Zhishuan, "Why are you still messing around with Qin Xiaolan's mother? Hurry and get back here." Ma Zhishuan disagreed. He begged on the other end of the phone, "Brother, if I go back now, my sister-in-law will definitely scold me to death. She has been displeased with me for a long time. I will come back when my sister-in-law calms down a little." He knew he was wrong, and Ma Zhishuan admitted it, but everyone knew how Qin would scold him if he stood in front of him at this time. So as soon as Qin was sent to the emergency area, he ran away, but he didn't dare to run far, for fear of danger outside the city. After much thought, Ma Zhishuan went to find Qin's mother. At this time, he only had Qin's mother to go to. After forcibly hanging up the phone with his brother, Ma Zhishuan sat in the tent with a dejected look on his face. If he had been able to restrain himself and not push Qin back, would things have turned out like this?
Zhishuan.
Mother Qin's voice sounded, and then she brought a man into the tent. "I found an acquaintance. He is Xiran and Hwami's college classmate." During this period, Qin's mother has been thinking about Hwami's source of supplies. She discussed it with Ma Zhishuan, and Ma Zhishuan tried to ask his brother Ma Yongchun to put pressure on Gong Yi. So Ma Zhishuan was put in charge of receiving materials in City C. Qin's mother happened to contact Qin Xiran's college roommate, whose name was Yu. In this extreme weather, disaster after disaster occurred, and the survivors gradually began to separate into groups and survive together. People who knew each other set up their tents together to form communities. It was easy for Qin's mother to find Yu because she already knew some of Qin Xiran's college classmates. He said the last time he saw Qin Xiran was with Hwami. Mother Qin looked back at Yu and said, "If you have anything to say, tell Zhishuan. He is Xiaolan's boyfriend and the younger brother of the C City Management Commander. He will definitely help us." And Xiaoyu and Qin's mother sat down opposite Ma Zhishuan and said, "We have gathered a group of people here, all of whom are our college classmates and related relatives, totaling more than 1,000 people, and are now preparing a development plan." He described that in the current Xiangqing, although everyone has food and drink, their lives are very difficult. Specifically, their living environment is very bad, and they can only live in tents all day long. But Xiangqing now has no management class. The garrisons are busy here and there all day long and have no time or energy to improve the happiness index of the survivors. So it's better to rely on ourselves than to rely on others. We are thinking of joining forces to save ourselves. And Yu said, with a pale face, "We will establish a gathering place for our own survivors inside and outside Xiangqing." He was the main leader of the project as their number grew. At the beginning, it was just a few college classmates who set up tents together. Later, it was the parents and relatives of my college classmates, and then the relatives and friends of my parents' relatives. This is an inevitable trend of the development of a times. At this time, the birth of a team can enable all of them to survive better. There is another point that Yu didn't say. Anyone who has seen Hami killing people would feel scared. He thought that he didn't want to stay in Xiangqing anymore, nor did he want to stay under the same sky with Hami. But where can he go in this freezing weather? The team of more than 1,000 people gave Yu enough sense of security. He urgently needed development and used the development of the team to protect himself. Mother Qin looked at Ma Jixuan encouragingly and said to Yu, "We can borrow money from City C and use Huami's supplies to develop our team. Anyway, those supplies from Huami are also due to my son's hard work." Then, Qin's mother said to Ma Jixuan, "If you can help Jixuan, you can become the leader of this team." And Yu nodded and said seriously, "We will all follow Mr. Ma's arrangements." These words made Ma Jixuan's blood boil. He had never thought that one day he would be able to become the leader of more than 1,000 people. His sister-in-law always said he was too naive, his brother said he was ignorant, and they all looked down on him. They all looked down upon him. But they never thought that one day Ma Jixuan would be able to lead a team and become the most influential person in the team. Maybe one day, his team will grow strong enough to compete with Gong Yi.
So Ma Jixuan nodded in excitement.
"Don't worry about the money. I can get it from my brother, and the amount won't be small." Ma Yongchuan's study was completely defenseless against Ma Jixuan, and Ma Jixuan could even open Ma Yongchuan's computer at will. He also knew the reserve fund account and password of City C. It is very easy to take money from City C's reserve fund account. The people Ma Yongchun sent to look for Ma Jixuan lost track of Ma Jixuan. Qinjin didn't care about that much. She was making a phone call in the RV, arranging the follow-up issues that would arise after the fabric for the garrison in City C was sent to Xiangqing. Huami stayed in her RV and started upgrading her factory. Level 17 factory. Soap flakes, cement limited production. Semi-finished sauerkraut fish x80. 000. Chocolate cake x70. 000. Semi-finished braised lion's head x60. 000. Semi-finished braised sparrows x50. 000. Semi-finished pizza x40. 000. Semi-finished crispy pork x30. 000. Semi-finished Orleans roast chicken x20. 000. Semi-finished preserved vegetable braised pork x10. 000. Semi-finished ginseng black chicken soup x5. 000. Semi-finished pepper pork belly chicken x2, 500, ham sausage x1, 000, rice x500, chicken sandwich x250, Oreo strawberry cake x100 synthetic production, energy water droplet x1, requires, energy light group consumption x 10,000, agree cancel, win a lucky draw x1 remaining draws x6. Huami looked at the limited edition semi-finished sauerkraut fish x 80,000. Together with the sauerkraut fish in front of her, the semi-finished sauerkraut fish in her level 24 number 1 warehouse also took up a lot of space. These semi-finished products need to be frozen. Huami had been keeping them because she was afraid that they would go bad if left out. As a result, she couldn't finish so many semi-finished products, and it would take her several lifetimes to finish them. Now that the weather is so cold, the whole environment is like a big freezer. Huami can sell some of the semi-finished foods. She ran to the warehouse behind the RV supermarket and placed 300,000 semi-finished pickled fish in the warehouse, almost occupying the huge square. Then, he instantly arrived at the basement of Lotus Xingxing supermarket and put 300,000 chocolate cakes there. After freeing up some space in the level 24 storage, Huami started to level up the recycling bin. This level is the easiest to reach. As long as the factory's energy bar is constantly filled, Huami's garbage station will continue to upgrade. Unlock the small garbage recycling station level 3, get the sweeping robot X3, Trash Connects 3. Unlock the small garbage recycling station level 4, get 4 sweeping robots and 4 trash cans. Unlock the small garbage recycling station level 10, get 10 sweeping robots and 10 trash cans. Win a lucky draw, X1 remaining draws X14. Congratulations! You have reached the maximum level of the small garbage recycling station. Unlock the medium-sized garbage recycling station level 1, get a sweeping robot X1. a trash can X1, and a trash bin X1 when a lucky draw X1 remaining lucky draws X15. Due to the lack of overall supporting facilities, the medium-sized garbage recycling station cannot be upgraded to 2. After upgrading the black soil twice last time, Hami directly upgraded the small garbage recycling station to a medium-level garbage recycling station. If we upgrade it further, the supporting facilities will not be comprehensive and cannot be upgraded. But Hami remembered that the last time her recycling station was upgraded to a small one, her factory gained a new function called synthetic production. So she quickly opened her level 16 factory panel, and sure enough, at the bottom, she saw the synthetic production subpage. I opened it and saw synthesis production. Energy water droplet X1 requires energy light group consumption X 10,000. Agree cancel synthetic production. Energy water droplet X1 requires energy water droplet consumption X 10,000. Agree cancel 1 energy water drop X 10,000 energy water drops. Hami, out of curiosity, first used energy light group to synthesize a sesame-sized energy water drop X 10,000 and then synthesized another energy water drop. She originally thought that this was a waste of time because the last time she gave Lu Xingyuan 220 milliliters of energy water drops, it was nothing more than collecting all the sesame-sized water drops and putting them into a mineral water bottle. Then why go through all the trouble to synthesize the water droplets again? There is no essential difference between water drops and water beads. But when she actually got the energy water drops in her hands, Hami felt that she was too naive. This kind of energy water droplets is not liquid. It is like a soft cod liver oil, golden in color and not very big. I don't know if it is for eating or what other uses it has. Hami was thinking, why not give it to one of them and try it out? She was screening candidates in her mind when she was suddenly picked up. What are you doing? Hami turned around and looked at Gong Yi, who suddenly hugged her like a princess, and asked in surprise, "Didn't you go to City C? Why are you so elusive?" Gong Yi stepped on the snow that was already up to his ankles and said to Hami, "I came here with Zhou Cheng's transport plane. I came back to see you. Why are you standing outside?" In his mind, he always thought of the bulging belly of Hami that he saw that day. She should be 4 months pregnant now. Gong Yi would worry even in his dreams, always afraid that Hami would fall down because of her clumsy walking and then bap her huge belly. This thought frightened Gong Yi, so when Zhou Cheng came to deliver the cloth, he also came back to take a look. Hami was held horizontally by Gong Yi and rolled her eyes speechlessly. She was really not that fragile and careless. However, Gong Yi still quickly sent her to the RV, turned on the smokeless stove, and threw some firewood into it. When he turned around, Hami had already taken off her coat. She wore a close-fitting cashmere thermal underwear underneath her thick maternity clothes. Her 4-month-old belly was given a complete shape by the close-fitting thermal underwear. There was a snow-white seam between the hem of her clothes and the waistband of her trousers. Because her belly was big, the thermal underwear was accidentally rolled up. Gong Yi stared blankly at Hami as she stood up with her bulging belly and bent down to take the water glass from the other end of the table. I'll do it, don't move." He immediately stood up, got a cup of water for Hami, and looked at the half cup of cold water left in the cup. Gong Yi frowned and took the cup back. "Why are you drinking cold water? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold in this weather? Warm it up." He reached out again and pulled the hem of Hwami's thermal underwear down a little bit, staring at her belly with worry. It's getting bigger and bigger. Gong Yi felt that he had to worry more. This belly was so big, even bigger than the one he saw in Xian Chiru's office last time. These 2 little girls, won't their bellies burst? Thinking about it, Gong Yi felt worried. Hwami didn't understand Gong Yi's fear at all. She sat down with her belly sticking out and asked, "What's the situation in City C? Have you found Chinhu?" Gong Yi found an alcohol stove and a pile of solid alcohol in Hwami's RV. He frowned and said, "Don't leave these solid alcohols lying around. What if you sleep in the car one day and the solid alcohols catch fire?" "You mean City C? There are quite a lot of survivors heading to City C, and there are more witches on the street, too. Zhou Cheng has captured quite a few of them." "Hey, your belly is so big. How come it suddenly got so big? Gong Yi was like a chatterbox. Before Hwami fell into a deep sleep, Gong Yi was still muttering this and that. When she got up, it was still snowing outside, and Gong Yi was lying beside her. He didn't dare to squeeze her. There was a 1.5-meter wide bed in the RV. Hwami slept in the middle and Gong Yi lay on the edge of the bed. Most of his body was still hanging over the edge of the bed. Hwami opened her eyes slightly, and in the dim light, she looked at Gong Yi, who was lying on his side beside her. He grabbed the corner of her quilt and covered her tightly from head to toe. At this time, Gong Yi also fell asleep. His sword-like brows were tightly furrowed, as if he was worrying about this and that in his dreams. She carefully recalled the long-lost memories. In her 2 lifetimes of memory, no man had ever been able to get so close to her. Of course, she must have had very intimate behavior with Gong Yi that night. Otherwise, where did the 2 children come from? However, she really couldn't remember any details about that night between her and Gong Yi. I think this fate is quite amazing. Who could have known that she, who had been alone all her life, would not only get pregnant but also have a husband? This husband is just like a father. He controls too much and is too nagging. Hwami slightly turned her body, and Gong Yi beside her suddenly woke up. He stretched out his hand and naturally placed his long arm on Hwami's waist, protecting her big belly, and asked in a hazy voice, "What's wrong? What do you want? Do you need to go to the bathroom?"
No.
Hwami just wanted to move. In front of her nose was the clothes on Gong Yi's chest, and the smell of gunpowder was everywhere she breathed. At this time, Hwami suddenly felt that the posture of the 2 was quite intimate. Gong Yi completely enclosed her and the pregnant belly in his territory, showing a protective posture. An indescribable feeling crept into Hwami's heart, and she looked up at Gong Yi. Oops. Why do I suddenly feel that this man is a little bit good-looking? Gong Yi lowered his eyes to look into her eyes and put his face closer to her. He raised his hand, held Hwami's cheek, inserted his fingers into her hair, and asked, "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" "It's so drowning." Hwami felt a little flustered. She climbed out of Gong Yi's arms and half leaned against the head of the bed. "I want some water." He immediately let her go, got up and brought her a cup of warm water, turned on the small bedside lamp, and sat beside the bed to watch her drink water. Hwami covered her cheeks with the cup, revealing a pair of fox-like ethereal eyes, and pondered Gong Yi. Gong Yi bent down slightly and put one hand on the other side of Hwami's body, making it look like he was hugging her. He asked her, "Why are you looking at me like that? What evil tricks are you planning?" There was a hint of complaint and unhappiness in the tone of his voice. Hwami doesn't have a very good reputation with him. She is such a scumbag. The bad girl Hwami took out her energy water beads and said, "I'll give you something good." She put the cod liver oil like energy water droplets into Gong Yi's hands. "I don't know the effect or how to use it, but it's definitely a good thing. Try to use it yourself and see if it can replenish the energy of your supernatural power." Gong Yi lowered his head and looked at the cod liver oil in his palm. He put it neatly into the pocket lining his chest and said to Hwami, "Should I write you a review?" Everyone knows that Hwami gave Lu Xingyuan a bottle of strange energy drink and asked him to write a review of its use. Hwami nodded and said seriously, "Yes, that's the best. Remember to write in more detail." Gong Yi raised his hand and gently pushed Hwami's forehead, feeling quite helpless. He looked at his watch and said, "I think Zhou Cheng has already transported all the fabrics. You can rest for a while. Don't go outside if you have nothing to do. The road is too slippery. I will follow Zhou Cheng's transport plane back." After saying that, Gong Yi gently placed his hand on Hwami's belly. Just as he was about to speak and give Hwami a few more instructions, the belly under his palm suddenly moved. Hwami and Gong Yi were both stunned, and they looked at each other. Hwami explained, "Maybe I have a stomach cramp." Then, Gong Yi's palm was kicked again. Hwami said "Aya" and gloated, "Your son kicked you." Perhaps the baby in her belly couldn't stand Gong Yi's nagging and came out to protest.
Gong Yi similet.
He gently stroked the big belly under his palm, as if he was afraid that if he used a little force, he would hurt the baby. "You are really strong." You will definitely be stronger than Lu Xingyuan in the future. Even this tickling-like force was already quite impressive in Gong Yi's eyes. He was as happy as a child, with anticipation and pride in his eyes and eyebrows. Hami couldn't help but laugh. She didn't expect that just a fetal movement could make Gong Yi so happy. He will be a good father in the future.
Hami thinks so.
Although she did not have a deep impression of her parents, from her vague memories, she felt that her father should be a very good and warm person. Maybe he's like Gong Yi, maybe not. But Gong Yi interprets the role of father very well. For the first time, Hami felt that this marriage was the right one. At this time, Zhou Cheng was shouting at Gong Yi outside the RV, urging him to leave. Gong Yi withdrew his hand from Hwami's belly and raised his hand to touch Hwami's head. Just when Hwami thought Gong Yi was about to leave, he suddenly leaned over and kissed her forehead.
Hami.
What does that mean? Why did it happen without any warning? Gong Yi didn't explain. He looked at her deeply, got up and walked out. Outside, Zhou Qing stood in the heavy snow, complaining, "You're so annoying. I told you not to come back with my transport plane, but you insisted on making such a trip and making me wait for so long." Men who have wives tend to be clumsy and indecisive in doing things. See how long he's been waiting. Gong Yi ignored him, walked past Zhou Cheng with his tall and straight body, and walked forward. Behind me in the snow is a trail of footprints. Zhou Cheng immediately followed and punched Gong Yi with his hand. "Hey, why don't you say anything?" Gong Yi's hard features were covered with a smile as he squinted at Zhou Cheng beside him. "You won't understand even if I tell you. You've never kissed a woman."
What?
Zhou Cheng stared at Gong Yi, who looked very amorous. Gong Yi is not a human being. How can he be so angry with singles? In Zhou Cheng's envious and jealous eyes, Gong Yi walked a few steps with satisfaction and couldn't help showing off, saying to Zhou Cheng, "My daughter's fetus moved just now. TSK, you don't know this feeling. Oh, it's so cute. My little princess's mother is also cute." Hwami had only been recuperating in the RV for a few days when Yi Rong found her. She reported the shipment status of the past few days to Hwami, and then said, "Ami, the 300,000 semi-finished pickled fish you just wholesaled have been bought up by the survivors at once." Hwami was surprised for a moment and quickly thought of Qingjin. The only one who could be so generous as to buy 300,000 servings of pickled fish at one time was Qingjin. But Yi Rong shook her head and said to Hwami, "It's not Qingjin. This batch of semi-finished pickled fish was not shipped out of Xiangqing. It was directly shipped to a group of tents where the survivors gathered. Such a large quantity of supplies was bought all at once, without any concealment. Even if Yi Rong didn't notice it, all the vendors, big and small, in Xiangqing were keeping an eye on it. If it is to be shipped out of Xiangqing, it will definitely attract a lot of people's attention. Besides, the transport planes of City C are all parked at the wood chipping mill near the RV supermarket. There is a large open space there, which is temporarily used to park the transport planes of City C." After hearing what Yi Rong said, Hwami leaned back in her chair, thinking, who is so stupid? Buying 300,000 portions of semi-finished pickled fish at one time and not purchasing from an entire city is just a stupid act for a simple survivor. Because this is equivalent to telling everyone, "Look, I have a lot of money, I have a lot of supplies, I don't have garrison protection, I still live in Xiangqing, the supplies are in Xiangqing, come and get me." As she was speaking, Yi Rong's cell phone rang. It was Dafu calling. After Yi Rong answered the phone and said a few words, her face changed, and she said to Hwami, "They came again and said they wanted to buy 1,000 truckloads of supplies at once." Hwami was excited when she heard it. Sell them 1,000 truckloads of oranges, grapefruits, and apples. These 3 fruit trees have now been stored by Hwami in the level 24 number 2 warehouse. As they have grown into huge monsters, it is not appropriate to keep them outside to show off. The fruits produced by these 3 trees always fill up the level 24 no.
2 storage.
No matter how many oranges, grapefruits, and apples Hwami sends out every day, the level 24 warehouse number 2 is always on the verge of bursting. If there is such a good thing, why wouldn't she sell it and keep it? Yi Rong immediately called and asked Dafu to tell the other party that they had 1,000 truckloads of oranges, grapefruits, and apples. Would you like to buy them? If not, forget it. The news was passed back to the gathering place of survivors wherein Xiaoyu and Qin's mother were. There was a great deal of jubilation in the gathering place. Several women gathered around Ma Zhishuan, chirping like sparrows. This made Ma Zhishuan very happy. Because of Ma Zhishuan's generosity in buying 300,000 portions of semi-finished sauerkraut fish for their team of more than 1,000 people, Ma Zhishuan's status here has risen. Qin's mother came over with a pleasant look on her face, as if she hadn't noticed the women snuggling around Ma Zhishuan. She told Ma Zhishuan that the RV supermarket only sold 1,000 truckloads of oranges, grapefruits, and apples. Originally, Qin's mother thought Ma Zhishuan would refuse. After all, there were so many truckloads of oranges, grapefruits, and apples, and there were only more than 1,000 people, so they could not finish them all. It's okay now that the weather is cold. If the weather gets hot, these fruits will be wasted if they are not eaten. But Ma Zhishuan was rich, and it wasn't his own money he was using, so he didn't feel bad at all.
He waved his hand and said, "Buy.
We have supplies. When the time comes, many survivors will come to us, and we will move out of Xiangqing. What is a team of more than 1,000 people?" Ma Zhishuan thought it was too small. As long as he had supplies, his team could expand rapidly. By then, the entire Xiangqing will not be able to accommodate the people in his team. Hearing him say this, Qin's mother smiled happily. It was she who brought Ma Zhishuan to Xiuyu's team. Because of Ma Zhishuan's generosity, Qin's mother's status in the team also rose. Moreover, she had a sudden thought that Hami's supplies were found by her son, so she wanted these supplies to belong to her. Anyway, the money that Ma Zhishuan used to buy supplies was not paid by Qin's mother. As long as Hami had the supplies, no matter what they were, and moved them all in front of her, she wouldn't care so much. Oranges, grapefruits, and apples are also supplies, and were also found by Qin's iron. So now they can just keep buying as much as they want. Qin's mother completely disregards the consequences and just encourages and supports Ma Zhishuan to buy things. At this time, Xiuyu led a large group of people and came over in the heavy snow. He waved happily to Qin's mother and Ma Zhishuan. This team said they want to join us. Come on, our team is getting bigger again. Because of the abundance of supplies, their team expanded rapidly in just a few days, and hundreds of people came to join them. The large group of newly arrived survivors, each with eager eyes, stared at the pile of neatly stacked semi-finished pickled fish on the open space. Someone said to Xiuyu, "What? Your team didn't prepare any firewood? The weather is so cold now, of course we need to prepare enough firewood. Without firewood for heating, you won't be able to develop much, and we don't want to stay here anymore." "That's right, you said you were recruiting members from outside, and now we are here. Why are you treating us like this?" And Xiuyu was at a loss and looked at Qin's mother. Indeed, the weather was too cold. How could we survive without firewood? Mother Qin had never experienced such a big battle. She looked at Ma Zhishuan and advised, "If we want to go long-term, we still need to listen more to the opinions of our team members and be a wise leader who listens to both sides." Ma Zhishuan thought for a moment and walked out from the crowd of women. "I have an idea about this matter. We will move out of Xiangqing in a few days. After all, we will still be under the control of the garrison in Xiangqing. You can go pick up firewood from the wild by yourselves. The firewood in Hami is 5 yuan per pound, which is too expensive." Before he finished speaking, someone made a move to walk back. "What? It's so cold, and we have to go out in the wild to collect firewood by ourselves? Then why should I join your team?" Someone immediately agreed. "That's right. I'm so tired. I thought we could live a good life after joining your team. You have so many supplies, and you're so generous. You don't seem to be short of money. Why don't you buy some firewood as a reserve?" They came here to live a good life because they knew Ma Zhishuan was rich, so by joining this team, they would not have to live a miserable life in this cold weather like other survivors. Otherwise, why would you choose to join Ma Zhishuan's team instead of staying in other teams? Seeing the more than 100 survivors leaving, Xiuyu became a little anxious and looked at Ma Jixuan with a helpless face. Speaking of Xiaoyu, he is a college classmate of Qin Ziren and Hami, and an alumnus of Qin Ziren. However, his grades were far worse than Qin Ziren's, and he didn't find a good job after graduation. If you ask him what he does in his daily life, he probably does a boring job at work and plays games and falls in love after get off work. This is the lifestyle of all young people today. He didn't have enough courage to suppress anyone, and even the overall perspective that a senior team leader needed, and Xiaoyu lacked. Of course, Qin's mother has even less. She works for a decent company. At work, she only needs to do her job well. She is guaranteed a stable income every month and doesn't have to worry about anything else. She lives a very proud life. In Qin's mother's eyes, people who don't have a proper job have no future. Because of Ma Jixuan's relationship, Qin's mother and Xiaoyu quickly rose to become senior management of a team. But the world is only this big to them, and they only have so many ways to form a group in the end times. Ma Jixuan frowned, and Qin's mother beside him advised, "They say there is strength in numbers, Jixuan. What I haven't told you is that when the weather got cold, the survivors in the city were picking up trees to burn. There wasn't even a blade of grass left outside Xiangqing. The snow was really heavy. Because of the collapse of mountains and rivers, the trees were buried under the soil and thick snow, so there were actually not many trees. Everyone knows that these heavy snowy days may last for a long time, so the survivors will stock up some firewood in case of emergency." After listening to Qin's mother's advice, Ma Jixuan finally nodded and told Xiaoyu, "Then go find that Hami and tell her that we want to collect firewood in large quantities." If it weren't for the group members, Ma Jixuan would not have chosen to compromise with Hami. He had originally taken the opportunity to quarrel with Hami over the price of firewood. Now he was asked to come forward and buy back Hwami's firewood at the price of 5 yuan per catty. Ma Jixuan couldn't bring himself to do this. Fortunately, he is now the head of a high-ranking group and does not have to personally handle anything. Seeing this, the survivors all showed satisfied smiles on their faces. However, when Xiaoyu brought his people to the RV supermarket, found Yirong, and said he wanted to buy 10,000 kilograms of firewood. Yirong glanced at schoolmate N and said, "No, firewood is in short supply now, so we don't do group buying." And Xiaoyu was stunned, and immediately said anxiously, "Why? We have money. Isn't it enough to have money? Money won't help. Money can't solve all problems in this world. You have money, but we don't have firewood. What can we do? Please make way for us." Yirong was very busy and had no time to discuss this matter with Xiaoyu. Other supplies could still be sold in large quantities, but there was really no firewood. Hwami planted so many trees, but could only deliver tens of thousands of kilograms of trees to the RV supermarket every day. The wood chipping mill also has to chip wood, cutting trees into uniform specifications for sale. Tens of thousands of pounds of wood were cut, and from the garrison alone, tens of thousands of pounds of wood were sent out every day. After all, in addition to meeting the heating needs of the garrisons in Xiangqing, City A, and City B, we also have to take care of Zhoucheng's garrison in City C. The remaining wood was used to supply the police force led by Yang Honglin, provide heating for the straw weaving factory and the cotton padded jacket factory, and was also sold retail to survivors in several cities. It's simply not enough. Even the RV supermarket, Ikegawa's speculative gang, Eighth Uncle's tow removal team, and the contractor's construction team all use shaved wood scraps for heating. How could Hwami arrange 10,000 jin of wood for Xiaoyu? After Xiaoyu left in disgrace, Hwami came out from the side, stepping on the snow, and said to Yirong, "There is a problem with this person's funds. Send someone to follow him to check." She knew Xiaoyu. Where did Xiaoyu get so much money to buy so many supplies? He must be hooking up with someone. After checking, Ma Jixuan was immediately found. The investigation process was really too simple because Ma Jixuan had nothing to cover up. In Xiangqing, he was using a large amount of money to stockpile supplies and frantically recruiting survivors. He had been targeted by countless people, both openly and covertly. He had no sense of danger. Yirong handed Hwami a stack of photos with an exaggerated expression. They were all photos of Ma Jixuan taken by spies she paid to hire. In the photo, Ma Jixuan is surrounded by beauties on both sides, and the table in front of him is piled with mineral water, oranges, grapefruits, apples, and pickled fish, which looks particularly luxurious. What should we do now? And Xiaoyu is backed by Ma Jixuan. Where did Ma Jixuan get so much money? His people just wanted to buy firewood, but after we refused, they came to us to buy 1,000 truckloads of supplies. Yi Rong frowned. The last time, the 1,000 truckloads of supplies had already been delivered to Ma Jixuan, and this time Ma Jixuan wanted to buy more. And judging from the momentum, there is no sign of stopping the buying yet. Hami took the stack of photos, looked at them one by one, and said indifferently, did he say this time that he wanted to buy 1,000 truckloads of supplies? The RV supermarket supply trucks, unless the types of supplies are specified, will be loaded by the garrison. Whether it is a truckload of fruit or a truckload of mineral water, it is all loaded randomly by the garrison. Of course, there will also be the phenomenon of packing some water, some food, and some firewood. When small vendors want to do group buying, they usually send someone to get on the truck first to see what is on the truck before deciding whether to do a group buy of the entire truck. Yi Rong shook her head. Ma Jixuan was too arrogant. He only sent in Xiaoyu to say that he wanted to buy 1,000 truckloads of supplies, but he didn't specify what kind of supplies he wanted. Hami in the chair smiled. Am I stupid if I don't make money? If he wants to buy, I'll sell it. I also have some Gang Shao Zhuang Yuan calligraphy copybooks, badminton rackets, spittoons, health pots, and mechanical pencils. I'll sell them all to him. Anyway, the supplies were placed on trucks and transported one by one to where Ma Jixuan's team gathered, and Ma Jixuan would not look at them carefully. He is generous. He is a big boss and has a lot of money. He buys supplies by the 1,000 truckloads. Has Ma Jixuan taken a look at the oranges, grapefruits, and other fruits that were shipped over last time? He is so busy dealing with the women who throw themselves at him that he probably doesn't care about these things at all. Yi Rong responded and asked with some concern, would it be a bit unkind of us to do this? She also didn't know where these Gang Shao Zhuang Yuan calligraphy copybooks, badminton rackets, spittoons, health pots, and mechanical pencils that Hami mentioned came from. But no one wanted these supplies in the RV supermarket. It has been on the shelf for a long time but cannot be sold. Ma Jixuan's money must have come from City C. If he is cheated like this, Qin Zhen and Ma Yongchun will have objections when they find out about it. Don't be afraid. Hami raised an eyebrow. Qin Zhen has tolerated her uncle for a long time. Although Hami had cheated Ma Jixuan, she had no psychological burden, but she still decided to go see Qin Zhen. So he got out of his RV, walked on the cleared snow, and went to Qin Zhen's RV. Outside the RV where Qin Zhen was recuperating after her confinement, Hami saw Ma Yongchun without surprise. Ma Yongchun was calling the management of City C. When he saw Hami coming, he quickly hung up the phone, walked over, and said in distress, Mrs. Gong, I haven't been able to find Jixuan these days. He wanted Ma Jixuan to come out and apologize to Qin Zhen and Hami. But Ma Jixuan was determined to evade punishment and even refused to answer Ma Yongchun's calls in the past few days. Ma Yongchun was so anxious that he ran back and forth between Xiangqing and City C. He was so tired that he lost a lot of weight. Hami looked at Ma Yongchun with a half-smile. You can't find your brother. Why are you telling me? I'm a pregnant woman with a big belly. How can I help you find your brother? After saying that, Hami continued walking towards Qin Zhen's RV. Ma Yongchun followed behind and explained, I know what Jixuan did this time was wrong, but the survivors in City C are really freezing. The temperature dropped too quickly. In just a few days, the snow on the ground had piled up to the knees, and all the firewood that could be picked up near City C was swept away. This is not an exaggeration. Due to the lack of effective management, City C does not even have a smokeless wood stove. The smokeless firewood stoves popular in Xiangqing were not available in C City. Some of these stoves were purchased by Qi Chuan from the friends of his friends, and some were purchased from the survivors and resold. There is also a part of them that are actually survivors who spotted business opportunities, found materials themselves, made them themselves, and sold them to the market themselves. Because Xiangqing has sufficient supplies and the street stall market is saturated, all kinds of craftsmen have become popular. Anyway, if they can't sell the things they make, they can sell them to Qichuan. Behind Qichuan stands the wealthy Hami, who will take everything. Over time, Hami collected a lot of miscellaneous supplies and also supported a lot of craftsmen. Among them are people who are skillful and good at making smokeless firewood stoves. This smokeless firewood stove can save heat energy, and a few pieces of firewood can burn for several hours. In City C, which does not have such smokeless firewood stoves, people pick up firewood and start a fire. When the fire is done, they go to pick up firewood in the wild again. Not to mention the huge waste of energy. The key point is that there is not even a branch left near City C. A large number of survivors had to trek long distances in knee-thick snow every day to carry back a bundle of firewood. The living environment has deteriorated dramatically. If firewood and smokeless wood stoves could no longer be purchased from Xiangqing, Ma Yongquan's management estimated that many survivors in City C might freeze to death. At this time, everyone could realize how destructive the butterfly effect brought about by Ma Zhishuan's failed firewood business was. What Ma Yongquan meant was that Ma Zhishuan must apologize to Hami. Maybe Hami felt relieved, and she could continue to provide unlimited supply of wood to the survivors in City C. Let's get along and get through this difficult time. Hami was walking in front, and she couldn't help laughing when she heard Ma Yongquan's difficult explanation. So, Hami stopped and said to Ma Yongquan, "Commander Ma, it's not that I don't want to help. I agreed to your wife's business before because I didn't think about the seriousness of the problem. That's why I was so ignorant and said that I could provide Sea City with unlimited wood. But I really, sincerely, don't have enough wood to provide heating for all the survivors in City C." She was wrong. She had previously thought that 27 square meters of black soil could grow an unlimited number of trees. As a result, the trees on the 27 square meters of black soil did grow very fast, but the daily yield was at most tens of thousands of kilograms. After a pause, Hami continued, "My college classmate came to me yesterday and asked me to buy 10,000 kilograms of wood. I haven't sold any yet. There is really no supply. There is nothing I can do." Ma Yongquan opened his mouth and said, "No, you have tens of thousands of kilograms of wood every day, so I think your inventory is not low." Hami ignored him and continued walking forward. She had no wood in stock. The stock level was 0. But she didn't say it. Before Ma Yongquan could say anything else, a secretary came running over and said, "Commander, we found the second son. He is in a team at the Xiangqing Rescue Center. This team just bought 300,000 portions of semi-finished pickled fish and 2,000 truckloads of supplies. This is not a secret, but has become known to everyone in Xiangqing. Many wealthy people in City C are asking this question. They donated a lot of money to City C with the aim of helping the survivors in City C live a better life. As a result, Ma Zhishuan suddenly set up such a team, and the wealthy people went to the management of City C to ask what was going on." "What?"
Ma Yongquan suddenly shouted. "Ma Zixuan?"
Where did he get so much money? The secretary had an unpleasant look on his face, and he said nothing. Although Ma Zhishuan was generous, he had no shortage of money for food and drink in Xiangqing and could easily spend tens of thousands of yuan. But how could a few tens of thousands of yuan be enough to buy 300,000 servings of pickled fish and 2,000 truckloads of supplies? Everyone who knew about this was speculating on where Ma Zhishuan got his funds. Everyone knows that this matter is closely related to City C's reserve fund account. Hami, who was standing next to Qinzhen's RV, shrugged her shoulders. Of course, she didn't know where Ma Zhishuan got the money. Hami doesn't even know who the people who buy her supplies in large quantities are. She is just a businessman, and she doesn't care about other people's private affairs. After getting on the RV, Ma Yongquan did not follow.
He continued to look for Ma Zhishuan.
Qinzhen was sitting in the car with a turban on his head, and a large stack of documents was placed on the table. Seeing Hami coming in, Qinzhen pinched his brows. What is Ma Zhishuan doing now? She was in the car and heard what Hami and Ma Yongquan said. Hami shrugged and handed Qinzhen a stack of photos. I treat you as a friend, so I told you this. If your husband asked, I would definitely not tell him. Qingjun looked at the photo in her hand. The more she looked at it, the uglier her expression became. Finally, she silently put the photo in her hand down. Hami, who was sitting opposite Qingjun, was curious for a moment and asked, "Why don't you check it out? He has become very rich recently." There was a struggle in Qingjun's eyes, which finally turned into an extreme rationality. She looked at Hami. Didn't his brother go there? Let him take care of it. I don't know anything about this either. Instead of cleaning up the mess for Ma Jixuan, Qingjun handed Hami a stack of information. She is a strong woman who never gives up. Even during her confinement period, she did not forget her work. This is a plan that City C wants to cooperate with Xiangqing to build a cotton-padded jacket factory. I thought that all the witches found in City C should be sent to your cotton-padded jacket factory. Qingjun said, although his face was still a little haggard, his expression was very strong. To show our sincerity, we in City C will provide another 100 tons of fabric as a share of the cooperation. 100 tons of fabric? Hami looked at the plan in her hand, raised her eyes doubtfully, and then looked at Qingjun. Do you still have cloth in City C? Of course. Qingjun nodded. City C's economy is at the top of all cities. Let alone 100 tons. Even if it's the fabric that the cotton-padded jacket factory needs, I will do my best to find it for you. Has she completely given up on the development of City C and is going to give resources to Hami? Hami closed the plan in her hand.
Why?
What good will it do you? It was hard to understand why Qingjun in front of Hami made a decision that was unexpected to her. Qingjun, who was sitting opposite Hami, looked haggard, but his eyes were bright. Doing this certainly doesn't do me any good, but it doesn't do me any harm either. Hami, I am in this position and I have to be responsible for City C. This is a ship. The Ma brothers will sink this ship. Before it sinks completely, I have to transfer everything on this ship to another ship. The ship she wanted to transfer to was Xiangqing. Qingjun understood and knew Ma Yongchun's character. It was precisely because she knew Ma Yongchun too well that Qingjun knew that there was no hope. In this case, her jumping off the boat to survive is also in line with today's extreme survival environment. Her mind was armed, and Qingjun now had the same combat mindset as Hami. Hami nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, Qingjun, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. You're willing to dig into my family's secrets. Since you are sincerely cooperating, I won't take advantage of you. Isn't the Hunan Sea Expressway about to be dredged? I can build a second cotton-padded jacket factory at this expressway toll station. It also saves you from sending those women to the Xiang'e Expressway, which is too far." The two women hit it off and got to work right away. For the first time, Qingjun's order directly bypassed Ma Yongchun and was delivered to Zhou without notifying Ma Yongchun's people. On the transport plane, Zhou frowned as he looked at his phone, then glanced at Gong Yi beside him. "I think your wife and the wife of the commander-in-chief of our City C management might destroy City C." Gong Yi looked at Zhou coldly. His eyes fell on the screen of Zhou mobile phone. The text message on it was sent by Qingjun. The content of the text message clearly stated that the garrison in City C was requested to cooperate in transporting the 100 tons of cloth in the War Reserve Material Warehouse in City C to the Hunan Sea Expressway toll station. Moreover, this order does not need to be informed to Sea City Management Commander Ma Yongchun. Later, Qingjun will ask his wife's secretary to deliver the official document to Zhou. Gong Yi, do as she says. Gong Yi neither likes nor hates Ma Yongchun. As a management commander, he is quite qualified. But his younger brother Ma Jixuan is a big burden. Gong Yi feels that as long as Ma Jixuan exists, the problems in City C will be extremely serious. Hami is actually a smart person. Even though she acts like a smart person, she actually understands things better than anyone else. What Gong Yi didn't expect was that his wife and a scheming woman like Qingjun could actually get along well with each other. Then Gong Yi has no reason not to support Qingjun. Once Gong Yi's attitude was clear, Zhou naturally followed Gong Yi. The emotions between the garrisons are all real and not false. So now, the garrison in City C is all on Qingjun's side. Ma Yongchun hasn't realized that he has been sidelined by his wife Qingjin. He withstands the pressure and finds Ma Jixuan, who is living a life of debauchery. As they found the gathering place of the survivors in Xiangqing, Ma Yongchuan's cell phone kept ringing, all with questions from the wealthy people in City C. Those wealthy people seriously suspected that the money they donated to City C was given to Ma Jixuan by Ma Yongchun for nonsense. It was no joke. Looking at Ma Jixuan, who was sleeping soundly, Ma Yongchun was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at the mess in the tent and ordered the Sea City administrator, who was following behind him, "Pull him out for me, quickly, quickly." A group of Sea City administrators rushed into the tent, and there was a burst of ghosts screaming inside. Qin's mother and Xiaoyu heard the noise and rushed over with a group of team members. At first, no one knew who Ma Yongchun was, and they thought it was another team that came to cause trouble, so Qin's mother yelled, pointing at Ma Yongchun, "Who are you? How dare you bully our team leader?" A group of members rushed forward and pushed the Sea City administrator, while Ma Yongchun was completely angry, shaking his hands, looking at Qin's mother. "I'm his brother." Before he could finish his words, a man punched him, knocking Ma Yongchun's face to the side. The dispute got out of control, and the administrator of City C and Ma Jixuan's team started fighting. Ma Yongchun has never encountered such a thing in his entire life. Of course, when Ma Jixuan woke up and had his clothes put on, he had never encountered such a thing before. They were born in a peaceful era and grew up in a civilized society. Even though they were two brothers, they depended on each other within the scope of order and rules. Now they are in the middle of a chaotic fight, and the scene is a mess. Ma Jixuan shouted loudly, "Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! This is my brother, my brother!" However, he was originally a leader with no prestige. Perhaps in the minds of most members, leader Ma Jixuan is just some big idiot who supports them. When chaos comes, naturally no one can listen to him. Ma Yongchun was also in Xiangqing, which was not his home turf. When a fight broke out, no one in Ma Jixuan's group would listen to him. On the contrary, it was the administrator of City C who, because he listened to Ma Yongchun's words, restrained his fists and was surrounded and beaten by the other party. When Fong arrived, blood was already seen here. As a last resort, Fong dispatched 500 troops to Garrison, but it was impossible to convince them by reasonable reasoning. So the Garrison charged in, beating anyone they saw, and killing anyone who resisted or attacked the Garrison. When the gunshots rang out, Qin's mother and Xiaoyu were stunned. Ma Jixuan held his head and shouted loudly, "Shooting, shooting, stop shooting, the Garrisons are shooting in the heavy snow." Fong held a loudspeaker and shouted loudly, "This is Xiangqing. Look at the place. If you don't follow the rules, you either die now or get out of Xiangqing. No one can cause trouble in Xiangqing." This kind of large-scale fight has seriously challenged the order management of Xiangqing. Soon, in a bloody situation, Ma Jixuan's team of 2,000 people and Ma Yongchuan's Sea City administrators were subdued. The members of the regiment who had been beaten to the point of being unable to move were carried by the Garrison and placed in an open space, while the rest squatted on the ground with their hands covering their heads. Ma Jixuan felt that this position was extremely humiliating. He stood up holding his head and shouted loudly, "You, the Xiangqing Garrison, take human life lightly." Before he could finish his words, a Garrison took the ace of an AK-47 and smashed it over, hitting Ma Jixuan in the face. He was knocked to the ground, with blood oozing from his nose and mouth.
Jixuan.
Ma Yongchun held his head, squatted on the ground, and shouted. He felt distressed, worried, and panicked. He said to the Xiangqing Garrison who came over, "I am the chief of management of City C. Similarly, before he could finish his words, the Garrison hit him with the ace of a rifle, hitting Ma Yongchuan's face with blood. At times like this, the rules of Garrison are ironclad. Hold your head when you are told to, hold your head. Squat when you are told to, squat. Be quiet when you are told to, be quiet. There is no other excuse." Then they started to clean up the scene. Fong asked the women to take their children away first, and all the men who had fought had their ID cards registered. From today on, they were not allowed to enter Xiangqing again. The processing is rough and simple. The survivors who originally joined Ma Jixuan did so just for Ma Jixuan's supplies. What kind of centripetal force could they have? Who can Ma Jixuan, a person like him, inspire? He was a leader who didn't even have the ability to control the situation, so this team of 2,000 people scattered like birds and beasts after being hit lightly by the garrison. She sounded both aggrieved and distressed. Ma Jixuan looked up and saw that, sure enough, some female members of the group, holding their children or carrying their children on their backs, were frantically stuffing semi-finished pickled fish, oranges, grapefruits, and apples into their backpacks. There were also female members who took out mechanical pencils, badminton rackets, and Gang Xiao Zhuang Yuan, synchronized calligraphy copybooks, from huge packages and threw them away directly after taking them out. Finally, at the urging of the garrison, they left the open space with their heavy bags and went on to live their own lives. Ma Jixuan was not convinced, but he didn't dare to say anything. He could only cover his bleeding nose and eyes and keep glancing at Ma Yongchun. At this time, as an older brother, he should have thought of a solution. After all, his team members were disbanded, and there were still 2,000 truckloads of supplies and 300,000 portions of semi-finished sauerkraut fish left on the vacant land. We can't let those female members who were dismissed take advantage of the situation and take a little each, and then divide it all up.
Ma Yongchun glared at him at Sixwan.
At this moment, he didn't want to care about his younger brother. It would be best to let Ma Jixuan suffer a little. But the administrator who was squatting beside him with his head in his hands reminded Ma Yongchun in a low voice, "Commander, we are now being seriously questioned by the wealthy people in City C about our motives for calling for donations. If we can transport the supplies purchased by the second young master back to City C, at least the voices questioning us will be less." People in City C ran to Xiangqing as soon as possible. After all, the two cities were neighbors, so the things that happened in Xiangqing could not be hidden from the wealthy people in City C. Ma Yongchun thought about it for a moment and nodded slightly.
There was still a chance to make amends.
Then, it was the garrison's turn to register his ID card. Ma Yongchun stood up hurriedly, wiped the blood off his face with a handkerchief, and explained awkwardly, "I am the C City Management Commander. My name is Ma Yongchun. This is a misunderstanding." The garrison officer in charge of registering ID numbers sneered sarcastically, "Your management from City C came to our Xiangqing to fight? You say this is a misunderstanding? What? Are you planning to carry out terrorist activities in our Xiangqing? Or do you intend to disintegrate our Xiangqing from within and challenge the order and management capabilities of the Xiangqing garrison?" So this is not a question of misunderstanding or not. When it comes to a person of Ma Yongchun's level, this can be characterized as a serious diplomatic incident. How can a big group of 2,000 people make a small scene? There is no such a big group of 2,000 people in Xiangqing now. What is it planning to do? Building a city within a city? Ma Yongchun lowered his head and glared at Ma Jixuan again. Misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. It's all because of my disappointing brother. He doesn't know anything and just makes a fuss here. My wife's name is Qinjun. She has a good relationship with your garrison commander's wife Hami. She is currently recuperating with Madame Gong. I want to talk to Madame Gong." The garrison on the opposite side stood in the heavy snow and looked at Ma Yongchun coldly. After thinking for a moment, he closed the certificate in his hand and turned to report to Chao Fong. Chao Fong reported the matter to Gong Yi again. Gong Yi cursed on the phone. "What the Hades is this C City Management Commander? He's causing trouble in my city, and I still allow him to negotiate terms? Get out of Xiangqing." After a pause, Gong Yi continued, "As for the fate of that batch of supplies, go ask my wife. Anyway, no one is allowed to enter Xiangqing from now on. Rules are rules, and no one can break Gong Yi's rules now." Chao Fong was frustrated and went to find Hami again. After hearing the reason, Hami smiled and said, "What did we do before? If there were any gangs that broke the rules in Xiangqing, they would be dragged out of Xiangqing and all their supplies would be confiscated. Previously, Chun whose men organized gambling in Xiangqing and the confiscated materials were not returned to them. Such large-scale gang fights should be handled in the same way now." Chao Feng's hand trembled. "Okay, That means that the batch of supplies sold by Sister Hua are back to normal. There was not much loss, and they were all bought back. It's Sister Hua after all. Ma Yongchun and Ma Jixuan were expelled from Xiangqing together, and they were not allowed to take any supplies with them. As soon as they left the city, Ma Yongchun raised his hand and started beating Ma Jixuan. He was furious. Look at what you have done. How dare you do this? Do you know how much City C has lost this time? This time Ma Yongchun was furious. He twisted Ma Jixuan's ear and yelled at him. Hurry up and apologize to your sister-in-law and ask her to think of a way to get those supplies back or return them. There is no solution to this problem. With Ma Yongchuan's reputation in Xiangqing, he cannot solve this problem. But Qinzhen and Hami have a good relationship, so Qinzhen can talk to Hami. The supplies can be recovered, and Qinzhen can also ask Hami to return the mechanical pencils, badminton rackets, copybooks, etc. Qinzhen answered Ma Jixuan's call, and he apologized tearfully on the phone. But Qinzhen stood outside the incubator in the emergency area with an expressionless face, looking at his son lying alone in the small incubator. I can't forgive you. Even if Qinzhen could forgive Ma Jixuan, she would still feel remorseful when she saw her son, so young and helpless, still struggling on the line between life and death in such a world. Qinzhen had no choice but to forgive Ma Jixuan on behalf of his son. Without saying a word, she hung up Ma Jixuan's phone call, and then with tears in her eyes, she asked Xian Qiru beside her. It's been more than 10 days. How is my son? It's growing little by little, don't worry too much. Xian Qiru and Qinzhen stood in front of the glass wall together. She opened her mouth, but there were some things that were not easy to say in front of Qinzhen. It's actually cruel to say it out loud. But Qinzhen might not be unaware that it was truly a miracle for a 6-month-old premature baby to survive for more than 10 days in such an environment. What else could you ask for? At this time, Qinzhen would look at the child one more time, or one less time. Hami came over with her bulging belly. She was accompanying Qinzhen to see the baby today, and by the way, she wanted to see if the energy light ball she gave to Qinzhen's son last time had any effect. Qinzhen did not mention to Hami the batch of supplies purchased by Ma Jixuan. Needless to say, Qinzhen has now distanced herself from the Ma family, and she is only considering issues from the perspective of her own interests. Looks good, no complications? Hami stood beside Xian Qiru, also looking at the lonely child inside. Compared to a dozen days ago, the baby seems to be a little whiter and no longer red all over like a skinned rabbit. Xian Qiru shook her head. This is the most fortunate thing. If you don't pay attention to such a young child, complications will occur, but he didn't. He has a strong vitality and survived several close calls without any danger. Because his heart and lung functions were not yet fully developed, the child's lungs became inflamed several times. This inflammation in adults is not enough to be used as evidence. Just take some medicine to relieve your cough for 2 days. But for such a small premature baby, it can be fatal. Xian Qiru, Ku Minghong, and some pediatricians talked for a long time. After discussing many options, they decided to use all medical resources to treat the child. It's not because the child's parents are the managing commander and his wife of City C, but because life is hard to come by. As doctors, they should do their best if the child's mother does not give up on him. Fortunately, this child had an inexplicably strong vitality. He survived the mild pneumonia and recovered in a few days. There are still so many difficulties to overcome in the future, and Xian Qiru cannot guarantee anything to Qinzhen. She couldn't make this promise. The only thing we can say is that children have strong vitality, and we should give them some confidence. Everyone should have faith in this child. Qinzhen's face was in tears. He pressed his hands against the glass wall, crying silently.
Hami nodded.
It seemed that her energy light ball was still useful for such a young child. The effect is still very great. A small ball of golden energy passed through the glass wall and the transparent cover of the incubator and sank into the child's heaving heart. The tiny baby, only slightly bigger than a rabbit, raised his little hand with an 4 needle inserted in it and kicked his tiny bare feet. He is so energetic. Qinzhen couldn't help but burst into laughter. She whispered softly and gently, "What's wrong? Do you want your mother to hug you? Don't worry, can you wait a few more months? On the way back in the car, Qingjun handed Hwami a piece of paper. Hwami, who was sitting in Qingjun's car, took it and looked at it. What is this? Qin Xiaoqiang? There were only 3 words on the paper, written elegantly by Qingjun. She said to Hwami embarrassedly, "Old people say that a rough name can suppress the child's fate, although her child may not be able to leave that incubator, he still needs to be named. At first, I thought of calling him Qin Ergo, but that name is too crude." Qingjun had a big scarf wrapped around her neck, and she buried half of her face in it. So after thinking about it, I decided to call her Xiaoqiang, which means strong vitality. Hwami looked at this lady from City C in astonishment. She was said to have graduated from a prestigious university and had strong methods. She planned to name her son Qin Ergu or Qin Xiaoqiang. Then you should just call him Qin Wanqiang or Qin Jinqiang.
Xiaoqiang means Xiaoqiang.
Cockroaches are called Xiaoqiang. Hwami returned the paper in her hand to Qingjun. Originally, Hwami was just joking. As for what Qingjun's son's name should be, it was natural for Qingjun to decide. Unexpectedly, Qingjun immediately took out a pen. Sure, then my son will be called Qin Jinqiang. In the future, if he can grow up well, I will let him recognize you as his godmother. I also want to tell him, stay strong, your name was given by your godmother. Hwami blinked and looked at Qingjun. No, he will hate me.
Ha ha ha, no.
Seeing Hwami's frightened look, Qingjun burst into laughter. This was the first time she had truly laughed heartily since she became an adult and became sensible.
What was Qingjun like in the past?
She was decent, had good interpersonal relationships, was dignified, generous, smart, and pretty. All the words of praise for a woman can be used to describe her. She couldn't even remember when she had laughed so happily. As she laughed, Qingjun leaned her head on Hwami's shoulder. Her eyes were moist, and she couldn't suppress her sadness. Those who have never been a mother will probably never be able to understand the sadness and pain she is feeling at this moment. People have no origin and no future. She has an origin, but her future is vague and her hope is slim. Therefore, I feel lost and tired, and my mind is unsettled. This feeling cannot be described and cannot be cured. If Qin Jinqiang left her, she would never get better.
Hwami patted Qingjun silently.
After the two returned to the RV supermarket, Hwami watched Qingjun fall asleep before she walked out of the RV, stood in the snow, and called Gong Yi. Maybe she just wanted to find the child's father to chat with, so Hwami mentioned Qin Jinqiang's name. Gong Yi seemed to be thinking about something on the other end of the phone. Yes, that's right. I've heard old people say that children's names should be rough. Speaking of which, I've been thinking about naming our daughters. How about calling the older one Dahua and the younger one Xiahua? Hello, honey, don't hang up. We can discuss anything, right, honey? Maybe Gong Yi, as a father, is not as reliable as Hwami imagined. Hwami hung up Gong Yi's phone angrily and felt that she didn't want to bother with him in the near future. She walked to the back of the RV supermarket's warehouse and took out all 53 sweeping robots that she had cleaned the small garbage recycling station last time and placed them in the RV parking area. Let them clean up the area. It's snowing heavily recently, and these sweeping robots can eat snow. Then she handed 53 trash cans to Yirong and asked Yirong to place them randomly on the roadside in the RV area. It is also strictly forbidden for people walking around the RV parking area to litter. The garbage must be put into the trash can for her. Finally, Hwami took out the trash can that appeared after being upgraded to a medium-sized garbage recycling station. This trash can is the same as the fixed trash cans on the street before. It has 2 fixed legs on the side, and it even comes with large screws for fixing it. Hwami immediately called Ah Fu over and asked her to carry the half-person high trash can out and secure it on the side of the street. After doing all this, Hwami looked at her level 24 number 1 warehouse again, and the number of energy light inside was increasing rapidly. Hwami no longer has to collect the garbage herself. She turned off the control panel contentedly and was about to go back when she heard someone talking in Qingjun's RV. Qingjun is still in the confinement period and will not leave the warm RV unless she has to. The few people surrounding her RV were wearing thick down jackets. The workmanship and style of the jackets were obviously those of big brands that existed before the disaster. Hwami listened and found out that these people were the administrators of City C, but they were not Qingjin's people, but Ma Yongchuan's people. They wanted to persuade Qingjin to answer Ma Yongchuan's call, and let Qingjin find a way to either recover the supplies bought by Ma Zhishuan, or find Hwami to return the money. Hwami held her waist and walked over, and said to the men, "Your wife is currently in confinement after giving birth. For things like this, if you suffer a little loss, just treat it as a lesson learned. Don't bother with it anymore." Because even if Qingjin came to her to plead for mercy, Hwami would not return the money to City C, or return the supplies to City C. Even if Ma Yongchuan's people forced Qingjin again, Hwami would not agree. Whatever goes into her pocket, she can never take it out. Ma Yongchuan's administrators looked at each other, and finally someone came forward and said, "Mrs. Gong, is there no room for maneuver in this matter? Your tough attitude makes it very difficult for us to do anything." Hwami raised her eyebrows, stood in the snow, tilted her head and asked, "It's difficult for you. So what?" "It's not difficult for me. It's so strange. She earns her money. It's real money transactions. She doesn't cheat or deceive anyone. What's more, Fong didn't withhold Ma Zhishuan's supplies for no reason. It was because Ma Zhishuan's team had a fight in Xiangqing, so Fong withheld their team supplies. This is not the case that Fong was so domineering as to rob Ma Zhishuan of his supplies. If everyone formed a gang, they could engage in underworld activities in Xiangqing, disregarding garrisons and rules and regulations, and start a fight at the slightest dissatisfaction. Xiangqing would have been in chaos long ago. The other administrators all frowned. Some took a deep breath, as if they were troubled by Hwami's stubbornness. "Mrs. Gong, the world is already difficult. There are millions of survivors in City C. Can you please not embarrass us for the sake of these survivors?" Hwami sneered and pointed at a sign next to her, which clearly stated, "Small business, no credit, payment and goods, no refunds after purchase. Am I the one who is making things difficult for you? Wasn't this the work of your second young master Ma? Now it's not me who is making things difficult for you. It's you who are making things difficult for me and for the rules and order of Xiangqing. Today, Gong Yi's garrison can return the supplies to City C. Tomorrow, countless teams will break the rules and use all their connections to get back the supplies that were seized from them. Over time, rules and order no longer exist in Xiangqing because people don't have to pay any price. Anyway, they don't have to pay any price to cause trouble in Xiangqing." Ma Yongchuan's administrators had to continue to persuade him. Behind them, the door of Qingjin's RV was opened. Qingjin was wearing a warm, silver white long thick down jacket. She said to the administrators, "You don't have to make things difficult for me. This matter has to be resolved. Where is Ma Yongchun now? I'll go find him." Hwami stood in the snow, with several sweeping robots sweeping under her feet, clearing the thin snow on the open space. She looked at Qingjin, whose face showed a seriousness and sadness as if a hero had cut off his own arm. After Qingjin and the administrators left, Yirong hurried to Hwami and asked, "Qingjin is leaving the city like this. Will she be in danger?" On such a snowy day, his wife was in confinement after giving birth, but he had to force her out of town. "I'll go and take a look." Outside the city, in a large tent, Ma Zhishuan walked dejectedly to Ma Yongchun and sat down. "Brother, isn't my sister-in-law too much? Why doesn't she help at all? It would be a shame to throw away so many supplies." Ma Yongchun tilted his head and glared at Ma Zhishuan. He also knew that this batch of supplies was a lot. Not to mention those useless mechanical pencils and copybooks, just so many fruits and pickled fish. How much money would it cost City C? He took out his mobile phone and checked the time. "When your sister-in-law comes out, you should apologize to her and ask for forgiveness. We are all family, there is no need to make things like this. Alas, it's so cold, and her health is not good. If I could enter Xiangqing, I would never agree to let her leave the city." As he spoke, Qingjin's car had already left the city gate and arrived outside the tent. When Ma Yongchun stood up to greet them, he received a call, and then his face suddenly turned pale. Looking at Qingjin, who walked into the tent, he said awkwardly, "Ajun, are we going to have to go through this?" Are you going to feed the entire Sea City to Gong Yi and Hami? He received a report from the administrator of City C that Qingjun had given all the 1 million tons of cloth in the War Reserve Material Warehouse of City C to Hami and asked Zhou Qing to transport it to Xiangqing. This matter was not reported to Ma Yongchun. It was only after Zhou Cheng's material truck had pulled the fabric out of the Sea City Material Warehouse that Ma Yongchun's men reacted. Not only that, Qingjun also stopped purchasing the rest of the supplies from Hami. Instead, the labor force in City C was dispatched to the Hunan Sea Expressway in the hope of clearing the highway as soon as possible. Qingjun's behavior was undoubtedly a betrayal of Ma Yongchun. Qingjun stood in front of Ma Yongchun. Inside his large tent, there was a smokeless firewood stove and a pile of firewood. These resources are available in almost every tent inside and outside Xiangqing. It was snowing heavily outside. Except for Xiangqing and City B, all the cities were buried, with the snow up to the waist. And the snow only lasted for a dozen days. Her face was as cold as ice, and she looked at Ma Yongchun with a sense of alienation and strangeness. City C can't survive this disaster. Now, while the roads can be cleared, we should clear the roads this morning and arrange for the survivors in City C to go to Xiangqing or City B. This is our only way out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Yongchun slapped Qingjun's face, twisting it to the side. He said angrily, "I am the chief of management of City C. Qingjun, are you confused about your own identity and status? When you did these things, did you ever ask for my opinion?" Facing the natural disaster, Ma Yongchun devoted all his energy to it. He did not treat the garrison like slaves, and he did not give up the lives of any survivors. He has been working hard to be a good management commander.
But why?
His dear brother, whom he loved to the core, dug into the reserve fund account of City C, and his wife secretly wanted to give the resources of City C to Gong Yi and Hami. What on earth did he do wrong? He wanted to be a good commander, a good brother, and a good husband. How did he let these people down? Half of Qingjun's face was swollen. Ma Zhishuan, who was standing behind Ma Yongchun, understood what was going on. He stepped forward and said, "Sister-in-law, you've gone too far. Don't you know how hateful Hami is? How can you use the resources of Sea City to feed Xiang City?" Qingjun turned around, ignoring Ma Yongchun's shocked and angry look, and looked at Ma Zhishuan with a dagger-like gaze. "I would rather give all the resources to Hami than to you."
You still say that?
Ma Yongchun raised his hand again. Qingjun took a step forward and said, "Hit me, Ma Yongchun. Go ahead and hit me. Hitting me won't change the fact. Zhou Qing won't listen to you anymore. He and Gong Yi are so close that they can wear the same pants. Do you think your brother will still listen to you after doing something like this? Besides, can't you see that City C has managed to survive until now, but it is already at the end of its rope? From now on, even if you have supernatural powers, you will not be able to withstand the endless accidents." Qingjun said, with a look of deep sarcasm in his eyes, looking at Ma Yongchun, "What's more, you have such a troublesome brother. I can't see the future of Sea City. I have to be responsible for millions of survivors." Ma Yongchun pointed at Qingjun and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "So for this possible future, you destroyed the entire City C? If Zhishuan makes any more mistakes, I will scold him, reprimand him, and educate him again. This is always our family's private matter. Are you now launching a crazy revenge on me and Zhishuan just for your own selfish reasons?" He looked at Qingjun as if he had just met this woman for the first time. Where was her overall perspective? Where was her generosity and gentleness? Qingjun is now a madwoman who only wants revenge. Qingjun smiled. Half of her face was red and swollen. Ong Tian smiled. "Ma Yongchun, I just realized today that the gap between us is so huge." He angrily accused her of being selfish and seeking revenge on Ma Zhishuan. But he has never looked at the problem from another perspective. Qingjun has never been a petty person. Faced with Qingjun's frank and bright look, Ma Yongchun took 2 steps back with a pale face. Behind him, Ma Zhishuan was still saying, "Brother, my sister-in-law sold our City C this time. She made a bigger mistake than I did."
We.
Ma Yongchun turned around and gave Ma Jixuan a fierce look, successfully making Ma Jixuan lower his head. He still has the nerve to say that about Qingjun? This time, Ma Jixuan is the culprit who forced Qingjun to defect. When Ma Jixuan bowed his head timidly, Ma Yongchun rubbed his face and said to Qingjun weakly, "Okay, you've let out your anger. You don't have to help get that batch of supplies back, and you've also fed the fabric from City C to Hami, so tell me, can you stop?" Indeed, Qingjun was right in saying that Ma Jixuan had offended Zhou Cheng, and Zhou Cheng had a very close relationship with Gong Yi. Now that Ma Yongchun has lost the support of the armed forces in City C, if he wants to turn the tide, he must make Zhou Cheng listen to him. Qingjun ignored Ma Yongchun and just took out a divorce agreement and a statement. Xiangqing's marriage system is still there. We are getting divorced. This statement will be published online at the same time. Anyone who can still access the internet can see that we are no longer together. She gave the 2 documents to Ma Yongchun. But Ma Yongchun just had an expression of disbelief on his face and did not take Qingjun's documents. Ma Jixuan wanted to speak again, but he inexplicably felt that the atmosphere in the tent did not allow him to talk too much. If he opened his mouth, he would surely be cursed by both his brother and Qingjun. Qingjun placed the 2 documents on the table and said coldly, "Ma Yongchun, you have no choice. We are husband and wife, and you know my character." The extreme calmness and the persistence that could not be pulled back once one made up one's mind were the shining points that made Ma Yongchun fall in love with Qingjun. However, this bright spot has now become an irreversible disaster for their marriage. Ma Yongchun looked at Qingjun heartbrokenly. Snowflakes were falling outside the tent, and no matter how warm the tent was, it could not warm Ma Yongchun's cold hands and feet. Seeing Qingjun turning around and leaving, Ma Yongchun suddenly shouted, "You suddenly want to part ways with me. Have you ever thought about our children?" Oh, he can still remember the child. Qingjun turned around, with white air on his lips. "It's been more than half a month, and this is the first time you've asked about the child's condition, so do you know what he's been through?" Ma Yongchun, you have never done justice to anyone in your life. After saying this, Qingjun left the tent. As soon as she left, she told the secretary who was waiting outside, "I posted a notice online that my relationship with Ma Yongchun has broken down and we are no longer one." The secretary outside paused and asked, "Ma'am, does it have to be like this?" Qingjun walked forward, his back almost bent by sadness, but he remained strong, stepping through the thick snow step by step. "If I don't do this, I won't be able to regain the trust of those rich people." Those wealthy people began to doubt Ma Yongchun's original intention. The mess that Ma Jixuan made this time was far more than just wasting some money. But if the wealthy people in City C knew that Qingjun and Ma Yongchun divorced and led City C closer to Hami in his personal capacity, they would continue to donate money to Qingjun. After all, whoever controls the materials controls the world. Rich people are not stupid. Of course they know that donating money to Qingjun is equivalent to creating profits for Hami in disguise. The world's pattern is changing. Now they are investing in Gong Yi and Hami in disguise. When the couple develops in the future, they will surely have a good life with this capital. Qingjun's choice was not wrong. She just saw the right timing. At this time, outside the big tent, Qin's mother and Xiuyu and dozens of other men watched Qingjun prepare to get in the car. Mother Qin said in a low voice, "This woman is doing something inhumane. She actually gave our supplies to Hami for free." She was so angry that she immediately instigated in Xiuyu, "Let's go and ask her for an explanation." As their team was driven out of Xiangqing, the Xiangqing garrison actually revoked their right to enter Xiangqing. They were not even allowed to stroll into Xiangqing as their ID cards had been blacklisted. If they tried to enter Xiangqing, the alarm on the iron gate would beep. So this means that these people no longer have the right to enter Xiangqing to wholesale supplies. This is to wipe them out. So Qin's mother and the others had no choice but to follow Ma Jixuan. Now their team had been disbanded, and only a few hundred people were left. Ma Jixuan was the only one among the hundreds of people who had money and could find a way to get supplies. So naturally, Qin's mother and the others would cling to Ma Jixuan tightly and would even tie Ma Jixuan to them at all costs. Therefore, Qin's mother, and Xiaoyu and others set up their pitiful little tents around Ma Yongchun and Ma Jixuan's tents. Naturally, they all knew that Qinzhen wanted to divorce, and Xiaoyu was a little afraid to move. He murmured in a low voice, after all, she is a senior manager of City C. She has people and supplies. Let's not go against her. Aunt Qin, less trouble is worse than more trouble. Mother Qin was still very persistent. At this time, if we don't explain things clearly and get our supplies back, who else can we ask for supplies if she enters Xiangqing? If it gets any colder, I think we won't be able to survive. We'll either starve to death or freeze to death. At this time, the dark side of human nature has gradually been exposed. And Xiaoyu was still hesitating. He was frightened by the look of Hami killing people and was afraid that he would offend Hami. But some of the other men didn't care about that. Under the instigation of Qin's mother, they stood up one by one. Someone was a few steps faster than Qinzhen and slammed the car door that Qinzhen had opened. The secretary beside Qinzhen was startled. What are you doing? What are you doing? Witch, hand over the supplies. They're ours. A man clenched his fist and waved it at Qinzhen. More and more men gathered together. All of them were from Ma Jixuan's team. Behind these men, Qin's mother smiled gloatingly and said to Xiaoyu, "See? If you want to survive in this world, you have to be ruthless. Ma Yongchun is too kind-hearted. He was tricked by his wife like this, and he actually let her go? In an extreme survival environment, being merciful means giving your chance to survive to others. So there is not much room for sympathy. Detain Qinzhen first. Unless she hands over the supplies and withdraws her decision to divorce, don't let her go." Qin's mother came up with an idea, but Xiaoyu didn't say anything, which was tantamount to her agreement. Several secretaries protected Qinzhen and prevented those men with spitting all over them from getting close to him. The chaos outside finally forced Ma Yongchun and Ma Jixuan to come out. Ma Yongchun frowned and looked at Qinzhen, who was surrounded by more and more men. He scolded Ma Jixuan, "What's going on?" Ma Jixuan looked at Qin's mother and then Xiaoyu. He didn't know what was going on either. After he walked over and understood the situation, he returned to Ma Yongchun with a smug look on his face. "Brother, these are my people. They are standing up for us." You see, his brother always said that he was useless. Although he only has more than 100 people left now, they are still very capable. The ones who stopped Qinzhen were all those aggrieved members who couldn't swallow this humiliation. So, it was a spontaneous action of the members. Ma Yongchun frowned and looked at Ma Jixuan, then looked at Qinzhen. There was a lot of noise ahead, and Qinzhen and the car behind him could no longer move. She looked at Ma Yongchun across the crowd of angry survivors. As Ma Jixuan's elder brother, shouldn't Ma Yongchun say something at this time? However, Ma Yongchun stood there without moving. The same goes for Ma Jixuan. They can adapt to such opposing roles better than she can. At this time, she is the enemy that they must defeat at all costs. Qinzhen sneered. She was too naive after all. She should have understood that once the relationship broke out, she should immediately become extremely alert. The men around her were still shouting at her. "Give us back the supplies, you witch. You only know how to hurt people. Did you team up with Hami to steal our supplies? If you don't take back the supplies and the divorce agreement today, you can't leave." Qinzhen lowered her eyes and said nothing. Conserving her energy was the only thing she could do at this moment. Mother Qin said in a low voice, "What does her silence mean? She must be looking down on us. We need to teach her a lesson." And Xiaoyu opened his mouth and said, "Forget it. She's just a woman who is said to be in confinement after childbirth.
Just talk to her nicely."
Mother Qin disagreed. "What's wrong with confinement? You're talking as if no one has ever had confinement. Every woman has to have confinement. Don't be soft-hearted over such a small matter." Without anyone to stop it, the situation could easily get out of control. Qinzhen frowned tightly and was pushed by the crowd. No matter how tightly her secretaries protected her, they could not stop the anger of the crowd. At this moment, a figure landed on the car behind Qinzhen with a bang. Hwami's clear voice rang out, "I can't bear to watch this any longer. You guys are really courting death." Don't you know where this place is? This is outside the gate of Xiangqing City, and there are garrison patrols. They have not learned their lesson at all. They were just driven out of Xiangqing, and now they are causing trouble outside Xiangqing again. Can't you hold it? If you can't hold it, then use their own way to solve their problem. A large group of people looked in astonishment at Hami, who fell from the sky onto the roof of the car, and there was a moment of silence. Even Qin Jun looked at Hami in surprise. She suddenly appeared in the car behind her with her bulging belly.
You!
Qin Jun shouted hurriedly. What are you doing? It's dangerous here. Hurry up and leave. Hami looked at Qin Jun and smiled softly. I don't have many good points. I just like to do good deeds, Miss Qin. You don't have to be polite. Qin Jun, who was protected by the secretaries, stamped his feet anxiously. No. What are you doing? Who wants to be polite to you? Mother Qin, who was hiding in the corner, saw Hami standing on the roof of the car with a big belly, and her eyes darkened. It is true that after searching for a long time, I finally found it without any effort. I learned from Xiaoyu that the last time he saw Qin Ziren was with Hami. Qin's mother wanted to meet Hami very much. However, the gap between the two is as far as the mountains and seas, making it extremely difficult to meet Hami. She pointed at Hami and screamed, You finally showed up. Where is my son? Where did you take my son? Hami tilted her head, pulled out a large machete from her sleeve, and said coldly, Your son Qin Ziren has a bad heart. Who knows who might have chopped him up? As soon as he finished speaking, and Xiaoyu's whole body trembled, and he was struck by the fear dominated by memory. He kept retreating and retreating. Mother Qin was furious. She pointed at Hami on the roof of the car. After a long while, she didn't respond. Finally, she shouted, She is Hami. She has a lot of supplies. My son found them for her. If you catch her, I will make the decision. All the supplies will be distributed to you. She was furious. At this time, compared to dealing with Qin Jun, Qin's mother wanted to tie up Hami more. Her son, her daughter, and those mountains and seas of supplies could all be dealt with by just tying up Hami. At this time, everyone realized that the pregnant woman on the roof of the car was actually the famous Hami. The crowd began to get excited. If Qin's mother hadn't shouted like that, everyone would have almost let the pregnant woman go. Although everyone heard the instigation of Qin's mother, they all looked at Hami with bright eyes, as if they saw something waving to them. Human nature, ha! Hami raised the machete in her hand and looked at the greedy eyes below. Today's blood is splattered all over the place. It's not my fault. Whoever comes here, I'll chop him down.
If they die, they die.
I won't be responsible. Qin Jun hurriedly pushed the secretary who was protecting her and shouted, Quick, go and protect Madame Gong. She is a pregnant woman. She is a pregnant woman. Then he shouted loudly to those men with ferocious and vicious faces, Don't you have wives? Don't you have children? Why do you bother a pregnant woman? The person you are targeting today is me. You want supplies, right? Let's talk. Sit down and have a good talk. But how much supplies does Qin Jun have? A man spat at Qin Jun. Go away.
You were so arrogant just now.
It's too late now. It's too late. Hwami's value is much greater than Qin Jun's. Mother Qin looked pleased with herself, and she was still shouting, Don't kill her. Be careful when you hit her. We need to force out her supplies. As she spoke, Mother Qin turned her head and saw that Xiaoyu beside her had already run away without a trace. She didn't care and continued to cheer on the men in front of her. Ma Yongchun and Ma Jixuan at the door of the big tent were still standing there watching without saying anything. At this time, the first warrior rushed up and climbed onto the roof. Trash. They have been married for several years, but when you take away his glamorous appearance, this man is so unbearable. This made Qin Jun disappointed. At this moment, Ma Yongchun said nothing. It was clear that he just wanted to see Hwami learn a lesson. Ma Yongchun's eyes moved, and the picture was reflected in his eyes. Hwami Yidao cut the first man who climbed onto the roof of the car, and his head fell off. The second man had already climbed up, and before she could get a closer look, Hwami, with her belly sticking out, turned around and stabbed the second man in the abdomen with a machete. The hot blood fell on the roof of Qingjin's car. Qingjin turned his back to Hami, still cursing loudly, "My Yongchun, you are not a human being. You can watch your own child being harmed, and you also want to watch other people's children being harmed. Aren't you afraid of retribution for bullying a pregnant woman like this?" With a fourth strike, she chopped a man's head that popped out from the edge of the car roof. A fresh corpse fell under the car, and hot blood spilled on the body of the car, still steaming. Everyone made a buzz sound and collectively took a step back. Qingjin was still shouting at this time, "Don't bully pregnant women, don't bully women, you are not human. You are simply not human." The secretary beside her pushed Qingjin with a pale face. "Ms. Qin, don't look back." Lots of blood, the corpse behind him was so horrific. Qingjin cried, and then she slowly calmed down, murmuring, "Why did you do this to her? She has 2 babies in her belly. You have no heart. You have no humanity. Who is so inhumane?" The frightened crowd took a big step back in unison the moment Hami jumped down from the roof of the car. Hami walked past Qingjin, who was crying with tears in her eyes. "Wipe your tears and be strong." She still liked to see Qingjin dressed exquisitely and behaved properly, which perfectly interpreted what a successful career woman was. "She's crying like this now. She looks so desperate." After saying this, Hami rushed towards the men opposite with a bloody knife in hand and a big belly. "Come on, we're going to kill today anyway, so it doesn't matter if we kill one more or one less." She slashed with her knife, and the man opposite was unable to run away in time and was knocked to the ground, with a long dragon-like blood mark on his body. Blood spurted out. Hami dodged and went to chop others. The men were scattered like chickens being crushed. Some who failed to run away in time were chopped to the ground by Hami, wailing in pain. Hami kicked him and said impatiently, "Don't shout. You should be thankful that I'm not using a gun to deal with you, but a machete. If she takes out the Gatling gun, no one here will be able to escape." But Hami still left some hope for these survivors. As long as they could dodge her machete, they could survive. A group of men ran away with their heads in their hands, and she followed behind them, hacking and chasing them all the way. The survivors nearby only saw a pregnant woman with a bulging belly, chasing and hacking people with a knife. Like a madman. Behind the crazy pregnant woman, Qingjin still had tears on her face. Like her secretaries, she had a stunned expression on her face. Why is there such a pregnant woman in the world? Is this a pregnant woman made of diamonds? Hami ran over everyone on the ground, and people fell down along the way. Many people had long knife scars on their bodies and were covered in blood, crying for help. Qin's mother hid in the corner and watched. She turned around to run, but was discovered by the sharp-eyed Hami. She took 2 steps forward and grabbed Qin's mother by the back of her collar. "Long time no see." Mother Qin looked back at Hami with trembling legs. Suddenly, she sat down on the wet ground, losing all her composure, and burst into tears. My son is missing. He used to date you, but you two were in a good relationship. How come my son suddenly disappeared?" Then, Qin's mother raised her head and looked at Hami, tears streaming down her face. "I am just a poor mother who wants to find her son. Hami, you can't be so cruel and heartless to me. I loved you so much. I treated you as my future daughter-in-law." Hami looked at Qin's mother coldly. "Oh, I thought you wanted to find your son because you had such a deep affection for him, but it turned out that you were doing so well around Ma Jixuan." Who couldn't see that the reason why Qin's mother was looking for her son was because she wanted someone to take care of her in her old age. She once hurriedly dragged Ma Jixuan to the RV supermarket to look for Hami, but after waiting in the snow for just over an hour, she couldn't stand it anymore and went back. From then on, Qin's mother never went to the RV supermarket to look for Hami again. Is this also the attitude of getting your son back? And Qin Xiaolan, how long has she been missing? Have you looked for her? It is estimated that neither Qin's mother nor Ma Jixuan remembers Qin Xiaolan. Now Qin's mother is sitting on the ground, crying with snot and tears. Who is she pitying for? Qin's mother is still sobbing on the ground, and when people are caught off guard, she took out a dagger from somewhere and stabbed Hwami's big belly. Qin's mother's tearful face was filled with cruelty. Go to Hades. Qin's mother didn't think it was cruel at all to pierce a pregnant woman's belly. This is how society is. The law of the jungle has become increasingly obvious. If she is not ruthless, Hami will not let her go. Rather than letting that witch Hami kill her, it would be better for her to strike first. At least Hami is the only one here now. As long as Hami is killed, she will not chase after Qin's mother. Qin Zhen, who rushed over, happened to see this scene. She screamed, "Ami, be careful." The next moment, hot blood splashed onto Qin Zhen's face. She was stunned for a long time before she realized that it was Hami who chopped off Qin's mother's head with a backhand knife. Hami turned around and looked at Qin Zhen, who was standing blankly beside her with an apologetic look. In fact, Hami had not yet figured out how to deal with Qin's mother. As a result, Qin's mother stabbed her in the stomach, but Hwami's muscles reacted quickly, and she slashed back at Qin's mother. Then, Hwami casually put away the knife and said to Qin Zhen, "Please have your people clean up all the bodies here and move them to the car." She had to hide in a deserted place and put the body in a medium-sized recycling station. Qin Zhen nodded slowly, still not coming back to his senses. Hwami chased forward with a knife, intending to look for Yu. All those who could run, ran fast. Hwami walked around with a knife in hand, but not only did she not find Yu, but even the group of survivors had disappeared. She had no intention of hunting them down one by one, so she turned around and planned to cause trouble for the Ma brothers. However, the Ma brothers also left the big tent. They returned to City C. Hwami kills people like this. It's so scary. It's better to run away first. By the time Hwami walked to the car where the bodies were piled, swinging the knife, Qin Zhen had already wiped the blood off his face. She hurriedly walked behind Hwami and said, "Ami, Zhou Cheng's transport plane broke down, so the supplies can't be delivered. I don't know who destroyed the engines of all the transport planes in the middle of winter. All the transport planes in Zhou Cheng's hands are unusable." Hwami was stunned and looked back at Qin Zhen. Zhou Cheng's transport plane? Aren't those transport planes supposed to be parked in the garrison camp? Who has the guts to destroy all the engines? Qin Zhen's face was very ugly. She didn't say anything because she and Hwami both knew that who else could have this ability at this time except Ma Yongchun? Qin Zhen wanted to use the 1 million tons of cloth in the Sea City material warehouse to feed Hwami with resources. Ma Yongchun was extremely opposed to it from the beginning when he learned about it. Nothing could be more effective in preventing the failure of this collaboration than destroying the transport plane carrying the cloth. Anyway, the Xiangxi Road is blocked now. As long as the transport plane is destroyed, the 1 million tons of cloth will not be transported to Xiangqing. Hwami sighed, raised her hand and patted Qin Zhen's shoulder. "I'll go to City C myself. But we have to have a good chat. I went to City C and you gave me 1 million tons of cloth. Isn't that too little?" Realizing what Hwami wanted to say next, Qin Zhen said, "The remaining supplies are my bargaining chips for negotiating with you. I can't give you all of them at once." She also planned many collaborations, not only to provide resources to Hwami, but also to transport all the survivors in City C to Xiangqing. Hwami smiled and waved her hand. "Don't bother me. I'll go and clear the Xiangxi Expressway. You mobilize all the survivors in Sea City to come to Xiang City. Give me all the supplies. If I regret it, you can chop off my head." However, Qin Zhen needs to have the ability to chop off Hwami's head. She lowered her head, rubbed her brows in distress, and found an excuse to deliberately embarrass Hwami. "Alas, there are a lot of supplies in our War Reserve material warehouse in City C. Even if I am willing to give them to you, you won't be able to take them away in a short time. So, let's take a long-term view on this matter." Hwami raised her hand and placed it on Qin Zhen's shoulder with a hand that had just killed so many people. She rubbed the blood on her hand on Qin Zhen's shoulder. "Miss Qin, don't worry about this. Just send someone to take me to your War Reserve material warehouse. Of course, to show my sincerity, I will first clear the Hunan Sea Expressway and allow your survivors to migrate freely. Then you can take me to the War Reserve Material Depot in City C." When Qin Zhen heard this, He realized it was not something that needed to be done immediately. After all, clearing the Hunan Sea Expressway is also a troublesome and large project. The obstacles on the road are much more complicated than those on the Hunan A Expressway and the Hunan B Expressway. Let Hami clear the Hunan Sea Expressway, which can at least delay Hami for several months. Let's put it off until we reach a few more collaborations with Wamijuo. Mrs. Gong. On the car heading to Point 1 to clear the obstacle on Hunan Sea Expressway. A young woman wearing a long silver white down jacket and glasses thicker than the bottom of a beer bottle sat next to Hami. She introduced herself. My name is Saixia, and I'm Miss Qin's secretary. I'll accompany you to City C to receive the 1 million tons of fabric. As he spoke, Saixia raised his glasses. Regarding the rest of the supplies in the War Reserve warehouse, you can also contact me. She handed over a stack of documents, all of which had Qin Jun's signature and her personal seal. Because Qin Jun was still in confinement after giving birth, she was not comfortable leaving Hami to go to City C alone. So she assigned a secretary to Hami. Hami rubbed her brows and looked at Saixia, who was sitting next to her, and was about to show her a document. It's fine if you guys have already seen it. Why are you showing it to me? You must read it. If you are prone to motion sickness, I will explain the contents of these documents to you one by one. Saixia started to explain in a serious manner, blah blah, seeming stubborn and rigid. Soon, Hami became bored of listening. Just at this time, start security scanning. Completion of Security and Defense Works Defense Project. Water plant construction completed rating. Primary protection project 15 square meters of black land are obtained. Please select a site for the black land. When a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X16, a row of subtitles flashed through her mind because she had nothing to do and didn't want to be idle. Hami opened the lottery interface and randomly drew a few prizes. Get Stinky Tofu Raw Dough X10000000 obtain Suet, Unit, Gene, X get a watery and whitening BB cream X10000000 get self-heating insole, 1 size, X10000000 get 25K cowhide exercise books, mathematics plus new words plus field characters plus pinyin. X40000000 remaining draws X11. The car stopped, and Hami suddenly opened her eyes. The driver in front turned around and said with a distressed look, "No, Mrs. Gong. We can't go anymore. The snow is too heavy and the wheels are stuck in the snow." The snow ahead was like shaken cotton wool, floating wildly in the wind. Although this section of road had been cleared long ago, the road surface would be covered with snow in just half a day. Saixia looked at the thick snow outside the car window in surprise. Why is it snowing so heavily? She has been with Qin Jun in Xiangqing, helping Qin Jun deal with document exchanges and some official matters on weekdays. She has not returned to City C for a long time. As a result, the snow on the road was so thick even though we were not far away from Xiangqing. Saixia felt a little strange and muttered to himself, "The snow in Xiangqing isn't that thick." Hami, who was sitting next to her, explained because there are city clearance teams in and around Xiangqing who specialize in clearing snow. 8th Uncle's clearance team has already swallowed up Xiangqing's management clearance team. We also hired a lot of people to clean the place inside and out, and our business scope expanded to City B. Because the highways between City A and City C have not yet been opened, the clearance team only sweeps the cleared sections of the road every day. The frequency is far lower than that of cleaning in Xiangqing, B City, and Xiang B Expressway. Even this amount of snow had to be cleared by a tow removal team. Saixia was extremely surprised when she heard this. She looked at the driver in a panic as he was reversing the car and asked nervously, "What should we do? Can't we get through now?" In fact, when Saixia heard that Hami was going to dredge the construction site, he felt that it was a bit unreliable. After all, Hami has been pregnant for more than 4 months, and the supplies from City C cannot be transported to Xiangqing, so Hami cannot solve any problems by going alone. It would be better to let Gong Yi and City C think of a solution. If it really doesn't work, City C can only spend money to ask Gong Yi to use the transport plane to help transport the 100 tons of cloth. However, Seeing the heavy snow in the current weather, Shirt Saixia estimated that Gong Yi's transport plane would not be able to reach City C.
The snow was too heavy.
Even if Gong Yi's transport plane was in good condition, it would be very difficult to fly safely to City C in such bad weather. The driver in front sighed and tried to back up his car, but the wheels got stuck completely and he couldn't move backwards. So the driver just made up his mind and opened the door. "I'll go shovel the snow away, Mrs. Gong. You just stay in the car and don't move." "Wait a moment." Hami reached out and took out 2 pairs of self-heating insoles from the large bag beside her. "Put them on to keep warm." The driver hurriedly thanked him, took it, put on the insole, and got out of the car. Shirt Saixia also put on the self-heating insoles and opened the car door. "I'll help." Qin Zhan miscalculated. He did not expect that the snow outside Xiangqing would be so thick, so he did not send a few men to follow Hami out. Even now, Shirt Saixia is still needed to help shovel the snow. Seeing that Shirt Saixia and the driver were too busy, Hami took out a pair of self-heating insoles and put them under her feet and got out of the car. It would have been better if she didn't get off the car. As soon as she got off, she was almost blown away by the fierce cold wind. "But my feet feel warm. It seems that the heating insole is of very good quality." "Mrs. Gong, don't get out of the car. Get back in the car quickly." In the wind and snow, Shirt Saixia shouted loudly. She and the driver, each holding a stick, were scraping the snow under the tires. Hami walked over and handed over 2 engineer shovels. "Use this." Then, Hami walked around the car and instantly collected all the snow under the other 3 wheels into the medium-sized garbage recycling station. Seeing that Shirt Saixia and the driver were busy, Hami did not disturb them and just drove along the highway. Shirt Saixia behind her called her anxiously a few times, but Hami pretended not to hear and kept walking forward, collecting the heavy snow as she went. She already has a lot of energy light. So much so that it was more than the money in her cash register system. She now has no idea how many of these energy there are. Shirt Saixia happily chased after him. "Mrs. Gong, the car can pass now. It's just that the snow on that section of the road is a bit heavy. The road ahead is fine." She shivered and moved closer to Hami as she spoke. But Hami stopped in front of a pile of snowmen on the side of the road. Shirt Saixia didn't understand what was going on. Just as he was about to speak, he was shocked to see the pile of snowmen. "Are these all people?" It was a person who was frozen to death on the side of the road. In the end, he was covered with snow and wind and turned into a pile of snowmen. That's right, there were a bunch of them, in 2s and 3s, big and small. They must be a family walking on the road. They couldn't walk anymore and planned to rest and take a nap together. As a result, he never woke up again. There was panic in Shirt Saixia's eyes, and he murmured, "It's already this cold? Why is it so cold?" In the tents in Xiangqing and City B, there is firewood for heating. Hami patted Shirt Saixia on the shoulder. "Let the driver drive the car up here and exercise more. You'll get used to it once you get used to it. Get used to seeing death. If you need to feel sad for every dead body, then your heart will be broken from now on." Shirt Saixia clenched her fists. She didn't move. After a while, she suddenly said angrily, "This is the price Ma Zhishuan has to pay for not buying firewood. It's so cold. What's wrong with him buying some firewood?" The snow was so thick that the survivors had no time to dig the wet wood out of the snow. So firewood for heating must be stored and available. But look at what Ma Zhishuan did. How many people were killed by his assumptions? Hami didn't say anything, but just looked at Shirt Saixia with a sad look. She had just seen several corpses, and she was so filled with indignation. The further you get towards City C, the more corpses you will see on the road. Sure enough, the driver drove the car up, but the car got stuck again before it had gone even a kilometer. This time, it was not the snow that stuck the wheels, but the corpses lying on the road. The psychological trauma of Shirt Saixia and the driver could no longer be measured on a scale. They both stood at the wheel, at a loss as to what to do. Hami, who was almost 5 months pregnant, got out of the car wrapped in a down jacket. Shirt Saixia said with a distressed look on his face, "How come another person froze to death?" She thought that the group of snowmen on the roadside were just an accident among accidents, but she didn't know that there were also frozen bodies on this road. Hwami did not answer Shirtsaisha, but only instructed the driver and Shirtsaisha move all the bodies on the road to the side of the road. I will call the tow removal team to come over. Along the way to City C, many people will freeze to death, and this is just the end of the road. The temperature dropped too quickly, and heating was not provided in time. The survivors had to walk over mountains and hills to go to Xiongqing. The transport plane in City C was destroyed, so no food, drinks, clothes, or other supplies could be delivered to City C. If the Hunan-Si Expressway is closed, more people will probably freeze to death or starve to death. Watching the driver and Shirtsaisha carrying the corpses with sorrowful faces, Hwami continued forward and collected all the snow and corpses on the road into a medium-sized recycling station. They walked and stopped like this, and it took them 5 hours to finally reach the first obstacle point, which was not a long distance. A large number of survivors who had crossed mountains and rivers had gathered there, and the situation was much worse than Hwami had imagined. Before we got close to the obstacle, we heard a large group of survivors surrounding several RVs and shouting loudly, "Please, it's too cold. Can you let the child go in and warm up first?" It wasn't this cold when we left City C, but after just one day, it's already this cold. We're going to freeze to death. We really are going to freeze to death. Give me a way to live in the RV. The contractor was shouting in despair. There's no room left. There are more than 50 kids crammed into this RV. We really don't have room left. Who knew the snow could be so heavy? For people in southern cities, they may be able to escape earthquakes, jelly floods, and darkness day and night, but how can they escape snowstorms? The winter clothing reserves are simply not enough. Even if everyone has a winter coat, they cannot resist such cold. Hwami is quite generous and has equipped each small construction team with a luxury RV. Each RV is equipped with a smokeless wood stove, and a luxury RV can accommodate 15 workers. The Hunan-Si engineering team has a total of 150 people and 10 luxury RVs. However, now each of these 10 luxury RVs is almost packed. Not only was they about to explode, but they were also running out of firewood. Ikegawa was in charge of the supply, and his team would deliver firewood to them every day. But because the road conditions are rather rough, today's firewood and food have not been delivered yet. I don't know if it can be delivered today. Lao Bao was extremely anxious. There were still more than 100 migrant workers left outside the RV, and they gave most of the space in the RV to the children of the survivors. But it's still not enough. There were too many survivors who trekked from City C to Xiongqing. In this kind of weather, if there is even the slightest accident and people stop moving, they will freeze to death. The survivors outside the RV were still begging, and their sad voices were very loud. The adults lifted up the crying children and squeezed towards the RV in the snow. "My child is too young. She can't stand it anymore. Let her go in." "We won't go in. None of us adults will go in." Some elderly people took off their thick clothes and wrapped their children up. "I am a skeleton. I will freeze to death. It doesn't matter. Give all the thick clothes to the children. Hurry up, the weather is getting colder." Looking at the scene in front of her, Shirtsaisha turned her back and wiped her eyes. She didn't dare to cry at this time. I was afraid that my tears would freeze onto her face. Suddenly, in the snowstorm with very low visibility, Shirtsaisha saw Hwami standing in the middle of the road, and behind her was a huge monster. No, it was a very thick tree. The big tree has been turned over, with lush branches and a trunk that is about as thick as 4 or 5 people can hug, and about 7 or 8 meters long. Shirtsaisha blinked and ran over. "Mrs. Gong, where did this tree come from?" Hwami smiled slightly and did not answer Shirtsaisha, but said, "You ask all the adults with children to come over, line up, and each chop some wood to keep warm." After that, she pointed to a pile of engineering shovels nearby and said, "Recruit a group of workers to clear the road as soon as possible. Discuss the workers' wages with Lao Bao." Behind the pile of shovels was a pile of tarpaulins. Hwami said, "Let the survivors in your city see tear up the tarpaulin to make tents. It costs money. I will give Qingjin a bill for all the supplies here." Shirt Saixia didn't respond for a long time. Only after Hami finished speaking did she react and nodded hurriedly. Miss Qin has given me full authority. I have the right to make the final decision on all the expenses incurred by Madame Gong on the way to City C. Thank you, Madame Gong. As she spoke, she choked up, bent down deeply, and bowed to Hami. Although Hami always emphasized that she was doing business, her business could save many, many people at times like this. Hami waved her hand with an indifferent look on her face and handed Shirt Saixia a loudspeaker. No need to thank me. Go to work, and I'll pay you for the loudspeaker too. After saying that, she turned and left, out of everyone's sight, to clear the roadblock. Shirt Saixia's trumpet sounded behind him. Everyone who is a survivor in City C, line up now and listen to my instructions. The contractor in the RV scratched his hair anxiously. Because no one cut his hair at that time, his hair, which had not been cut for more than 4 months, had reached his shoulders. At this moment, Lao Bao, who had flowing short hair that fell over his shoulders, listened to the horn outside the RV and opened the privacy curtain of the car window to take a look. All the survivors who were surrounded outside dispersed and lined up. He hurriedly opened the car door and ran outside to see what was going on. Finally, I found out that it was Hami who came. The contractor breathed a sigh of relief. A man from City C holding a shovel ran over and asked anxiously, "Boss, we're the migrant workers from City C who have just been hired. Shall we start working now? Clear the road quickly, otherwise there is no telling how many survivors will be stuck on the road." The obstacles on this road were so complicated that even the contractor was alarmed and had to come over to supervise the work in person. Even if he came, the road dredging project had not been completed by 1/3. The contractor rubbed his light heart and waved his hand. "Don't worry, Miss Hua is here, so there's no need to worry. Set up the tent and other things first and make sure they are secure. This way, after you leave, you can leave the tent for other survivors to use. After setting up the tent, you can warm yourself by the fire and clear the snow off the road." Having said that, the contractor went back to his own business. The remaining migrant workers in City C looked anxious. Why didn't they hurry to work? Why weren't they in a hurry? If this road was cleared 1 minute later, how many people in City C would have to wait to survive? However, the contractor looked mysterious and refused to explain anything, so they had no way of getting to the bottom of it. It was Shirt Saixia who arranged for everyone to set up tents and saw wood, and then turned around. She found that the workers she had just recruited were all holding engineering shovels and shoveling snow on the roadside. She was furious and ran to the group of workers. "Didn't I tell you to go find Mr. Bao and ask him to arrange for you to work with the workers from Xiangqing to clear the obstacles? Do you know how many survivors of City C are affected by this road? If it is not cleared soon, how many people will be stuck in City C and unable to get through? Why are you so disappointing?" She kept cursing, and then she started to cry. It was too hard, life was too difficult. Not only is there a natural disaster, but these survivors are also disobedient. She had already told them, the strong men, to go and take over the boss's business, but they were still shoveling snow here. If Hami knew that Shirt Saixia did not do what she asked her to do, she would be angry. If he gets angry, he will no longer provide supplies to City C. Shirt Saixia, wearing thick glasses like those at the bottom of a beer bottle, was tormented by this inexplicable anxiety. "I just hope that the survivors in City C can strive for excellence, and strive for more excellence. Others are helping us out of obligation. They are not from our C city and will not always be so nice to us. That's why we need to work harder and clear the obstacles as soon as possible. This is a matter of life and death for City C." Shirt Saixia shouted loudly and preached profound truths. The men in front of her hung their heads, feeling extremely aggrieved. The contractor came over and said to Shirt Saixia, "The road is open, so they just need to shovel the snow. Miss Hua just called and told me this, so why is Shirt Saixia so anxious?" Lao Bao now has experience. Whenever Sister Hua appears, there is no need to worry. He can just lie down and wait for the difficulties to be solved. Shirt Saixia opened her mouth wide. Several snowflakes drifted into her mouth, and she looked at the contractor exaggeratedly. "Is the road open?" Isn't it said that the obstacles are very complicated? After so long, 1/3 of the road is still not cleared? Is the road cleared now? The contractor showed off his golden teeth and nodded. Of course, I'll do the job. Don't worry, just tell your people to shovel the snow and make sure it doesn't block the road again. He waved his hand and called on his workers to get on the RV and go to the front to shovel snow. Although the obstacle was cleared, the snow had to be shoveled continuously. Otherwise, the car would be stuck in the snow within a few hours. It becomes more difficult for people to pass through. Hami, who had already flown to City C, found a place to rest. God knows, she kept going to the medium-sized recycling station to recycle all kinds of garbage. She could obviously finish the whole route quickly and complete the workload quickly. It took me 2 or 3 hours to finish driving along Hunan Sea Highway. Because she was too heavy to run, she finally felt a little tired. Seeing that there was no one around, Hami released a nanny car from the #1 warehouse on level 24 and prepared to take a break. She won this nanny car in a lottery. It is brand new and has never been used. Therefore, the car was not modified with a smokeless firewood stove. Hami was a little annoyed. She should have gone to warehouse #1 on level 24 to collect a batch of smokeless firewood stoves.
How can she keep warm at this time?
She thought about it for a long time, but finally had no choice but to sit cross-legged in the cold nanny car and take out an energy light ball to play with. She tossed the ball of light in her hand up and down. She wanted to sleep, but she didn't dare to, for fear that she would freeze to death if she fell asleep. At this time, Hami received a call from Gong Yi. He asked anxiously on the other end of the phone, "Where are you? Why did you come to City C? Let me tell you, it's very dangerous outside City C right now. Very, very because Chun who was in City C, the whole city was in chaos. The situation was so chaotic that even Zhou Cheng's garrison couldn't control it. Originally, order could be maintained for a period of time, but within a few days, the weather became so cold that Chun whose people had no shelter at all. They do everything to survive, fighting and killing without any cover-up. In just a few days, Chun whose men killed several garrisons. Often, the garrisons had just restored order, but as soon as they turned their backs, they would be ambushed by ruffians disguised as survivors. It would be fine if there were only 1 or 2 incidents, but now, things going against the garrison are happening everywhere inside and outside City C. Hami listened to Gong Yi's words. She raised her hand, and the energy light ball in her hand fell into the socket beside her. The socket made a sound, and Hami looked up and saw that the power on the coulometer of the nanny car next to her had suddenly increased to 30%, from 20%. Yes, her energy light ball can be used to recharge a power bank. How could Hami forget this? She hurriedly threw a few more energy light into the socket and recharged the nanny car to 100%. Turn on the small household air conditioner in the nanny car. Feeling the warm breeze, Hami calmly told Gong Yi a direction and asked Gong Yi to come find her. Was nothing on the white snow, not even a dead branch. Hwami's brand new black nanny car was parked on such a snowy field. A disheveled woman ran towards Hwami's nanny car and was knocked to the ground by a group of men on the way. They laughed as if no one was around. Their behavior was outrageous and full of recklessness. Hwami opened the door of the nanny car, stuck her head out with her big belly, and looked out. The group of men not far from the nanny car were stunned and looked at each other.
What?
They thought there was some powerful person in the nanny car, but it turned out to be a pregnant woman with a big belly. Hwami blinked her fox eyes, tilted her head, looked at the group of men, and counted their numbers. The woman on the ground shouted loudly, "Help, help." I don't know how she did it, but she suddenly pushed the man away and ran towards Hwami, running and crying, "Save me, save me." Woa looking at her. She was wearing a brand new cotton jacket, and although her cheeks looked haggard, there was still some flesh on them. "Looks good." Hwami glanced at the woman, and before she could close the door, the woman opened the door of the nanny car and jumped in. She was shivering in the car and quickly looked around the car and asked Hwami in surprise, "Are you alone here?" So how did she, a pregnant woman, get such a nanny car here? Or did Hwami have a man out looking for supplies and come back in a while? Hwami tilted her head and looked quietly at the woman who had forced her way into her car. Her fox eyes were bright, and she curled the corners of her lips. "It's just me." The group of men outside began to knock on the door. "Hey, come out quickly, or we'll overturn your car." All the men gathered around, and some of them, holding iron bars, started knocking on Hwami's car window. Inside the car, the woman said in fear, "What shall I do? What shall I do? They will come in. What shall I do?" She looked at the woman expressionlessly and said indifferently, "It's very simple. Just hand you over, isn't it?" The disheveled woman kept crying and then paused. She looked at Hwami in surprise, as if she had not expected Hwami to say that. After a while, amid the shouting of the man outside, the woman said to Hwami angrily, "How can you hand me over?" Then are you going to hand over a pregnant woman like me?" Hwami interrupted the woman. She calmly sat down on the airline seat by the door and looked at the woman quietly. The woman opened her mouth and stopped talking. After a while, she lowered her head and whispered, "What should we do now? They are about to rush in." As soon as he finished speaking, the man outside stabbed the wheel of Hwami's nanny car with a knife. They deflated the tires of the nanny's car. Hwami's face turned stern, and he said to the woman, "It's fine if I bully you, but it's too much to deflate my tires." The woman was speechless, looking at the sympathetic Hwami, stammering, How could you say that?" Hwami ignored the woman. She stood up, opened the car door, and stood in the snow. Almost at the moment Hwami walked out of the nanny car, the woman behind her stood up and slammed the door of the nanny car.
"Locked."
Hwami looked back and said, "Oh my God. I've encountered the worst of the worst today." The men around the car surrounded Hwami, and one of them cursed with disgust. "Why is she still pregnant? How can I entertain customers if I bring it back? It's really unlucky." Some people thought it didn't matter. "It doesn't matter if the child is lost. I think she is pretty. I don't know how much supplies are in this car. This trip is still a fortune." Upon hearing this, Hwami placed her hands on her big belly, frowned slightly, and looked at the grinning men around her. "Can you please have some conscience? The baby in my belly is almost 5 months old. How can you be so cruel?" The men laughed and said, "She said we were cruel? You're alone in this icy and snowy place. You'll freeze to death before your baby is born. We're trying to save you. Stop talking nonsense. Hold her down first and get rid of the baby first." As he spoke, a man stretched out his hand and was about to grab Hwami. What kind of evil is this? It is 1,000 times more evil than the administrators Hwami met in the emergency area at the beginning. People's hearts are rapidly deteriorating, and rituals and music have collapsed to this extent in just a few months. Hwami sighed and took out her Gatling gun. "I won't spare any of your lives." Gunshots rang out, and a man fell to the ground in the snow. Hwami leaned against the car door, holding her Gatling gun. After a while, before she could put the body in the snow into the medium-sized garbage recycling station, the car door behind her opened. The woman stood blankly in the car, looking at the corpses around Hwami. Her indescribable gaze was fixed on Hwami. Hwami looked back at her with a provocative light in her eyes. The woman came to her senses immediately. She jumped out of the car, fell to the ground, and kowtowed to Hwami while crying. "Thank you. Thank you. I don't know how to thank you. You saved me. Thank you." Hwami felt a sense of sarcasm in her heart. She walked back carrying her Gatling gun, sat on the footrest next to the car door, and said to the woman, "You're welcome. I love helping the weak and punishing the strong." The woman paused, knelt down next to Hwami, and said with sobs, "If you hadn't dealt with these men, I really don't know what they would have done to me." Her expression was mournful, and she looked just the right amount of pitiful. Hwami looked at the woman kneeling in front of her seriously, as if she was studying what kind of soul was hidden under this woman's skin. The woman was seen crying again, her eyes secretly glancing at the Gatling gun that Hwami was leaning on. She cried for a while and asked Hwami, "Who are you? Why do you have such a powerful weapon? I mean, can I follow you in the future? If I meet bad guys again in the future, you can protect me." There was an indescribable smile on Hwami's face. "Why don't you tell me that you are here to protect a pregnant woman? Why do you want a pregnant woman to protect you? How weak must you be? After saying that, Hwami stood up and prepared to walk back to the RV. She didn't see that the woman who was kneeling in the snow suddenly stood up with a grim look on her face. Why do you have to be so sarcastic? We are all women, and you are also a pregnant woman. Why can't you be nicer to me? Hwami didn't look back. Be nice to you? Do you deserve it? As soon as she finished her words, the woman behind her suddenly pulled out a knife and stabbed Hwami in the lower back. I used the smartwatch to monitor my sleep, but it kept reminding me to get up and walk around yesterday, and it would vibrate me if I did move. I just wanted to see what I bought. Sports watch. Sleep monitoring is just a small function of it. Its biggest function is to remind us to exercise, drink water, and measure blood oxygen, heart rate, and stress. Of course, the woman didn't stab Hwami. If Hwami could be stabbed by such a fellow, there would be no point in her mixing with the outside world. Without even looking back, she kicked back and kicked the knife out of the woman's hand. Hwami turned around and kicked the woman several meters away from her car door, directly falling into the snow. The snow was too thick and very soft, otherwise the woman would have died at least with several bones broken. She seemed to realize that she had met a tough guy today. She crawled out of the thick and soft snow and looked at Hwami angrily. Just run away. How could Hwami let her go so easily? She calmly took out an AK-47, held the gun, and aimed at the fleeing woman. It was at this time that Gong Yi and Zhou Cheng, leading 2 garrisons, hurried over. Gong Yi came here according to Hwami's location. Zhou Cheng happened to be patrolling nearby with a team of garrison troops. When the woman saw the garrison uniforms they were wearing, she burst into tears and shouted, "Help, help, there is a crazy woman over there. She wants to kill me. Aw, help." In an extreme environment, a strong man and a weak woman who can't take care of herself, who is more credible? Similarly, in an extreme environment, a pregnant woman holding an AK-47 and a woman with disheveled clothes, messy hair, haggard face, and a decent appearance, who looks more like a bad guy. Hwami put down her AK-47, looked at the woman leisurely, and threw herself at Gong Yi's feet. She cried so miserably, desolately, sadly, and fearfully. Anyway, she looked very pitiful. Compared to such a disheveled woman, Hwami, who was wearing clean coral fleece maternity clothes, looked like a bad guy. A vicious woman with a big belly. Gong Yi, Zhou Cheng, and other garrisons stopped and looked at the woman with indescribable expressions.
What is she talking about?
Is she saying that Hwami wants to kill her? They are not the ones who are protecting their own people. But they felt that if Hwami wanted to kill someone, there must be a reason why she had to die. Then, Gong Yi, Zhou Cheng, and other garrisons all looked at Hwami. Hwami walked over slowly with an AK-47 in hand and said deliberately, "What a coincidence. I met the garrison here. Hello."
Gong Yi.
Zhou Cheng. Garrison A and B. What's this trick? Hwami pointed at the woman on the ground and explained, as if she didn't know Gong Yi. The woman cried and shook her head, kneeling at Gong Yi's feet. "You're lying. The weather was so bad, and I was already miserable. I finally met her, but she wanted to kill me." The woman pointed at Hwami, as if she was crying so hard that she couldn't breathe. She stretched out her hands, clasped them together in a humble and pitiful manner, and made a begging gesture to Gong Yi. "I am just a woman who was bullied by those men."
E.
As she was speaking, the woman fell to the ground in the snow, clutching her chest with her hands. She looked like she was out of breath due to being so emotionally agitated. Gong Yi and Zhou Cheng looked down at her, not knowing how to react. In this woman's mouth, she described Hwami as a female devil who killed people without blinking an eye. She was so pitiful. She had just escaped from the clutches of a group of men, and then she met Hwami, the perverted murderer. It was so miserable that she almost fainted. Not a single guard came to help her. Not even one guard stepped forward to hold Hwami down. Watched the woman's superb performance as if they were watching a play. This woman must have studied acting in the past. If the garrisons didn't know Hwami, they would definitely believe her. It was Hwami who signaled to Gong Yi, and when the woman pretended to faint, she took Gong Yi to the side. As soon as they got into the car, Gong Yi pulled Hami up and down to check her carefully, frowning and asking, "Nothing hurt, right?" He had already seen the bodies circled around the nanny car. All of them were shot to death. Hami opened Gong Yi's hand that was holding her. "Be careful about the impact. Don't do anything to me." Then, she gestured to the woman pretending to faint in the snow outside and whispered, "There's something wrong with this woman. She's in cahoots with the group of male corpses on the ground." From the beginning, Hwami saw it. In this icy and snowy place, a woman was running in the snow, and there were a group of men following behind her. Hwami said that this kind of trick was only played in TV dramas to fool the inexperienced garrisons, and it was not in line with the actual situation at all. As the extreme environment has evolved to this day, the survivors have begun to band together. Didn't you see the frozen bodies on the road? They were all frozen to death in groups, rarely one by one. How did a woman get away from the team, run around in the ice and snow, and accidentally find Hwami here? It's not that Hwami has no experience, but that Hwami has too much experience. If a group of men want to have adult love with a woman, they will do it on the spot, and will not let the woman leave the team and run so far away. Isn't it tiring to climb over mountains and cross rivers? Or do these men just like to chase a woman, run across the vast snowfields, and then do it when they are exhausted? Therefore, if you encounter someone seeking help in the wilderness, you should really think carefully, at least don't completely regard the seemingly weaker party as the weaker party. Because Hwami calmly suspected this woman from the very beginning, the series of actions shown by this woman later could not win Hwami's trust. In particular, this woman closed Hwami's car door, leaving Hwami, a pregnant woman, outside the car. This kind of behavior, in Hwami's place, will result in beheading. Gong Yi tilted his head to look at the woman who was still dizzy in the snow, and nodded. "I know." When people said his wife was a female devil, Gong Yi was the first one who didn't believe it. He helped Hwami sit down again, and squatted in front of her. "Don't worry about this matter. No one will wrongly accuse you. I'll take you back to the garrison camp first. Several garrisons have died recently. City C is too dangerous. Zhou Cheng will arrange for the garrison to take you to the War Reserve Material Depot in City C. The location of the War Reserve Material Depot in City C is a secret, and the only people who know its location are the senior garrison and management officials. Unless someone takes Hwami there, she won't be able to find it if she looks for it on her own."
Hwami did not answer Gong Yi.
She looked thoughtfully at the woman in the snow outside the nanny car. "Gong Yi, do you think this woman has any relationship with Chin-Hu? Maybe we can use their tricks to find Chin-Hu?"
Gong Yi frowned.
It was obvious that Hwami was unwilling to go back to the garrison camp obediently. Basically, all the gangsters active in City C are more or less related to Chin-Hu. It's just a matter of relationship size. Ordinary minions definitely don't know Chin-Hu and have never even seen Chin-Hu. But it is obvious that this woman has teamed up with a group of men to commit the crime. If you follow this woman upwards, you will definitely find a big tiger. So the question now is who to send to interact with this woman. Zhou Cheng, who was pulled into the nanny car, looked at Gong Yi. "You go." Gong Yi was boiling water for Hwami, preparing to fill her hot water bottle. He glanced at Zhou Cheng, who was curled up in a chair. "I'm a married man. This kind of job that might require selling adult love is obviously not suitable for me."
Then,
Zhou Cheng looked at the two garrisons who were setting up tents outside. Hwami reminded, if she has a gang behind her, she will definitely not hook up with ordinary garrisons of low rank. If she wants to hook up, she will hook up with high-ranking ones. So there are only 4 garrisons here in total, and Zhou Cheng is the most suitable one. Zhou Cheng pouted and muttered, "I don't have a girlfriend yet, so I'm not very good at it. It's time to practice how to get along with women in advance." After boiling the water, Gong Yi kicked Zhou Cheng out of the nanny car and sent Zhou Cheng away to pursue the beauty trap. He filled the hot water bottle, wrapped it with a towel, and carefully placed it on Hwami's legs. "Let's set up camp here first and interrogate her carefully." Then, he raised his hand and tucked the hair on Hwami's temples behind her ears. Hwami looked at Gong Yi and always felt that the gentleness in this man's eyes seemed like water, ready to overflow. He lowered his head and pressed his cheek against Hwami's big belly. Someone inside kicked him in the face, and he laughed foolishly. The little girl is quite strong. Hwami rolled her eyes. I think. Maybe it's a son? Impossible. I dreamed of having 2 daughters. Gong Yi really likes his daughter, and he is becoming more and more obsessed with her. He even told Hwami, the day before yesterday, I met a survivor. He used to be a fortune teller. He told me that I am destined to have a daughter in this life. As he spoke, Gong Yi gently wrapped his hands around Hwami's bloated waist. It must be 2 girls. One is called Dahua, and the other is called Xiaohua. The next moment, Hwami lifted Gong Yi's ears and twisted them. Did you pay for your fortune-telling? Yes, I gave you a bag of rice. Gong Yi tilted his face and let Hwami hold his ears. He added, he said I was destined to be a daughter. I was so happy that I gave him another bag of rice. So, I was cheated out of 2 bags of rice? Hwami rolled her eyes. I feel like I can't keep this father anymore. Just when Gong Yi and Hwami were being affectionate in the nanny car, Gong Yi suddenly frowned and said in a low voice, there's a group of people around here. His mental power can collect maps of the surroundings into his mind. And it is becoming more and more powerful, and its range has expanded to an area of several hundred meters. Then I heard Gong Yi lower his voice and say, this group of people don't seem to be easy to deal with. After saying that, Gong Yi took out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhou Qing outside, asking Zhou Qing to notify the garrison in City C, who were searching nearby, to be on alert. Zhou Qing gritted his teeth and went to see the woman in the tent. The group of men ambushed 300 meters away from the nanny car. The woman just happened to wake up. She cried and told him about her grievances, her eyes flickering to look at the shoulder straps of the garrison commander on Zhou Qing's shoulders. According to what she said, her name was He Xinghui, and she was a very miserable woman, and so on. There was nothing new about her life story. She simply went out with a team and was ambushed by a group of men. She ran around, thinking Hwami was here to save her. But unexpectedly, Hwami was in cahoots with that group of men. Maybe it was possible that Hwami and that group of men were robbing each other, so Hwami killed that group of men, and the rest wanted to kill her. As a result, she met Zhou Qing and others. While crying and saying this, He Xinghui fell towards Zhou Qing, looking extremely weak. Fortunately, you guys saved me. Otherwise, I don't know how I would be tortured by that pregnant woman. Zhou Qing listened with a frown and moved uncomfortably. Then, He Xinghui asked softly, Commander Zhou, who is that man just now? I think he is also a commander. Zhou Qing said, he is Sun Shiping, the garrison commander of City D. At this time, it is impossible to say Gong Yi's name, because everyone knows that Gong Yi is a big boss. So, Zhou Qing could only pull Sun Shiping from City D out. Sun Shiping, it is said that all the survivors in City D went to Xiangqing, and Sun Shiping disappeared without a trace. It seems that he went to City C. He Xinghui nodded. Sun Shiping, a lonely man living under the care of others, was not worth her investing too much energy in. She looked at Zhou Qing pitifully again. Commander Zhou, from now on, I can only rely on you. Zhou Qing got goosebumps all over his body. The 1.9-meter-tall man awkwardly dug 2 holes in the snow by digging the ground with his toes. Why are all these women so direct in seducing men? This blatant hint made him feel a little indigestion. He is more suitable for being more reserved. But He Xinghui was confident that she could capture Zhou Qing's heart. She pretended to be nice to Zhou Qing for a while and asked, by the way, as the garrison commander of City C, do you also need to come out on patrol in person? Yes, the garrison commander is no different from an ordinary garrison. Zhou Qing didn't say anything and quietly moved away from He Xinghui. He wants to leave this woman. He is really not good at using beauty to lure men. He Xinghui moved closer to Zhou Qing, almost leaning into his arms. Commander Zhou, how is that pregnant woman?
This.
Sun Shiping is on trial. Zhou Qing couldn't stand it anymore, took a big step back, and looked at He Xinghui seriously. Wait here, I have something else to do. When I'm done, I'll take you to the Hunan Sea Expressway. He turned around and ran as if he was trying to survive, leaving He Xinghui with a sarcastic smile on his face. It seemed that the upright commander Zhou Cheng had been fascinated by her. When He Xinghui turned around and went back to the tent, she took out her mobile phone from her clothes pocket. As soon as she entered the tent, she answered the phone with a grim expression. My people were killed by a pregnant woman. The other party was surprised and asked, what pregnant woman? So powerful? Due to information congestion, news about Hwami's heroic deeds in Xiangqing did not reach City C. Moreover, they all gathered in City C from other cities and have never been to Xiangqing. He Xinghui glanced in the direction of the nanny car. The door of the warm nanny car was tightly closed. She didn't know how the pregnant woman inside was being interrogated by the garrison. Anyway, she should be free from the suspicion of the garrison. Zhou Cheng was under her control. He Xinghui said coldly, it's not important. She's just a pregnant woman. If she wasn't pregnant, she would have been killed by the garrison long ago. Those hypocrites were just hypocrites. Even though they knew Hwami was a female devil, they let her go just because she was a pregnant woman. Similarly, as long as He Xinghui appears to be more vulnerable, he can easily gain the sympathy and trust of the garrison. This is the garrison's fatal weakness. The group of street thugs lying in ambush nearby said nonchalantly, who cares about the pregnant woman or the small pregnant woman? Just tell me, how long will it take to kill these garrisons this time? This is a tactic they often use. When they encounter a lone garrison, He Xinghui will take action and use her feminine weakness to ambush the garrison. Then he took advantage of the lone garrison's inattention and stabbed him directly. They would lie in ambush on the streets around them and then rush forward and directly beat those annoying garrisons to death. He Xinghui sneered, why rush? There are 4 of them stationed here, so it won't be easy to succeed. Without waiting for the other party to speak, He Xinghui said, I discovered something. Zhou Cheng, the garrison commander of City C, and Sun Shiping, the garrison commander of City D, appeared here at the same time. What do you think is the reason? The person on the phone thought for a moment. City C supply warehouse? Yes, it must be because of this thing. Otherwise they wouldn't appear here at the same time. He Xinghui's face showed obvious ambition. Tell Brother Fan to send more people to follow us. I suspect that the garrison in City C has made some big moves recently. Recently, the management commander and his wife of City C are getting divorced, and there has been a lot of trouble. Qin Jin even made a public statement that she has parted ways with Ma Yongchun. This matter concerns City C, so the news was also reported back to City C. According to reliable sources, Qin Jin wanted to give Xiangqing 1 million tons of cloth, but Ma Yongchun did not allow it, so the two of them started arguing again over this batch of supplies. In fact, anyone can see that the supply warehouse in City C is now being fought over by this couple. The garrison in City C is the one guarding these supplies. It is very easy to find the location of the material warehouse in City C. You can just kidnap a senior manager and use intimidation or bribery to force him to come out. But it is not easy to break into the C City garrison and kill all the C City garrison guarding the material warehouse. The other party on the phone laughed. Of course, our sister, he has to take action in this matter. Everyone knows that you are Brother Fan's favorite. He Xinghui sneered, what do you mean by favorite or not? In this world, you are the one you love the most. After hanging up the phone, He Xinghui opened his collar a little and prepared to look for Zhou Cheng. As a result, they didn't find them, so they had to go out again to look for the 2 garrisons who were making a fire in the snow. Hwami had already told the 2 ordinary garrisons that they would tell He Xinghui whatever he was interested in. Finally, He Xinghui concluded that Zhou Cheng and Sun Shiping were heading for the material warehouse in City C. Sun Shiping wanted to get some supplies to support City D, so he went to the supply warehouse in City C to select supplies. He Xinghui became excited for a moment. She had been committing crimes outside City C for so long, sneaking up on lone garrisons and bringing down countless teams. There has never been such a big vote. The War Reserve Material Warehouse in City C can produce 1 million tons of cloth alone, not to mention other reserve materials. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a large material warehouse? Even Brother Fan was moved. He reported the matter to Chen Hu. Chen Hu made a prompt decision and asked He Xinghui to follow Zhou Cheng and Sun Shiping and find out the details of the number of garrison personnel inside and outside the Sea City Material Warehouse. He has been eyeing the War Reserve Material Depot in City C for a long time. In the dim room, Chen Hu said to Brother Fan with gloomy eyes, "We have lost most of our supplies twice in a row. We must succeed this time. We cannot fail again." For the first time, the supplies that Chen Hu had stored in the A City Industrial Park were swallowed up by Gong Yi. The second time, the supplies that Brother Fan had stockpiled in the unfinished villa complex were swallowed up by Gong Yi again. They evacuated in a hurry twice, and were not able to bring out much supplies. Between taking away food and weapons, they decisively chose to take away weapons. In this extreme environment, only by taking away weapons can you better rob other survivors of their supplies. But these supplies were looted piecemeal and ultimately not presentable. Chen Hu could wait to get to City D's War Reserve Material Depot. He Xinghui is specifically responsible for conquering Zhou Cheng. She launched a fierce offensive against Zhou Cheng. She would always fall down in front of Zhou Cheng, if she wasn't careful, and touch Zhou Cheng with her body parts in an ambiguous way. Zhou Cheng just wanted to die. He wanted a girlfriend, not a black widow. He Xinghui's actions towards Zhou Cheng forced Zhou Cheng to develop gynophobia. Finally, while He Xinghui wasn't paying attention, Zhou Cheng ran in front of Hami and Gong Yi, looking half dead. "I don't want to do this anymore. I really don't want to do this anymore. She seduced me. I don't think I can get better." Hami was lying on the bed reading a parenting encyclopedia, while Gong Yi was in the nanny car, squeezing juice for Hami. He poured the juice into the glass, turned around, and the bottle of apple juice was taken away by Zhou Cheng. "Drink it in one gulp," Gong Yi said with a dark face. "Isn't this good? There's no loss for men in seduction, right?" Zhou Cheng wiped the apple juice from the corner of his mouth with a complaining look on his face. "No, I want to save my first time for my girlfriend. If this gets out, my reputation will be ruined. Although I look handsome, I am a good man with masculine virtues at heart." He is a man of principles. It is difficult for Zhou Cheng to accept the seduction of a woman he doesn't like, even if it is offered to him for free. What's more, this woman might have tortured and killed several of his brothers. Hami covered her face with the book and laughed silently. Gong Yi kicked Zhou Cheng out of the nanny car again, and with a sullen face, he found some apples and made apple juice for his wife. No one understood Zhou Cheng's desire to die. Facing He Xinghui, Zhou Cheng racked his brains to protect his chastity. So when He Xinghui expressed her desire to follow Zhou Cheng and never be separated from him for the rest of her life, Zhou Cheng couldn't wait to take He Xinghui to the direction of the Sea City Supply Warehouse. He and another garrison, along with He Xinghui, left first, while Hami, Gong Yi, and another garrison followed behind. During the entire process, He Xinghui never saw Hami and Gong Yi again. As He Xinghui expected, the Sea City Material Warehouse was actually not far from Hwami's nanny car. Therefore, Hami didn't bother with the trouble and put the nanny car into the level 24 No. 1 warehouse. She generously left the nanny car to Zhou Cheng, so that those stationed in the field could rest in the nanny car while patrolling. A group of people trudged through the snowy plains. Not long after Hami and Gong Yi left, a group of men who were lying in ambush nearby rushed up. Someone patted the snow-covered hood of the nanny car and said with a smile, "I picked up a car for free. Ha ha. These garrisons are really generous. This car looks like a top-of-the-line nanny car." Some men also expressed doubts. "It's useless for us to find such a car. The snow is too soft and the car can't be driven out at all." As he spoke, the man looked down and saw a red, aimed at his heart. "What the Hades is this?" The man with flowing yellow hair looked down at the red on his chest. The men next to them also lowered their heads. Why did they all have a red dot on their chest? Although these men are all ruffians in such a world, they are accustomed to robbing and looting, but they have little chance to see advanced weapons. There was a street urchin who used to like watching gunfight movies. He looked down at the red on his chest in confusion. Suddenly his expression changed. "Run. This is them being targeted by the sight." They had hunted garrisons many times in the suburbs of City C and had killed several lone garrisons, but today they were being hunted. What's going on? Why do they fall into the trap? The men next to the nanny car didn't have time to think and scattered like birds and beasts. But no matter how they ran, the red dots on their bodies still followed them closely. One of the street thugs pulled out a gun and shouted loudly on the snowy field, "Don't come over here, or I'll kill you in the distance." Hami was holding Gong Yi's special high-powered telescope for Garrison and looking at the streets around the nanny car. She couldn't help but sneer. These people are really, if one more person dies, the world will not know how much more peaceful it will be. Beside her, Gong Yi was holding an umbrella for her, and around both of them were the garrisons of City C, who were lying in ambush. That's right, Zhou Cheng and He Xinghui had already left, and Gong Yi stayed behind to ambush the group of street thugs who were in contact with He Xinghui. Commander Gong, the gun in his hand. The garrison closest to Gong Yi had red eyes as he looked out on the snowy field ahead, where several street thugs took out several service pistols of the garrison in City C. These street thugs don't have any hot weapons on them, so Chun who won't equip these minions with guns. The guns in their hands were left behind by the garrison that was ambushed by this group of street thugs. Those garrisons that were ambushed were slaughtered by this group of people. The garrisons in City C who were ambushed had red eyes. Thinking of the tragic corpses of their brothers, the hatred in their hearts was about to burst. Gong Yi pursed his lips and silently looked at the guns taken out by the street thugs in the distance.
Kill,
he ordered without hesitation. Chun Hu and Brother Fan must give an explanation for the lives of those garrison soldiers in City C. On the white snowfield, with a puff sound, a flower of blood exploded in the first man's heart. The man who ran the farthest looked back and ran forward with all his might. As a result, his heart exploded. One man after another fell, and red plum blossoms bloomed on the white snow. They had guns in their hands, but they had no idea who they were shooting at. Death is too easy for them, because the garrisons who were ambushed by them were tortured to death. After killing this group of street thugs, several City garrisons armed with sniper rifles stepped forward and began searching the bodies. Gong Yi deployed his spiritual power and walked around the area again, then turned back to tell the garrisons on the snowy plain, "There are no suspicious people nearby for now, so you should take precautions, collect their bodies, and leave one behind, and throw it at the gate of City C." The first few sentences were said by Gong Yi to the garrison in City C. The last two sentences were said by Gong Yi to Hami. He vaguely knew that the corpses around Hami would always suddenly disappear. Some of the bodies that passed through Hwami's hands were not sent to the crematorium at all. But Gong Yi didn't say anything about this matter, and there is no need to investigate it. He wanted to leave a corpse behind to warn Chun Hu and Brother Fan that the garrison in City C had officially begun the counterattack. If you have the guts, fight. The City garrison in the open space was busy, piling up all the bodies in the distance, leaving Hwami to cremate. Gong Yi was in the nanny car, rearranging a patrol post for the garrison in City C. Using the nanny car as a base, a new, more thorough, and more powerful patrol post was set up. After doing all this, Gong Yi turned back to look for Hwami. Hwami had already been cremated. Not only were there no traces of the corpses on the open ground, but even Hwami's own shadow was nowhere to be seen. When Gong Yi called Hwami, she was already outside the City Material Depot. "I thought you would be busy for a long time. Shirt Saixia has already contacted me. I can finish the work in a few minutes, so I won't wait for you." Hwami was answering Gong Yi's call and had already walked in front of Shirt Saixia. The honest young secretary was shivering with cold at the door of the supply warehouse. He Xinghui, who was also standing at the door of the supply warehouse, looked viciously at Hwami, who was walking behind her with a big belly from the horizon of the snowy field. She asked Zhou Cheng, "Why is she here too?" Zhou Cheng and He Xinghui had just arrived. At this moment, the heavy door of the material warehouse was open, and there were armed guards patrolling beside the door. He did not answer He Xinghui, but just left He Xinghui where she was. "You go shopping, I'm going to get busy. Be brief and to the point, then leave." He Xinghui wanted to chase Zhou Cheng, but was stopped by 2 garrisons. She turned around and saw Hami and Shirt Saixia coming over. He Xinghui asked Hami warily, "What are you doing here? What on earth are you doing here? Why did Sun Shiping let you go?" Until now, He Xinghui still hasn't figured out the situation. Hami looked at He Xinghui, her eyes full of cold sneer. "You can come, but I can't?" She is the female devil who kills innocent people indiscriminately, in He Xinghui's words. But Hami has also been saying that He Xinghui was the little witch who attacked her. So if Zhou Cheng can bring He Xinghui to the supply warehouse, why can't Sun Shiping bring Hami?
Hee.
The viciousness on He Xinghui's face was obvious. She frowned and stared at the smug smile on Hami's face. "Don't be so proud. You won't live long. In a few days at most, He Xinghui will have a clear understanding of the defenses inside and outside the material warehouse." Shirt Saixia, who was standing behind Hami, moved her lips. She was about to speak, but Hami raised her hand and held Shirt Saixia's wrist.
She didn't let Shirt Saixia speak.
Looking at He Xinghui again, Hami laughed particularly wildly. "Okay, I'll just watch you and see how you let me die." After saying that, Hami took Shirt Saixia's wrist and walked forward. He Xinghui followed, but was stopped by the garrison again. She pointed at Hwami's back anxiously. "How come that pregnant woman can move forward? Why can't I?" The garrison that stopped her remained silent. No matter how He Xinghui asked or how much she cried, they just wouldn't open their mouths. This completely aroused He Xinghui's desire to win. She desperately wanted to find Zhou Cheng and use his obsession with her to kill Hami. Hami doesn't care about her at all. When Hami and Shirt Saixia arrived at the heavy door of the warehouse, Shirt Saixia patted his chest, looking as if something bad had happened. "What the Hades? I don't even know how I got here. I just whoosh and I'm here. Isn't it said that the roadblocks on Hunan Sea Expressway are extremely complicated? Aren't roadblocks the most complicated on all highways? How come cars just whoosh and are able to move freely, except for the occasional blockage in the snow, without any obstacles?" Shirt Saixia was completely unable to react. Hwami patted Shirt Saixia's shoulder sympathetically. "Call your Miss Qin and ask her to fulfill the terms of the contract. I'll go inside and take a look." After saying that, Hwami, with her pregnant belly, slipped into the Sea City supply warehouse. Shirt Saixia was left standing there. He raised his beer-bottom glasses on the bridge of his nose and took out his cell phone to contact Qinjun. Qinjun was looking at his son in the incubator and didn't understand what Shirt Saixia said at first. After Shirt Saixia repeated it for the second time, Qinjun asked exaggeratedly, "Is the road open? Have you reached the entrance of the supply warehouse?" She had a feeling that something terrible was going to happen. Shirt Saixia's voice came from the phone. "Yeah. What should we do now?" "Madame Gong has entered the material warehouse. She asked you to strictly follow the terms of the contract and fulfill the contract you signed." Wait a minute. Qinjun jumped up anxiously. She hurried back and met Xian Chiru. "Xian Chiru, Miss Qin, about your child." "Oh, Miss Qin, where are you going? Don't you want to know about the child's situation?" "I'll be right back." Qinjun rushed out of the emergency area in a hurry. She was so anxious that she had no time to listen to what Qin Jianqiang said. When she was standing outside the glass wall and looking at him just now, her son seemed to be whiter and had a little more flesh on his face. No longer looks like a skinned rabbit. Seeing Qin Jianqiang raising his hands and kicking with such a strong look on his face, Qinjun felt that his son's problem was not serious. She has a big problem here. Qinjun never thought that the Hunan Sea Expressway would be cleared in just a few days. How did it get unblocked? Of course, Qinjun doesn't think that dredging Hunan Sea Expressway is a bad thing. It is a very good thing. However, according to the contract, as soon as the Hunan Sea Expressway is cleared, Hwami can take over the material warehouse in City C. The entire supply warehouse. Qinjun has prepared dozens of projects and is ready to gain the greatest benefits for the survivors of City C from Hwami step by step. But now, the contracts for these dozens of projects have not been drawn up, and Hwami is about to start taking over the Sea City material warehouse in its entirety. Two Too urgent. Qin Jun rushed back to her RV and called all her secretaries who remained in Xiangqing for an emergency meeting to immediately come up with contracts for dozens of projects. She would send half of her secretaries to find Hami to sign a contract for the cooperation project. It doesn't matter. Qin Jun comforted himself. It's such a big warehouse. The material warehouse in City C is the largest material warehouse among the surrounding cities, and Hami cannot move all the materials in a short time. She still has time to finish the contract. However, Hami, standing in the C City material warehouse, quickly read the subtitles in her mind. Unlock storage level 25, space 25 by 2. When a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X12, unlock storage level 26, space 26 by 2. When a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X13, unlock storage level 30, space 30 by 3. When a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X17, when the warehouse reaches level 30, it will become 3 level 30 warehouses of the same size. Hami was happy when she saw it. She thought that she had upgraded 15 square meters of black soil on the way here. So the 15 square meters of black soil were placed into the level 30, warehouse number 2. In the level 30 warehouse number 2, 3 kinds of fruit trees were previously planted: orange, grapefruit, and apple. Now Hami has discovered a large number of well-preserved seeds in the supply warehouse in City C. It should be prepared by City C for the agricultural park in the surrounding cities. City C used to be the economic king of all cities, and various agricultural academic exchange conferences were often held here. Buying and selling crop seedlings is a very common thing in City C. Hami found seedlings of 15 types of trees, including peach trees, willow trees, oak trees, coelurteria trees, maple trees, elm trees, catalpa trees, camphor trees, elm trees, banyan trees, mulberry trees, pine trees, sandalwood trees, apricot trees, and poplar trees, and planted them all in the level 30 number 2 warehouse with just one click. At this time, it doesn't matter what the trees look like, as long as they can be cut down and burned as firewood. Warehouse number 1 is entirely used to store supplies. Warehouse number 3 is still empty. Hami continued to collect supplies and emptied out the Sea City supply warehouse completely, leaving nothing behind, and barely filled up the level 30 number 3 warehouse. But there was no liquidation. It took her only 10 minutes to happily walk out of the empty warehouse. Shirt Saisha outside was still on the phone. Seeing Hami coming out of the Sea City supply warehouse, Shirt Saisha hurried over and said to Hami, "Mrs. Gong, Miss Qin said that you should move the materials slowly first. She will definitely fulfill the contract and will never break her promise. Also, she has dozens of very good cooperation projects. You must be very interested."
How about we listen to them?
Hami walked out slowly, and with a smile on her face, "Yes, of course I'm interested. The projects that your Miss Qin has brought out are all very good." Shirt Saisha breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a pool of oil in front of him, coming from nowhere under Hami's feet. "Mrs. Gong, be careful." He Xinghui, who was far away, looked at Hami with a vicious look as she stepped on the puddle of oil. She also had an empty oil bottle in her hand, which she happened to see when she was wandering around just now. But Hami leaned back, and with her pregnant belly, she did a somersault on the spot. The next moment, Hami walked up to He Xinghui with an expressionless face and raised her hand to slap her. He Xinghui was slapped to the ground with such force that his mouth was full of blood foam. "I've given you face, and you really think of yourself as a human being? Such despicable means can only disgust yourself, not anyone else." Hami kicked the oil bottle that fell beside He Xinghui and crushed it with one foot. "Is it not good to be a human being? Why do you have to be a lowly animal?" It turns out that he is good at making sneak attacks. He has no skills at all, but he is very cunning. Shirt Saisha came back to her senses at this time and hurried over, with a look of fear on her face. "Are you okay?" Looking at He Xinghui, who was spewing blood from his mouth, Shirt Kai was shaking with anger. "How can you be so vicious? You even plotted against a pregnant woman. How can you be so cruel? You are so despicable. This is simply unforgivable." Everyone knows that pregnant women are heavy, and if they fall to the ground hard, the consequences can be disastrous. He Xinghui was aiming to kill Hami with 1 corpse and 3 lives. He Xinghui, lying on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Hami and Shirt Saixia with sarcasm in his eyes. Half of her face was swollen. She wanted to say something, but suddenly she saw Zhou Cheng behind Hami. He Xinghui's face immediately changed, and she was about to cry. Commander Zhou, she beat me. She also wanted to kill me. As he spoke, He Xinghui pointed at Hami, as if asking Zhou Cheng to make the decision. Shirt Saixia was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She turned around quickly, clenched her fists, and shouted to Zhou Cheng, "No, no." It was this woman who poured a pot of oil on the ground and almost killed the Empress. She was about to say the 3 words, "Mrs. Gong." Hami reached out and grabbed Shirt Saixia's wrist. There's no need to keep calling her Mrs. Gong, as that would make He Xinghui suspicious. Shirt Saixia paused, and seeing Hami gave her a look, Shirt Saixia took a deep breath and quickly explained to Zhou Cheng. The pregnant woman almost fell down. Seeing Zhou Cheng looking at him with an embarrassed and speechless expression, Shirt Saixia thought Zhou Cheng didn't believe it, so he stepped forward and pointed at the puddle of oil and the oil pot on the ground. "Look, this is the evidence. This He Xinghui is a despicable villain." Of course, Zhou Cheng believes in Shirt Saixia, but he is now forced to do business and cannot uphold justice by standing still. His silence caused Shirt Saixia and He Xinghui to misunderstand. Zhou Cheng definitely didn't believe what Shirt Saixia said. He Xinghui immediately got up from the ground and threw himself into Zhou Cheng's arms. "Commander Zhou, I didn't do it. They are wrongly accusing me." Zhou Cheng took 2 steps back, lowered his head, and avoided He Xinghui. "I hate this woman so much." Zhou Cheng only had one thing in his mind: "Don't come over here." Seeing them like this, Hami tried very hard to hold back her laughter. Shirt Saixia was furious. She was shaking with anger, and the beer-bottomed glasses on her nose were about to fall off. What to do? It's a heart-pounding feeling. Hami held her face sternly and dragged Shirt Saixia away. While dragging him, Shirt Saixia cursed Zhou Cheng loudly. "I didn't expect that the garrison commander of City C would be such a person." When Hami pulled Shirt Saixia to a deserted corner and was about to explain, Shirt Saixia asked anxiously, "Mrs. Gong, are you okay? Luckily you just did a backflip, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous." When Hami went on a killing spree outside Xiangqing, Shirt Saixia was not there. She was in charge of some trivial matters handled by Qin Zhen and stayed at the RV supermarket. So Shirt Saixia didn't know how powerful Hami could be.
I'm Fine.
Hami patted Shirt Saixia's hand. "From now on, you don't have to call me Madame Gong, just call me Ami." She thought Shirt Saixia was a nice girl and quite righteous. Shirt Saixia nodded, turned her head, and saw He Xinghui and Zhou Cheng entangled in the distance. She continued to curse. That He Xinghui obviously has bad intentions. Zhou Cheng is possessed by a demon. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, he will destroy City C. No, I need to call Miss Qin to report what's going on here. Shirt Saixia talks very fast and efficiently. Qin Zhen is a strong woman, and the secretaries around her are all top students who graduated from the world's top universities. They are very efficient and never procrastinate. So before Hami could explain the whole story, Shirt Saixia called Qin Zhen and filed a complaint against Zhou Cheng. There was no response from Qin Zhen for a long time, but He Xinghui found a secluded place and made several calls to her people. This can't go on like this. He Xinghui deeply felt that Hami, the pregnant woman, was no ordinary person. She had seen Hami kill all the men around her in one breath. Just now, Hami slapped He Xinghui, which was considered merciful. If Hami was here, Zhou Cheng would neither kill Hami nor restrict her actions. Then He Xinghui would be constrained in getting the Sea City supply depot. At least it would be difficult for her to find out the number of garrisons and firepower deployment near the supply depot in City C. After all, she and Hami are now enemies. However, no matter how He Xinghui called the people who were ambushing around her, without exception, no one answered. Even at the end, the signal was gone. She was extremely angry for a moment, but the first thing she suspected was not anything else, but whether there was something wrong with this universal signal connector. After all, the current signal base stations have collapsed, and this so-called universal signal connector is like a trick to deceive people. If it weren't for other people exaggerating about this thing, most of the time when Brother Fan held it in his hand, his cell phone would have a signal. He Xinghui would not spend so much money to have someone buy a universal signal connector for her from Xiangqing. As a result, this universal signal connector became useless after just a few days of use. He Xinghui spat, her eyes full of gloom. She was even planning to ask the group of people who were lying in ambush to secretly kill the pregnant woman. As a result, I can't get in touch with him now. He Xinghui tried to call Brother Fan again, and perhaps because of good luck, Brother Fan's call was connected. But Brother Fan didn't seem to care about the difficulties He Xinghui encountered, and he didn't wait for He Xinghui to express his difficulties. The first thing Brother Fan asked He Xinghui was, "Have you figured out the firepower deployment? When can we start?" He Xinghui was completely silent, the fear of being dominated by Brother Fan rising in her heart. She lowered her head obediently and replied, "I will do it right now, as soon as possible. Don't call unless necessary. Be careful not to expose yourself." After saying that, Brother Fan hung up the phone on He Xinghui. He didn't care about the process. What he wanted now was the result. This made Brother Fan very angry. He urgently needed to kill a group of garrisons in City C to teach Zhou Qing a lesson. After Brother Fan hung up the phone, He Xinghui stood silently in a secluded place, then raised his eyes and looked at the garrisons swimming nearby. It seems extremely easy to find out the garrison's deployment. Except for the supply warehouse, He Xinghui is free to go anywhere outside the warehouse. Hami and Shirt Saixia set up a large tent outside the supply warehouse. Shirt Saixia also asked the driver to check in a smokeless firewood stove for them. Xiangxi Road was opened, and soon, in less than half a day, a stack of contracts as high as a mountain was delivered from Xiangqing to Hami's tent. She sat beside the smokeless wood stove, texting with Gong Yi while looking at the contracts beside the stove in an exaggerated manner. Hami asked Shirt Saixia, "Is it necessary for you to compile all these cooperation projects into such thick contracts? Wasn't online electronic signing popular before the disaster? Now that the environment is like this, in extreme survival, if I want to go back on my word, I won't care what contract I signed with you. It's just a piece of paper. It has no constraints. There is no arbitration agency now, so if Hami breaches the contract, she will not receive any punishment." So she felt that Qingjin's being so serious was a bit unnecessary. Shirt Saixia raised his beer-bottomed glasses seriously and answered seriously, "Of course we know that the environment is different now. You have the absolute initiative, but we're the ones who do big things." Ms. Qin said that big things require rules. Even if the binding force of these contract clauses is weak, we still need to seriously follow the rules and regulations. Hami stopped sending a message to Gong Yi and thought about what Shirt Saixia said. "You are people with a vision." After receiving Hami's sincere praise, Shirt Saixia smiled with a red face. She took a contract that was thicker than a dictionary and opened the first page. "Hami, let me explain to you now. This contract for jointly building a new villa complex. With the current total population of Xiangqing, we can definitely build a few more villa complexes like this. The population of other cities is getting smaller and smaller, and some may even have become deserted. City A is now in ruins and deserted. But the population of Xiangqing is increasing, and compared with the years before the disasters, the population has expanded by more than 1 or 2 times. No one has the time and energy to count how many survivors there are in and around Xiangqing. Anyway, Xiangqing can no longer accept any survivors. The expansion of Xiangqing is certain. Qingjin had previously had a contract with Hami to sell the villa in the unfinished building left by Brother Fan to a wealthy person in City C. Hami is responsible for construction and Qingjin is responsible for sales. The construction has not been completed yet, but Qingjin's buildings have already been sold out. All of it, nothing left. Therefore, Qingjin plans to build a few more villa complexes between Xiangqing and the unfinished villa complex. If construction is to be carried out, workers must be needed. There are some construction materials in the material warehouse in City C. Qin wants to use this batch of construction materials to negotiate terms with Hami. She hopes to build more villas and high-rise buildings and use the labor force in City C. Hami dozed off while listening and said slowly, "Forget about the high-rise buildings. Let Miss Qin modify the contract and build all of them into villas. Who knows what natural disasters or man-made disasters may occur later. If a building is built too high, it will be used as a target and will collapse." Oh, it's true. Hwami's advice is golden and valuable. Shirt Saixia lowered her head and wrote and drew on the contract and was about to continue explaining the next contract. Hwami, who is drowsy, suddenly jumped up and said, "He Xinghui has finished the work, and the people behind it will take action soon."
What?
Shirt Saixia raised his face, wearing beer-bottom glasses, and stared blankly at Hwami, who had suddenly become excited.
So, what now?
Who is behind He Xinghui? Zhou Cheng? I'm going to go out and take a look. There must be a fight going on here. You better hide well. Hwami received a text message from Gong Yi, who was lying in ambush outside the supply warehouse. In the past 2 days, He Xinghui has been wandering around, visiting almost all the garrison posts in the Sea City Material Depot one by one. The garrisons also symbolically stopped He Xinghui, and then, probably because they saw that she had a close relationship with Zhou Cheng, they allowed her to move freely. He Xinghui found out that the garrison guarding the material depot in City C only had about 50 people and about 50 guns. Due to the shortage of ammunition, the garrison in City C did not have hundreds of guns per person. As soon as Hwami walked out of her tent, Zhou Cheng came towards her. He lowered his voice and said to Hwami, "Quick, take that little secretary with you and hide in the supply warehouse. In a few hours, we will be attacked by surprise." This message was sent to Zhou Cheng by Gong Yi, who was lying in ambush on the periphery. Brother Fan sent out more than 300 people to launch a surprise attack on Zhou Cheng. In addition, he also mobilized more than a dozen trucks, waiting to take over the supply warehouse in City C and haul away the food, drinks, and daily supplies. This is definitely a massive battle to defend supplies. What a huge fuss. It was all emptied out by Hwami. Hwami hesitated whether to tell Zhou Cheng the truth, and everyone just had to put up a symbolic resistance. There is no need to risk lives just for an empty supply warehouse. What she meant was that the lives of the people stationed here would be lost. Just as Zhou Cheng was talking to Hwami, the confused secretary rushed out. She glared at Zhou Cheng and walked to Hwami's side. "Hwami, what's wrong?" Without waiting for Hwami to answer her, Zhou Cheng came forward and looked at Shirt Saixia with a smile. "Time is running out. I'll take you in." He dropped the word man and automatically excluded Hwami. Okay, Hwami tactfully stood aside and looked at Zhou Cheng and Shirt Saixia. In the end, Zhou Cheng still felt that she was an eyesore and tried desperately to signal her to leave first. Hwami pointed at her nose in astonishment.
She?
Seeing Zhou Cheng's disgusted look, Hwami didn't react for a moment. Was Zhou Cheng disgusted with her for getting too close to them? So, Hwami took 2 steps back. Zhou Cheng raised his hand, turned his back to her, and made a gesture to drive her away. "I understand. Hwami standing here has seriously affected Zhou Cheng's performance. Hwami is also very understanding." She nodded and turned to go to the material warehouse. As soon as Hwami left, Zhou Cheng immediately showed his big white teeth to Shirt Saixia, shook his head, and shook his non-existent hair. "Xia, listen to my explanation. I have my own reasons." Hwami, who was standing at the door of the supply warehouse, looked back and saw Shirt Saixia beating Zhou Cheng. So, what did Zhou Cheng say to Shirt Saixia? Well, Hwami couldn't control or understand the affairs of young people. She looked around. The visibility was much better than the darkness day and night some time ago. If she wore the goggles produced in her level 16 factory, visibility would be clearer. Considering that this supply warehouse is empty, we cannot waste such a good and solid supply warehouse. After Hwami entered the empty warehouse, he filled the huge warehouse with a large amount of cement produced in the level 16 factory. If Qin wants to build more villa complexes, cement is an essential building material. Anyway, Cement is a material that can be produced in fixed and unlimited quantities by a level 16 factory, so just fill Huami's warehouse with whatever you have. Outside the warehouse, He Xinghui watched Huami enter the supply warehouse. There was a small gap in the door, but inside was a mountain of supplies. And these supplies will soon belong to them. Then, He Xinghui watched Zhou Cheng carefully send the angry Shirt Saixia to the supply warehouse. The nodding and bowing look made He Xinghui wonder if Shirt Saixia had a very special identity. He Xinghui rushed forward, stretched out his arms, and blocked Zhou Cheng and Shirt Saixia. With half of her face swollen, she asked Zhou Cheng, "Commander Zhou, I've always wanted to ask, why can this woman and that pregnant woman enter the supply warehouse, but I can't?" Shirt Saixia, who was blocked on the snowy road, rolled his eyes at He Xinghui. Because the bottom of the beer glasses was too thick, He Xinghui couldn't see Shirt Saixia's rolling eyes at all. I only heard Shirt Saixia say to He Xinghui, "I'm here on business. What are you here for?" "You are here to take the supplies for yourself." Shirt Saixia didn't say the rest of the words. Just now, after Shirt Saixia beat Zhou Cheng up, Zhou Cheng, with a happy and joyful look on his face, stammered and explained to her for a long time. Shirt Saixia then learned the truth. It turned out that Zhou Cheng was a handsome man sent by Gong Yi to flirt with He Xinghui. Although Zhou Cheng is still far from the standard of a handsome man. But Shirt Saixia didn't sympathize with Zhou Cheng at all. Zhou Cheng had made her so angry before that Shirt Saixia's anger would not go away for 10 days or half a month. But He Xinghui, who was standing opposite Shirt Saixia, wanted to speak, and it was clear that he was not convinced. Didn't Zhou Cheng like her? Wasn't he fascinated by her? But the person Zhou Cheng was licking the dog for now was not He Xinghui. Zhou Cheng was protecting Shirt Saixia and ignored He Xinghui. He was very attentive, nodding and bowing, and said to Shirt Saixia, "Let's go. Xia, there are delicious foods and drinks in the supply warehouse. Eat and drink well before the supplies are taken away." If he was taken away, Zhou Cheng would have no choice but to spend money to buy these delicious food and drinks for Shirt Saixia. Now, the food in the supply warehouse in City C is free. Zhou Cheng has the authority to treat the woman he likes to a meal. "Don't call me Xia. Xia? What kind of name is that?" Her parents never called her that. Is Shirt Saixia familiar with Zhou Cheng? Why call her that? Her relationship with Zhou Cheng is just a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding was resolved, Shirt Saixia persuaded Huami to sign all the contracts, and then naturally everyone returned to their respective positions. Zhou Cheng still had a smile on his face, as if he had met true love. "Okay, Xia." He watched Shirt Saixia leave without looking back. Zhou Cheng touched his wildly beating heart. Oh, Xia. It was so natural. Her loving little fist made his heart flutter. He Xinghui, who was standing by, became more and more angry. She bit her lower lip and clenched her fist. "Commander Zhou." The next moment, Zhou Cheng ran away. The attackers have not yet arrived at the battlefield, so Zhou Cheng still needs to continue to play along with He Xinghui. If he couldn't afford to offend her, could he not hide from her? He Xinghui was sulking on the spot. She felt that something was wrong. But what is there? There are only a small number of people in these garrisons, only about 50 people, and the firepower deployment is also very clear. He Xinghui couldn't figure out where the problem lay. The problem was that the 300 street thugs sent by Brother Fan to launch a sneak attack did not even get close to the supply warehouse. They were ambushed by Gong Yi and his troops. The wheels of the dozen or so trucks that followed were all suddenly stuck in place and unable to move. Gunshots were heard in the distance, and the firepower was extremely intense. Shirt Saixia, who was standing in the supply warehouse, stuck his head out of the warehouse door and looked at the gunshots coming from the horizon in the bright sky. She turned back to look at Huami, so they started fighting? Huami came over from behind a pile of cement, holding 2 folding chairs in her hands. Commander Gong won't kill them all at once. He has to create a stalemate so that Brother Fan can continue to send people to support him. In terms of combat power, Gong Yi, who has awakened his psychic powers, can now dominate all cities. But Gong Yi's mental power is only more than 300 meters now, and he can't find Brother Fan and Chun who are hiding 300 meters away. We have to make some big noise to implicate Brother Fan and Chun Hu. A small group of street thugs, under Gong Yi's deliberate release of water, rushed to the door of the material warehouse. The result was that they were knocked down one by the garrisons lying in ambush nearby. He Xinghue, who was watching secretly, almost gritted his teeth. Just a little bit more, and it will be over. The last street urchin came to the door of the supply warehouse with a gun, but was shot dead against the heavy door. He Xinghue looked around and saw the sound of gunfire still coming from the distance. Brother Fan had just sent 300 people over. If we don't send more people at this time, we won't be able to take over this supply depot. She ran forward, and apart from the thugs on the street, she didn't see any garrison on the ground. She guessed that all the garrisons in the material depot in City C had gone to fight in the area where the gunfire was most frequent. He Xinghue called Brother Fan and quickly reported the battle situation here. Then, He Xinghue entered the material warehouse. She shouted in panic. "Hey, pregnant woman, did you hear that? There are bad guys coming." Then, He Xinghue paused. She saw Hami and Shirt Saixia sitting next to bags of supplies in the warehouse, setting up a small table. There was a chocolate cake on the small table. There was an alcohol stove next to the chocolate cake, with solid alcohol burning in it. There was a small pot on top, with pickled fish cooked in it. Hami and Shirt Saixia each held a bottle of orange juice in their hands. Is this an outing? He Xinghue's mentality was about to collapse. She rushed over and yelled, "You guys are still eating and drinking here? What's going on outside?" Hami and Shirt Saixia looked at each other and clinked their orange juices. "I continued to drink orange juice, eat pickled fish, and by the way, I used a small plastic fork to pick up a small piece of chocolate cake. Stop eating. These supplies are not yours." He Xinghue couldn't stand seeing the pregnant woman and Shirt Saixia eating and drinking so leisurely.
Why?
She has done so much and endured so much to survive, but she still has to work desperately for a bite to eat. How could this pregnant woman and Shirt Saixia be able to eat and drink so well without any panic at this moment? It is obvious that these supplies should belong to He Xinghue. Hami sat in a chair, stroking her pregnant belly with one hand, took out 2 small packs of handkerchiefs, and gave one to Shirt Saixia. He opened the other pack, took out a piece of paper, and wiped the chocolate cake crumbs from the corner of his mouth. "Keep eating." He Xinghue couldn't stand it anymore. She came over and wanted to overturn the table. "Don't eat anymore. These supplies are mine." She spent so much effort, of course, for these supplies. Could it be for that idiot Zhou Cheng? Shirt Saixia failed to stop it in time. "Hey, these are all food, don't waste them." The next moment, there was a clanging sound on the table, and all the food on the table swayed. A little bit of the sauerkraut fish soup on the alcohol stove spilled out and splashed onto the back of He Xinghue's hand. She quickly withdrew her hand because of the burn and slapped Hami. "You really won't cry until you see the coffin." Brother Fan's men were about to rush over, and she had already informed Brother Fan of the stalemate situation here. As long as Brother Fan is not a fool, he will definitely send reinforcements. So, why was He Xinghue afraid of Hami? However, He Xinghue was still too complacent. Before her slap could land on Hwami's face, she was kicked away by Hami. The whole person fell on the pile of supplies a few meters away. There is a smell of cement. He Xinghue rolled to the ground. She coughed a few times and felt that all her internal organs were displaced by Hwami's kick. "I forgot that this pregnant woman is actually a skilled kung fu practitioner." In the cement dust, He Xinghue coughed desperately. She raised her distorted face and looked at Hami, who was pregnant and walking towards her step by step. He Xinghue laughed instead, with blood foam all over his teeth. "You think you've won? No, I tell you, it's impossible. Brother Fan will be here soon. We must seize the Sea City supply depot. Didn't you see that the garrison outside the supply warehouse was empty? They must have gone to support Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng must have suffered a lot in the battle on the horizon." Very soon, He Xinghue felt it was very soon. Hwami lowered her head expressionlessly. "A woman as evil and stupid as you is a beautiful sight." "What? Are you still not convinced?" She squatted down with some difficulty, protecting her pregnant belly with one hand, and took out He Xinghui's cell phone from her clothes with the other hand. Under He Xinghui's incredulous gaze, Hami tore off the universal signal connector from He Xinghui's mobile phone. Then she put the universal signal connector and He Xinghui's mobile phone into her pocket. In fact, it was thrown directly into the level 30, warehouse number 3. You can't contact your fan brother now, so I'll tell you the truth. Use your dehydrated brain stem to think about it. Is Zhou Qing fascinated by you? Hami looked at He Xinghui with an almost sympathetic look in her eyes. I've always wondered where you got the confidence to think you could confuse the garrison commander of a city. Do you think these are ordinary men? No. First of all, their aesthetics are different from those of other ordinary men. From beginning to end, He Xinghui appeared quite confident. But Hami really couldn't tell. With Zhou Cheng's poor acting skills, how could he look like he was seduced by He Xinghui? He Xinghui on the ground was stunned for a long time. She moved and seemed to have figured something out.
But soon, there was a sharp pain all over the body.
This time, there was no soft, thick snow to support her, and He Xinghui fell onto the hard metal base, which hurt all her bones. She spat out a mouthful of blood and smiled miserably. Then what can I do? Tell me, what other means do I have? After all, He Xinghui is just a powerless woman. I followed Brother Fan when I was a teenager. The methods he taught me are all the methods I have. What can I do? She didn't think too much about this matter. She just wanted to complete the task quickly and quickly find out the garrison firepower outside the Sea City supply warehouse. Then get the Sea City supply depot. She is the woman who is most trusted by Brother Fan. She has no sense of good or evil, because she had been making a living at Brother Fan's hands when her world view and outlook on life had not yet been formed. He Xinghui didn't understand. That's all she knows. Hami does not sympathize with He Xinghui. She understood that the world was not necessarily a good place even before it lost order. He Xinghui said that she had followed Brother Fan since she was a teenager. Given Brother Fan's style of doing things, there was no need to guess what He Xinghui had suffered. He Xinghui has been spoiled. Letting He Xinghui go is actually planting a time bomb. Hami had no way of guaranteeing that He Xinghui would not do something even more harmful in the future as Liyue became increasingly deteriorating. In the end of the world in the previous life, there were many women like He Xinghui. Some will evolve directly from victims to executioners, and they were once forced to do those things by men. Then, in turn, they help men force other women to do those things. Hami has seen too much. But Hami didn't kill He Xinghui either. Under He Xinghui's shocked gaze, Hami put her hand into Gong Yi's hand. Shirt Saixia hurriedly cleaned up the pickled fish and the unfinished chocolate cake on the table. She and the garrison that came to support them took all the food and drinks away. Of course, the tables and chairs were not spared. The group left cleanly. He Xinghui was left alone, with pain all over his body, in the huge warehouse filled with supplies. He Xinghui thought that perhaps the garrisons were finally defeated, so they withdrew in time and did not even have time to take away the supplies in the warehouse. She was even a little smug. Even though Zhou Qing was not fooled by her, the pregnant woman was so fierce and cruel that she saw through her disguise. It doesn't matter. When something happens, just look at the result. The result was that He Xinghui still got a full warehouse of supplies. He Xinghui didn't know how long he had been lying on the dim and cold floor of the warehouse. His whole body was stiff from the cold. Maybe she won't live long. Maybe Brother Fan will arrive in time, and because she is so helpful, he will find a doctor to save her. In this way, she will continue to work for Brother Fan and continue to lure and kill those garrisons that are left alone. So, after all, she was still somewhat useful. In Brother Fan's hands, no other woman could do what she did. They didn't trap and kill as many garrisons as she did. Not only did they kill several garrisons in City C, they also lured and killed many garrisons and police officers in City G when they arrived in City C from other places. He Xinghui and her sisters became more and more adept at this luring and killing method. Those garrisons were almost always successful in their attempts to lure people into their targets. They are always stupid enough to fall into traps, and when they see a weak woman asking for help, they rush forward to rescue her out of a sense of responsibility. So they would always die at the hands of He Xinghui and her sisters. He Xinghui was lost in thought when he finally heard some noise outside the warehouse. She forced herself to sit up, wiped the blood from her mouth, and looked at the man who walked in the dim light outside the door. "Brother Fan." He Xinghui spoke with shining eyes, looking at the man standing in front of her, dressed neatly and decently. It was Brother Fan, who came to the supply warehouse in City C in person. Brother Fan frowned, looked at He Xinghui sitting on the ground, took out a clean handkerchief, and covered his mouth and nose. "Why does it smell like cement in here?" The huge supply warehouse in City C is filled to the brim with supplies, but it just smells bad. The burly man standing next to Brother Fan was wearing fur and had a green scorpion tattooed on his neck. "Brother Fan, let's move our things quickly. We never know when those garrisons will come back to attack us." He Xinghui, who was sitting on the ground, stared at the burly man with the scorpion tattoo with wide eyes. If I remember correctly, Brother Fan once said that this scorpion man was recruited by Boss Chun and was a very capable hired killer. Boss Chun has recruited many powerful killers. When order collapses, it is always easy for these people to gather together. Brother Fan nodded, without even looking at He Xinghui. He patted the hard cement beside him and said, "Just move the food, drinks, and daily necessities away. Where's our car?" Before he could finish his words, a burst of gunfire rang out. A street scoundrel rushed into the warehouse with a gun on his back. "Oh no! The garrison is here again." The scorpion man had a foul look on his face, clenched his iron fists, and loosened his hand bones. "Haven't all these garrisons been driven away? Why are they here again?" They sent out about 300 street troopers in front, and many more later, thinking that they had driven away all the garrisons. Because he was sure of victory, Brother Fan personally went to accept the massive amount of supplies in the Sea City supply warehouse. However, they ignored the fact that the corpses they encountered along the way were all their own people. Brother Fan's face looked a little ugly, but the bad news kept coming. "Brother Fan, all of our 30 trucks have been detained by the garrison. Brother Fan, the garrison has rushed over, and we can't get out." Brother Fan's expression became more and more ugly, and his gaze finally fell on He Xinghui lying on the ground. He lifted up He Xinghui's collar. "I ask you what's going on. Tell me. Don't tell me the truth. You know my methods?" He Xinghui was already in pain, and now being lifted up so rudely by Brother Fan, she felt even more pain all over. She moved her pale lips. Maybe he fell into a trap. Maybe it was a scheme from the beginning. But He Xinghui no longer had the brain to think. She was drowsy and murmured, "My cell phone and universal signal connector were both stolen by a woman with a big belly. I told you this woman is very powerful. I said it must be eliminated as soon as possible." She remembered that she had called Brother Fan and wanted him to send someone to kill the pregnant woman. But Brother Fan ignored this. He only wanted the result and not the process. So, He Xinghui could only continue to explore the garrison firepower outside the supply warehouse. At this time, outside the warehouse, more and more street urchins were forced to retreat into the warehouse because they could not withstand the strong firepower of the garrison. As a last resort, Brother Fan turned around and gave an order. "Close the door of the supply storehouse and find all the food and drinks." But clearly, they had said before that He Xinghui was his most capable woman. He Xinghui lay crooked on the cold ground with a sarcastic smile on her face. The voice of the scorpion man came to my ears. "The door of this warehouse is quite thick. As long as we close the door, we can stay in here for a year or two without any problem. Boss Chun will come to rescue us when the time comes. Even if it's just because of the huge storage of supplies, he will come. Such a large supply warehouse is easy to defend but difficult to attack. What's more, there are all kinds of supplies in here. Brother Fan and Scorpion Man can stay here for the rest of their lives." But another voice shouted, "Brother Fan, why is most of the material in this warehouse filled with cement?" "Cement? Cement that cannot be eaten or drunk." Outside the supply warehouse, Zhou Cheng had already rushed over with the garrison team. The ground was littered with corpses of street thugs, one after another, lying in the snow.
This piece of snow has been dyed red.
In the snow, Zhou Cheng's hair and temples were all covered with white frost. He looked at the closed door of the material warehouse and was very annoyed. How come they were so quick? They blew the door down. According to Gong Yi, there is an unusual person next to Brother Fan, a very strong character. He didn't have a chance to fight, so he didn't know how strong he was. But now it seems that Brother Fan can react so quickly, probably because of the strong man. Just as Zhou Cheng's men were about to use heavy firepower to bombard the heavy door in front of them, Gong Yi called Zhou Cheng. My wife told you not to destroy the door of the warehouse. If they like to stay in there, just let them do it. Zhou Cheng was stunned and said anxiously, how can we do this?
There are so many supplies in there.
If we don't go in, won't they be able to survive forever? The main thing is that no one knows whether Chun who will get support and how powerful the firepower of the support will be. It's also a good thing to be able to get rid of that guy called Brother Fan. Gong Yi answered nonchalantly, if they don't come out, they will starve to death. I'm going to go back to find Brother Fan's lair now. You stay there, and they will definitely come out. Then you can just shoot them. As Hami's man, Gong Yi couldn't just say that the warehouse was actually full of cement. His spiritual power saw that it was all cement. This is such an incredible thing that no one would believe it if I told them. Shirt Saixia, who was standing nearby, said to Hami angrily, it's too easy for those scumbags. They are hiding in the supply warehouse now. I don't know how much of our supplies they will waste. It's these scumbags that make people feel suffocated even if they are given a bite to eat. Hami continued to laugh. Oh, really? Gong Yi hung up Zhou Cheng's phone call and walked over. He frowned and told Hami, I'm going to do something. Don't run around. Just stay around this warehouse or go back to Xiangqing. He Xinghui is dead. Gong Yi knew everything he saw and the current situation in the supply warehouse. He Xinghui sat beside a pile of cement with his head lowered. In the dimly lit supply warehouse, all the people brought by Brother Fan were like crazy, frantically rummaging through supplies in the warehouse full of cement. They just couldn't believe that they couldn't find anything to eat in such a huge warehouse. It's all cement. It's all cement? The Scorpion Man was a little bit incredulous. Why is it all cement? Everyone was scattered in the huge supply warehouse. They searched and searched, but could not find anything to eat. Brother Fan angrily mentioned He Xinghui and yelled, What's going on? What's going on? But He Xinghui was already dead, and screams, ghost howls, and sounds of despair rang out. This is a world full of despair. Just as they had once created countless despair for others, what they were experiencing now is also an inescapable despair. How does despair feel? Doesn't it feel good? There was sarcasm in Gong Yi's eyes, but he said nothing. Pulling Hami aside again, Gong Yi took out a very small energy water bead from his arms. I won't write about my experience using it. I don't have time. Look, it's getting smaller and smaller.
Let me tell you about it.
This energy water bead was given to Gong Yi by Hami before. During this period, Gong Yi used his mental power almost every day. When Hami didn't give him the energy water drops, every time Gong Yi used his mental power to investigate the surrounding environment, his temples would swell and ache. Later, the situation became more and more serious, and at one point it was so serious that my head started to ache. Therefore, Gong Yi did not dare to use his mental power excessively. Being able to use it to investigate the surrounding environment once or twice a day is the limit for Gong Yi. But since he had the energy water drops on his body, this difficulty was easily solved. He said mysteriously to Hami, Wife, I have a feeling that this cod liver oil may be a necessity for future psychics. Gong Yi does not have a clear idea of the future. But he developed superpowers, and it was obvious that his wife also developed superpowers. When Gong Yi had some free time these days, he flipped through a few novels. He boldly guessed that his wife was probably a space power user in the novels. Therefore, in the future, there should be more than just him and his wife who have superpowers. This cod liver oil is very useful, and future psychics will definitely fight for it. Gong Yi wanted to remind Hami that if she had such a good thing, she should not show it to others easily. He will use his mental power more carefully in the future and never waste it like before. He will use his mental power whenever he wants. Good things must be saved for the critical moment. Hami nodded and gave Gong Yi a handful of energy water drops. There were so many that her pair of white and tender hands couldn't hold them all, and a few fell into the snow. Since they are useful to you, you should prepare some more. You can use it if you want. Don't hesitate. I've already paid for it. Gong Yi looked at the handful of cod liver oil that Hami handed over in an exaggerated manner. So extravagant and inhumane? Until Gong Yi left in a daze, Hami still couldn't understand what the indescribable look on Gong Yi's face meant. It made him seem like he was being kept. Hami looked at the supply warehouse at the foot of the snow-capped mountains. No matter how unwilling Saixia and Zhou Cheng were, they had to give up the plan of forcibly destroying the door of the warehouse and instead wait patiently for Brother Fan and his men to open the door and come out. Or maybe, after Brother Fan and the others inside had finished killing each other, Zhou Cheng led his men to rush in. During this period, Hami signed several contracts, all of which were cooperation plans with City C. At this moment, Ma Yongchuan's secretary came to the door of the material warehouse. Ma Yongchun is still the chief administrator of City C. Even though he and Qin Zhen had a falling out, he still has to take care of the things he should be in charge of. As a result, when the secretary arrived outside the warehouse, he found that the place was surrounded by Zhou Cheng. The door of the supply warehouse was closed, and all the supplies in City C were stuck inside and couldn't get out. Zhong Zimo raised his gold-rimmed glasses and said to Zhou Cheng, "It's not a good idea to block the door like this. We have several material exchange plans with City D, and we urgently need to use the materials in the material warehouse. The urban management commander of City D is working to restore traffic. They have a lot of cotton there. So if City D can provide them with cloth supplies, City D can provide cotton to City C." Ma Yongchun felt that after he broke up with Qin Zhen, he lost control of the supplies in the C City supply warehouse. He urgently needed to use this deal to regain some control over the supply warehouse. So he agreed to the conditions of the commander-in-chief of the management of City D and was willing to exchange part of the cloth from City C for part of the cotton from City D. Zhong Zimo was the lobbyist he sent to Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng shook his head. "We can't open it. Commander Gong said that we should leave the door closed and not worry about it. The people inside will get too hungry and rush out on their own." After hearing this, Zhong Zimo smiled politely and said, "What do you mean?" "Commander Zhou, you are now the garrison commander of our C City. People who don't know you would think you are a captain under Gong Yi. In terms of rank, Zhou Cheng and Gong Yi are at the same level. Both are garrison commanders of a city. But now everyone can see that Gong Yi has taken 3 cities in a row. Although City A is empty, only a pile of ruins remain. However, Lu Xingyuan alone can represent the entire garrison of City A. So Gong Yi is now the garrison commander-in-chief of Xiangqing, City A, and City B. Then it would be easy for others to think that Gong Yi's level is higher than Zhou Cheng's." Zhong Zimo smiled elegantly. "Commander Zhou, I think we should make this clear. Although you have a good relationship with Commander Gong, you're not his subordinate. I'm curious, why do you want to follow his arrangements?" Zhou Cheng, with a rough face, looked at Zhong Zimo with a frown, and he opened his mouth. Zhong Zimo asked with understanding, "You haven't thought of this either? I know Commander Zhou is a real person. He's not as smart as Commander Gong, and he's not good at talking, so he can't think of this." After a deliberate pause, Zhong Zimo continued, "But we who are doing big things still have to be clear about this. They're obviously just at the same level, and Commander Zhou's ability level is not inferior to Gong Yi. Why should we listen to Gong Yi's arrangements?" Seeing that Zhou Cheng hadn't spoken, Zhong Zimo didn't even bother to call Gong Yi Commander Gong.
Just call him by his full name.
Among them, dissatisfaction with Gong Yi was very obvious. When the garrison headquarters appointed city garrison commanders, they only sent you, Commander Zhou, to City C and Gong Yi to the neighboring Xiang City. It can be seen that your garrison headquarters also understands who has greater capabilities. Zhong Zimo analyzed based on the economy of the city, and of course the economy of City C is better than that of Xiangqing. City C is also much larger than Xiangqing. Therefore, he believes that Zhou Cheng from City C should be more capable than Gong Yi from Xiangqing. No matter what, today, it shouldn't be Gong Yi who arranges your work, but you should be above Gong Yi. Zhong Zimo smiled harmlessly at Zhou Cheng, full of bookish air. Just because of Zhong Zimo's intellectual temperament, even Zhou Cheng, a rough man, should be convinced by what Zhong Zimo says. However, Zhou Cheng looked at Zhong Zimo as if he was an idiot. Shirt Saixia, who was on the high ground, looked through the telescope for a long time before turning back with a serious face, and said to Hami, who was grilling in the tent, "Zhong Zimo is here. He is not an easy character to deal with. I think we should go down." Hami was flipping a barbecued potato chip skewer in her hand. Upon hearing this, she asked nonchalantly, "What kind of monster is Zhong Zimo?" But Shirt Saixia did not answer her. Instead, she took out her cell phone and called Qingjun. More than half an hour later, Shirt Saixia came in from outside the tent and helped Hami grill pork rib skewers. She told him about Ma Yongchuan's visit to City D to exchange supplies. And then he said, "Zhong Zimo is my senior. We graduated from the same university. We both studied law." Shirt Saixia bit her lower lip, seeming a little hesitant, but still chose to say directly, "He is my boyfriend."
Ah?
Hwami's attitude finally straightened out a bit. She looked at Shirt Saixia, thought for a while, and then asked, "You and your boyfriend, one serves Ma Yongchun and the other serves Qingjun? And now, Ma Yongchun and Qingjun have broken up, but you two are still together?" Shirt Saixia nodded and said hurriedly, "No, my relationship with Zhong Zimo will never affect my current work and position. I know what is right and wrong. I don't doubt your professionalism."
Hwami smiled.
She looked at Shirt Saixia sympathetically. "So, what are you going to do now?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Cheng came into the tent in a threatening manner. "Zhong Zimo, he was beating around the bush for an hour before I realized he was trying to sow discord." While speaking, Zhou Cheng had already sat opposite the barbecue grill. Behind him, he took the pork ribs from Shirt Saixia's hand, picked up the seasoning beside him, and sprinkled it evenly and skillfully. Then, under Shirt Saixia's angry gaze, he ate and said, "I listened for more than 50 minutes and still didn't understand."
Hey, he was talking in a roundabout way.
This pretty boy wanted to sow discord between me and Commander Gong.
Ugh.
Zhou Cheng ate and cursed at the same time. Shirt Saixia, who was standing opposite Zhou Cheng, had cheeks as puffy as a little puffer fish. She snatched the cumin seasoning from Zhou Cheng's hand. "You are the one who is stupid. Why is he talking so confusingly? He knows that if he wants to regain control of the supply warehouse, he has to start with you. So, how can you listen to him for an hour?" The key point is, after listening to Zhong Zimo's brainwashing for more than an hour, Zhou Cheng was not fooled by Zhong Zimo's eloquent speech. Is it true that fools have good fortune? Because Zhou Cheng didn't even understand. Zhou Cheng smiled and handed the pork ribs in his hand to Shirt Saixia. "Xia xia, sprinkle some cumin on me." Then, Zhou Cheng said righteously, "This has nothing to do with my IQ. It doesn't matter if I can understand what he said or not. Even if someone puts a gun to my head, I will not betray my brother." Then, Zhou Cheng winked at Hwami again, asking her to go away. Too bright. Hwami took a deep breath and looked at Zhou Cheng. Okay, she would leave if she wanted to. Zhou Cheng could just take care of himself. When Hwami walked out of the tent, Zhou Cheng's disgusting voice came from behind. "Xia xia, help me grill another 100 skewers of pork ribs." "Go away, can't you do it yourself?" Shirt Saixia was furious. She was Qingjun's secretary, a secretary.
You know, she's not here to sell barbecue.
Hwami held her waist and walked forward with her pregnant belly. Soon she came down from the snowy mountain and arrived at the door of the supply warehouse. Zhong Zimo led a group of people and set up a tent at the entrance of the supply warehouse. They have various tools in their hands. When he saw Hwami coming over, Zhong Zimo put down the book in his hand and greeted Hwami. "I didn't expect Madame Gong to be here too." He had been to Xiangqing with Ma Yongchun, so naturally he knew Hami. Hami raised her eyebrows and said to Zhong Zimo, I heard that you are planning to exchange supplies with City D?
Yes.
Zhong Zimo's eyes flickered. I hope Madame Gong can show some mercy. City C is still able to maintain its supplies, but City D still has a large number of survivors. The city is now blocked by heavy snow, and the survivors there are said to be having a hard time. He said this, looked at Hwami's reaction, and asked with a smile, Mrs. Gong is here for supplies too? In fact, they are all human beings. People from Xiangqing are human beings, people from Cheng are human beings, and people from Cheng are human beings, right, Madame Gong? Hwami looked over and frowned slightly. Oops. She actually didn't understand what Zhong Zimo meant. That is, she now had the same feeling as Zhou Cheng and could clearly sense that there was another deeper meaning behind Zhong Zimo's words. But I just didn't understand what Zhong Zimo meant. Hwami thought about it while listening to Zhong Zimo's talk for a long time before she suddenly realized. Zhong Zimo kept saying that the people in City D were also human beings and needed supplies. He asked Hwami to show mercy. Is this a moral blackmail? Because of her heavy body, Hwami wanted to rest after standing for a long time, so she said directly to Zhong Zimo, who was chattering, this matter is easy to talk about. You can ask the D City Management Commander to come to me. If he wants food and drink, just give me money. I have no intention of withholding anyone's supplies. I welcome anyone who comes to me to buy or sell supplies. Hwami's sincerity left Zhong Zimo speechless for a moment. He raised his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. Mrs. Gong, what I mean is, can you let go of this supply warehouse? After all, you already have a lot of supplies, and the survivors in City C and City D also need food, water, and cotton clothes to survive the winter. This made Hwami laugh out loud. I came here because of the cooperation contract Qin Zhen and I signed. How come it becomes that I won't let go? The ownership of the materials in your warehouse should be a matter between you and Miss Qin. Before your issues are sorted out, I will follow the contract in everything. Not even a pound of these 100 tons of fabric can be missing from me. After all, I am also waiting for the fabric to start making cotton clothes, and I am also saving lives. Seeing that Zhong Zimo wanted to talk, Hwami raised her hand to interrupt him. Secretary Zhong, it's pointless for you to keep arguing about these things. Isn't the most important thing to do at this time to be on guard against someone else coming to rob this warehouse? Such a large batch of supplies is too tempting for the survivors. No one believes that Chun who will just sit there and wait to die while Brother Fan and the others are trapped. At this time, the most important thing to do is to protect the supply warehouse. Zhong Zimo wanted to say something else, but Zhou Cheng hurried over. He said to Hwami hurriedly, a group of people is coming. There are about 500 people, and they are equipped with firepower. Brother Fan and others who are hiding in the supply warehouse are not dead yet, and they want to get out. The people outside want the supply warehouse inside, so there will definitely be rescue. Hwami looked up at the dark gray snowy sky, nodded, and said to Zhou Cheng, Commander Zhou, I want to do business with you. As she spoke, she pulled Zhou Cheng aside, away from Zhong Zimo's eyes and ears, and told him that she was going to sell Zhou Cheng AK-47X 10,000, PKMX 10,000, and Gatling X 10,000. Zhou Cheng had 1,500 garrisons. He opened his mouth wide, and heavy snow fell into his mouth. Sister Hua, even though I am more handsome than Brother Yi, you can't pry open Brother Yi's arsenal like this. His first reaction was, is Sister Hua going to divorce Gong Yi? So Sister Hua is secretly selling Gong Yi's family assets here. So, where did Gong Yi get these 30,000 weapons? Brother Yi's family is so rich. Zhou Cheng was extremely envious and jealous. Hwami rolled her eyes at Zhou Cheng. She held her waist with one hand and touched her pregnant belly with the other. I saw that you only have a few dozen people and a few dozen guns. It's too shabby. The other side may send 300 or 500 people in a moment. Gong Yi can't stay here with you forever. If he leaves, you still have to guard the supply depot. What's more, Zhou Cheng is only dealing with humans now. When various mutated animals and plants appear in the future, these 30,000 weapons may not be enough. The main reason is that there are not enough bullets. Seeing Zhou Cheng's excited expression, Hami said, "Don't worry. Gong Yi has a lot of money. He won't go bankrupt if he sells you 30,000 weapons." Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng nodded frantically. There are quite a lot of weapons in the armory of City C, but no matter how many there are no AK-47 x 10,000, PKM x 10,000, or Gatling x 10,000. He rubbed his hands and asked Hwami hesitantly, "How much do these cost?" He is very poor now. Ever since Ma Yongchun and Qin Jun had a falling out, they have not received any salary for the garrison in City C. Because the reserve funds account of City C is in Ma Yongchun's hands. Since Qin Jun couldn't get the money, he used the materials in the C City material warehouse to convert them into wages and paid them to Zhou Cheng's garrison. Hwami fully understood Zhou Cheng's difficulties. "Just give me all the supplies you can find, and I'll convert them into money. I know you garrisons often patrol outside, so you can always find some unowned warehouses. I accept all kinds of supplies. From large items like gold bars and jewelry to small items like toilet paper and sanitary napkins. Hwami buys them all." Zhou Cheng agreed immediately. "Okay, the brother I put on guard in City C yesterday told me that he found a warehouse of saline solution. I asked him to bring it all here for you. The deal is done. Hwami and Zhou Cheng give me 5. Then Hwami called Shirt Saixia and called Shirt Saixia over under the gaze of Zhong Zimo from a distance. Qin Jun assigned Shirt Saixia to Hwami. Hwami, of course, wanted to make the best use of his talents, so she asked Shirt Saixia to draft a contract for her. In the heavy snow, Shirt Saixia awkwardly came to Hwami and Zhou Cheng, facing Zhong Zimo's gaze. She actually didn't want to meet Zhong Zimo in such an occasion. Although they were boyfriend and girlfriend, they each served their own masters, so it was better to avoid suspicion at this time. Zhong Zimo's eyes hidden behind his lenses were deep. He took the initiative to walk over, looked at Hwami, then at Zhou Cheng and Shirt Saixia. It was Zhong Zimo who spoke first, asking Hwami, "Mrs. Gong, what is this?" He didn't know why Hwami called his girlfriend over. But his girlfriend studied law like him. It has to be said that Zhong Zimo's ability to climb to such a height is inseparable from his keenness. He was keenly aware that the garrison in City C was rapidly becoming disconnected from the management of City C. Hwami had a fake smile on her face. "It's okay, I just need Xia to help write a contract." After saying that, Hwami waved her hand. "You guys keep busy, I'll go take a look around." She went to meet the 500 people who came. Weapons are something that everyone wants. Especially in the current environment, if you have a weapon in your hand, I don't know how much supplies you can grab. So before Hwami called Shirt Saixia over, she said that this was a top-secret contract that only you, me, and Zhou Cheng knew about it. Just as Hwami left with a fake smile, Zhong Zimo's eyes fell on Shirt Saixia. His meaning was unclear, and Shirt Saixia's eyes behind his beer-bottomed glasses were equally unclear. Both of them are top students, and there is no clue between them from their faces. Zhou Cheng was sandwiched between Zhong Zimo and Shirt Saixia. Just as he was about to speak, Zhong Zimo smiled and said to Shirt Saixia gently, "I was wondering, I'm back in C City, and you're in Xiang City. When will we meet again? I didn't expect to see you so soon." In the heavy snow, the former lovers stood face to face. There was an obvious emotion on Shirt Saixia's face, but her lips moved, but she said nothing. So Zhong Zimo continued, "How are you these days? I sent you a message, but you only replied to 1 or 2 out of 10. Are you busy?" Shirt Saixia: "Fortunately, Miss Qin has a lot of things to do." Zhong Zimo: "What are you busy with? Don't you even have time to reply to your boyfriend's message? You accompanied Madame Gong to City C without telling me. If I had known earlier, I could have made time to see you." Shirt Saixia didn't say anything.
What was she busy with?
She definitely didn't want to reveal a single word. She was well aware of Zhong Zimo's abilities. Every word she said would allow Zhong Zimo to follow the clues, guess and deduce, and find out the truth of the whole matter. It's a top-secret contract, and no one with any professional ethics will tell about it. Seeing this, Zhong Zimo sighed with some emotion. "You are becoming more and more professional now, but you are still as cute as before." He wanted to continue, but Zhou Cheng, who was sandwiched between them, interrupted him directly. "I say, What's going on with you two now? Zhou Qing turned his head and looked at Shirt Saixia in shock and sadness. Xia, do you have a boyfriend? Is your boyfriend a weakling? Look at him. Wow, he is such a strong and powerful man. How can he be inferior to Zhong Zimo, a weakling? Zhou Qing felt like he was heartbroken. The sadness in his heart was like a river, and he was desperate to find someone to drink with him. Shirt Saixia glared at Zhou Qing, who was having a lot of inner drama. It was estimated that in Zhou Qing's heart, he had already played out 999 episodes of this bloody soap opera. She didn't have time to deal with Zhong Zimo, so she just dragged Zhou Qing away. Don't waste time. Let's quickly draft the contract. At this time, in the heavy snow, Hami was alone, running wildly against the wind and snow. Before she met the 500 people, gunshots were heard from the front, and the fighting had already begun. Hami pointed at Bai Shui and flew forward, patting the garrison of 500 people in the snow. Brother, what's going on? The garrison lying in the snow was startled. He turned around and looked at Hami in horror, who had stood behind him without him noticing.
Ah.
Looking at Hami's belly, the garrison reacted. Sister Hua, these people are going to rob the supply warehouse. They have heavy firepower. Commander Zhou wants us to snipe at the front line to consume some of their combat power. Hami nodded and pointed to a pile of Gatling guns behind him. Worry, Commander Zhou has bought all of them. She remembered it very clearly. There were a total of 10 snipers lying in ambush at the front of the supply warehouse. She gave each of them 20 Gatling guns, enough to consume most of the firepower of the 500 people on the opposite side. The garrison lying on the ground was still in a daze. Hami pulled out a Gatling gun from behind. You make some arrangements first, and send down the Gatling guns. I'll help you hold them off. How can we stop them from doing what? The garrison on the snow had not yet responded. Too much information. Hami didn't give him any time to react. She rushed up to the 500 enemies with a gun and a pregnant belly. A da-da-da sound was heard, and she didn't even look to see if she was aiming at the other party. She just kept firing. The snipers stationed in the snow all looked confused. How can one snipe at this? Fortunately, Gatling guns were distributed immediately. They didn't care about anything else, threw away their sniper rifles, replaced them with Gatling guns, and sprinted forward. The sniper serves as the vanguard of the suicide squad, and the seamless switching of identities differs only in the weapon in his hand. Each of the 10 garrisons was armed with a Gatling gun, plus Hami, but they actually didn't kill a single person even after rushing to the last sniper garrison. There were corpses all over the ground, and not a single one of them rushed to the door of the supply warehouse. Zhou Qing sat opposite Shirt Saixia, waiting for Shirt Saixia to draft the contract, while fiddling with the wireless headphones specially used for garrison. He was still very nervous because Gong Yi went to track down and kill Brother Fan's lair. Zhou Qing was the only one left to guard this supply warehouse. Although Zhou Qing has 1,500 men under his command, most of them are placed in City C to maintain rule and order, and there are only about 50 garrisoned here. So it's a matter of few versus many. He placed 10 snipers in the front, determined to kill as many enemies as possible. He also deployed layers of firepower along the way, and when the 500 people rushed to the door of the supply warehouse, there would be a big battle waiting for them. Shirt Saixia wrote and read one by one, and gradually, she found that Zhou Qing was a little absent-minded. So Shirt Saixia sighed and asked Zhou Qing, Commander Zhou, did you write down everything I said? This concerns your interests. Don't you want to listen carefully? Zhou Qing had a bitter face. I'm already heartbroken. Why am I still listening to you? Besides, his mind is not on the contract right now. He is mobilizing himself before the war. Shirt Saixia was irritated by Zhou Qing's love-brained attitude. She slammed her hand on the table and said, Commander Zhou, can you correct your attitude? What kind of heartbreak? Zhou Qing hasn't even fallen in love yet. How come he's heartbroken? At this moment, a garrison rushed into the tent with a gun in hand. Report, forward, forward. Before he could finish, Zhou Qing stood up and grabbed a gun beside him. Xia, don't feel guilty. It's not your fault that you have a boyfriend. We are not meant to be together after all. Forget me.